Content summary. This narrative unfolds within a vast and boundless world of martial arts, where millennia-old empires, sects of martial cultivation, prestigious ancient clans, barbaric tribes and shamanic practices, as well as myriad monsters and demons coexist. The intricate and entangled web of countless factions weaves a complex tapestry of power dynamics. At the heart of this tale, the protagonist, Qin Zhan, finds himself reincarnated as a member of the Jinyue, the elite secret police of the Imperial Court. Thus, his extraordinary journey commences from within the ranks of the Jinyue. Chapter 1. The Jinyue in the Wu Dynasty. At the East China Sea Prefecture, the base of the Jinyue embroidered uniformed guards stood resolutely. Qin Zhan gazed at the black Feiyu attire adorning his form and the meticulously crafted spring saber in his grasp, a bitter smile escaping him as he reconciled with the reality of his reincarnation. This world of martial arts is vast and boundless, filled with millennia-old empires, martial sects, ancient clans, barbaric tribes with their shamanic practices, and a myriad of monsters and demons, an intricate and convoluted tangle of countless powers. The Wu Dynasty, where Qin Zhan now found himself, has a history spanning nearly 10,000 years, making it one of the mightiest empires in this realm. The current sovereign, the divine martial emperor, possesses exceptional martial prowess, further fortifying the strength of the Wu Dynasty. Within the Wu Dynasty, various martial sects flourish, with powerful warriors emerging from them. And throughout its history, several emperors have jointly ruled alongside formidable sects, underscoring the sect's prowess. However, the current emperor has dedicated himself to governance, fortifying barriers against the beasts of the wild, vanquishing demons to quash chaos, reigning over sects to unify the realm, executing treacherous officials to uphold the court's integrity, and cultivating benevolence to propagate righteousness. His achievements in martial arts are unparalleled, making the Imperial Court the most formidable sect in existence. Apart from the myriad martial officials, several powerful departments exist within the Wu Dynasty, including the four courts east, west, south, north under the inner court, and the Zenmosi Demon Suppression Office under the outer court. The Zenmosi is divided into the 9 gates and the Jinyue. While the 9 gates primarily deal with apprehensions and matters concerning martial sects, the Jinyue are tasked with supervision and the elimination of demons. Both departments possess overlapping authority but ultimately fall under the jurisdiction of the Zenmosi. Joining the Jinyue offers generous remuneration, the chance to learn profound martial arts, and numerous opportunities to achieve greatness, glorify one's family, and establish a lasting legacy, making it an aspirational place that many fervently desire to enter. Yet, gaining entry into the Jinyue is no simple feat. Though Qin Zhan successfully passed through various trials to join, he remains merely a low-ranking foot soldier. The Jinyue is organized into 7 ranks: minor flags, major flags, 100 households, 1,000 households, 10,000 households, commanders, and governors. One major flag oversees 5 minor flags, each minor flag managing 10 individuals. Qin Zhan is one of those 10 under a minor flag, but there is a silver lining. His immediate superior, minor flag Qin Ming, hails from the same village as him. Considering Qin Zhan's initial cultivation level at the first layer of the body refinement stage, securing even a basic position within the Jinyue was quite the challenge. However, Qin Ming, who accompanied him to the Jinyue assessments, possesses remarkable martial prowess. Having reached the 9th layer of the body refinement stage, at a mere 20 years old, a talent celebrated even among the elite of the East China Sea Prefecture's Jinyue. Given his exceptional abilities, the chief examiner, a lord at the 1,000 households rank, was inclined to grant Qin Ming a major flag position. Yet, he willingly relinquished the honor so that Qin Zhan could join the ranks. The lord appreciated his benevolence and, recognizing Qin Zhan's youthful potential and promising martial talent, made an exception to enlist him into the Jinyue. Hence, Qin Zhan harbors deep gratitude toward him. Little Stone, eat more. Why have you been so distracted these past few days? Focus on practicing the body refinement fist. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Once your strength improves, it'll take you along for missions, and then well ascend to greater ranks and fortunes. Now that the both of us from Qin Village have passed the Jinyue assessments, don't hesitate to share any concerns. I'll do all I can to help. To celebrate their successful admission, Qin Ming brought Qin Zhan to a tavern and ordered several dishes, claiming it needed to be commemorated. Brother Ernyo, thank you. Without you, I might not have made it into the Jinyue, Qin Zhan expressed with sincere gratitude. Come now, little stone. You really think my influence holds that much weight? The only reason the Lord 1,000 households made an exception for you was due to your commendable martial talent. Right now, you're just too young and have practiced for too short a time, which accounts for your low cultivation. But now that we've both joined the Jinui, life will soon become more comfortable. As long as you keep nourishing yourself, your martial prowess will naturally flourish. You'll get some beast meat for you soon. They say that every part of a beast is invaluable, and the meat significantly aids cultivation. Just focus on eating it, and breaking through to the second layer of body refinement will be as easy as eating and drinking, Qin Ming assured earnestly. Thank you, Brother Ernyo. I will work hard, Qin Zhan replied earnestly. Clap. Qin Ming chuckled at his response, patting Qin Zhan on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Don't underestimate yourself. Time will reveal everything. I believe in you. 3 days have elapsed since Qin Zhan's arrival in this world, and within these days, he has mostly interacted with his fellow villager, Ernyo Qin Ming. It must be said, Qin Ming is an admirable person, constantly looking out for him. Energy value, 0.001. Here it comes again. Since his reincarnation, Qin Zhan frequently hears this prompt in his mind while eating, suggesting that this might be his lucky charm, though he remains uncertain about its exact purpose. Qin Zhan took another bite of beef. Energy value, 0.001. Dung, dung, dung. Upon finishing their meal and just entering the Jinui base at the East China Sea Prefecture, the two heard someone striking a gong outside, shouting as they walked. Good news! The wolf demon terrorizing Shaowang village has been captured by Lieutenant Li, and it will soon be publicly executed in the training ground. Good news, good news! The wolf demon from Shaowang village has been caught. Prepare for its execution in the training area. A small soldier from the Jinui banged the gong as he hurried around the base, and instantly, the area erupted in a commotion. Everyone emerged from their tents, buzzing with conversation. That wretched wolf demon has finally been caught. It's claimed quite a number of lives over the past month. Indeed, which village within dozens of miles of Shaowang hasn't suffered at its hands? The poor Shaowang village had over 100 households, and few are left standing now. Alas, let's go. I want to see this beast slay firsthand. While the Wu dynasty experiences a time of prosperity, many areas still suffer from localized unrest. The recent demon menace is a prime example. Not long ago, a wolf demon began its rampage in Shaowang village in the northern part of the East China Sea Prefecture, resulting in the slaughter of over 100 villagers, leaving only a few survivors. The incident sent shockwaves through the East China Sea Prefecture, prompting the Jinui's lieutenant to order a thorough investigation and vowing to eradicate the wolf demon. This fiend proved exceptionally cunning, evading capture for over a month as it continued its murderous spree near Shaowang village, but today it has finally fallen into their grasp. Chapter 2. The wolf demon. In an instant, the training ground was surrounded by a throng of people, with Qin Zhan and Qin Ming among them. Having just arrived in this world, Qin Zhan found himself intrigued by both warriors and demons alike. The training ground was densely packed with several hundred Imperial Guards, leaving a vast open space in the center, that expanse. Qin Zhan beheld a colossal creature, a gray wolf, mightier than an ox. This wolf demon was astonishingly large, bound by thick iron chains, reminiscent of a small hill, towering 2 to 3 meters high and stretching 4 to 5 meters long, its robust physique accentuated by its eerie, greenish eyes that glimmered with a fierce, chilling light, leaving a profound impact on all who gazed upon it. In his previous life, Qin Zhan had encountered wolves at a zoo, which were roughly the size of a husky, and the latter could easily blend in with a pack of wolves. Yet the beast before him was utterly terrifying, as they were not even in the same weight class. Roar! On the training ground, the gray wolf demon emitted a low growl, its body thrashing about in a desperate attempt to break free from its chains. That a dozen Imperial Guards joined forces to restrain it, rendering it immobile. The wolf demon continued to struggle, its massive head swinging from side to side, its gaping maw exuding an oppressive aura, as the guards were tugged to and fro, causing those who watched to break into a sweat, fearful that the creature might suddenly escape and wreak havoc. Step aside. Let me handle this. A burly man clad in black armor, his face adorned with a rugged beard, emerged from the crowd. The onlookers swiftly parted to create a path for him. Armed with a gleaming green dragon crescent blade, He strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, coming face to face with the wolf demon, the astonishment of all. A rare glimmer of fear flickered in the wolf's eyes upon seeing the man. This imposing figure was Li Zhong, a captain of the Imperial Guards from Donghai Prefecture, whose strength had reached the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Just a step away from transcending into the innate realm, it was he who had led the effort to capture the wolf demon alive. It is worth noting that capturing a wolf demon alive is a far more arduous task than slaying one. Underscoring his formidable prowess. Kill, 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 kill. With each step Li Zhong took, he bellowed the word kill, inspiring those around him to echo his fervor. Holding the green dragon crescent blade with its tip resting on the ground, he carved deep lines into the earth. Once the momentum reached its peak, he leapt into the air, raising the blade above his head before bringing it crashing down towards the wolf demon's neck. Splurt! With a swift stroke, Li Zhong severed the wolf demon's neck, which was as thick as a barrel, causing its head, larger than that of an ox, to roll onto the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. After a few futile thrashes, the wolf demon lay lifeless. Good! Good, good! The crowd erupted in cheers that Li Zhong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brothers, I have not failed in my duty, and have successfully slain the wolf demon that plagued the small Wang Zhuang." Imposing, imposing, imposing. The crowd sang praises in unison. Li Zhong basked in their adulation, brimming with vitality and repeatedly cupping his hands in greeting. Ding! A voice suddenly echoed in Qin Zhan's mind. Energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Momentarily stunned, Qin Zhan responded, "Absorb. Energy value. 10. Qin Zhan's eyes brightened at the news. A single wolf demon had granted him 10 energy points. Previously, his energy had only increased by 0.001, and though he was uncertain of the total energy required to activate his hidden potential, he understood that the more energy he accumulated, the better. That if consuming food could enhance energy value, and the death of a wolf demon could yield energy points, did that imply he could gain energy from any beast or human's demise? With stronger beings providing greater rewards? As Qin Zhan pondered, he concluded, no, there's also a distance factor. In Donghai Prefecture, creatures and beings die constantly, yet I do not absorb energy unless I am in close proximity. In a flash, he turned to Qin Ming and said, "Ernyo, I'm heading out to purchase something that I shall return shortly." "All right, hurry back that I want to accompany you. I will focus on my training. I aim to challenge the captains in the upcoming Imperial Guard competition in a month and become the new captain. For I sense that this Li captain may not be as formidable as I had imagined." Qin Ming replied softly. The Imperial Guard promotion system has always favored the capable over the incompetent. While junior and senior ranks might endure through time, competition at the captain level is fierce. Every year, on the 28th of September, during the Imperial Guard's founding celebration, a captain challenge would be held, allowing anyone to challenge the captains. Those who could defeat the incumbent captain, regardless of their rank, could rise to captaincy, commanding 100 men and enjoying increased pay, along with the opportunity to select new martial arts from the armory, an opportunity that offered wealth, power, and strength all at once. Each captain challenge was a grand event attended by high-ranking officials, making it an excellent opportunity for one to distinguish themselves. Qin Ming, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the body refinement realm, was already powerful, and with his divine strength surpassing that of ordinary 10th level warriors, he stood a good chance in the competition for the position of captain. It was reserved for those who had reached the innate realm, and attaining that realm was the sole requirement. After bidding farewell to Qin Ming, Qin Zhan promptly left the Imperial Guard's residence and made his way to Donghai Prefecture, the capital of Donghai County. Donghai Prefecture was impressively grand, with the Imperial Guard's base located at its northwest corner, mere steps from the city center, dressed in a flying fish uniform and wielding a brocade spring knife. Qin Zhan commanded the attention of passers-by, who parted to grant him passage to validate his hypothesis. He ventured into the largest slaughterhouse in the city, spinning around under the pretense of investigating. Energy value, 0. 1 energy value, 0.01. Countless notifications reverberated in Qin Zhan's mind, and his smile grew increasingly jubilant, eventually leading him to erupt into laughter. His exuberance left the slaughterhouse owner perplexed, wondering what the official's intentions were. Was there truly a problem with his establishment? "Sir, is there something unusual about my slaughterhouse?" the owner tentatively inquired. Qin Zhan shook his head. No, this slaughterhouse is quite satisfactory, but do ensure cleanliness. Yes, I will certainly improve, the owner promptly replied, after roaming the slaughterhouse a few more times. Qin Zhan found that the day's slaughtering tasks were nearly complete, with butchers gradually clocking out for the day, but he left the premises carrying 5 pounds of fatty pork that the owner had cut for him. Chapter 3. Tenfold cultivation speed in the following days. Qin Zhan consistently sought excuses to traverse various slaughterhouses, amassing an ever-growing store of energy points. After 5 days, ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 energy points. System installation is complete. Would you like to bind the system? A cold, emotionless voice resonated. Yes. Qin Zhan exhaled a deep breath, having awaited this moment for quite some time. Ding! System binding successful. System initializing. The frigid voice echoed once more. And simultaneously, a property panel regarding Qin Zhan appeared before him. Host. Qin Zhan age, 15 realm. Initial stage of body refinement realm, first level martial art. Body refinement fist, not yet initiated energy value. 100-point system. What is the use of the energy value? Qin Zhan inquired within his mind. At this stage, energy values can directly aid the host in enhancing martial art proficiency. The system replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let us elevate my body refinement fist. Qin Zhan exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. Before joining the Imperial Guards, he had only practiced inferior forms of martial arts, but after enlisting, every member had the opportunity to learn the top-tier, yellow-level martial art. Body refinement fist. Do not underestimate its prevalence. This martial art was created by the founding emperor of the martial dynasty and is regarded as one of the finest foundational martial arts in the world. Mastering the body refinement fist to perfection could potentially grant one immense strength at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the body refinement realm, something even Xian level or Earth level martial arts could not achieve. However, many advanced martial arts have high requirements for aptitude and realm, rendering them inaccessible to the average person or those of lower realms. Thus, in terms of cost-effectiveness, the body refinement fist could be considered one of the best foundational martial arts in the martial dynasty. Nonetheless, while the body refinement fist is easy to practice, achieving perfection is no simple feat. Most practitioners find that reaching a strength of 1,000 pounds at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the body refinement realm is already commendable. And possessing 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of strength would be considered extraordinary talent. The martial dynasty boasts a martial culture, with everyone practicing martial arts and martial arts schools proliferating everywhere. Most individuals can access martial paths, but only those entering sects or official factions can truly delve into profound martial arts. Qin Zhan was indeed fortunate. By joining the Imperial Guards, he was granted the opportunity to cultivate the body refinement fist. However, to learn more advanced martial arts, one must exchange corresponding merit points. Ding! Consuming 20 energy points. Congratulations, host. Your body refinement fist has reached the entry level. Ding! Consuming 20 energy points. Congratulations, host. Your body refinement fist has reached the minor achievement level. Ding! 20 energy points have been consumed. Congratulations, host, for achieving perfection in the body tempering fist. You have successfully cultivated a martial art to its consummate state. A grand gift package awaits you. Would you like to claim it? The system inquired. Claim it. Qin Zhan responded. Congratulations, host. You have received a 1-month period of 10-fold cultivation enhancement. Please make good use of this time to elevate your realm. The system announced. The body tempering fist has ascended directly to the pinnacle of great perfection. Qin Zhan felt as if his comprehension of the body tempering fist had reached its zenith. Techniques and cultivation methods that once eluded him now became crystal clear. What had previously appeared profound and inscrutable in the body tempering fist was now devoid of secrets in his eyes. With a month of 10-fold cultivation speed, a single day of my training equates to 10 days for others, and with my current insights into the great perfection level of the body tempering fist, my cultivation speed has already surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several times. Thus, my current pace may even reach dozens of times that of others. Qin Zhan pondered meticulously. A day's advancement translated to the equivalent of several decades for others. What a concept! He was on the verge of soaring. Time to cultivate and witness the results. With a thought, he embraced the cosmos. The fist emerged like a dragon. Arriving at the training ground, Qin Zhan commenced his practice of the body tempering fist. Each move was imbued with tremendous power, and every strike flowed seamlessly, indicative of having cultivated the body tempering fist to great perfection, having touched upon the essence of martial art. Boom, boom, boom. as Qin Zhan executed the body-tempering fist. He absorbed the world's primordial energy using his physical strength, refining his internal impurities, shifting his tendons and marrow, purifying his bones and blood. His body became akin to a treasure trove. The essence of body tempering lay in the relentless refinement of one's physique, achieving a harmonious unity, becoming an immaculate being, unsullied and flawless. Every pore on Qin Zhan's body opened up, demonstrating an awe-inspiring force with every movement and stillness as he unleashed the body-tempering fist. His muscles and bones resonated, his entire skeleton crackling like popping beans in a hot pan. His realm continuously ascended. Peak of the first layer of body tempering. Peak of the second layer of body tempering. Peak of the third layer of body tempering. In just one night, Qin Zhan broke through successively, easily reaching the peak of the third layer of body tempering. At this moment, his strength astonishingly reached a terrifying 3,000 Jin. Each layer of advancement increased his strength by 1,000 Jin, achieving the theoretical maximum threshold of the body tempering fist's refinement. If this continued, upon reaching the perfect 10th layer of body tempering, he could possess a strength of 10,000 Jin. What does 10,000 Jin signify? It rivals that of the offspring of legendary beasts that he would embody a humanoid ferocity, unmatched even by ordinary, innate realm experts. In a single night, he had remarkably ascended to the peak of the third layer of body tempering, his strength soaring to 3,000 Jin. Yet this was insufficient. He yearned to continue his cultivation. He also aspired to participate in the 100 House Challenge a month hence. Confidence stemmed from strength, and with his power surging, Qin Zhan brimmed with self-assurance. Even now, his strength could rival that of an ordinary Jin Yi 100 House leader. However, strength alone does not equate to prowess. Essentially, every Jin Yi 100 House leader was at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of body tempering, many having mastered multiple martial arts. Thus, their strength often ranged from 2 to 3,000 Jin, or even higher, and their combat experience surpassed his own. Hence, to secure a definitive victory, he must become even stronger. With the tenfold cultivation speed boost, he was confident he could elevate his realm to the peak of the 10th layer of body tempering within a month. By then, he would possess 10,000 Jin of strength, enabling him to contest even the most ordinary innate realm experts. System, can my energy points be used to directly enhance my realm? Qin Zhan inquired. No, the system replied. The system can only strengthen the host's comprehension and understanding of martial arts and divine abilities. However, elevating one's realm necessitates personal effort and cultivation. The system exists solely as an aid, not a means of effortless gain. All right then, as for enhancing comprehension of martial arts and divine abilities, the system's assistance was already an extraordinary advantage, akin to wielding fully leveled divine equipment to slay monsters. Wouldn't one's realm rise effortlessly? Chapter 4. The challenge. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Qin Zhan led a fulfilling life, wandering amidst the major slaughterhouses during daylight, harvesting energy points over the course of the month. He accumulated over 100 energy points, sufficient to cultivate a yellow-grade martial art to perfection. At night, he engaged in relentless training, the tenfold cultivation speed coupled with his insights into the body-tempering fist, resulting in a month's training, equating to the arduous efforts of an ordinary person over 3 to 5 years. As the tenfold cultivation speed enhancement concluded, Qin Zhan successfully reached the peak of the 7th layer of body tempering, just a step away from the 8th layer, while his strength had escalated to a terrifying 7,000 Jin. Even Qin Ming, endowed with innate divine strength and having cultivated the body tempering fist to a mid-level, could only muster 5,000 Jin at the peak of the 9th layer of body tempering. This instilled him with ample courage and strength to challenge the Jin Yi 100 House leaders. Ha! Mastery of the body tempering fist, 10th layer of body tempering, 6,000 Jin of strength, success at last. On the eve of the Jin Yi 100 House Challenge, after a month of frenzied cultivation, Qin Ming emerged from his seclusion, brimming with confidence. This time, I will undoubtedly secure my place among the top 10 Jin Yi 100 House leaders of Donghai Prefecture, cultivating the body tempering fist at the peak of the 10th layer, with 3 to 5,000 Jin of strength, was indeed a sign of extraordinary talent. Yet, upon entering the 10th layer, Qin Ming already possessed 6,000 Jin of strength, that if he were to reach the pinnacle, his power might ascend even further. Nevertheless, the accomplishment of mastering the body tempering fist, combined with the 10th layer, and 6,000 gene of strength, had instilled him with considerable confidence. This time, he was determined to triumph in the Qin Yi 100 House Challenge. 7th layer of body tempering. Little stone, what on earth is going on with you? Have you been possessed by a demon? Upon emerging from his retreat, Qin Ming gazed at Qin Zhan in disbelief. His voice slightly stammering, "Did I in just a month?" Qin Zhan had cultivated to such a realm. It was simply incredible. Qin Ming scrutinized Qin Zhan from head to toe, tentatively asking, "Little stone, you haven't awakened some bloodline power?" "Have you, bloodline power? I'm not entirely sure. One day, after you, Brother Erneu, entered your seclusion, I suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through my body, my blood boiling. And then I fainted. Upon waking, I realized my understanding of the body-tempering fist and my cultivation insights had become remarkably clear. And my training speed was astonishingly swift. After a month of diligent practice, I've reached the 7th layer of body tempering." Qin Zhan feigned confusion as he spoke. "Given your situation, it is highly likely that you have awakened a bloodline. This is a fortuitous event. Many who awaken their bloodlines experience accelerated cultivation speed for a time, breaking through realms as easily as drinking water or eating food. Your circumstances are quite similar. Little stone, it seems you are destined for greatness." Qin Ming exclaimed joyfully, giving Qin Zhan's shoulder a friendly pat. This rate of cultivation by next year's Qin Yi 100 House Challenge. You might very well become a 100 house leader yourself. Soon, we will both be 100 house leaders, and thereafter, 1,000 house leaders, 10,000 house leaders. Our rise to prominence is not far off. Haha. Qin Ming envisioned a bright future, not doubting Qin Zhan due to his sudden surge in power, nor feeling envious of his talent. "Yes, Brother Erneu, I will strive to excel, that I also wish to participate in the 100 House Challenge to acclimate myself to the competitive environment," Qin Zhan stated. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, Qin Ming paused for a moment, then thoughtfully replied, "It's fine if you wish to participate, but avoid those particularly fierce competitors. You could seek sparring with Zhao Baihu or Wang Baihu. Their strength is somewhat lesser than the others. Yet they are more gentle in temperament. Although the 100 House Challenge prohibits lethal or crippling blows to challengers, some fierce competitors can be quite ruthless, leaving you bedridden for half a year. I heard that someone who challenged Zhao Shuang, the Zhao Baihu, is still coughing blood often to this day. While the external injuries aren't severe, the internal injuries have left his organs displaced. So, avoid those fierce competitors that as long as we give ourselves enough time, we will surely surpass them one day. Don't rush to show off now." Qin Zhan nodded in agreement. "I understand." On the 28th day of the 9th month in the year 10879 of the Wu dynasty, at the Qin Yi garrison in Donghai Prefecture, nearly 1,000 Qin Yi gathered in the training ground, each face radiating excitement and fervor. Today marked the celebration of the Qin Yi's establishment and the commencement of the annual 100 House Challenge. On this day, anyone could challenge any of the 10 Qin Yi 100 House leaders of Donghai Prefecture. Victory would allow them to take the leader's place and inherit everything. In the makeshift towering stands, the prefect of Donghai, the deputy commander of the Donghai military, and the heads and elders of the prominent families of Donghai were seated. The central seat of honor, sat a middle-aged man clad in black armor. Exuding an imposing presence, he sat majestically, emanating a restrained aura. Yet those who approached him were invariably intimidated by the overwhelming bloodlust suppressed within him. Here stands Su Pejun, the chief commander of the Qin Yi stationed in Donghai County. He is a formidable warrior at the innate realm, and serves as the supreme leader of the Qin Yi throughout Donghai County, in the vast Wu dynasty. There are precisely 3,000 Qin Yi commanders like him stationed in various regions. When considering those in the capital and other special areas, the total number of Qin Yi commanders in the entire Wu dynasty does not exceed 5,000, but the Qin Yi commanders are regarded as the middle to upper echelon of the organization. In contrast, there are fewer than 500 Qin Yi generals, each one a top-tier innate realm powerhouse, with the elite generals in the capital, Shindu, possessing even the strength of transcending the ordinary realm. As for figures like the commanding officers and governors, their might is unparalleled. The dignitaries from various factions in Donghai County took their seats in the stands that Su Pejun rose and proclaimed loudly. Today marks the celebration of the Qin Yi's establishment, as well as the commencement of the annual Qin Yi 100 Commanders Challenge. The 10 Qin Yi 100 commanders from Donghai County stepped forward, Among the crowd, 10 vigorous men ascended the platform, standing proudly at the forefront, their spirits soaring high. You may challenge any of the 10 before you, that if victorious, you shall usurp all that they possess. However, one must remember, do not cripple or kill your opponents. Other than that, feel free to exhibit your skills. Now, without further ado, let the contest begin. After delivering his announcement, Su Pejun returned to his seat. Watching a fierce battle unfold among the participants, as a master of the innate realm, he remained largely indifferent to the skirmish. Knowing that regardless of the outcomes, his position remained unthreatened, he regarded the clashes as mere children's play. Chapter 5. Return to origin. Blade technique. In front of the prominent figures in the stands were an array of nuts, candied fruits, and assorted pastries. Conversations flowed as the 10 Qin Yi 100 commanders stood tall on the platform. Just as Su Pejun declared the challenge open, someone stepped forward. "Did I, Huang Shengtian, challenge Zhao Gang, the 100 commander?" exclaimed a Qin Yi standard bearer. Each year, it was primarily the young and capable standard bearers of the Qin Yi who engaged in these challenges. The lower-ranking soldiers and junior standard bearers generally lacked the courage and strength to compete, while those veterans who had secured the standard bearer title through mere seniority were also unlikely to challenge, often lacking the requisite strength themselves. Indeed, many standard bearers were not even as strong as junior standard bearers. They had simply accrued merits over decades of service, a testament to the Emperor's grace, a reward for their diligent efforts over the years. "Huang Shengtian, it's you again. After last year's defeat, you still haven't learned your lesson. That Tio hoped to best me. You'll need at least 2 more years of practice." Zhao Gang, slightly plump and sporting a cheerful demeanor, was not particularly fierce. Many had challenged him in the past, but such challenges were not endless. A 100 commander could accept a maximum of 10 challenges, with each challenge separated by half an hour. If it were truly a wheel battle, a 100 commander could face dozens or even hundreds consecutively, and even a perfected innate realm warrior would be worn out. There's no such thing as an undefeated champion. After all, I recently broke through to the 10th level of body refining. Today, I'm here to test my skills. I hope you will not hold back, 100 Commander Zhao, Huang Shengtian declared as he drew his shimmering spring embroidery blade. The other 900 commanders retreated to the side of the platform, leaving space for Zhao Gang and Huang Shengtian. "Let us see what you've got." Zhao Gang also drew his spring embroidery blade, locking eyes with Huang Shengtian on the platform. Whoosh, Gale Blade Technique. Huang Shengtian struck first, a brilliant arc of blade light erupting as dozens of blade shadows materialized before Zhao Gang. Gale Blade Technique has been mastered. No wonder you dare to challenge me. But it's still not enough. Return to origin. Blade Technique. Slash. Zhao Gang countered swiftly, his blade energy honed to perfection, cleaving through Huang Shengtian's myriad of blade shadows with a single stroke. The force of his strike landing squarely on Huang Shengtian's chest, sending him crashing off the platform. Poof! Huang Shengtian spat out a mouthful of blood, clenching his fists in frustration. He could hardly believe that the low-tier profound technique, return to origin blade technique, had been cultivated to such a high level. Truly, the depth of the Qin Yi commanders was remarkable. Challenge failed. Next, the referee, an experienced Qin Yi standard bearer, announced loudly that "I challenge Wang Tianba. I challenge Li Zhong." Following the conclusion of the first match, more individuals stepped forward to issue their challenges. However, after 6 or 7 consecutive battles, no one had succeeded, for these Qin Yi commanders had all endured countless challenges and failures to secure their positions. Those with insufficient strength could never hope to maintain a seat among the Qin Yi commanders. "Little Stone, it's nearly time. I'm going up to the platform," Qin Ming, a tall and sturdy individual, declared. Contrary to his imposing stature, he possessed a keen intellect. Noticing that the person he wished to challenge had already faced 2 challenges, he felt it was time to make his move. "I, Qin Ming, challenge Zhang Deshan," he announced upon ascending the platform. "This kid is a talent," Su Pejun remarked with a smile upon seeing Qin Ming step up. "Indeed, Commander Su, your subordinates are remarkable. This mere Qin Yi junior standard bearer possesses such strength. Truly extraordinary," the county magistrate of Donghai commented. "You flatter me, Magistrate Li. This lad just joined this year. Yet his abilities are impressive. He possesses innate strength. I initially intended to promote him to standard bearer, yet he requested a Qin Yi position for a fellow villager instead, that I thought it was a matter of loyalty." But today I realize he has his sights set on the position of Hunter Commander instead. Haha, Supa Jun teased. Let us see what this lad can achieve. Supa Jun did not originate from the Qin way. He had initially served in the military. However, after offending a military bigwig, upon breaking through to the innate realm, he leveraged his connections to secure a transfer to the position of Qin Wei Commander in Donghai County. As a military man, he was somewhat at odds with the unscrupulous style of the Qin Wei. Yet he held a fondness for Qin Ming, a towering figure who appeared incredibly fierce. As Qin Ming stepped onto the platform, he bore no weapon, exposing his bare arms, while his opponent, Zhang Deshan, equally robust and stocky, cast aside his own heavy spiked club, which was as thick as a child's thigh. The flying fish suit and spring embroidery blade are indeed symbols of the Qin way, yet many prefer other weapons. Zhang Deshan bellowed, "You've got guts, kid. Come. Let us have a grand battle for 300 rounds." Though not the strongest among the 10 Qin Wei Hunter commanders, he was certainly no weakling. "Old man, who is your grandpa? I'm your ancestor." Qin Ming retorted fiercely before charging at Zhang Deshan, akin to an ancient wild bull colliding with him and sending him flying back, crashing heavily to the ground, his bones likely shattered from the impact. Wow! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was far too brutal. Just one exchange, and it was over before it truly began. Was Zhang Deshan too weak, or was Qin Ming too strong? Remarkable! Such innate strength. That blow must have had 5,000 pounds of force. In the body refining realm, possessing such strength renders all techniques and skills mere decorations. Zhang Deshan lost without shame. Supa Jun remarked. The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes lingering on the imposing figure of the newly appointed Qin Wei Hunter Commander. Qin Ming, meanwhile, Zhang Deshan, having been severely injured by Qin Ming's charge, was left in obscurity, a defeated challenger destined to fade into the background. Qin Ming emerged victorious, becoming the new Hunter Commander. The referee announced loudly, "Well done." The Qin Wei members below cheered in unison, expressing genuine admiration and praise. This was the power of a role model. Once one rises above the rest with effort, they too could become the next Qin Ming, the Hunter Commander. As Qin Ming's success ignited the spirits of others, however, after another 10 matches, no further challenger succeeded, and the fervor gradually waned, giving way to a calm realization. As time passed, fewer and fewer individuals dared to ascend the platform. Those eligible for challenges needed to possess the strength of the 9th level of body, refining that if their power was too weak, they risked humiliation and potential retribution, rendering such endeavors unnecessary. Chapter 6. Our Qin Wei requires such talents. Though each Hunter Commander could only be challenged 10 times, by the 3rd or 4th challenge, the Qin Wei commanders typically began to fight with greater intensity. This was because once a commander faced the 8th, 9th, or even 10th challenge, their stamina and energy would be severely depleted, and they could indeed suffer an unexpected defeat. Hence, they had to take decisive action by the 3rd or 4th challenge, setting an example to deter further challengers. Donghai County boasted over 1,000 Qin Wei members. With 1 commander, 10 Hunter commanders, 20 standard bearers, and 100 junior standard bearers. Among these, the most challenged Hunter commander had faced 7 challenges, while the least challenged had received not a single challenge. Indeed, not one. He is Chao Shuang, a captain of the Jinhui. This Chao is notorious for his violent tendencies, striking with ruthless ferocity and employing unscrupulous methods that have earned him the disdain of Supa Jun. However, Supa Jun lacks the authority to dismiss Chao Shuang from his position. Moreover, Chao Shuang is astute and meticulous in his dealings, leaving no evidence for Supa Jun to exploit. Aware of Chao Shuang's treacherous nature, few dare to challenge him without absolute confidence, and indeed he is recognized as the strongest among the 10 captains of the Jinhui. Although he holds the title of captain, he is in fact a deputy commander, as there is no formal concept of a deputy commander in the Jinhui hierarchy. This arrangement is intended to prevent any single commander from monopolizing power, thus a so-called deputy commander is appointed to maintain a balance. And Chao Shuang is the deputy commander designated by the capital that as the number of challengers dwindled. Chao Shuang stepped from one corner of the arena to its center and proclaimed loudly, "Seeing that my esteemed colleagues have accepted the challenge, I find myself unable to contain my eagerness. Regrettably, no one has yet dared to challenge me, that if one lacks the courage, then surely 10 will suffice. I, Chao Shuang, am willing to accept the challenge from 10 individuals at once. Should any among you triumph over me, I shall willingly relinquish my position as captain and the authority of deputy commander. What say you, commander? Chao Shuang inquired, casting his gaze towards Su Pejun, who was seated in the stands. Since Captain Chao is willing, I have no objections. Let the contest begin. Though uncertain of Chao Shuang's true intentions, Su Pejun was disinclined to engage in further discourse and casually acquiesced. Count me in, Sun Liang. And I, Zhou Dekun. The ancient adage states, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. The allure of riches is not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Chao Shuang at his peak, having perfected his body refinement, it is conceivable that 10 practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement could challenge him effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhan infiltrated the ranks of these 10 challengers. Are you serious? A practitioner at the 7th level of body refinement dares to challenge Chao Shuang? Truly, they have no fear of death. It was a pity that one of the 10 slots had been wasted on him, that as Qin Zhan ascended the stage. The remaining 9 regarded him with disdain, while the crowd below murmured in speculation that in a corner of the arena, Qin Meng's eyelids twitched in alarm, wondering why this simpleton had provoked the notorious Chao Shuang. Even with his current strength, he could not claim victory against Chao Shuang, and in a brawl, the target of the assault is often a perceived weaker opponent, a natural instinct. Undoubtedly, among these 10 challengers, Qin Zhan was the most vulnerable. Is it just the 10 of you? Very well, come at me together. Chao Shuang's voice was cold and unyielding. Attack. The 10 surged forward, and a peak 9th level Jinui banner bearer unleashed a dazzling slash aimed directly at Chao Shuang. With a slight sidestep, Chao Shuang seized the man's wrist, and with a crack, shattered it without mercy to that moment. 2 more assailants kicked him from behind. Chao Shuang grinned savagely, and a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from his back, sending the 2 attackers staggering backward. Blood energy unleashed, a congenital realm, gasped the crowd in horror that if Chao Shuang had truly achieved the congenital realm, there would be no contest. One should concede immediately. However, it was merely a brief surge of energy, not a full breakthrough. Yet he was undeniably on the cusp, a half step into the congenital realm. Su Pejun spoke gravely, sensing that Chao Shuang now posed a threat to his elevated status, instilling in him a sense of urgency. With my protective blood energy, I stand invincible. You all shall leave. Chao Shuang struck out, sending a newly appointed 9th level Jinui officer tumbling from the stage, where he crashed to the ground. Blood spewing forth, unconscious, strike like a dragon, just as Chao Shuang was basking in his triumph. A furious roar erupted from behind him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. 18 strikes followed in rapid succession. 18-fold fist force, perfected body refinement. Chao Shuang paused, recalling a certain legend, but before he could react, an immense force struck him from behind. Crack! His protective blood energy dissipated under the onslaught, and Qin Zhan's fist landed heavily against Chao Shuang's back, obliterating his defenses with overwhelming might. Boom! Chao Shuang was sent flying, soaring several meters through the air, his back armor shredded by the force of the blow. His bones cracked like popping beans, and he spewed blood mid-flight. Collapsing onto the arena floor in a heap, disheveled and battered, Chao Shuang struggled to raise his head, his face contorted in rage, blood streaming from the gash where he had met the unforgiving stone floor. I refused to accept this. He had not even discerned who had dealt him this blow before losing consciousness. Did I not kill him? Did I strike too hard? Qin Zhan stared at his own fists in bewilderment, his heart racing. The rules forbade fatal blows. What would happen if he faced punishment or worse? Why is a half-step congenital realm fighter so weak? Qin Zhan lamented. I hadn't even used my full strength, yet he fell. The moment from Qin Zhan's strike to Chao Shuang's fall was but an instant, a stunning reversal that left everyone in shock. Following a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. Su Pejun, witnessing the scene, could not help but rise. Chao Shuang has been defeated. This lad shattered his protective blood energy with a single punch. With perfected body refinement at the 7th level, Qin Zhan's punch had generated a force of 7,000 pounds. Such power surpassed that of most congenital realm warriors. The Jinui needs individuals like this, perfected body refinement. Since the inception of body refinement, how many have achieved perfection? Fewer than 100 in a millennium. This lad is a once-in-a-century martial genius. Su Pejun was elated. Chapter 7. Assessment Task. Young man, what is your name? The referee inquired. Qin Zhan, he replied, still in a daze. Qin Zhan has successfully challenged and become the new captain. The referee raised Qin Zhan's right hand high, announcing jubilantly to AT that moment. Su Pejun approached the arena with a smile, addressing Qin Zhan. So you are Qin Zhan. Congratulations on your successful challenge, becoming the new captain and attaining the authority of deputy commander, making you the second in command of the East Sea Jinyui. All privileges enjoyed by Cao Shuang are now yours. Thank you, Commander, Qin Zhan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wait, you said your name is Qin Zhan. Could it be that you are the same Qin Ming from my hometown? Su Pejun seemed to have a sudden realization. Indeed, he is my fellow townsman, Qin Ming confirmed from the sidelines. Just over a month ago, when you passed the Jinyui assessment, you had only just reached the first level of body refinement. How is it that in such a short time, you have attained such strength? Su Pejun inquired, puzzled. Commander, one day a month ago, I suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through me, as if my blood were boiling. And then I fainted. Upon awakening, my understanding of body refinement and training had become remarkably clear, and my pace of cultivation accelerated tremendously. After a month of diligent practice, I reached the 7th level of body refinement. Qin Zhan recounted, echoing the explanation he had given to Qin Ming. Su Pejun pondered for a moment before responding. It appears you have either awakened a unique bloodline or a special physique. Young man, you are truly talented. Do well and do not disappoint me. The possessors of unique bloodlines and special physiques are not uncommon in the martial dynasty. Some awaken in their innate state, while others do so later in life, with varying methods of awakening. However, those who possess such traits are invariably martial geniuses that in a sense. Qin Ming's innate strength could also be considered a form of special physique. Su Pejun couldn't help but marvel at Qin Zhan's fortuitous fate. Awakening even the most basic bloodline would significantly increase his chances of becoming a congenital realm master. It would not be long before the Jinyui welcomed yet another commander. Now let the challenge continue, Su Pejun bellowed. Cao Shuang had been carried away, his spine shattered, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Not only was his ascension to the congenital realm hopeless, but even survival would render him a mere invalid. The challenge continued, with fewer and fewer challengers stepping forward. After a morning of contests, Qin Zhan and Qin Ming emerged victorious, rising as the new captains of the Jinyui, and Qin Zhan even assumed the title of deputy commander. Truly a remarkable achievement. Within the Jinyui command tent, Commander, Qin Zhan and Qin Ming bowed respectfully to Su Pejun, who was seated and sipping tea. You've arrived. Congratulations on your successful challenges and becoming the new captains. However, Qin Zhan, I cannot decide on your deputy commander authority. Neither can Cao Shuang, though we must report to higher authorities to ascertain the upper echelon's intentions. However, this position of Baihu is one you have attained through your own merit. And there is absolutely no doubt about it, Su Pejun declared. According to regulations, every newly appointed Baihu must complete a specific task to pass the evaluation period that I happen to have a task for you. And as long as you complete it, you will successfully pass the evaluation and officially take on the role of the new Baihu. Should you fail to accomplish the task, you will have to wait for another suitable task to present itself before you can undergo the evaluation again. If you fail 3 times, then the position of Baihu within the Jinyui will ultimately elude you. We will certainly complete the task. Qin Ming immediately expressed his determination, stating that at this juncture, being hindered by the evaluation would be a significant loss. May I inquire what the task entails, sir? Qin Zhan also spoke up. There is no need to rush this matter. I will inform you in 7 days. For now, it is most crucial for you to enhance your strength. You should head to the armory and select a martial technique. As newly appointed Baihu, you are entitled to choose one low-level Xian class technique for free. Make sure to seize this opportunity well, Su Pejun advised. Additionally, consider the path you wish to take in the future, for you are unlike other Baihu. You are both quite young, especially Qin Zhan, who is merely 15 this year. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable strength, and your future is boundless. Even reaching the innate realm is not out of the question. Surely, you do not intend to remain in Donghai County for the rest of your life. If you perform well, I can write you a letter of recommendation to the headquarters of the Jinyui in the capital. The capital is the heart of the Wuchao, where the opportunities for growth are far greater. The capital. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's breath quickened slightly. The capital is the most prosperous place in the Wuchao, who among its people does not yearn to experience its grandeur. Qin Zhan was no exception. Observing Qin Zhan's expression, Su Pejun nodded and then addressed Qin Ming. Moreover, Qin Ming, your fierce temperament does not align well with the dark and murky tasks of the Jinyui that I do not wish to squander your talents. I previously urged you to consider this carefully. Although I have been demoted here due to offending a powerful figure in the military, I still possess some connections within the military, and I have influential backing. With a few strategic moves, it would not be difficult to transfer you from Donghai County to one of the elite forces, the Xinjiao Army to Tob Frank. You would have greater prospects in the military than in the Jinyui. Accumulating military merit and attaining a prominent position in the court would not be impossible. The military. Qin Ming felt a stir of interest. Initially, he had joined the Jinyui with the aspiration of attaining distinction and providing a better life for his family and himself. However, now that he was on the verge of becoming a Baihu, everything seemed so easily within reach that he found it somewhat dull, as Su Pejun had approached him twice with the intention of recommending him to the Xinjiao Army, which is one of the elite forces of the Wuchao. The commander, Luo Gongzhao, is a peerless powerhouse of the Forge realm and one of the 36 divine generals of the Wuchao, as well as a significant figure in the military and Su Pejun's ally. With Su Pejun's connections, Qin Ming's entry into the Xinjiao Army would be a mere formality. All right, these matters are still a bit distant for you. First, select your martial technique, and then complete the evaluation task. Reflect carefully on what I have said today, that if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Su Pejun waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. He was straightforward in his words and actions, never one to beat around the bush. After Qin Zhan and Qin Ming left, Su Pejun shook his head with a sense of frustration. Alas, it is indeed a difficult situation. The headquarters of the Jinyui is requesting talents from me. An old Luo wants me to scout some promising candidates. It is challenging to navigate such matters. With that, he took a sip of tea and tossed the cup onto the table. What kind of wretched tea is this? It is as bland as water. I shall not drink it any longer. I will go have some wine. One of the few advantages of being the commander of the Jinyui in Donghai County is that he holds considerable power here. He can drink and listen to music as he pleases with no one daring to intervene. Life is quite carefree, yet he finds himself nostalgically yearning for his military days. Have I truly aged? Su Pejun shook his head. Chapter 8. Fragments of martial techniques in the armory of the Jinyui. An elderly, lean man with formidable strength and decades of service as an officer welcomed them. He was well respected among the ranks of the Jinyui in Donghai County. Wei Lao Yin spoke with authority. Today, we two brothers have come at the command of Commander Su to select a martial technique. Qin Ming stated respectfully. Very well. Please follow me, esteemed Baihu. Wei Lao Yin led the two into the armory, explaining as they walked. According to the standardized configurations of the Wuchao, our armory in Donghai County houses 346 types of low-level Huang-class martial techniques, 218 types of mid-level Huang-class techniques, 137 types of high-level Huang-class techniques, and 65 types of top-level Huang-class techniques. There are 28 types of low-level Xin-class techniques, 13 types of mid-level Xin-class techniques, 7 types of high-level Xin-class techniques, and only 3 top-level Xin-class techniques that as per regulations. Newly appointed Baihu may select 1 low-level Xin-class technique for free. Please feel free to choose. Thank you, Wei Lao. The two replied in unison. The armory of Donghai County boasts nearly 1,000 martial techniques, with over 50 Xin-class techniques, a foundation that rivals that of a mid-level sect. Generally, lesser sects would be fortunate to possess just 1 or 2 Xin-class techniques. Thus, in the Wuchao, one must enter official institutions to learn profound martial techniques. Currently, many disciples of large sects seek to gain experience in various institutions within the Wuchao, harboring ambitions to acquire martial techniques from the Wuchao. Every martial technique is stored within a specialized box crafted by the Tiangong Institute of the Wuchao, which requires specific methods to open. Forcing it open would destroy the precious technique within. Each box is labeled with a white sheet of paper detailing the name and power of the martial technique. Shattered Stone Fist, a mid-level Huang-class technique, when fully mastered, can shatter gold and split stone with a single punch. Blade Slash, a top-level Huang-class technique, when perfected, unleashes a storm of wind and thunder with unparalleled lethality. Returning to the origin blade technique, a low-level Qin class technique, when practiced to the utmost, converges a myriad of blades into one, exhibiting terrifying power and overwhelming dominance. As the two perused the armory, they were dazzled by the myriad of vibrant martial techniques. They quickly dismissed the Huang class techniques and focused their attention on the 28 available low-level Qin class techniques, all of which were of comparable rank and power. Yet, none of the techniques truly captivated them. Qin Zhan yearned to master a top-tier technique, perhaps even a D-class or Tian class technique. However, such aspirations seemed improbable. There are fewer than 100 Tian class techniques in the entire Wuchao, and no more than 1,000 D-class techniques. Many profound techniques are seldom even seen, but as they continued searching, one technique caught Qin Zhan's eye: the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique. A mysterious fragment that, when cultivated to perfection, could transform the practitioner into a pure yang body and consolidate the power of 9 suns. Due to its incompleteness, it can only gather the power of 1 sun and is temporarily classified as a low-level Qin class technique. Are you interested? Unbeknownst to him, Wei Lao Yin had approached Qin Zhan's side. Qin Zhan nodded. A single fragment can reach the level of a low-level Qin class technique. The complete 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique would surely qualify as a D-class technique. This technique was salvaged by the former commander of the Jinyue in Donghai County from a mid-level sect that was eradicated, yet no one has been able to master it to this day. You may attempt to cultivate it. If you are unable to succeed, you may return it and select another low-level Qin class technique, Wei Lao Yin proposed. Then I shall select this technique. Thank you, Wei Lao. Qin Zhan replied. At that moment, Qin Ming also completed his selection, choosing the low-level Qin class technique, the Bull Demon Strength Fist. Though its name sounds unremarkable, it embodies a fierce and unyielding approach when mastered to the utmost. It allows one to condense the essence of the fist technique and gather the true essence of the Bull Demon, making it an exceptional martial art, particularly suited for someone like Qin Ming, who possessed innate strength. Once selections were made, they were to register their choices, and Wei Lao Yin would open the mechanism box for them. Qin Ming took a copy of the Bull Demon Strength Fist, while Qin Zhan obtained the original 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique fragment, as there was only this one copy and it could not be duplicated. After exchanging farewells with Qin Ming, Qin Zhan returned to his quarters to closely examine the fragment of the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique. This fragment appeared neither entirely gold nor entirely jade, yet it was not rigid. Rather, it resembled soft parchment, offering a delightful tactile experience. However, a portion of the fragment had been deliberately damaged, and since this fragment had never fully recorded the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique, the potential for successful cultivation remained uncertain. Host: Qin Zhan. Age: 15 realm. Peak of the 7th layer of body refinement technique. Perfected body refinement fist, 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique. Fragment can be repaired. Not yet initiated energy value. 174 points with a thought. Qin Zhan opened his personal attribute panel and discovered the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique, notably marked as reparable. The system informed him. The host can spend energy points to repair the technique. The complete 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique is classified as a top-tier D-class technique, capable of consolidating the power of 9 suns, with might comparable to that of a low-level Tian class technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's repair it at once. The energy value is insufficient for repairs. To restore the Earth Grade Supreme technique, 9 Heavens Pure Yang Gong, a staggering 10,000 energy points are required. The system's cold, mechanical voice doused Qin Zhan with a wave of despair. 10,000 energy points? Why don't you rob a bank instead? Qin Zhan couldn't help but retort, how on earth am I supposed to gather that much energy? It could take ages, considering that this was the host's first attempt to utilize the repair function. The 10,000 energy points already represented a significant discount. The system continued, in the future, should the host require repairs for the Earth Grade Supreme technique, it will cost at least 1 million energy points. 1 million energy points? My heavens! At the mention, Qin Zhan felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was utterly terrifying. Time to make a swift exit. He returned to the armory to seek out Commander Wei. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, Wei immediately understood that he had failed to cultivate the incomplete technique. Although the technique was commendable, its incompleteness posed a significant risk, even if he managed to cultivate it. Unforeseen complications could arise. You should choose a different one, Wei consoled Qin Zhan. Thank you, Elder Wei, Qin Zhan replied with a respectful gesture. He returned to the armory and opted for a low-tier, mystical-grade technique. The innate primordial skill. This technique was sufficient for Qin Zhan to utilize until he reached the innate realm. Moreover, practicing this technique allowed him to condense primordial force, significantly enhancing his strength. After breaking through to the innate realm, he could also condense primordial essence to rebound his enemy's attacks, making it a perfect blend of offense and defense. Once back in his room, Qin Zhan declared, "System, upgrade the innate primordial skill." Ding. Consuming 50 energy points. Congratulations to the host for elevating the innate primordial skill to the beginner level. Ding. Consuming 50 energy points. Congratulations to the host for elevating the innate primordial skill to the minor achievement level. Ding. Consuming 50 energy points. Congratulations to the host for elevating the innate primordial skill to the intermediate achievement level. Ding. Insufficient energy. Unable to further enhance the innate primordial skill's proficiency at this time. The innate primordial skill had directly consumed 150 energy points to reach the intermediate achievement level, and Qin Zhan's comprehension of this technique had attained a remarkably proficient level, as if he had trained for a decade. Chapter 9. The Might of 10,000 Jin. Host, Qin Zhan Realm. Peak of the 7th layer of body refinement technique. Perfected body, refinement fist, incomplete 9 heavens pure Yanggong, reparable. Intermediate innate primordial skill energy points. 20 for though he had squandered over a month as hard-earned energy, it was worth it. Qin Zhan began to circulate the innate primordial skill, feeling the essence of heaven and earth rushing wildly into his body. The speed of his body refinement had multiplied exponentially, rivaling his previous tenfold training speed that in Oh Wonder top-tier techniques were fiercely contested. The training results were vastly superior to those from the body refinement fist. As he practiced the innate primordial skill and unleashed the body refinement fist using primordial force, the training effect accelerated remarkably, and he soon broke through to the peak of the 8th layer of body refinement. After 7 days of arduous practice, Qin Zhan finally reached the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. His pure physical strength had reached an astonishing 9,000 Jin, yet with the aid of primordial force. A single punch could unleash a might of 10,000 Jin. His vital energy surged like raging waves, emanating a fierce aura, as though a ferocious beast had awakened within him. If he could attain the peak of the 10th layer of body refinement, he might shatter the limits of human physicality, reaching an unimaginable realm. The physical limit of the body refinement realm was 10,000 Jin, a threshold only a few individuals throughout history had surpassed. It was said that the current sovereign, the divine martial emperor, had broken this limit within the body refinement realm, that if Qin Zhan could achieve this, he would etch his name in the annals of history. To unleash 10,000 Jin with a mere flick of his fist was indeed terrifying. However, he felt that even when he first entered the 9th layer of body refinement, he could already achieve 10,000 Jin with the aid of primordial force. Yet, now at the peak of the 9th layer, he still wielded 10,000 Jin. Although he sensed some progress, he realized that to truly surpass the limits of the body refinement realm, he likely needed to reach the 10th layer. Nevertheless, for now, it sufficed. With a mere gesture, he could unleash 10,000 Jin. Even against a true, innate realm powerhouse, he felt no fear. Qin Zhan declared with a spirited demeanor. However, should an innate realm powerhouse be determined to flee, he would be unable to pursue, for they could condense their vital energy and soar through the skies, while he could only run on the ground. In the tent of the Jin Wei's 1,000 household camp, Supa Jun sat with authority, addressing Qin Zhan and Qin Ming. The situation has changed. Initially, I intended for you to investigate the black forces in Duqing County of Donghai Prefecture and quell them, ensuring peace in the region. This task should not have been overly challenging. However, a more pressing issue has arisen that requires your attention. Furthermore, it is not only you. Other 100 household leaders will also join you in this mission. May I inquire what this task entails, Commander? Both men asked at this stage. The only reason we, the Qin Wei, are on high alert is due to the threat of demons. The wolf demon's disturbance in Shaowang village was merely the beginning. There are multiple beastly threats in Donghai Prefecture. Though I cannot provide an exact count at this moment, that it is possible that a powerful innate realm demon has infiltrated Donghai Prefecture 3 days ago. A small town in Qingbei County of Donghai Prefecture reported a series of disappearances. It has now been preliminarily confirmed that these incidents are the work of beasts. However, the scope of their activities is vast, and many traces do not align, indicating that more than one beast is involved. An innate realm beast can already take on a humanoid form, complicating our pursuit. If you encounter an innate realm beast, signal immediately. Do not engage directly. The human body is far more fragile compared to that of beasts, and even at the same realm, humans often fall short. Thus, if you encounter an innate realm beast, prioritize your safety. Your mission is to trace the whereabouts of the beasts, not to eliminate them directly. However, if the beasts are not innate realm, you may join forces to defeat them. If they are innate realm, do not act recklessly. Await my assistance. If there are no questions, you may proceed with the other 100 household leaders to Qinghai County, Su Pejun instructed. Understood. Both men responded with a bow. 100 household leaders formed pairs, dispersing their forces as nearly 1,000 Jin Yi members headed to Qinghai County, located in the southwest of Donghai Prefecture, a region notorious for its poverty. The 5 groups of Jin Yi divided into 5 major directions: east, west, south, north, and center. Qin Zhan and Qin Ming formed one group, and after a brief discussion, they decided to primarily oversee the eastern region of Qinghai County. Qinghai County is characterized by its mountainous terrain and hills, providing ample hiding spots for the beasts. To the east of Qinghai County, 2 locations were identified as likely beast lairs: the Days Forest and Qinghai Mountain. The Days Forest, with its dense trees and marshes, was particularly suited for concealing their tracks, while the numerous villages surrounding Qinghai Mountain made it a favorable hunting ground. Brother Ernyo, let us split our forces. One team will head to Days Forest, while the other proceeds to Qinghai Mountain. What do you think? Qin Zhan suggested, marking the 2 locations on the map of Qinghai County. Brilliant. I'll take the Days Forest. You go to Qinghai Mountain. Qin Ming agreed. Very well. Exercise caution, and signal promptly if any issues arise. Do not overexert yourself. Qin Zhan nodded in agreement. Each took a contingent of around 100 Jin Yi members and began their search in the 2 suspicious areas of Qinghai County. The southern border of Wu Dynasty was rife with mountains and hills, leading to the establishment of numerous mountain god temples, especially in the regions of Qinghai County, Ning County, and Luopa County. It was said that this area had a history of bloodshed, attracting many spirits and deities, resulting in the construction of numerous temples. However, due to the lack of incense offerings and caretakers, many had fallen into disrepair over the years. Mountains and forests give rise to clouds, winds and rains, and they behold strange creatures, all deemed divine. This was the belief surrounding mountain gods. It was said that apart from temple caretakers, mortals should not linger in temples for long. Otherwise, they risked incurring the wrath of the deities. However, Qin Zhan dismissed such superstitions and set up a temporary command post there, deploying his forces to search Qinghai Mountain. As night fell, a red flare shot into the sky, a distress signal unique to the Jin Yi, which appeared on the southern slope of Qinghai Mountain. Has it finally appeared? Qin Zhan, wielding his embroidered spring blade, hurried to the southern slope with utmost speed. Roar! A deep, resonant growl echoed through the night, and a cold, eerie gaze fixed upon Qin Zhan. It was a tiger demon, towering like a small hill, with the scent of blood wafting from its jaws, glancing at the bloodstains and severed limbs strewn on the ground. It was evident that it had devoured fallen Jin Yi members. What a vile beast, daring to consume humans. You seek death. Qin Zhan unsheathed his blade with a swift motion, delivering a powerful strike toward the tiger demon. The tiger demon leaped effortlessly, evading Qin Zhan's attack. Chapter 10. Perfected Body Refinement Roar. The tiger demon lunged from behind Qin Zhan, mouth agape. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Zhan swiftly swung his embroidered spring blade, striking the demon's maw. The blade pierced through, spraying demon blood. This wretched blade is utterly unwieldy. I might as well use my fists. Qin Zhan discarded the embroidered spring blade, unleashing the body refinement fist while secretly channeling primordial force. Delivering a punch imbued with the might of 10,000 Jin, charging straight at the tiger demon. Bang! The tiger demon and Qin Zhan were enmeshed in a fierce struggle. Qin Zhan delivered a powerful punch squarely to the demon's head. Forcefully twisting its massive skull to the side, he unleashed a flurry of blows, his fists raining down upon the tiger demon like a relentless storm, shattering countless bones in the process. The tiger demon writhed on the ground. Qin Zhan mercilessly snapped its neck, ensuring its demise. Nearby, the arriving Imperial Guards gazed in awe at Qin Zhan's ferocity. With his bare hands, he had effortlessly vanquished a foe on par with a perfected body refinement stage demon. The spectacle was nothing short of surreal. Suddenly, a prompt from the system chimed in. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb? Yes. Qin Zhan replied eagerly. Energy value. 200. What? Qin Zhan was taken aback. How could this be? The wolf demon had only granted him 10 points of energy, and though this tiger demon was larger and slightly stronger, it could not possibly yield 200 points. Could it be that the energy gained from personally slaying a beast is greater? He pondered. Affirmative. The host can only absorb 1/10 of the energy from creatures slain by others, while you receive the full energy value from those you personally defeat, the system clarified. Damn it. Qin Zhan couldn't help but scoff. No wonder at the slaughterhouse, when he killed a large pig, he only absorbed 0.1 energy. It was merely 1/10 of the original value. Thus, it seems he must slay demons himself to truly benefit. At this rate, if he kills dozens of tiger demons of this caliber, he could amass 1,000 energy points. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He resolved to first elevate the Xiantian Hunyuan Gong to perfection and subsequently break through to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, shattering the limits of his physique to enhance his current strength. This was of utmost importance. System. Enhance Xiantian Hunyuan Gong. Qin Zhan commanded. Ding. Consumed 50 energy points. Congratulations, the host Xiantian Hunyuan Gong has reached the great accomplishment level. Ding. Consumed 50 energy points. Congratulations, the host Xiantian Hunyuan Gong has attained perfection. Ding. Congratulations, the host Xiantian Hunyuan Gong has been perfected. Host. Qin Zhan Realm. Peak of the 9th layer of body refinement technique. Perfected body refinement fist. 9 heavens pure yang skill. Incomplete. Xiantian Hunyuan Gong. Perfected energy value. 124 points. Qin Zhan immediately began practicing the body refinement fist and Xiantian Hunyuan Gong. The essence of heaven and earth surged. His blood boiled, bursting forth through his crown. Reaching the heavens at this moment, he unleashed a tremendous force, his punch surpassing 10,000 pounds. Now he sensed that with a single strike, he could unleash approximately 12,000 pounds of might, an extraordinarily terrifying power. He felt confident that if faced with another tiger demon of this caliber, he could dispatch it with a single blow. Finally, the body refinement stage is perfected. Qin Zhan murmured to himself. Everyone, allow me to treat you to tiger meat today. He announced to his subordinates among the Imperial Guards. Thank you, my lord. The crowd chorused, their eyes gleaming with delight. The flesh of demon beasts is beneficial for refining the body and condensing vital energy. It is not only the body refinement stage practitioners, but even innate realm experts who covet this meat. This was precisely why Li Zhong had insisted on taking the wolf demon's carcass. Though wolf meat is notoriously tough and unpalatable, it is still demon flesh with high nutritional value, making it worthwhile whether sold or consumed for cultivation. The tiger demon slain by Qin Zhan was larger, with superior meat quality and richer energy, making it even more valuable. His willingness to share it ignited excitement among his subordinates. Find the bodies of the fallen brothers and return them to their families. We must not leave them to rot in the wilderness, Qin Zhan instructed. The casualty rate among the Imperial Guards was high, but their compensation policies were generous. The guards enjoyed privileges, and even in death. It was their fate. Sometimes, to gain something, one must lose something in return. The surrounding villages of Qingbai Mountain were numerous, and dozens of Imperial Guards banded together to procure several large iron pots from a nearby village. They meticulously skinned and cleaned the tiger demon's carcass, chopping it into pieces, igniting a fire, and starting to stew the meat. Soon, the aroma wafted from the mountain god temple atop Qingbai Mountain at BY late night. The tiger meat had finally simmered to perfection, filling the air with an irresistible fragrance. Qin Zhan sat before several bowls of tiger meat, alongside pieces grilled to perfection by his skilled comrades. He took a mouthful of the tender meat, savoring its rich flavor. This tiger meat was far superior to wolf meat. Energy value, 0.1. It was indeed the flesh of a perfected body refinement stage demon. Containing such an abundance of energy, it seemed he would need to indulge a bit more. Qin Zhan mused, relishing the feast. All present were warriors with substantial appetites. A perfected body refinement stage expert could easily consume 2 pig legs in one sitting. Should one employ techniques to absorb the energy from the meal, devouring half a pig at a time would be entirely feasible. The sizable portions of tiger meat were devoured to the last morsel, with not even a drop of broth remaining. Even the bones were cracked open for the marrow within. The animosity towards the tiger demon was palpable, especially upon discovering remnants of their fallen comrades within its belly. Ensure the remains of the fallen are cremated and divided into 3 portions. Send them back to the Imperial Guard's base by dawn, Qin Zhan commanded. The essence of body refinement encompasses the honing of one's physique, strength and vitality, culminating in a perfect union of body and spirit, which is the ultimate attainment of the body refinement stage. Beyond this stage lies the innate realm, also known as the innate Qi realm. This Qi cultivation does not involve directly refining the essence of heaven and earth, but rather absorbing it to refine one's blood essence. Once the blood essence can be externalized, it signifies entry into the threshold of the innate realm. Innate realm practitioners wield even greater power, moving with swiftness and even capable of short bursts of aerial flight, though prolonged flight is unsustainable due to the immense energy drain. Should their blood essence deplete or even dry up, it could lead to a fall in cultivation or worse, jeopardize their lives. In the early hours of dawn, a sharp cry pierced the air, followed by the desperate signals of the Imperial Guards echoing throughout Qinghai County. Chapter 11. Release that demon beast. What on earth is happening? Qin Zhan exclaimed as he abruptly ceased his cultivation and exited the mountain god temple. Reporting to you, Lord Baihu, distress signals are being fired across Qinghai County. The entire region is rapidly turning into a den of demon beasts. There are swarms of them. One of the Imperial Guard leaders informed. Which area should we assist first? Is there a distress signal from Qin Meng Baihu? Qin Zhan inquired. From the direction of the day's forest, the leader began, but before he could finish, they witnessed numerous distress signals being launched from that region. Let us move to the day's forest and save them. Then we shall assist others. Qin Zhan declared that he felt a mix of concern for Qin Meng and anticipation. If there were enough demon beasts, he could potentially complete his cultivation of the pinnacle earth-grade technique, the 9 heavens pure yang skill, in no time. Such a technique is a treasure that even mid-tier sects reserve for their leaders or esteemed elders, despite his significant contributions to the Imperial Guards. Acquiring such a high-level technique would take time. In the depths of the day's forest, shadows lurked as dozens of demon beasts appeared, while none were of the innate realm, nor were there particularly formidable body refinement stage beasts. The sheer number of these hyenas was alarming, although each hyena was not overwhelmingly strong. The leader only at the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Dozens of them together posed a threat surpassing that of a perfected body refinement stage tiger demon. If an innate level beast were to face them, victory was uncertain. Qin Meng and his men had suffered heavy losses against this pack, despite Qin Meng's formidable strength, capable of standing alone against several hyenas. His subordinates could not withstand the onslaught. Since their encounter in the day's forest, the ranks of the Imperial Guards had dwindled significantly. In the end, Qin Meng gathered his remaining forces to combat the hyena swarm. Initial efforts yielded results, yet the number of hyenas seemed to grow. With a resounding bang, Qin Meng executed a powerful bull demon fist, the impact echoing as he struck a charging hyena squarely on the head, killing it instantly. However, in its dying throes, the beast managed to bite down on Qin Meng's wrist, showcasing its ferocity. Die, all of you! Qin Meng roared, blood from his wrist spilling onto the ground, the scent of fresh blood wafting through the air. The hyenas raised their heads, intoxicated by the aroma of blood, their eyes glinting with hunger. Damn it, they really see me as food. Qin Meng growled lowly. The remaining Imperial Guards, all wounded, gathered closely, gripping their blades tightly, tense and vigilant. Come here and meet your end. Just as despair enveloped Qin Meng and his men, a commanding voice rang out from nearby. Qin Zhan raced forward, his eyes sparkling with determination upon seeing the multitude of demon beasts. And he charged directly into the fray of hyenas. Howl! The actions of Qin Zhan have thoroughly provoked the hyenas. The leading hyena let out a low growl, and dozens of them lunged at Qin Zhan. What a splendid opportunity! With a powerful punch, Qin Zhan shattered the skull of one hyena, and with a swift kick, He dispatched 2 more. He fought through the pack like a human beast, and when one hyena bit into his leg, he unleashed his mixed essence force, which directly shattered the creature's head. This sheer ferocity. It feels as though a single person is slaughtering a horde of hyena beasts. I fear that even a single punch from Qin Baihu could spell my doom. This brutality is simply staggering. Should we assist him? Suddenly, someone suggested. Perhaps it is unnecessary. The last hyena has also been slain by Qin Baihu. Another responded. While others marveled at Qin Zhan's valor, he was absorbed in the system's notifications. Energy value. 80. Energy value. 90. Energy value. 100. Energy value. 60. This pack of hyenas, totaling 48, had provided Qin Zhan with over 4,000 energy points. This was indeed a blood-soaked profit, but if a few more waves of beasts were to come, his energy value would surely surpass 10,000. Little Shirtu and Erniu, do not speak further. You must tend to our injured brothers that I shall go assist elsewhere. Qingbei County is in chaos, swarmed with monsters, and our people are in peril. The Jinyui needs me, Qin Zhan declared with righteous fervor. Very well, take great care of yourself. I will handle the aftermath here and immediately come to your aid once I am done. Qin Ming replied, continually marveling at Qin Zhan's rapid growth. In just over a month, he had reached such formidable heights. Qin Zhan, however, could not afford to dwell on anything else. All that occupied his mind was energy value. In his eyes, the beasts within Qingbei County were nothing but sources of energy that a peak body-refining martial artist, in a frenzied state, could rival a congenital expert in speed, and Qin Zhan had transcended the limits of body refinement. In a burst of acceleration, he became a mere shadow flitting through the night. In the central area of Qingbei County, dozens of Jinyui were locked in a bloody battle against a horde of wolf demons. Release that beast. Let me through. Qin Zhan bellowed, charging into the fray and engaging the wolf demons. His combat spirit had reached its zenith, his blood boiling, and under the dual influence of his body-refining fist and mixed essence force. Even beasts of equal rank could not withstand 3 of his punches, the astonished gazes of all. Qin Zhan wreaked havoc, swiftly eliminating the pack of wolf demons. Farewell, brothers. I must lend my support elsewhere. Qin Zhan waved his sleeve, leaving behind a pile of fallen wolf demon corpses, even human. A single individual slaughtering a pack of wolf demons. Zhao Gang could not help but exclaim. The central area of Qingbei County was under his command, and he had nearly faced total annihilation at the hands of dozens of wolf demons. It was fortunate that Qin Zhan had arrived. Has Qin Baihu reached the congenital level? A Jinyui captain inquired with confusion. Not yet, but his current strength should not be much weaker than that of an initial congenital expert. After all, he has perfected his body-refining fist, theoretically allowing him to wield a monstrous force exceeding 10,000 pounds with a single ARM. As the saying goes, sheer strength can subdue many. Such brute force would certainly intimidate even those at the initial congenital stage. Zhao Gang mused that he too had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet his pure physical strength barely exceeded 3,500 pounds, far inferior to the monstrous prowess of Qin Zhan. 5,000 energy points. Indeed, this is a tremendous profit. No wonder the system claims that 1,000 energy points can restore the 9 heavens pure yang skill at a discount. If there are enough beasts for me to slay, I could gather 10,000 energy points in no time. Head south first to assist the brothers in the southern part of Qingbei County, then proceed west, and finally north. My energy value, I am coming. Qin Zhan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 12. A timely rain. After a short while, amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, Qin Zhan eradicated a horde of cat demons, despite sustaining numerous scratches from their claws. He could hardly conceal his excitement. Qin Baihu is truly a timely rain. If not for him, our brothers would have perished beneath the claws of these cursed cat demons. Wei Chongling, a captain of the Jinyui, lamented. Though the cat demons were smaller than the hyenas and wolf demons, they possessed sharper claws and an almost ghostly speed, making them even more dangerous. When dozens of cat demons launched their attack, Wei Chongling and his comrades felt a chill of despair. Yet they had not anticipated that in the next moment, Qin Zhan would descend upon them like a deity, mercilessly slaying all the cat demons that surrounded them. It was an awe-inspiring sight. West of Qingbei County, a group of wild boar demons glared hungrily at the Jinyui, led by Guan Fengbao and others. Lu Cheng, who was leading alongside Guan Fengbao, had sustained grave injuries. His abdomen pierced by the sharp tusks of a boar demon, blood flowing profusely. That be why my grandmother's bear. Can anyone tell me where all these beasts have emerged from? What is so special about Qinbai County that it has attracted such a multitude of monsters? Am I truly destined to perish here? Guan Fengbao cursed vehemently. Brothers, in this battle, life and death are irrelevant. We cannot avoid our fate, so why not fight with all our might? Even in death, we shall drag the beast down with us. Guan Fengbao rallied his comrades. Kill, they shouted in unison. The group once again surged forth to confront the wild boar demons, each as robust as an ox, their tough hides bristling with spines. Their attacks were straightforward, relying primarily on their long, hard tusks or charging wildly into the crowd. These creatures possessed immense strength. A collision with them would leave one severely injured, if not dead. Boom! 3 wild boar demons charged at Guan Fengbao. He wielded his embroidered spring knife, executing a swift series of slashes, cleaving one boar demon's head open, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining 2 boar demons crashed into Guan Fengbao. He deftly deflected the blow with his knife, the force of impact sending him sprawling. One last boar demon charged at Guan Fengbao, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it raised its sharp tusks, aimed squarely at his chest. At my life is over. Guan Fengbao gasped in terror, helplessly closing his eyes and awaiting death. However, after what felt like a dozen breaths, Guan Fengbao realized he was still alive. He opened his eyes to find a youthful figure standing protectively in front of him. The figure grasped the tusks of the wild boar demon with both hands, yanking them apart with tremendous force, then delivered a powerful kick that obliterated the boar demon's skull. How ruthlessly fierce. Guan Fengbao swallowed hard. That it's Qin Zhan, Qin Baihu. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring any greetings, Qin Zhan charged towards the group of wild boar demons. The demons, covered in spines and with tough hides, posed a serious threat. And Qin Zhan did not dare to underestimate their ferocity. With a roar, he unleashed his mixed essence force, the body-refining fist striking with the ferocity of a dragon, the sound of thunder echoing as his punches landed heavily upon the wild boar demons. Qin Zhan shifted his footing, evading their charges, seizing one wild boar demon by its tusks, and with a might of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, he hurled it with great force into 2 others charging towards him. Boom! A single punch from Qin Zhan shattered a towering tree, which he then wielded as a weapon against the wild boar demons. The remaining Jinui looked on in awe, hesitant to engage, for the battlefield he commanded was vast. The massive trunk sweeping or cleaving through the air posed a dire threat to anyone caught in its path. Yet, Qin Zhan single-handedly faced off against the wild boar demons, and those that fell beneath his might increased in number. In no time, he had crushed the last of the wild boar demon leaders. Brother Qin, you are indeed a timely reign. Had it not been for you, I might have perished at the hands of these wretched beasts. Guan Fengbao approached Qin Zhan, gratitude evident in his voice. You flatter me, Guan Baihu. It is my duty to assist. Qin Zhan humbly replied that I must make my way to the northern part of Qinbai County to support our brothers there. Farewell for now, my comrades. Very well. Take care, Brother Qin. We shan't detain you further. Once this mission is complete, I shall treat you to a grand feast at Wangjiang Tower. Guan Fengbao declared heartily. Host, Qin Zhan Realm, peak of the 10th layer of body refinement technique, perfected body refinement fist. Entry-level 9 heavens pure yang technique, fully cultivated innate Hunyuan technique energy value. 14,504 points. Congratulations to the host for accumulating energy exceeding 10,000 points. You may repair the Earth level supreme technique. 9 heavens pure yang technique, at the expense of 1 million energy points. In consideration of the host's first use of the system's repair function, a special discount is being offered. You only need to spend 10,000 energy points for the repair. Would you like to proceed with the repair? The system inquired. What are we waiting for? Let us repair it at once, Qin Zhan exclaimed joyfully, realizing that all his hard work had been for this top-tier technique. Repair successful. This is the host's first successful use of the repair function. You are rewarded with a chance to increase the proficiency of any technique of your choice by 1 level. Would you like to use it? The system announced that I wish to enhance the proficiency of the 9 heavens pure yang technique. Qin Zhan replied. Upon speaking, an endless stream of golden characters appeared within Qin Zhan's mind, representing the most complete version of the Nine Heavens pure yang technique. That a flash of enlightenment illuminated his understanding, and he had now made initial strides into the essence of the Nine Heavens pure yang technique. The Nine Heavens pure yang technique, an earth-level supreme technique, condenses the power of 9 suns, wielding the might comparable to the divine ability of Brahma boiling the sea. Cultivating it to its utmost can transform the acquired into the innate, forging an innate pure yang body, with power rivaling that of low-tier heavenly techniques. Host. Qin Zhan realm. Peak of the 10th layer of body refinement technique. Perfected body refinement fist, entry-level 9 heavens pure yang technique. Fully cultivated innate Hunyuan technique energy value. 4,504-point system. Continue to elevate the proficiency of the 9 heavens pure yang technique. Qin Zhan commanded. Ding, energy insufficient. Increasing the proficiency of the 9 heavens pure yang technique requires 100,000 energy points. The system replied. Qin Zhan, I have something to say, but I wonder if it is appropriate. Chapter 13. Innate Great Demon. The proficiency levels of techniques are categorized into 5 stages. Entry level. Minor success, moderate success, major success, and perfection. Elevating a single level requires 100,000 energy points. To elevate the 9 heavens pure yang technique to its peak proficiency, at least 500,000 energy points are necessary. Fortunately, the system has rewarded 1 chance for an arbitrary technique proficiency increase. Otherwise, the energy required for merely entering the 9 heavens pure yang technique would surely demand an exceedingly long duration. Entering the 9 heavens pure yang technique allows for the condensation of a sun's power, making one's blood vitality akin to the brilliant sun. This single sun power is already comparable to ordinary low-tier earth techniques, thus providing ample time for cultivation. However, the proficiency is still low, and the speed of cultivation cannot be significantly enhanced, as condensing a sun's power may take an extended period. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for the time being. Once this task concludes, I shall enter seclusion to break through to the innate realm, and then perhaps I might take on the title of 1,000 household commander of the Jin Yi. Basking in a moment of glory, Qin Zhan thought with delight, his feet swift as he hastened toward the northern part of Qingbei County. To the north of Qingbei County lies a vast, desolate graveyard, the very area where the last signal from the Jin Yi was emitted. The graveyard is shrouded in miasma and fog, exuding an eerie tranquility at midnight, occasionally interrupted by the sudden emergence of venomous snakes that had not yet entered hibernation. Swiftly dispatched by Qin Zhan wielding the dulled blade of his embroidered spring knife. These snakes are extremely venomous. A single bite could prove fatal to an ordinary person, and even a martial arts expert like Qin Zhan would not fare well if bitten. The night is profoundly silent, the chilling wind rustling through the dead branches, producing an excruciating sound. There is not a whisper of combat. Aside from the scattered bloodstains and the embroidered spring knife, there is not a single living soul in sight. Were they all devoured by the demonic beasts? Qin Zhan mused, his gaze growing cold. Li Baihu? After walking for a while longer, Qin Zhan suddenly spotted a middle-aged man with a green dragon crescent blade standing amidst the fog. Upon closer inspection, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Zhong, prompting him to tentatively inquire, Li Baihu, is that truly you? Qin Zhan reached out to pat Li Zhong's shoulder, that Li Zhong abruptly turned. His eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Roar. He emitted a sound that was far from human, and the green dragon crescent blade was raised, cleaving toward Qin Zhan. Clang. Qin Zhan swiftly raised his embroidered spring knife to block, leveraging the force of the green dragon crescent blade to leap back rapidly. Li Zhong. Have you gone mad? Qin Zhan said, somewhat irked. Roar. Li Zhong seemed to be under some form of control, relentlessly attacking Qin Zhan with a massive blade. In a fit of anger, Qin Zhan delivered a powerful kick, sending the green dragon crescent blade flying from Li Zhong's grasp, followed by a direct strike from the body, refinement fist, sending Li Zhong hurtling backward. Bent over. Yet he swiftly regained his footing at an exceedingly strange angle, charging again toward Qin Zhan with reckless abandon. It appears that Li Baihu is already dead. He must be under someone else's control. Qin Zhan contemplated. Seizing Li Zhong's green dragon crescent blade, Qin Zhan cleaved him in half. The black-green blood gushed forth, and numerous dark green snakes rapidly emerged from within Li Zhong's body, lunging at Qin Zhan. Wielding the green dragon crescent blade, Qin Zhan dispatched all the dark green serpents with precision. Roar! With Li Zhong's demise, countless Jin Yi emerged, their eyes also glowing green, drooling at the corners of their mouths. Gradually encircling Qin Zhan. Kill! Armed with the green dragon crescent blade, Qin Zhan surged into the crowd, swiftly eliminating over 200 Jin Yi. Alongside the deaths of others in various locations, this mission had decimated more than half of the Jin Yi in Donghai County. Truly a grievous blow. However, Qin Zhan could no longer afford to be concerned. These individuals were indeed once his comrades and brothers, but now they were dead, controlled by another, seeking his life that he could not afford to hold back. Wielding the green dragon crescent blade, Qin Zhan resembled a war god, slaughtering indiscriminately. Within the span of less than half a stick of incense, all over 200 Jin Yi fell beneath his onslaught. Cackling, truly formidable, the genius of humanity can unleash power surpassing that of an ordinary innate realm. You are not to be spared. A sinister laughter echoed from all directions in the desolate graveyard, and an ominous figure materialized before Qin Zhan. This figure stood over 9 feet tall, enveloped in toxic mist, with a mass of serpentine hair atop its head, an innate realm great demon. So, you are the mastermind behind the recent demon calamities in Donghai County. Facing the innate realm great demon, Qin Zhan showed no fear, confronting it directly. Indeed, what can you do to me? The innate realm serpent demon replied with intrigue, did I in its eyes. Qin Zhan was merely a formidable body refinement practitioner. The gap in their realms rendered brute strength insufficient, and this was no mere entry-level innate demon, but a pinnacle innate realm demon at the 3rd layer. I can certainly deal with your ancestors. Qin Zhan roared, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the air, creating a resounding sonic boom. He drew back his fist, striking with unparalleled speed toward the serpent demon's chest. Swish! The serpent demon effortlessly evaded Qin Zhan's wrathful strike, swiftly moving to a cunning angle behind him, delivering a palm strike that sent Qin Zhan flying. Surprisingly unscathed, truly tough-skinned. Had you not lacked demonic energy, I might have mistaken you for a young demon of noble blood. The serpent demon mused, somewhat astonished but still nonchalant. Little Stone, are you all right? Just then, Qin Ming arrived, having chased after Qin Zhan, traversing the entirety of Qingbai County, nearly exhausting himself, but he had just reached the spot when he witnessed Qin Zhan being sent flying. Qin Ming hurried over to help Qin Zhan up. That I'm fine, but you should step back, Brother Ernio. This is an innate realm great demon. Be extremely cautious. Qin Zhan immediately positioned himself to shield Qin Ming, knowing that his own strength far surpassed Qin Ming's, and even he was not a match for this innate realm great demon. For Qin Ming, it would be futile. Baihu Qin, we have arrived, 2 brothers Qin. I, Zhao Gang, have also come. Little Baihu Qin, I, Guan Fengbao, have also arrived. More and more Jin Yi rushed in from all directions, yet the serpent demon remained unfazed. That I come at the behest of the Demon King to oversee Donghai County. Your biggest threat is this group of Jin Yi, and it seems you are all present. Excellent, splendid. With a mocking demeanor, the serpent demon proclaimed, today is a day worth celebrating. After today, there shall be no Jin Yi left in Donghai County. Come forth, all of you roar. A horde of demons roared, with wolf demons, tiger demons, leopard demons, dog demons, cat demons, wild boar demons, sheep demons, cow demons, and various other beasts surging forth from the depths of the desolate graveyard, unleashing an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. Chapter 14. Breakthrough to innate. Damn it, how did so many demonic beasts come to be? Donghai County cannot be so rife with demonic beasts without anyone noticing. Everyone was filled with confusion. The entire Donghai County is under the watchful eye of the Jin Yi. How could such a multitude of demonic beasts go undetected? If these beasts truly escaped from the demon realm, it would be impossible to evade the surveillance of the Jin Yi. Rend them to shreds. With the serpent demon's command, the horde of demons surged forward. Presumptuous! In my domain, Su Pajun, you dare act with such audacity. A thunderous voice resonated through the sky, akin to the rolling of thunder. Su Pajun, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, strode through the air, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, appearing as a divine being. The innate realm strong. Their blood must surely be exquisite. The serpent demon flicked its crimson tongue over its verdant lips, a sinister expression adorning its visage as it spoke. Serpent Lord, you have stirred up chaos in Tianan County, Shangjing County, and Bailu County, fleeing in terror from the pursuit of the Imperial Guards. Now, you dare to create a ruckus in my Donghai County. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving with the Qin Yuan blood battle technique. Kill. Su Pejun's martial arts stemmed entirely from the military department, emphasizing grand movements and decisive actions, that he radiated an overwhelming aura, his blood boiling, as though it were set ablaze, that he resembled a battle god drenched in blood. Charging directly at the Serpent Lord, Su Pejun, I have heard of you. Your strength indeed surpasses that of the 1,000 household commanders from Tianan, Shangjing, and Bailu counties by a considerable margin. Yet, what does that matter? The human race is inherently weaker than our demon kin. In a battle of equals, you are not a match for me, the Serpent Lord declared with utmost arrogance, drawing forth a boned serpent whip. The Serpent Lord engaged Su Pejun in combat. The clash of innate realm warriors exuded an imposing presence, and the residual energy from their battle left the onlookers gasping for breath. This does not bode well. It seems Lord Thousand Household is somewhat inferior to that Serpent Lord. What should we do? Qin Ming whispered to Qin Zhan, although he had yet to reach the innate realm. He possessed enough discernment to observe that both Su Pejun and the Serpent Lord stood at the third tier of the innate realm. However, in terms of physical prowess, blood vitality, and speed, the demon race surpassed the human race in a battle of equals. Humans were predominantly at a disadvantage. While it appeared that Su Pejun and the Serpent Lord were locked in a fierce struggle, he had already fallen behind, that if this continued without a trump card, Su Pejun's defeat was inevitable. Nyogo, protect me. I must break through to the innate realm. Qin Zhan stated emphatically. You wish to break through to the innate realm? Qin Ming was taken aback. The transition to the innate realm was no easy feat, as it required an immense amount of blood vitality. The average perfected body refinement stage could not possibly refine such a vast quantity of blood vitality in a short time. Thus, it was a gradual process. Each time, one would refine a strand or two of true blood until there was a sufficient amount for a breakthrough. This process varied among individuals. Some would lose their momentum after reaching perfection in body refinement, their blood vitality steadily depleting, rendering the innate breakthrough unattainable. Others might reach perfection early but possess insufficient blood vitality, needing years to break through. Some, however, were born with exceptional gifts and abundant blood vitality, allowing them to attempt the innate breakthrough in a short span. As for Qin Zhan, having shattered the limits of the human body in the body refinement stage, his blood vitality was astoundingly vast. If he could not break through to the innate realm in this state, it would be unlikely for anyone else to succeed. Initially, Qin Zhan intended to refine his body further in the body refinement stage and wait until after this mission to retreat and break through to the innate realm. However, time was of the essence. He had a breakthrough on the spot. Ninth Heaven Pure Yang Technique. Qin Zhan activated the Ninth Heaven Pure Yang Technique, feeling an energy surge wildly into his body, coursing through his meridians and reaching every limb and bone. This was the essence of the world. After circulating the technique 10 times, the essence entered his body, harmonizing it. Half an hour later, Qin Zhan sensed that his body could no longer contain the spiritual energy. In that moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and began to condense the first strand of true blood vitality, the source of power to be why utilizing the world's essence to refine his modeled blood. He aimed to successfully condense the first strand of true blood, marking his entry into the innate realms practice that he focused deeply, condensing the first strand of true blood. Success. The second strand of true blood. Success. The 100th strand of true blood. Success. The 200th strand of true blood. Success. The true blood within Qin Zhan continually multiplied, gradually transforming all his blood into true blood. And at this moment, his aura became increasingly profound and unfathomable. A mere hint of his aura sent Qin Ming, who was guarding him, into a state of alarm that he felt as if Qin Zhan had transformed into a massive furnace, his blood vitality raising the surrounding temperature dramatically. This was the temperature of pure blood. Utterly terrifying, It was said that at the martial arts transcending mortal realm, a drop of blood could possess a temperature akin to magma, harboring exceedingly formidable energy. After a stick of incense burned, the eastern crimson sun began to rise slowly. Qin Zhan suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of cold light flashing forth. Now is the moment. His blood boiled, rushing through his veins with a thunderous roar. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and faced eastward, greedily absorbing energy from the sun as pure yang essence flowed into him, transforming his physique toward that of pure yang. Boom! Qin Zhan felt the barriers of his realm shatter, his blood vitality surging like an ocean, a veritable sea of energy. Just stepping into the innate realm brought him such formidable power. It was utterly terrifying. I am the innate, destined to subjugate all demons. Qin Zhan sprang to his feet, moving like a specter across the battlefield. Harvesting the lives of demon beasts that in the blink of an eye, he had vanquished all the body refinement stage demon beasts. Next, he turned his gaze skyward. Su Pajun was still struggling valiantly, but he leaped high, an illusory sun appearing behind him. And when this blazing sun fully solidified into a radiant golden orb, he would possess the power of the sun, achieving a complete mastery of the ninth heaven pure yang technique. The surrounding air grew, increasingly sweltering, an oppressive heat capable of incinerating all that lay before it. With the illusory sun upon his back, he stepped into the void. Serpent Lord, come forth to meet your death. Boom! A terrifying wave of heat swept forth, a chilling, killing intent soaring into the skies, the innate realm. How could it break through so powerfully? The Serpent Lord, engaged in combat with Su Pajun, felt his pupils constrict, disbelief saturating his tone. This human lad had just recently entered the innate realm, yet he exuded such overwhelming might that in the Serpent Lord's eyes. Qin Zhan resembled a sun god descended, ablaze with flames, his blood vitality melting away like snow before the heat. Though he was a great demon of the innate realm, he was also a serpent, creatures of nature. The pure yang energy radiating from Qin Zhan inherently countered him, and coupled with Su Pajun's entanglement at his level, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Chapter 15. A fist to slay the great demon of the innate realm. Flee, martial artists never feign camaraderie. The Serpent Lord, aware of his impending defeat, could no longer afford to mask his intentions. After repelling Su Pajun with a swift attack, he turned to escape. Think you can run? You cannot escape. Qin Zhan scoffed. A punch strikes like a dragon. Qin Zhan leaped into the air. Raising his fist high, a terrifying wave of pure yang blood vitality coalesced around his fist, augmented by the mixed elemental force, resulting in an even greater might. The blazing pure yang blood vitality surged forth, transforming his fist into a resplendent sun as it crashed down upon the Serpent Lord. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as Qin Zhan's punch detonated like a colossal furnace of heaven and earth. The Serpent Lord felt an immense, searing force pierce through him, shattering his body into countless fragments. How could this be? The Serpent Lord's roar of indignation echoed in vain as his form was rent asunder. Even a celestial being could not save him. A single punch slayed the great demon of the innate realm. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. How could someone just stepping into the innate realm possess such power to annihilate a great demon of the third tier? Such combat prowess was simply astonishing. Truly, this was the might of a top-tier earth-level technique comparable to low-tier heaven-level techniques. Just having grasped the fundamentals, the potential power was unfathomable. One could only imagine what mastery would entail. Qin Zhan could not help but marvel at the talent before him. Talent, Qin Zhan, you are indeed extraordinary. Su Pajun exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Are you unharmed, Commander? Qin Zhan inquired, observing Su Pajun's disheveled state. Su Pajun shook his head at a mere scratch. It is of no concern. This Serpent Lord has infiltrated our martial dynasty for 3 long years, gathering a host of demon beasts to wreak havoc. At last, he has been captured. I almost forgot. Su Pajun hastily descended, rummaging through the remnants of the Serpent Lord until he finally unearthed a small, emerald green vial. Yes, this is it. Although our Donghai County's Imperial Guard suffered significant losses, we have also achieved a great feat. Commander, What is this? The crowd inquired, curious about what could evoke such excitement and urgency from Supa Jun. The small vials contained transformation pills. Ordinary livestock consumed them and had a high chance of swiftly transforming into demons. Yet this transformation bore considerable drawbacks, proving difficult to sustain. However, for these great demons, infiltrating the human realm without assistance was challenging. At such times, transformation pills could be immensely beneficial. This also explained why our Donghai County's Imperial Guards had not detected a large influx of demon beasts, yet discovered so many in Qinghai County. It was all due to the effects of these transformation pills. Within the demon race, transformation pills were considered relatively precious. For a mere innate realm great demon, like the Serpent Lord, to acquire such a thing was beyond his capacity, indicating that he was likely under the orders of a transcending mortal realm demon king, or even a furnace realm great demon king. However, these considerations lay outside our jurisdiction. We merely needed to report the facts, and the higher-ups would surely devise a plan. Let us set aside other matters and turn our attention to the transformation pill. According to the records in the internal merit exchange ledger of the Jinyui, a single transformation pill is equivalent to 1,000 merits. With several dozen pills remaining in this vial, it amounts to tens of thousands of merits. Slaying a formidable innate level demon grants an additional 30 to 50,000 merits. And with the numerous demon beasts we have vanquished, the Jinyui of Donghai County stands poised for great prosperity. Naturally, the lion's share of this credit belongs to Qin Zhan, a fact that cannot be denied. However, those of us who survived, along with our unfortunate brothers who perished, will also reap the rewards of this battle, remarked Supa Jun, casting a glance at Qin Zhan. This lad is destined to be a mighty dragon crossing the river. The modest Donghai County cannot contain him. Once the merits are reported, he will likely be promoted to serve in the imperial capital, where grander horizons await him. Brothers, let us first clear the battlefield and gather the remains of our fallen comrades. Once we have concluded these arrangements, we shall return to the Jinyui headquarters in Donghai County, and I shall personally commend each of you. With a command from Supa Jun, the remaining members sprang into action. This battle had resulted in over half of the Donghai County Jinyui being slain or injured, a truly grievous toll. Yet the fruits of this battle are bountiful. We have felled so many demon beasts. And the notorious Shi Lang Jun, listed on the Jinyui's wanted list, was also vanquished by Qin Zhan's fist. This will surely yield immense merit, and perhaps with such accomplishments, Supa Jun might even elevate his own position. In the court, changes in rank require not only genuine merit but also connections, both of which Supa Jun possesses. Advancing further is not beyond the realm of possibility, as for Qin Zhan. He has undoubtedly amassed tremendous merit this time, sufficient to elevate him to the rank of Jinyui Qianhu. Coupled with his own strength now reaching the innate level, an extraordinary innate level at that, he possesses both merit and might. With Supa Jun's adept maneuvering, securing a position as Jinyui Qianhu in the imperial capital should pose no challenge. It is said that the emperor's court holds a 3-rank system. Serving as a Jinyui Qianhu in the imperial capital is an entirely different matter than being stationed in a provincial county. At present, Qin Zhan is not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely wishes to assess the spoils of this battle. System. Open the attribute panel. Host. Qin Zhan Realm. First layer of innate realm martial art. Perfected body refining fist. Entry-level 9 heavens pure yang art. Perfected innate primordial art energy points. 23,030 points in the wake of the battle. Qin Zhan alone had slain over 50 demon beasts, and with the defeat of the innate level demon, Shi Lang Jun, he directly accrued 3,000 energy points, bringing his total to over 23,000. This is indeed a substantial fortune. Congratulations, host. You have reached the innate realm. The system has unlocked the Super Divine Enlightenment module. By consuming energy points, one can activate the Super Divine Enlightenment to enhance the host's comprehension abilities. The system's notification rang out. With over 20,000 energy points, it is theoretically a considerable sum. Yet it still does not suffice to elevate the proficiency of the 9 heavens pure yang art. However, now that I have achieved great merit and ascended to the innate realm, the position of Jinyui Qianhu is well within my grasp. At that time, I can begin to exchange for several martial arts and techniques. If Su Tong Ling genuinely advocates on my behalf for a position in the imperial capital, the Jinyui Armory, there will undoubtedly hold even more martial arts and techniques awaiting my selection. I could choose a few to elevate to perfection, thereby gaining several trump cards. Qin Zhan mused inwardly. Since heaven has granted him a second chance in this world, he is determined to seize the opportunity and live splendidly. Some pursue martial arts for longevity, others to uphold justice, and yet others for wealth and status. As for Qin Zhan, he initially sought martial arts merely for survival in this world. But now, he yearns to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and witness the vistas that lie at its end. Chapter 16, Super Divine Enlightenment. A month has elapsed since that great battle. During this time, Qin Zhan has been in seclusion, diligently cultivating to solidify his realm, ultimately elevating himself to the pinnacle of the first layer of innate realm. His strength has grown considerably compared to a month prior. This is due to the activation of the system's new function, Super Divine Enlightenment. This module allows for a 10-fold enlightenment for a cost of 100 energy points per second, 100-fold for 1,000 energy points, and 1,000-fold for 10,000 energy points, and so forth. With only over 20,000 energy points, Qin Zhan wisely refrained from activating the 100-fold or 1,000-fold enlightenments. Instead, he expended 1,000 energy points to exchange for 10 seconds of Super Divine Enlightenment, during which he successfully comprehended 1/10 of the fist intent. Innate realm experts can grasp martial arts intents, commonly seen in sword intent, fist intent, and knife intent, among others. However, comprehending martial arts intents is exceedingly difficult. Even Su Pejun, a peak innate realm warrior at the third layer, has not grasped his own martial arts intent. Many formidable warriors only attain full comprehension of their martial arts intents upon reaching the transcendence realm. Yet, Qin Zhan, having just entered the innate realm, has already comprehended his own martial arts intent. Moreover, Super Divine Enlightenment not only facilitates the comprehension of martial arts intents, but also enhances one's understanding of martial arts techniques, accelerates cultivation speed, and offers manifold benefits. Enlightenment is a rare occurrence. To gain insight for even a second is invaluable for one's martial journey. Now, however, Qin Zhan can enter a state of enlightenment at will. As long as he possesses sufficient energy points, he can cultivate in this state at any moment. Nonetheless, the consumption of energy in the Super Divine Enlightenment state is exceedingly high. 10 seconds costs 1,000 energy points. Qin Zhan recognized not only its formidable efficacy, but also the rapid depletion of his energy points. Henceforth, he must not activate the Super Divine Enlightenment lightly. It should only be employed during critical moments of cultivation. Good steel must be used wisely, he resolved. Young Qianhu, Commander Su requests your presence. A voice echoed outside Qin Zhan's quarters. Very well. I shall be there shortly. Upon hearing the call, Qin Zhan collected his thoughts, stood, brushed off his flying fish attire, and stepped outside. Upon entering Su Pejun's quarters, he was greeted with a broad smile. Qin, my dear brother, come. I bring good news. Your transfer order has arrived, and I have personally advocated for your merits. After thorough review, your contributions during the recent Demon Beast incident in Qingbei County have been recognized as the foremost, earning you a reward of 10,000 merits and a promotion to Jinyui Qianhu, assigned to the headquarters in the Imperial capital. Truly, Qin Zhan exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Commander Su. You rascal. How many times must I tell you to call me older brother? Now that we are both Jinyui Qianhu, rank does not matter. It is merely a matter of age that I am a few years your senior, so I shall be the brother, and you the younger. Su Pejun feigned annoyance. Then I shall have the audacity to call you older brother. Qin Zhan replied. Your efforts in securing my transfer to the Imperial capital have certainly been substantial. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but should you ever have need of me, I shall never decline. Qin Zhan stated resolutely. Indeed, he had played a vital role in this mission. Arguably a decisive one. However, the accolades he received for his promotion to Jinyui Qianhu in a sub-county of the Martial Dynasty were already generous. Yet, through Su Pejun's efforts, not only was he promoted to Jinyui Qianhu, but he was also appointed to the headquarters in the Imperial capital. With such a position and status, he could navigate the courts with ease, even engaging in light banter with high-ranking officials or a 10,000 household commander, without feeling inferior. Furthermore, this promotion not only elevated his rank, but also enriched him. The Jinyui's internal reward system does not offer gold and silver, but rather merit points. Each merit point can be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, sufficient for a family of 3 to live comfortably for a year. However, No one is foolish enough to exchange merit points for mere gold and silver. The items available for exchange with merit points in the Jinyui are vast: martial arts, techniques, weaponry, elixirs, and rare treasures, all of which can be redeemed as long as they appear in the Jinyui's exchange ledger. 1,000 merit points can be exchanged for a mid-level Qin-class martial art, while 10,000 merit points, with a stroke of luck, may yield a low-level Earth-class martial technique. A low-level Earth-class martial art is beyond the valuation of gold and silver. Su Pejun has secured him 10,000 merits. A tremendous favor indeed. Especially for Qin Zhan at this moment, it represents a substantial fortune. How could he not be moved? You rascal. I knew I did not misjudge you. You are loyal and righteous. In the future, should I have need, I will certainly remember you. Su Pejun smiled upon hearing this. The Jinyui headquarters has instructed you to complete your handover in Donghai County within a month, after which you shall proceed to the Imperial capital to take up your post. At that time, simply present your transfer order to Commander Zhao Wuji at the Jinyui headquarters, and he will arrange your future assignments. The distance from Donghai County to the Imperial capital is not too far. On a swift steed, you shall arrive in less than 10 days. You still have ample time, so bid farewell to your brothers properly and leave no regrets. Additionally, there is more good news to share. Qin Ming has distinguished himself during this mission and has been transferred to serve in the Divine Zhao Army. The Divine Zhao Army is my old Su's family, and others will surely look out for him because of my influence. Although I may lack strength, I have always had an eye for talent. Qin Ming is certainly suited for military life, and he will thrive in the army. Thank you, older brother Su, for looking out for both of us. Qin Zhan replied, suddenly reminded of his impending farewell to Ernyo. He felt a pang of reluctance. Since his arrival in this world, the person he has spent the most time with and treated him best has been Qin Ming. The thought of suddenly parting ways left a hollow feeling in his heart. A noble man aspires to distant horizons. As long as the two of you continue to ascend, there will surely come a day when you shall meet again. Su Pejun gently patted Qin Zhan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Indeed, Qin Zhan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. When the orders arrived, Qin Zhan had little to prepare. Though he hailed from the Qin Manor in Donghai County, he had been an orphan since childhood, without parents or siblings. He had lived a solitary life, unencumbered by ties, growing up on the kindness of others. Over the following days, he was constantly taken out for drinks and feasts. Qin Ming, too, was busy with social engagements. As both were on the verge of departure, although Qin Zhan had not spent long in the Jinyui, his reputation within the organization was considerable, particularly due to the incident in Qinghai County, which had solidified his image as a formidable figure akin to a deity among the ranks of the Jinyui. Whispers circulated that although Qin Zhan had just entered the innate realm, his prowess might have already surpassed that of Su Pejun. Chapter 17. The hat-wearing swordsman parting is inevitable, my brothers. Qin Zhan is leaving. Half a month later, Qin Zhan prepared his belongings and galloped away on a swift steed, departing with a nonchalant demeanor, saying little, as everything had been expressed amidst countless feasts. Sometimes, the bonds of camaraderie among men are simply that uncomplicated. He did not need to bid farewell to Qin Ming, for Qin Ming had been reassigned to the Divine Light Army 3 days prior. Military orders are typically executed with utmost efficiency, and Qin Ming departed on the very day he received the orders, barely pausing even for lunch. That lad will surely make a name for himself in the world. Youth is indeed a blessing, full of vigor. Su Pejun reflected, observing Qin Zhan's retreating figure, while behind him, several captains and numerous Jinyui were similarly moved. In the capital of the martial dynasty, the Western Bureau had once consisted solely of the Inner Bureau during the reign of the Divine Martial Emperor. However, upon ascending the throne, he divided the Inner Bureau into 4 branches: East, West, South, and North, bestowing the titles of Bureau Supervisors upon his 4 most distinguished eunuchs, both to placate the public and reward his loyal servants, as well as to decentralize power. During the reign of the Sacred Martial Emperor, the Inner Bureau operated like a miniature court, overshadowing the outer court, afflicting even the concubines and princes within the palace. Displeased with the Inner Bureau since his days as a prince, the Sacred Martial Emperor prioritized its reform upon taking power, solidifying his stronghold. The 4 bureaus rank their eunuchs in 9 levels: Eunuch, Grand Eunuch, Inner Eunuch, Supervising Eunuch, Managing Eunuch, Chief Eunuch, Courtyard Eunuch, Imperial Eunuch, and Bureau Supervisor. The managing eunuch's rank was comparable to that of a Jinui captain, yet in terms of authority, the managing eunuch wielded greater power. As they could directly approach the emperor, often encountering officials of superior rank, that I in the Western Bureau's horse management office, a eunuch servant with a shrill voice knelt and reported, "My lord, news has arrived from Donghai County. Qin Zhan has set forth towards the capital. Moreover, Lord Chao Shuang has begun to stand and walk thanks to the miraculous medicine you bestowed, though the path to restoring his martial prowess remains fraught with difficulty." Very well, that it would suffice if he could live as an ordinary man, and if he can carry on the Chao family lineage, that would be my greatest comfort. However, since that Qin Zhan dared to harm my kin, he must not be allowed to survive. Issue the command. He must not reach the capital alive. In the grand hall, a slender man in a purple robe, with no facial hair, spoke coldly. This matter requires discretion. It would be best to involve the underworld and orchestrate an accidental death. You may leave now. Yes, the eunuch's servant retreated. The fragmented poison of the southern lands could forcibly bind shattered bones together. And when combined with the healing black jade ointment, it would suffice to restore his body to that of an ordinary man. What a pity. He had such a bright future ahead. The slender man sighed deeply. This man was named Chao Da, the biological brother of Chao Shuang. Due to a humble upbringing, he had entered the palace as a eunuch and, through cunning and guile, ascended to the position of managing eunuch in the horse management office. Possessing considerable martial talent, he was also a master of the innate realm, but he had awaited the day when Chao Shuang would reach the innate realm, intending to leverage his connections to have Chao Shuang reassigned to the Jinui in the capital, allowing them to support one another. However, he never anticipated that Chao Shuang would fall to a nameless youth like Qin Zhan, which incited his fury. Now, with Qin Zhan smoothly attaining the rank of Jinui captain under Su Pejun's influence and set to serve in the capital, all of this should have belonged to his pitiful brother, Chao Shuang. Eunuchs, being physically incomplete, often grappled with feelings of inferiority and sensitivity, resulting in twisted mental states. How could someone like Chao tolerate Qin Zhan's presence right under his nose? Moreover, the rank of Jinui captain was on par with his own. While inner court officials typically held greater authority than those of the outer court, he could not exploit his position to intimidate Qin Zhan. He could only create troubles for Qin Zhan, ensuring he would not survive to reach the capital. Qin Zhan, however, paid no heed to Chao Shuang's plight. Even when he had not yet broken through to the innate realm, he had not been concerned. Now that he had achieved that milestone, he was even less inclined to regard a minor character like Chao Shuang. Donghai County lay close to the imperial capital. And now, clad in his Feiyu attire, wielding the embroidered spring blade, Qin Zhan traversed the broad official road that in less than 5 days. He had covered a significant portion of his journey along the official road. Temporary relay stations were established. And now that Qin Zhan had assumed the title of Jinui captain, the officials at the relay stations dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect, allowing him a rather leisurely and pleasant journey. That on the 7th day, as Qin Zhan ambled on his horse across the expansive land, the weather suddenly shifted. Dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding rain. That in autumn rain brings a chill. The temperature plummeted abruptly. Fortunately, having reached the innate realm, Qin Zhan exuded pure yang vitality, causing the raindrops that fell upon him to evaporate instantaneously. This treacherous weather would delay his arrival at the next relay station. It seemed he would endure some discomfort. Qin Zhan patted the head of his majestic black steed, urging it onward. That as he continued ahead, he suddenly caught sight of a figure in the pouring rain, a man wielding a blood-red blade, wearing a conical hat and a rain cloak, standing resolutely in the middle of the official road, gazing at him with an aura of murderous intent. "Does your blade conceal a desire to kill me?" Qin Zhan met the hat-wearing swordsman's gaze without a trace of fear. "A Jinui captain. Are you also here for me?" The swordsman regarded Qin Zhan with eyes that held not just hostility, but also a hint of confusion. "Many innate captains from the 9 gates have perished at my hands along this road. They believe they cannot handle me and require your Jinui to intervene. Is it not your duty to slay demons and eliminate evil? Have I become a great demon in the eyes of your court officials? Your demon suppression division is said to suppress the world. I would like to see who can suppress me." The demon suppression division comprises the 9 gates and the Jinui, with the former focusing on apprehending criminals and matters concerning martial sects, while the latter oversees surveillance, and the extermination of evil. Both divisions hold overlapping powers, yet their primary functions differ. Apprehending and pursuing a rogue like the hat-wearing swordsman primarily falls under the Nine Gates jurisdiction, a wanted criminal, and one who dares to murder an official of the court. You shall not escape. Qin Zhan's tone turned icy. You possess great audacity, young one, that many have sought my blood, yet they all perish beneath my bloodthirsty blade. You shall not be the exception, Blood Qinli proclaimed. Then by all means, give it a try. Qin Zhan sat firmly on his towering steed, the Golden Horse. Chapter 18. The bloodthirsty blade. With a swift motion, Blood Qinli unleashed a crimson blade aura that cleaved through the air directly towards Qin Zhan, executing his attack with lethal precision, devoid of hesitation. Such fighters, like Blood Qinli, wield techniques that are clean and decisive, each move designed to kill, contrary to his expectations of a clean severing and a fountain of blood. The bloodthirsty blade struck Qin Zhan as though it had encountered an invisible barrier, as if it were ensnared in a quagmire. Surrounding Qin Zhan was an ethereal layer of mixed primordial energy, rendering him impervious to all forms of attack, a power only attainable at the pinnacle of the innate realm through the practice of mixed primordial arts. The stronger the wielder, the more formidable the protective energy. Though Qin Zhan was merely at the peak of the first level of the innate realm, his vitality surpassed that of an ordinary innate master, fortifying his protective aura to withstand even immense forces of 30 to 50,000 pounds. With the addition of pure yang vitality, the combination elevated his defensive capabilities to an exceedingly terrifying level. Such arrogance, yet only to this extent. Blood Qinli was momentarily taken aback by Qin Zhan's ability to withstand his strike. But he quickly dismissed the concern, as it had merely been a casual attack. Having reached the pinnacle of the third level of the innate realm and wielding the bloodthirsty blade, he was confident enough to contend even with innate masters of the 5th or 6th level. Having slain a silver-ranked captain of the Nine Gates at the 7th level, him, Qin Zhan, a mere first-level innate novice, was inconsequential to Is that so? Qin Zhan's lips curled slightly upwards, as the primordial energy within him quivered gently. The blade aura that had struck against his protective energy instantly rebounded at triple speed, hurtling straight towards Shui Qinli. Bang! Shui Qinli drew his blade to block, shattering the very aura that had once belonged to him. Your blade is impressive. Just what I need for a reliable weapon. It is now mine. Qin Zhan's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the blood-drinking blade in Shui Qinli's hand. Ever since he had transcended to the innate realm, the so-called 100-tempered embroidered spring blade had become nothing more than a mere ornament, utterly useless. Now, he was in desperate need of a formidable weapon. Ha ha! What an arrogant brat! You dare covet my blood-drinking blade. Countless souls have perished beneath its edge. Who do you think you are? Shui Qinli's voice dripped with icy disdain, a murderous aura soaring skyward from him, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling atmosphere, mixed with a bloodthirsty essence that caused the temperature to drop several degrees. That blood-drinking mad blade, frenzied blade intent. Shui Qinli moved like a bolt of black lightning. Wielding the blood-drinking blade, that an endless aura of blades surrounded him. His blood energy, surging like a tempest, he resembled a fearsome demon, exuding a terrifying presence as the bloody and sharp blade radiance sliced through Qin Zhan's protective energy, creating faint cracks in the primordial energy that enveloped him. Cracks appeared one after another on Qin Zhan's protective aura, the once colorless and transparent energy now riddled with fissures, resembling a dense spider's web. You possess blade intent, but I too possess fist intent, that my fists strike like dragons, embodying an invincible will. Qin Zhan raised his fist and unleashed a powerful blow, an aura of unrivaled might soaring into the heavens. This was the Emperor's fist, imbued with an overwhelming force to subdue all. This was the domineering fist intent he had comprehended from the body refinement fist, a technique created by the founding emperor of the martial dynasty, encapsulating the essence of a sovereign, overbearing and unparalleled, capable of suppressing all and asserting its supremacy, such as the nature of invincible fist intent. In this world, myriad intents abound: blade intent, sword intent, fist intent, palm intent, and so forth. Yet, no two intents are precisely the same. Even among fist intents, there exist countless varieties, and the fist intent Qin Zhan had grasped could be deemed the pinnacle. This was the invincible fist intent. This was the Emperor's fist. The fierce and domineering fist intent erupted with a dazzling brilliance as Qin Zhan roared, his vitality boiling as if engulfed in flames. The invincible fist intent clashed head-on with Xue Qianli's blade intent. A tremendous roar reverberating through the heavens and the earth, a tidal wave of energy surging from between them outward. Staggering backward, both combatants maintained their vigilance, muscles taut and alert, scrutinizing each other. Damn, where did this brat come from? So young, yet he comprehends fist intent. And look at his vitality, akin to a slumbering dragon. It's evident he has mastered an exceptionally superior technique that a mere captain of the brocade-clad guards wouldn't possess such prowess. Could he be a disciple of some significant figure or a direct descendant of a noble family? Xue Qianli thought, secretly astonished at Qin Zhan's unexpected strength. His grip on the blood-drinking blade trembled slightly. His blade intent was merely at the threshold, yet Qin Zhan had comprehended a complete fist intent. Coupled with Qin Zhan's vigorous blood energy, which was on par with his own, and possibly even superior techniques. He found himself at a loss for any advantage in this confrontation. This situation infuriated him, yet he felt powerless. However, as a desperate man, Xue Qianli had slain even more powerful foes than Qin Zhan. No matter if he were merely a wild dog, he would never relinquish his will to resist when faced with a formidable opponent, for he understood that surrender equated to death. Blood will wash the world away. Slay! With that, Xue Qianli charged forward once more, the crimson aura surging, the blade radiance dazzling, infused with layers upon layers of blade intent, enhancing the potency of his assault. Come. Then, facing the combat-ready Xue Qianli, Qin Zhan showed no fear. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. Encased in primordial energy, he unleashed the primordial force and innate blood energy, raising his fist to strike directly at Xue Qianli. Crack! Xue Qianli's blood-drinking blade struck fiercely against Qin Zhan's protective energy, cleaving a gash into it. The blade sliced through his skin, and he felt a portion of his precious blood being absorbed by the blood-drinking blade. Simultaneously, Qin Zhan's fist slammed into Xue Qianli's chest. A deep sound resonating as it sent Xue Qianli flying several meters, widening the gap between them. Such solid bones. What a bewitching blade! Qin Zhan shook his hands, astonished within, as if he had struck a rock mountain. He touched the wound on his arm, feeling a burning pain. Your blood is indeed delectable. My blood-drinking blade has taken quite a liking to to die beneath my blood-drinking blade. You should consider yourself fortunate. The blood-drinking blade in Xue Qianli's hand quivered slightly, its body turning a deep blood red, an overwhelming malevolence soaring into the sky, instilling fear. That's so? Then by all means, come and try. The one who dies will surely not be me. Qin Zhan replied coldly, brimming with confidence. Chapter 19. Slay. Several miles away from the battlefield, a man clad in dark robes suddenly raised his head. The blood demon has appeared. He is quite close. Everyone, be on high alert. This fiend is ruthless and possesses extraordinary power. He has inherited the Blood Sovereign's legacy, cultivates the Blood God technique, and wields the top-tier artifact, the blood-drinking blade. Though he seemed lowly, his power was immensely formidable. Even the silver-ranked captain, Ouyang Su, at the 7th level of the innate realm, was killed by him due to carelessness. Brother Shangwan, why bolster others' confidence while diminishing our own? Although individually, we 7 brothers may not match Ouyang Su in combat strength. United as the 9 Fan Gate's 7 Shura, we dare to challenge even those at the 9th level of the innate realm. Another spoke. These 7 were all silver-ranked captains of the 9 Fan Gate, their strength roughly at the 4th or 5th level of the innate realm, while their individual combat prowess was not exceptionally strong. They practiced the same technique, originating from the same source, and had trained in a low-tier Earth-level combined attack technique, the Shura Battle Array. Once they unleashed their combined attack, their strength multiplied, allowing them to contend even against those at the 9th level of the innate realm. The 9 Fan Gate's captains of various ranks lacked a distinct hierarchy. They often formed teams when handling cases, and over time, small groups would emerge. These 7 were quite renowned among the silver-ranked captains, being brothers from the same master. After joining the 9 Fan Gate, they completed numerous tasks, gradually earning the moniker of the 7 Shura of the 9 Fan Gate. The Blood Demon ranked 78th on the 9 Fan Gate's blacklist. He had once stirred up a storm of bloodshed to cultivate the blood god technique. Later, when the captains of the 9 fan gates sought to capture him, many fell to his blade, marking him as a target on their must-kill list. If this time the 7 Shura fails to accomplish the task of slaying the blood demon, the 9 fan gate will lose face. And they might exceptionally dispatch a gold-ranked captain to take action. Brothers, if we succeed in this mission, our 7 Shura will surely gain great renown, and we may even tackle some gold-ranked tasks as a silver-ranked team. Another added. The 7 of them set forth with a swift motion, like a tempest racing through the autumn rain. The leader of the 7 Shura, Qin, yearned to capture the blood demon, yet his heart swirled with uncertainty. The blood demon is formidable. And to evade capture, he would not recklessly release his aura. Is he aware of our approach, intentionally provoking us to lure us in, or have other gold-ranked captains receive the same task and engage the blood demon first? With these doubts, Qin led his 6 brothers toward the direction of the blood demon, down on the official road. The blood demon, Qin, wielding the blood-drinking blade, was engulfed in a frenzy, confronting Qin Zhan. How arrogant! But today, you are destined to die by my hand. Qin's voice was frigid as he surged forward, his blood energy roiling, a blood-red lightning bolt charging at Qin Zhan. He swung his blade, causing the void to tremble, the crimson blade aura seemingly intent on cleaving Qin Zhan in two. Qin Zhan showed no trepidation. Instead, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes that he sensed the immense strength of Qin. Yet he also recognized that this strike was the limit of Qin's power. His gaze brimmed with battle intent. Come forth, 9 heavens pure yang technique. The primordial energy dissipated, and the protective aura receded. Qin Zhan began to radiate pure yang blood energy, having concealed his strength until this moment. Now fully unleashing the might of the earth-level supreme technique, 9 heavens pure yang technique. Boom! It was as if the very heavens trembled. Behind Qin Zhan, a phantom of a blazing red sun began to materialize, transforming from illusion to reality. A terrifying heat enveloped him, causing the surrounding temperature to soar, evaporating countless raindrops midair. Even the icy killing intent emanating from Qin seemed to be incinerated to nothingness as the overwhelming power of the blazing sun threatened to consume all. In this moment, Qin Zhan did not squander his efforts. He had been diligently training and had finally succeeded 3 days prior in solidifying the first round of the blazing sun, manifesting a singular force. The power of the blazing sun seemed capable of collapsing everything, a searing heat that could melt anything in its path. Qin Zhan resembled a furnace of heaven and earth, devouring the cosmos and incinerating all. How could this be? Qin's pupils contracted, disbelief saturating his tone. Such a realm, capable of wielding such terrifying martial arts, indicates that the rank of this technique far surpasses the low-tier earth-level skill. Blood nerve, that he had been cultivating. What manner of little monster has he provoked? In the midst of great terror lies great opportunity. I cannot fathom how much suffering I endured to acquire blood nerve. And now he possesses an even more formidable technique that is truly tantalizing. If I can eliminate him, everything shall belong to me. A fervent heat ignited in Qin's eyes as he gazed at Qin Zhan, unleashing a single strike without a hint of hesitation. This was a blow fueled by his rage, a culmination of his full power, with all his hopes resting upon it, hoping to slay Qin Zhan on the spot and seize his supreme technique. Yet, how could Qin Zhan acquiesce to his desires? The blazing sun behind Qin Zhan coalesced into a solid form as he raised his fist, a torrent of pure yang blood energy and solar power converging into a single punch, transforming his fist into a resplendent little sun that he struck down heavily upon the blade of the blood-drinking knife. With a thunderous roar, the blood-drinking knife was sent flying from Qin's hand, hurtling back towards his chest with an astonishing speed that a sickening sound pierced the air as the knife pierced through his body, and the immense force sent him soaring before he crashed heavily to the ground. Impossible! Qin lay convulsing on the ground, blood oozing chaotically from his face, and before he could utter another word, he succumbed to death. The blood-drinking knife glimmered with a crimson light as it swiftly absorbed Qin's innate true blood. Truly a murderous weapon. It has even slain its master. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan could not help but marvel silently. Gripping the hilt of the blood-drinking knife, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged towards him. Echoing in his mind, "Dare to be ferocious before me. Pure yang energy, suppress him." Qin Zhan's entire being erupted with pure yang energy, flooding into the blood-drinking knife. The icy killing intent within the knife dissipated rapidly, like snow meeting the blazing sun, as Qin Zhan subdued it and completely took control of the enchanted blade. Indeed, it is an exceptional weapon, far superior to my 100-forged embroidery spring knife. However, I am not fond of its design and malevolent aura. I shall seek an opportunity to go to the divine capital and have someone melt it down to forge a blade more suited to me, or exchange it for a more fitting weapon at the Jin Yi armory. Qin Zhan mused as he held the blood-drinking knife. Chapter 20. 1,000 miles to deliver a head ding. Energy detected, automatic absorption initiated. Energy value, 1,000. The system's prompt resonated once more. Is that all? Qin Zhan thought he might have misheard. Slaying the three-tiered innate demon, Snake Lord, had granted him 3,000 energy points. Yet this Xue Qianli, who seemed no weaker than Snake Lord, yielded only 1,000. That is far too little. System, what determines the amount of energy absorbed? Qin Zhan inquired. The greater the strength, the more energy points. The more malevolence committed, the greater the energy points. Among beings of the same rank, those of the same kind acquire fewer energy points than their counterparts. If the host mistakenly slays a virtuous individual, not only will there be no energy points, but there is also a possibility of a deduction. The system elucidated that I see. It appears I must henceforth target such vile individuals and the demons that plague humanity. Qin Zhan contemplated inwardly. Gaining 1,000 energy points without cause is indeed gratifying. One must wonder why you sought your own demise. Qin Zhan shook his head at Xue Qianli's lifeless body. What is the most vital principle in wandering the Jianghu? Naturally, it is to kill and plunder. Having dispatched the man, is it not reasonable to search his corpse? Qin Zhan rummaged through Xue Qianli's belongings and indeed found numerous valuable items. Starting with a substantial stack of gold notes, likely amounting to hundreds of thousands, as well as various medicinal pills. Most importantly, there was a sheepskin scroll detailing a technique, the low-tier earth-level skill. Blood nerve, that if used in conjunction with the blood-drinking knife, it could rival a high-tier earth-level technique. What a pity, for there is only one blood-drinking knife, yet the scroll also contains the method to forge another. With the right materials, crafting a second blood-drinking knife and cultivating the low-tier blood nerve would be tantamount to practicing a high-tier earth-level technique, a surefire profit. If I were to surrender this technique to the Jin Yi, I might earn no less than 100,000 merit points. Who knows how much that could be worth? Qin Zhan mused, though he was unsure of the exact value. He knew that the annual remuneration for a Jin Yi commander was 5,000 merit points. While 1,000 commander like himself earned merely 1,000 naturally, the more tasks completed, the more merit points accrued, but the Jin Yi dealt with life and death cases, and while merit points are valuable, they must be earned with one's life. Thus, the worth of a Jin Yi commander may not even reach 100,000 merit points, illustrating how substantial this windfall truly is. This battle has left Qin Zhan immensely enriched. He even felt a tinge of gratitude towards Xue Qianli for delivering such a bounty. 1,000 miles to deliver a head. The gift is heavier than the sentiment. More company approaches. Could it be another delivery of heads? Qin Zhan suddenly sensed an exceptionally powerful aura, causing his brow to furrow. Brothers, I sense the presence of the blood demon. Hurry, it is nearby. As Qin Zhan observed a group of 7 rushing towards him. His grip on the blood-drinking knife tightened involuntarily, for these 7 appeared somewhat formidable. Upon arrival, Shangguan Qing and the others beheld the fallen figure of Xue Qianli, drained of his true blood, reduced to a withered corpse. And their expressions turned most intriguing. Shangguan Qing surveyed Qin Zhan from head to toe, noting his Jin Yi commander-esque attire, and promptly clasped his hands in greeting. So it is a junior brother from the Jin Yi. Might I inquire if you have seen a middle-aged man with blood-red hair wielding a blood-colored long knife? His name is Xue Qianli, a notorious demon. He is right over there. Qin Zhan pointed to the nearby corpse, adding, as for the blood-colored long knife you mentioned, it is currently in my possession. Shangguan Qing signaled to one of his companions, who promptly approached to examine Xue Qianli's body. Indeed, it is the corpse of the blood demon. and it appears he was drained of his true blood before death. The fatal wound is a knife injury to the chest, and there are scarcely any intact bones left. It seems he was crushed by someone head-on. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Zhan. "Junior brother, did you slay the blood demon?" Shangguan inquired, somewhat skeptically. After all, Qin Zhan is merely a newly initiated Jin Yi commander. How could he possess the strength to slay such a renowned, innate powerhouse as the blood demon? Yet the evidence lay before them, leaving little room for doubt. Indeed, this fellow was short-sighted, assuming I was among the Brotherhood of the Nine Gates come to apprehend him. Yet upon meeting, he shouted for bloodshed. Finding him displeasing, I swiftly dispatched him. Qin Zhan replied with calm assurance. This proclamation left the seven audibly gasping in shock. And what do you think? I believe he speaks truthfully. Though hard to believe, this lad appears no older than 20, yet has already reached innate strength. He may well be an extraordinary talent. It is understandable that the blood demon would underestimate him. Precisely. Look, the blood demon's prized blood-drinking knife is in his possession. If someone else had slain him, it would be impossible for such a treasured blade to remain here. The blood demon possessed many valuable items. And now that he is dead, his belongings have fallen into this young man's hands. Since there is no one else around, why not consider this, although this lad is of lower rank? He carries himself with confidence upon our arrival, which naturally gives one pause. Even if we were to act, we must refrain from harboring intentions of murder. After all, we are silver captains of the Nine Gates. While this young man is a commander of the Jin Yi, should word spread of our internal conflict, we would surely suffer the consequences. Let us not entertain any illusions. There are no walls that do not let the wind pass through. If one wants to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Agreed. Let us heed the elder's words. The seven turned away to whisper amongst themselves, and when they finally faced Qin Zhan again, their gazes were entirely transformed. This lad is truly a talent. The blood demon, who had previously slain innate warriors of the seventh tier, has fallen to this young man's hands, though there may have been an element of the blood demon's carelessness. Overcoming an opponent of higher rank is a testament to strength that a teenager of innate prowess holds boundless potential for the future. Since we have resolved not to act against him, we should naturally seek to cultivate a good rapport. Shangguan spoke with a beaming smile. Jin Yi, junior brother, where are you headed? Having fortuitously broken through to innate strength, I now intend to serve at the Jin Yi headquarters. Qin Zhan replied candidly, "Dada, I see you are not yet in your 20s. Such an age to attain innate strength and even vanquish the three-tiered blood demon. Undoubtedly, your future is bright. However, while the position of Jin Yi commander is commendable, within the divine capital's headquarters, one is merely a larger pawn, constantly beholden to others' whims. Authority weighs heavily upon those of higher rank, rendering us less free than we are in the Nine Gates. We, seven brothers, are silver captains of the Nine Gates, and I see great potential in you, junior brother. Why not forego the Jin Yi headquarters and join us in the Nine Gates? After all, we are all brothers, and wherever we go, we contribute to the martial dynasty. We need talents like you." Upon hearing Shangguan's words, Qin Zhan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had assumed that they were plotting to commit murder and engage in smuggling, only to discover that their intention was to recruit someone. Chapter 21. The divine capital. Though the Nine Gates share a common affiliation with the demon subduing division, and they often present a unified front on various issues, referring to one another as brother departments, the reality is that these two privileged institutions are continually embroiled in rivalry, frequently undermining each other to poach talents. Individuals like Qin Zhan, a prodigy, are highly sought after by various factions. If Shangguan could successfully enlist a young Jin Yi captain like Qin Zhan into the Nine Gates, it would yield him considerable merit points. However, the Jin Yi had treated Qin Zhan well, and he was not the type to play both sides. He promptly replied, "I apologize, but at present, I only wish to remain with the Jin Yi. I appreciate your kind intentions, brother." Shangguan, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he responded with enthusiasm. "No worries, the doors of the Nine Gates will always be open to you. Whenever you wish to join, just contact me, Shangguan. With your talent and strength, you would undoubtedly be qualified to serve as a silver-ranked captain upon your arrival. Thank you for your generous offer, brother Shangguan." Qin Zhan replied with a respectful gesture. "Brother Qin Zhan, This blood demon is our target. Could you possibly hand over his head to us so that we may report back? Shang Wanqing inquired, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. The merit points associated with the blood demon case were exceedingly plentiful. Although they had not been responsible for the demon's demise, acquiring his head would mean that the task would be attributed to the 9 Gate 7 Shura. Moreover, this would serve as a stepping stone for their brothers to engage with gold-ranked missions, as the conditions for this task had been negotiated with the elder of the task hall prior. Not a problem, Qin Zhan replied generously, since the blood demon is a task of the 9 gates. There is surely no record of it with the Qin Wei. Even if I were to present the blood demon's head, it would not yield any merit points. That it would be more beneficial to do a favor and hand over the head of Shui Qianli to Shang Wanqing and his companions. Besides, I have already thoroughly looted the blood demon, and his corpse holds no further value for me. Shang Wanqing's spirits lifted upon hearing this, although they had not obtained any of the blood demon's possessions. They were gaining ahead without any effort, which was indeed fortuitous for them. Brother Qin Zhan, since you are also heading to the divine capital, why not travel together? It would be advantageous for us to look out for one another. What say you? Shang Wanqing suggested. Agreed. Qin Zhan replied. The autumn rain fell incessantly, and the group of 8 hastened to a nearby post station to rest for the night, indulging in a warm bath to relieve their tense nerves. The following morning, they set out towards the capital of the Wu dynasty. The divine capital of the Wu dynasty was a hub of activity, home to the demon subduing division, the divine martial guards, the Heavenly Craft Institute, the Stargazing Pavilion, the Heavenly Gang Dragon Cavalry, the inner court, the outer court, various schools of thought, millennia-old clans, martial arts sects, and countless factions, all intricately intertwined in a scene of flourishing prosperity. The Wu dynasty, a 10,000-year-old imperial lineage, reached its zenith during the reign of the divine martial emperor, whose martial prowess was said to rival the heavens and earth. That it was rumored that he had achieved the legendary realm of immortality, earning the title of earthly immortal. The martial path encompasses stages such as postnatal body tempering, innate blood qi, transcending the mundane, the furnace of heaven and earth, breaking the indestructible, the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head, and the quintessence of 5 energies. The pinnacle of martial arts is merely a legend, and the notion of becoming a saintly being in the flesh exists only in texts. The most formidable martial artists in the present day are regarded as immortals, hailed as earthly immortals. The divine martial emperor exhibited incredible martial talent from a young age, effortlessly defeating all competitors and ascending to the throne on the day of his coronation. He utilized the Wu dynasty's auspicious golden dragon to help him reach the pinnacle of the 3 flowers realm, allowing him to condense the 3 flowers atop his head and step into the quintessence of 5 energies. Now, after a century of reigning, some claim he has reached the pinnacle of the quintessence realm, while others assert he is on the verge of achieving immortality. The specifics of his realm remain unknown, yet his position as the foremost figure of the Wu dynasty is unassailable. Even the top-tier sects and some reclusive elders within the Wu dynasty possess merely the 3 flowers realm, and few can reach the quintessence realm across the entire continent. As for the immortality realm, it represents an absolute pinnacle. Should the divine martial emperor truly attain this state, he might unify the Eastern Victory divine continent. Earthly immortal, I wonder when I shall reach such heights. Qin Zhan couldn't help but lament. Upon entering the divine capital, Qin Zhan parted ways with Shang Wanqing and the other 7. The 9 gates were situated in the eastern part of the capital, while the Qin Wei resided in the west, making their paths entirely divergent. After inquiring about the general location of the Qin Wei headquarters, Qin Zhan leisurely strolled through the divine capital, taking in its sights while making his way to the headquarters. The Qin Wei headquarters spans several hundred hectares, with palatial structures standing in a row, surpassing the area of ancient royal palaces from Qin Zhan's past life. Flanking the entrance of the headquarters were 2 stone lions, each the size of a small hill. Ascending 36 steps led to the main gate, where 2 squads of guards clad in silver armor wielded silver spears stood at attention, each exuding a vigorous aura that rivaled the strength of ordinary Qin Wei captains. Qin Zhan couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the divine capital." The strength of those at the 9th and 10th levels of body tempering can only find themselves as gatekeepers here. No wonder Shang Wanqing remarked that a captain of the Qin Wei would be seen as little more than a larger foot soldier at the headquarters. Only those with proper credentials may enter the Qin Wei headquarters. One of the guards bellowed at Qin Zhan. Having been drenched by the rain and his attire rendered tattered from the battle, Qin Zhan had come in casual clothing, which felt rather reckless. "I am Qin Zhan, the newly appointed Qin Wei captain, here to report as per the orders," he declared, presenting his captain's token and a transfer order to the guard at the entrance. After a careful verification, the guard's demeanor softened slightly. "Captain Qin, please wait a moment while I inform my superior." The guard departed swiftly and returned in no time. "Captain Qin, you may proceed to the reception area, where you will be attended to." "Thank you," Qin Zhan replied with a respectful gesture. While Qin Zhan feigned politeness, he couldn't shake a feeling of displeasure as a formidable innate realm adept and a captain of the Qin Wei. He found the treatment he received upon arrival at the headquarters rather unsatisfactory. The guards were overly arrogant, and there were no reception attendants in sight, which was indeed vexing. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, "Today, you may disregard me, but one day I shall make you regret your indifference. Just an outsider, thinking he can come here without offering a token of respect and expect us to guide him." "Preposterous," one of the silver-armored guards remarked softly after Qin Zhan had left. "Lo Chung, be cautious. This young captain is an innate realm expert, and at such a young age, he may very well become a significant figure within the Qin Wei. If you fail to curry favor now, you might find yourself at a disadvantage later," an older silver-armored guard cautioned. "Old Zhang, don't be so timid. What if he does make things difficult for me? If I can't stay here, I'd rather not be a doorman. It's simply intolerable." Lo Chung grumbled, "Youth and impetuosity. You'll understand when you find yourself with responsibilities and dependents," Old Zhang sighed. "Enough of that. Someone else is approaching," another guard alerted. Both guards fell silent, resuming their previous stoic demeanor. Chapter 22. The Qin Wei headquarters. The Qin Wei headquarters was indeed vast. Qin Zhan wandered for quite some time before finally locating a separate courtyard marked with the ancient characters for reception. "Are you Captain Qin Zhan?" Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a person who approached him directly. "I am Qin Zhan," he affirmed. The receptionist appeared to be around 30, not yet having reached the innate realm. However, his position did not require high martial skills. "My name is Zhang Dafu, the steward of the reception area. Captain Qin, you are truly young and accomplished, having reached the innate realm at just 15. Your future is boundless," Zhang Dafu remarked. "Please come in. I will assist you with registration, issue your room key, identity token, and provide you with some essential information that if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Having faced obstacles at the entrance, Qin Zhan felt somewhat disgruntled, yet the amiable demeanor of Zhang Dafu was a welcome change. "Thank you, Steward Zhang," Qin Zhan expressed. "At our Qin Wei headquarters, we have specially tailored official uniforms. After registration, I will take you to receive 2 sets, suitable for all 4 seasons. Each individual is entitled to 2 sets comprising 8 pieces per year. Should you require additional attire, you may visit the tailoring department to make purchases at cost price. The identity token is essential, even more so than your Qin Wei captain's token. Within our headquarters, we recognize only the identity token, not the rank token. Furthermore, the Qin Wei headquarters is undergoing reforms, increasingly aligning itself with our brother department, the 9 Gates, moving towards a more streamlined management structure. However, regardless of how much one flattens the management hierarchy, there must still exist a discernible order of respect and status. To put it bluntly, within the headquarters of the Jinyui, a Jinyui Qianhu is merely slightly superior to a gatekeeper, as there are over 1,000 Qianhu and several hundred Wanhes within the entire headquarters. Furthermore, the ranks of various stewards in different halls and courtyards are not necessarily inferior to that of a Jinyui Qianhu. Therefore, it is imperative for Qin Qianhu, as a newcomer, to maintain a low profile. Moreover, a crucial aspect to consider is the contribution value, which holds paramount importance within the Jinyui. This value can be exchanged for elixirs, martial arts techniques, weaponry, wealth, residences, rare materials, and even official positions. Almost anything conceivable can be redeemed, provided one possesses sufficient contribution value. There are various means to acquire such value, in addition to tasks assigned by superiors. One may independently receive missions from the task hall, earning corresponding contribution value upon completion. Today, I wish to take you on a tour to familiarize you with the vast expanse of the Jinyui headquarters. Tomorrow, you will pay a visit to your superior, Su Qianlai, A Wanhis. If possible, strive to cultivate a good rapport with him. Su Wanhis has already reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the innate realm, mere half a step away from transcending the mortal realm. His strength places him among the foremost figures within the Jinui Wanhis. Once he breaks through to the transcendent realm, he will assume the authority of a deputy commander, firmly establishing himself as a significant character within the Jinui. The Jinui comprises 8 commanders, 32 deputy commanders, and over 500 Wanhis. Although deputy commanders lack formal ranks, they wield substantial power, serving as a crucial stepping stone to the position of commander. Within the entire Jinui, no more than 50 individuals possess the authority of deputy commander. Should Su Wanhis break through to the transcendent realm, given his qualifications and prowess, becoming a new deputy commander would be effortless. You have now been assigned to his command. As Zhang, the steward, guided Qin Zhan, he elaborated on the various aspects of the Jinui headquarters, from the upper echelons of its structure to the details of the food served in the cafeteria. With his encyclopedic knowledge, Zhang painted a vivid picture of the headquarters in Qin Zhan's mind. The headquarters is expansive enough that nearly everyone can have their own dormitory. Qin Zhan is even entitled to a small courtyard, complete with a bedroom, a reception area, a kitchen, and a restroom. This is not considered luxurious. It is said that Wanhis enjoy residences that include training rooms, studies, and guest rooms. In essence, the Jinui headquarters serves as a multifaceted hub for living, working, and cultivating, a privilege shared only with the 9 gates in the entire divine capital. Even the 4 factories of the inner court do not enjoy such treatment, as they serve the palace's needs. The Jinui headquarters is populated with many personnel, yet the number of officially registered members is relatively modest. Newcomers like Qin Zhan are among the lowest ranks, as even the gatekeepers and patrolling soldiers are classified as Jinui Baihu. After enjoying a meal in the cafeteria under Zhang's guidance, Qin Zhan bid farewell and returned to his quarters in Donghai Prefecture. As a Jinui Qianhu, he was a local power. However, in the headquarters he felt like a mere pawn. It seems necessary to swiftly enhance his own strength in this world. Only strength can be relied upon. Currently, my identity token holds 10,000 contribution points if I successfully exchange the items looted from Xue Qianli. I should have enough to acquire several desirable martial arts techniques and weapons. If there are any remaining points, it would be ideal to exchange for a few bottles of innate elixirs. As one reaches the innate realm, the speed of cultivation gradually slows. It can be said that the higher the martial arts level, the slower the cultivation rate. Thus, merely relying on seclusion and hard practice at each level yields diminishing returns. At this stage, it becomes essential to supplement training with elixirs, and innate elixirs serve as the best auxiliary elixirs for martial artists in the innate realm. In the outside world, innate elixirs are practically priceless. But within the Jinui, they are not considered scarce. A bottle of innate elixir requires only 100 contribution points, and a Jinui Qianhu's annual salary can purchase 10 bottles. If the refining speed is slow, it may take 3 to 5 months, but if the speed is quick, at least 1 month would suffice. Therefore, to ensure a continuous supply of cultivation elixirs, one must undertake missions to earn contribution points. As for the low-tier Earth-level technique, Blood Nerve, it might be worth practicing, as it is still an Earth-level martial art. How much energy value is required to cultivate Blood Nerve? Qin Zhan inquired. 1,000 energy points can enhance one proficiency level. Moreover, Blood Nerve conflicts with your primary cultivation technique, 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique. I advise caution in your practice, the system replied. Taken aback, Qin Zhan responded, then perhaps I shall forego it. The energy consumption is too great, and its conflict with the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique makes it not worth the trouble. After visiting his superior, Su Wanhis, tomorrow, he will visit the contribution hall to ascertain how much contribution value he can exchange for the Earth-level low-tier techniques, Blood Nerve and the blood-drinking knife, and to see if he can acquire a martial art focused on offense and a weapon that suits him. Chapter 23. Exchange. Su Qianlai, as a Wanhis of the Jinui, has his own office area. A Wanhis typically commands about 10 Qianhis. Though this number is not fixed. In reality, most Wanhis do not have that many Qianhu subordinates, while those who have reached the transcendent realm might command dozens. Among the Wanhis, Su Qianlai is a prominent figure, with 12 Qianhis under his command, including Qin Zhan. Are you Qin Zhan? Su Qianlai appraised Qin Zhan from head to toe, speaking with robust authority as he Saturday. I am Qin Zhan, here to report. Qin Zhan replied. Not bad. Although your realm is slightly lower, Your foundation is solid, that I see from your records that you are merely 15 years old and have already perfected the body refinement fist. You are impressive, a true talent that on behalf of the Jinui headquarters, I welcome your addition. Su Qianlai smiled slightly. Thank you for your kind words, Commander Su. Qin Zhan quickly bowed in gratitude and no need for formalities. Our commanders have expressed a desire to learn from the Nine Gates about flattening management hierarchies and diminishing the distinction between superiors and subordinates, that we shall not adhere to outdated practices. Since you are new to the headquarters, take some time to acclimate to the environment of the divine capital before completing the assessment tasks for Jinui Qinu. I will inform you of any special missions. If there are none, feel free to act at your discretion, that do not squander your time on frivolities. In the Jinui, strength speaks volumes. You are still young and should focus your thoughts on martial cultivation. You have 3 months, after which I will relay the assessment tasks for Jinui Qinu, that if you fail to complete the tasks consecutively 3 times, you will have to return to where you came from. Use these 3 months wisely to enhance your strength. Generally, the assessment tasks are not particularly challenging. Prepare well, and you will have no issues that if there is nothing else, you may leave for now. After a brief exchange with his superior, Qin Zhan proceeded to the exchange hall. The exchange hall is a 3-story building with a vast area, divided into various sections: martial arts, weaponry, elixirs, and special items. Each section is further categorized by tier, such as yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heavenly level, and incomplete techniques. Different personnel oversee each area. Qin Zhan made his way to the earth level section with the blood nerve technique in hand. The attendant in the earth level area was an elderly man with white hair. Upon seeing the blood nerve technique, he raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Qin Zhan. The blood nerve of the blood sovereign, an earth level low tier technique, when used in conjunction with the blood drinking knife, possesses power comparable to high tier earth level techniques. This is the original version of blood nerve, detailing the forging method of the blood drinking knife, that a commendable technique indeed, that do you wish to exchange it for contribution points? Or would you prefer a barter? I would like to exchange for a martial art focused on offense, ideally a knife technique. Qin Zhan pondered before responding. To redeem this technique. You are just a bit short of what is needed for a heavenly level martial art. However, you may exchange it for a top-tier earth level technique. You can select from the armory, and I will add another 10,000 contribution points for you. How does that sound? The elder proposed. That sounds great. Qin Zhan felt a surge of excitement, but a hint of confusion crept in as he asked, but don't you think that's a loss on your part? Haha, it's clear you are visiting the exchange area for the first time. In the Jinui headquarters, yellow level techniques are essentially worthless, while mysterious level techniques are merely mediocre. Only earth level techniques are the mainstream practices for Qianhis and Wanhis in the divine capital. The armory of the Jinui is vast, but top-tier earth level and heavenly level techniques are exceedingly rare. Each edition of an earth level technique enhances the foundation of our Jinui. Moreover, consider this. You feel you have gained a bargain by utilizing a low-tier earth-level technique, exchanging it for a high-tier earth-level technique through the blood nerve. However, we can leverage this blood nerve without restriction, allowing others to exchange their merit points for training opportunities that I in no more than 10 exchanges. The merit points you have lost will be recouped, and from then on, every subsequent exchange will be pure profit. The elder, sensing a tinge of guilt towards Qin Zhan, felt he had struck an extraordinary deal and took the time to explain. Indeed, this is the case. Yet from my perspective, I still consider it a gain, and I am exceedingly grateful for the platform provided by the Jinui. Qin Zhan spoke with utmost sincerity. Allow me to present my identity token. I will transfer the merit points to you. Additionally, please accept this golden command token, which grants you access to exchange for a high-tier earth-level technique at the armory. The elder accepted Qin Zhan's identity token and transferred the merit points accordingly, then produced a golden command token to hand to Qin Zhan. Upon receiving both the identity token and the golden command token, Qin Zhan examined it closely, noticing the bold inscription indicating it was a high-tier earth-level technique, and bowed respectfully to the elder. Thank you, senior. I take my leave. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zhan arrived at the weapon exchange area, where he was greeted by a burly middle-aged man, muscles rippling and exuding an imposing aura. Senior, I wish to trade this bloodthirsty blade for another weapon, Qin Zhan stated, presenting the blade. The middle-aged man took the bloodthirsty blade into his hands. Initially, Qin Zhan intended to caution him about the potential backlash of the cursed blade. only to find that it exhibited no resistance in his grasp. This revelation astonished him. No wonder the manager had mentioned that the Jinui headquarters was teeming with hidden talents. Such words were not unfounded. Although the material was mediocre, it incorporated blood soul stone, which held considerable value, making it a mid-tier weapon among Earth-level arms. However, when paired with the blood nerve, it could unleash unexpected power, thus categorizing it as a superior weapon within the Earth-level tier. Your bloodthirsty blade's classification depends on who wields it, thus making its grade difficult to ascertain. Therefore, I shall provide you with a black exchange token. You may use this token to select any Earth-level weapon from the armory at your discretion. If you manage to select a high-grade weapon, consider yourself fortunate. If you end up with a low-grade one, then you must accept your misfortune. The middle-aged man tossed a black command token to Qin Zhan, inscribed with the words Earth-level indeterminate quality. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Zhan departed. Due to the capability for continuous exchanges, techniques hold a higher value. However, weapons are one-time exchange items with relatively low value. A single bloodthirsty blade could only be traded for a random selection, yet at the very least, it would yield another Earth-level weapon. Any Earth-level weapon would vastly surpass the common 100-forged embroidery spring blade currently in Qin Zhan's possession, as that so-called 100-forged embroidery spring blade barely qualified as a yellow-level weapon, categorized merely as an ordinary mundane item. Chapter 24. Thunderclap Annihilation Blade. The armory of the Jinui headquarters was not far from the weapon repository. Qin Zhan first ventured into the Jinui's armory. Having ascended to the rank of Qianhu within the Jinui, he could exchange for a high-tier, mystical-level technique upon completing the assessment task. However, now possessing 20,000 merit points along with a golden command token and a black command token, Qin Zhan found little value in these offerings. In his view, it would be more beneficial to convert that opportunity into several innate elixirs instead. The Jinui armory comprised 4 floors. The first floor housed yellow-level techniques. The second floor contained mystical-level techniques, the third floor was dedicated to earth-level techniques, and the fourth floor featured heavenly-level techniques. The yellow-level techniques were abundant, and any of this category could be freely consulted. The mystical-level techniques were fewer in number, but still boasted hundreds of shelves filled with martial techniques, accessible for the Jinui's Wanhu to browse freely. The third floor showcased earth-level techniques, where only the Jinui's commanding officers could freely access the low and mid-tier techniques, while high and top-tier techniques were reserved for the 8 generals. As for the fourth floor's heavenly-level techniques, it contained only a little over 10, most of which were low-tier, with merely 3 mid-tier techniques. The requirements for practicing heavenly-level techniques were exceedingly stringent, rendering them unattainable for the average individual. Although Qin Zhan possessed system assistance, enabling him to practice provided he had sufficient energy points, the crux of the matter was that he lacked energy points. A top-tier Earth-level technique like the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique would consume a considerable amount of energy points, and if he were to select another offensive-oriented top-tier Earth-level technique, mastering it in a short time would prove challenging. Within the Jinui headquarters armory, there existed a total of 108 top-tier Earth-level techniques. Among them, 55 were focused on cultivation, while 58 were centered on offensive capabilities. You may choose at your discretion, and any issues must be resolved independently. Do not disturb me. The guardian of the third floor spoke with his eyes closed, addressing Qin Zhan. Apart from a slight lift of his eyelids when Qin Zhan presented the golden command token, he paid no heed to Qin Zhan, even speaking while seated in meditation upon a mat with his eyes closed. However, Qin Zhan dared not voice any objections, for this individual exuded an unpredictable aura. And the moment he opened his eyes, his presence would reveal power far surpassing that of innate realm experts. He was indeed a formidable figure at the Transcendence realm, having traveled far along that path. Xian Tian Cold Ice Palm, a top-tier Earth-level technique, when cultivated to perfection, can freeze the universe with a mere thought and shatter the void with a single palm. Void-shattering fist, a top-tier Earth-level technique, when fully mastered, can shatter adamantine, transforming the virtual into the real, where virtual and real coexist, capable of tearing apart the void with a single punch, annihilating all. As Qin Zhan continued his selection, he was suddenly captivated upon viewing the third-to-last technique. Thunderclap Annihilation Blade, a top-tier Earth-level technique. To practice this technique, one must comprehend the intent of the blade to enter. Achieving minor mastery requires understanding the intent of the blade, the true meaning of thunder. The true meaning of annihilation and the true meaning of the void. To reach media mastery, one must grasp the complete blade intent, complete true meaning of thunder, complete true meaning of annihilation, and complete true meaning of the void. To attain great mastery, one must transform the aforementioned true meanings into the mysteries of martial arts, yielding power comparable to mid-tier, heavenly-level techniques. Note, the cultivation of this technique is extremely arduous. So choose wisely. This was the only earth-level technique that could rival heavenly-level techniques. Yet it was also the only one marked with such a note, indicating its extreme difficulty to cultivate. This was understandable, as achieving minor mastery of a technique required grasping such a multitude of true meanings. For ordinary individuals, reaching the peak of the transcendence realm and comprehending a single true meaning in its entirety would be considered exceedingly impressive. To fathom such a plethora of true meanings, especially those as formidable as the true meaning of annihilation and the true meaning of the void, would challenge even the furnace realm experts to reach profound heights. Achieving great mastery would likely necessitate an unparalleled expert at the Three Flowers realm or even the Five Qi realm. If anyone else were to contemplate selecting this technique, they would undoubtedly hesitate. However, Qin Zhan was not among them, for he possessed the system. As long as he had sufficient energy points, he could cultivate this supreme blade technique to its utmost potential. With enough energy points, he could attain enlightenment at any time and place. Grasping the true meanings would be as effortless as eating or drinking. The pure yang intent of the Nine Heavens pure yang technique and the thunder intent of the thunderclap annihilation blade both possess a masculine essence, intertwining thunder and fire, amplifying their might. The host choice seems quite favorable. The system calmly evaluated. Upon hearing the system's approval, Qin Zhan's resolve to select the thunderclap annihilation blade solidified. After making a selection, he proceeded to the inheritance chamber to receive the technique's transmission before departing. The guardian of the third floor spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan retrieved the inheritance stone related to the thunderclap annihilation blade and headed to the inheritance chamber to accept the transfer. Many top-tier techniques are not inscribed on paper. Yellow-level techniques and even some mystical-level techniques may be written on talismans, yet when the technique's grade is exceedingly high, it cannot be etched on a paper. Many techniques prefer to be inscribed on rare metal nameplates or on special ancient sheepskin parchment. Some major powers even favor recording their transmissions onto inheritance stones. The inheritance stone's transmission is derived from individuals with unparalleled cultivation, who use their mental intent to delineate an inner world that adheres to the special inheritance stone. Upon entering the inheritance chamber, Qin Zhan placed the inheritance stone upon his forehead, feeling a tremendous force of attraction, pulling his consciousness into the stone. Within the inheritance stone, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a long blade, his back turned toward Qin Zhan. Suddenly, the middle-aged man moved, pivoting to strike at Qin Zhan with a single blade. Imbued with the utmost blade intent, that he demonstrated the thunderclap annihilation blade within the realm of consciousness, gradually revealing its intricacies. The black, mysterious characters floated above the man's performance, seeping into Qin Zhan's sea of consciousness. Activate tenfold super enlightenment. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan promptly activated the super enlightenment module, aspiring to master the thunderclap annihilation blade in one fell swoop within this transmission space. This unparalleled blade technique possessed the ability to wreak havoc upon the world. Considering that a technique of slightly inferior grade like the Nine Heavens pure yang technique required a staggering 10,000 energy points to advance a single proficiency level, it was evident that the energy points required for the thunderclap annihilation blade would be immense. If Qin Zhan could utilize tenfold enlightenment during the transmission and comprehend the blade intent to enter its practice, it would save him a substantial amount of energy. The middle-aged man's movements accelerated, and the thunderclap annihilation blade became increasingly ferocious. Though this transpired within the realm of consciousness, Qin Zhan could still feel the void tremble and the world quake. When the final stroke was unleashed, the entire universe fell into silence. 100 seconds. Suddenly, Qin Zhan opened his eyes, a fierce blade intent and white arcs of electricity flickering within them, creating a terrifying visage. With a casual wave of his hand, he executed a hand strike that shattered the stone door of the inheritance chamber. The inheritance lasted a full 100 seconds, consuming an astounding 10,000 energy points. However, Perseverance bore fruit, as he successfully grasped 30% of the knife intent. 30% of knife intent, marking the initiation into the Thunder Annihilation Blade. This expenditure of 10,000 energy points proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 25. Choosing weapons. Having successfully received the inheritance and initiated the Thunder Annihilation Blade, along with comprehending the knife intent. How could this be possible? At the very moment the stone door was shattered by Qin Zhan, the guardian of the third layer opened his eyes, startled by the aura emanating from Qin Zhan. Initially, he believed that Qin Zhan's choice of the Thunder Annihilation Blade was a fool's errand, for the spiritual inheritance imprinted within the inheritance chamber was left by the very founder of this technique. A noble lord of the martial dynasty, Tio learned the Thunder Annihilation Blade. One must first withstand the spiritual pressure of a noble lord. This inheritance stone could confer its gifts only 9 times, after which it would dissolve into nothingness. The previous 8 attempts had all been made by individuals at the innate stage, including a fully realized Jinui who risked his entire fortune to try. Yet all met with failure. Some even suffered severe consequences, rendered imbeciles by the noble lord's spiritual pressure. Why, knowing the dangers, did these innate practitioners still persist in attempting to accept the inheritance of the Thunder Annihilation Blade? Because this inheritance stone represented not merely a top-tier earthly-level knife technique, but also a chance to become a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. Successfully receiving the Thunder Annihilation Blade's inheritance at the innate stage would qualify, 1, as an honorary disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, a fact that had become a well-known secret within the Jinui. Yet no one had managed to succeed thus far. Originally, it was thought that this seemingly weak and reckless youth would squander the last opportunity to become an honorary disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. Yet, who could have anticipated that this youth not only succeeded but also comprehended the knife intent, initiating the Thunder Annihilation Blade? What extraordinary talent is this? Like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, a mere Jinui would ascend to the status of an honorary disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. What unparalleled glory! Forgive me, esteemed senior. I just received the inheritance and, in my excitement, accidentally shattered the stone door of the inheritance chamber. Qin Zhan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the astonished guardian, and oh harm done. The guardian regained his earlier aloof demeanor. What is your name? How old are you? And do you have a master? I am Qin Zhan. 15 years of age, with no master, Qin Zhan replied. Well done, you may leave, the guardian remarked coolly, then returned to his meditation on the mat, closing his eyes to recuperate. Farewell, esteemed senior. Qin Zhan bowed respectfully before gradually retreating. After Qin Zhan departed, the guardian opened his eyes once more. A 15-year-old at the innate stage. Such talent is already comparable to the true inheritors of top-tier sects, and even rivals some of the less competent princes of the martial dynasty. Coupled with successfully accepting the inheritance of the Heavenly Blade King's Thunder Annihilation Blade, his future is boundless. He promptly decided to send a message to the higher-ups for their deliberation, taking out a jade slip and sealing it with a spell to relay the information. These matters were not on Qin Zhan's mind. He was busy calculating how much energy he had saved this time. System, how much energy is required to raise the proficiency level of the Thunder Annihilation Blade? Qin Zhan inquired. 15,000 energy points are needed to elevate 1 level, due to the numerous enhancements required for this technique. Advancing 1 level will also improve the host's knife intent, as well as the true intents of destruction, void, and thunder. Furthermore, if the host's strength is inadequate, the proficiency level cannot be increased, as the current realm and body cannot endure it. The martial arts profundities can only be comprehended at the furnace stage or the diamond stage. Even with the system's assistance, the host must at least reach the furnace stage to cultivate this technique to great success. As for perfection, the technique cannot currently be elevated to that proficiency level. There are inherent flaws in this technique, which have yet to be pushed to their extremes. Once fully developed, it would become a top-tier existence among heavenly-level techniques. The system explained. Qin Zhan was taken aback upon hearing this. A technique that is still incomplete possesses such might, ranking among the top-tier earthly-level techniques, and reaching great success would be comparable to mid-tier, heavenly-level martial skills. If perfected, what kind of power would it wield? Surely it could attain at least high-tier or even top-tier heavenly-level status. How can this technique be perfected, and how much energy is required? Qin Zhan asked. The host must independently complete the perfection. The system can only repair, but cannot create or deduce techniques, the system replied. Temporarily, Qin Zhan pondered and pinpointed the crux of this statement. Does that mean the deduction function might be available in the future? Unknown, the system responded coldly. Forget it, every step forward is a step forward. For now, I need not worry about so much. Once I cultivate this technique to great success, perhaps I won't need you anymore and can perfect it on my own. Qin Zhan said, feeling quite relaxed. With the initiation of the Thunder Annihilation Blade and comprehension of 30% of the knife intent, his strength grew even more formidable, despite his relatively low realm. He was no inferior to those at the 7th or 8th heavens of the innate stage. After all, few could possess two top-tier, earthly-level techniques at the innate stage, and even the transcendent stage might not yield someone as fortunate as Qin Zhan. Not pausing for a moment, Qin Zhan made his way to the weaponry vault. The Jinui headquarters armory boasted a plethora of weaponry. Swords, spears, halberds, staffs, and all manner of arms were abundant. Armed with a black token, he was led to the earthly-level weaponry area by the armory guards. The rarity of earthly-level weapons was on par with that of earthly-level techniques. However, due to the unpredictable quality of his bloodthirsty blade, he could only select from the earthly-level weapons, which might yield a superior quality or perhaps one inferior to his bloodthirsty blade. Yet, the individual who had given him the black token could never have imagined he possessed such an extraordinary system. System, please evaluate which weapon possesses the highest quality and is most suitable for me. Qin Zhan inquired within his mind. Evaluating a weapon costs 1,000 energy points. Does the host wish to proceed? The system replied. Forget it, Qin Zhan said. This area is where earthly-level weapons are stored. You may choose any. If you cannot subdue your chosen weapon, you may select again. Be sure to act within your limits. As many of these weapons are spoils collected by the formidable predecessors of the Jinui, and some may still harbor the unyielding spirit of their former owners. Exercise caution, the armory guard advised Qin Zhan. Truly, the armory of the Jinui headquarters is filled with treasures. However, to practice the Thunder Annihilation Blade, I must select a fine knife. There were approximately 700 earthly-level weapons, with around 100 being blade-type weapons. Among these, some were damaged from battle and thus were not considered. The remaining choices numbered over 70. Which one should he select? Choosing a weapon must resonate with one's technique and martial will to ensure ease of use. Let me give it a try. Chapter 26. The mysterious Black Blade. Qin Zhan silently activated the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique and the Thunder Annihilation Blade, releasing his knife intent to sense the weapons within the earthly level area. After a considerable period of contemplation, Qin Zhan ultimately focused on 4 blades. Although these 4 treasures might not represent the highest quality within the earthly level weapon storage, they resonated most harmoniously with Qin Zhan. The 5 Tiger Fiery Sun Blade, forged from the blazing sunstone of Fire Valley and infused with the essence of 5 fiery tiger demon cores, is known as one of the fiercest blades in existence. Qin Zhan examined this formidable weapon closely. Indeed, the blade exuded a fierce aura and aligned well with his Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique. Yet, its size proved unwieldy for Qin Zhan's physique, making it seem rather incongruous. Is this the supreme blade forged from Gillette's razor-sharp blade? Qin Zhan shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. The Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Blade, crafted from celestial meteorite, is indestructible and infused with the essence of wind and thunder. Unmatched in offense. The Bloodthirsty Demon Blade, forged from blood soul stones, heavenly demon blood, and the essences of 99 different materials, possesses an exceedingly malevolent nature, suitable only for those with a yang, energy-based technique. Qin Zhan found himself leaning toward the Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Blade, while the Bloodthirsty Demon Blade, despite its formidable aura, was too wicked even compared to the Bloodthirsty Blade that Qin Zhan had little desire to wield. Turning to the 4th blade, he thought that if this one did not meet his expectations, he would choose the Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Blade, which aligned well with his cultivation of the Thunder Annihilation Blade. Possessing wind and thunder attributes, making it an excellent choice. The Black Blade, an earthly-level weapon, sharp and sleek, did I ask that all? Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 4th weapon, while other weapons were described in grandiose terms. This Black Blade was presented so simply. Why was the introduction so plain? He picked up the Black Blade for a closer inspection. The scabbard and hilt were adorned with a layer of unique fish skin, which bore an incredibly fine scale pattern. Unless one looked closely, it was almost imperceptible. The quality of the scabbard and hilt was extraordinary, with a soft, sandpaper-like texture upon touch. Intricate landscapes were etched upon the scabbard, giving a sense of being immersed in the scene, evoking a deep and distant ambience, while the hilt depicted a terrifying map of the 18 layers of hell. Swish. Holding the hilt firmly, Qin Zhan drew forth the black blade. Its width spanning 4 fingers, its spine a finger thick, and measuring 2 feet and 3 inches in length. The entire weapon was straight and jet black, the blade gleaming with an ominous luster. Its sharpness unmistakable, truly deserving of its title as the Black Knife. System, I wish to spend 1,000 energy points to appraise this black knife, Qin Zhan declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. This black knife eluded his understanding, exuding an air of mystery that he was reluctant to overlook. He yearned to uncover its origins, that if the knife truly possessed no remarkable qualities beyond its sharpness, he would naturally forego it in favor of the Thunderfall meteorite blade he had previously favored. However, if this black knife were indeed extraordinary, he would not allow himself to miss out on a prized weapon. Appraising this weapon requires 10,000 energy points. Does the host wish to proceed? The system inquired. Are you jesting with me? Just a moment ago, you stated that appraising a weapon costs only 1,000 energy points. How has the price suddenly multiplied tenfold? Qin Zhan retorted, his annoyance evident. Circumstances have changed. What I stated previously pertained to that time, while this is the current rate. The system argued evasively upon hearing this. Rather than feeling anger, Qin Zhan's spirits lifted. You must be under some constraint, as it is inconceivable for the price to fluctuate without reason, that be why stating that it costs 10,000 energy points to appraise the black knife. You imply that its grade and origins far surpass those of other Earth-grade weapons. No need for an appraisal. This black knife is exceedingly sharp, its design rustic yet understatedly luxurious and profound. I am fond of it. I shall take it. With that, Qin Zhan seized the black knife, completed the registration, and departed from the armory. Observing Qin Zhan's retreating figure, the armory guard shook his head in resignation. To choose such a mediocre weapon is beyond comprehension. What a waste of an opportunity. Indeed, the origins of this black knife were shrouded in mystery. Initially, several generals had personally investigated it, yet apart from its hardness and sharpness, they gleaned nothing further, based solely on its formidable sharpness and mysterious origins. It barely ranked among Earth-grade weapons, and in terms of its might, it likely fell short of most profound-grade weapons. Now equipped with weapons and techniques, Qin Zhan possessed 20,000 merit points, allowing him to exchange for some innate pills at the alchemy hall. Each bottle of innate pills required merely 100 merit points, enabling him to exchange for 200 bottles, sufficient to consume like beans. While 20,000 merit points may not seem substantial, the annual salary of a captain in the Jinhui is merely 1,000 merit points. Thus, 20,000 merit points equate to Qin Zhan's salary over 20 years. I wish to exchange for 10 bottles of innate pills, Qin Zhan stated, handing over his identity token in a flash of light. His merit points diminished by 1,000. That it remains uncertain who conceived the identity token akin to a bank card in Qin Zhan's world. Though it is rumored to have been crafted by a master of formations from the Yin-Yang family, that if one could decipher it and infinitely augment their merit points, that would be splendid. After exchanging for the innate pills, Qin Zhan promptly returned to his chamber to enter seclusion. In this world where the strong reign supreme, he must cultivate enough strength to live better than others. Energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? The moment Qin Zhan grasped the innate pill, the system's prompt sounded. Without a second thought, he responded, yes. Energy value, 10. The innate pill in Qin Zhan's hand vanished in an instant, leaving him with a toothache. Is this even possible? You can absorb pills too. Qin Zhan lamented, reluctantly retrieving another pill. Absorption not detected. Before the system could finish its notification, Qin Zhan shot back, I never stumble in the same hole twice. He thought triumphantly, detected that the pill in the host's hand contains excessive impurities. Would you like to spend 10 energy points to purify it? The system chimed in again, with a heavy sigh. Qin Zhan remarked, is it that you cannot feel satisfied unless you scrape some energy points off me? I've said all that needs to be said. Purification or not, it is up to you. This system never imposes demands, the system replied, its tone tinged with resignation. Purify. Qin Zhan gritted his teeth. Though reluctant, he knew that products from the system are guaranteed to be high quality, so he had to endure. Purification successful. As Qin Zhan beheld the now pristine white innate pill in his hand, he noted its transformation. It had shrunk to a third of its original size, resembling a yellow bean, with 9 mysterious patterns etched upon its smooth surface. These were the legendary pill patterns. Qin Zhan swallowed the innate pill whole, a surge of pure, innate energy unfurling within him, causing his blood to boil, his aura to ascend, and with a resounding boom, he broke through. He had attained the second layer of the innate realm. Chapter 27. Zhang Han, how swiftly he has refined it, and even broken through? Qin Zhan was astonished. After the system's purification, the innate pill required little time for refinement. Merely absorbing the innate energy and refining his true blood sufficed. Typically, 10 bottles of innate pills, totaling 100, would take 3 to 5 months for those with lower-level cultivation techniques to refine. However, with Qin Zhan practicing the top-tier earth-grade technique, the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, his refinement speed would be markedly faster, allowing him to consume 108 pills in merely 1 to 2 months. Yet, now with the system's presence, the purified innate pills required almost no refinement and could be absorbed directly, taking merely half an hour for each pill. Such a speed of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Cultivating and breaking through the innate realm using innate pills allowed for rapid refinement of true blood, enabling swift ascension in realms. At this rate, it was likely he could reach the pinnacle of the innate realm within a year. Initially, according to Qin Zhan's cultivation pace, even with the aid of innate pills and the formidable refining capacity of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, he would still require around 3 to 5 years to reach the peak of the innate realm. However, now his speed had increased 3 to 5-fold. In the Wu dynasty, to the east of the royal court, stood an opulent estate, its plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Heavenly Blade King's Manor. This was the residence of Zhang Han, the Heavenly Blade King, one of the most esteemed nobles in the Wu dynasty. The Heavenly Blade King was among the mightiest figures of the divine martial era, possessing unfathomable power. He once followed the divine martial emperor in campaigns across the land, achieving great merit and being conferred the title of a noble of different lineage. Since the establishment of the Wu dynasty nearly 10,000 years ago, fewer than 100 individuals have been granted the title of noble of different lineage. Such nobles emerge only once every century, and all positions are not hereditary. Yet, during the reign of the divine martial emperor, for hereditary noble titles were established, revered as the 4 heavenly kings, among whom was the Heavenly Blade King. The Heavenly Blade King was extraordinarily tall, nearly 2 meters in height, with a well-proportioned physique brimming with explosive strength. His aura was subdued, clad in dark golden battle armor, standing upright, exuding a military and lethal energy with every motion at present. He held a scroll, scrutinizing its contents. Qin Zhan, a resident of Qin Village in the EC County of the Wu dynasty, age 15, joined the Jinyui a few months ago. During this period, he is suspected of awakening a special bloodline or physique, with his cultivation progressing by leaps and bounds. His body refinement technique has reached perfection, achieving a strength of 10,000 genes in the body refinement realm in Qingbei County of EC County. He single-handedly turned the tide of battle, breaking through to the innate realm amidst chaos, and striking down a great demon at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the innate realm with a single punch. He was then recommended by Su Pejuan, the captain of the Jinyui in EC County, to be transferred to the Jinyui headquarters. During his journey, he encountered blood demon Xue Qianli, listed on the black list of the 9 gates, and slayed him, acquiring his relics, which he utilized to gain the qualification to select top-tier earth-grade techniques. That he chose the Thunder Annihilation Blade and comprehended the essence of the blade during his inheritance, mastering the blade technique at the introductory level. The scroll in the Heavenly Blade King's hand detailed Qin Zhan's entire narrative, chronicling every event from his childhood, even including the amusing anecdotes of his youthful infatuation with Tian Niu, the daughter of the village chief. The document was thorough to the point that it might include details even Qin Zhan himself scarcely remembered. Upon finishing the scroll, a rare smile appeared on the Heavenly Blade King's stern face. An innate realm at the age of 15 is not overly remarkable. Yet the speed of his cultivation from that point to this level is beyond mere genius. It seems Jiang Han, have stumbled upon a treasure this time, while others often focused on Qin Zhan achieving the innate realm at 15. The royal princes and direct descendants of millennia-old families, as well as the true heirs of martial arts sects, had long been using various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine their bodies, making it unacceptable for them to fail to reach the innate realm by the age of 13 or 14. Thus, Qin Zhan's breakthrough at 15 might be considered genius in the eyes of the common folk. But to someone of the Heavenly Blade King's caliber, it was merely deemed competent, perhaps not even reaching the standard of genius. However, after reviewing Qin Zhan's dossier, the Heavenly Blade King quickly recognized the depth of Qin Zhan's potential. An orphan raised in Qin village, he had grown up consuming the food of many families, lacking resources for cultivation, which explained why he had barely stepped into the realm of martial arts before joining the Jinyui. Yet after joining the Jinyui, with a continuous supply of various techniques and resources, he had demonstrated astonishing talent. As the saying goes, poverty breeds strength. To cultivate martial arts, one must first possess a robust physique. How could Qin Zhan, who had struggled for food, ever have the abundant blood vitality to refine his body? However, after he joined the Jinyui, his daily meals were supplied by them, rich in nutrition, accompanied by martial arts techniques and a considerable monthly stipend that enhanced his quality of life. The innate deficiency in his vitality was gradually replenished, and his path in martial arts became increasingly smooth. Of course, this may be related to his inadvertent awakening of a special bloodline or unique physique, but for the Tian Dao Wang, it was of little consequence that it took him merely a few months to progress from the beginning stages of cultivation to the innate realm. A prodigious feat rarely seen throughout history. This disciple, Jiang Han, shall take. A glint of brilliance flashed in the eyes of Tian Dao Wang as he spoke with conviction. Someone, go to the Shichong and eliminate the chief eunuch Chao De of the Shichong Yuma Jian. Tian Dao Wang's tone was light, yet his command was resolute. Yes, a voice responded from the dark night. The account of Qin Zhan's encounter with the blood demon was clearly recorded. Those who dare to scheme against my disciple, Jiang Han, must undoubtedly perish. What? Qin Zhan is not yet my disciple. Even those who plot against my future disciple shall face death. This was Tian Dao Wang, one of the 4 great kings of the martial dynasty, known for his decisive and domineering actions, not to mention the assassination of a mere chief eunuch like Chao De, as long as he spared the head of the Shichong, even if he slaughtered everyone else. The divine martial emperor would not intervene. This was his privilege, a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by the martial emperor, a trust earned through years of fighting alongside the emperor. 2 months later, with a furious roar, Qin Zhan's house collapsed in a thunderous crash. Engulfed in flames, he emerged from the inferno, exuding a terrifying heat and might that he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the innate realm. With his speed, he could have ascended to the 5th or even 6th layer of the innate realm within these 2 months. But he understood the principle of building a towering structure from the ground up, placing great emphasis on solidifying his foundation. During these 2 months, not only did his cultivation improve, but he also perfected the 1st level of the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique and gained initial insights into the Thunder Destruction Blade. Having activated the path of divine enlightenment multiple times, he had mastered half of the blade's intent, a feat unattainable by many at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Now, his demeanor was subdued, but once unleashed, he seemed capable of tearing apart anything. Chapter 28. Apprenticeship. Qin Zhan watched as his residence was consumed by the roaring flames, and he could not help but smile wryly. It seems I must practice in the training room next time. Qin Zhan was startled, as a figure appeared beside him, clad in a long black robe, standing before him like a spear. I am Jiang Han, the creator of the Thunder Destruction Blade. Now that you have learned it, you shall be my disciple. Do you wish to accept me as your master? Jiang Han spoke in a deep voice. The creator of the Thunder Destruction Blade? Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed. Disciple Qin Zhan pays respects to master. Excellent. Jiang Han expressed his delight. From this day forth, you shall be my 7th disciple. You have 6 senior brothers and sisters above you. You will have the opportunity to meet them. This is the Tian Dao order from my Tian Dao Wang mansion. Upon presenting it, it is as if I am personally present, should you encounter any issues in your cultivation. Feel free to come to the Tian Dao Wang Mansion to seek my guidance that I often reside in the imperial capital, but do not use my name to engage in reckless behavior. The path of martial arts is destined to be lonely. Aside from queries regarding cultivation, I will not provide any assistance. Your journey must be traversed by yourself in 1 month. Your examination for the 1,000 household position in the Genie Way shall commence. For the next month, you will follow me to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to practice the blade technique. Jiang Han concluded, and before Qin Zhan could respond, he waved his hand, taking him on a swift journey towards the Demon Beast Mountain Range. The Demon Beast Mountain Range lies at the northern edge of the Martial Dynasty, bordering the northern Jilu continent. This world is divided into 5 major continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, Northern Jilu Continent, Western Coward Continent, Southern Zhan Continent, and the Central Continent. The Martial Dynasty is located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, one of its most powerful empires. The northernmost point of the Martial Dynasty directly borders the Northern Jilu Continent, which is the realm of the demon tribes that in ancient times, the demon tribes ruled this world. Their presence felt across all 5 continents. However, as the human race rose to prominence, exceptional individuals emerged, expanding their territory and forcing the demon tribes to retreat to a single continent. With the decline of the ancients, the demon tribes have grown stronger over countless years of recuperation. Although the human race occupies 4 continents, their unity is lacking, leading to complex internal factions, which in turn has allowed the demon tribes to frequently invade human territories and wreak havoc. Although the world is divided into 5 major continents, it is not proportionate to their size. The Northern Jilu continent's land area nearly surpasses the combined total of the other 4 continents, making the demon tribes' domain vast, albeit less fertile compared to the others, hence their desire to invade human lands in search of fertile territory. The Demon Beast Mountain Range serves as the boundary between the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and the Northern Jilu Continent, as well as the division between the Martial Dynasty and the Northern Jilu Continent. Throughout the Martial Dynasty's millennia of history, it has experienced both glory and humiliation. During the reign of the Radiant Emperor, the demon tribes launched a massive invasion across the Demon Beast Mountain Range, seizing over half of the Martial Dynasty's territory. Later, the Holy Martial Emperor ascended the throne, uniting the strength of the 100 nations of the Divine Continent, forcing the demon tribes back and reclaiming some lost land. Subsequently, the Divine Martial Emperor inherited the Holy Martial Legacy, leading the Martial Dynasty into 3 decisive battles against the demon tribes, slaying countless demons and driving them back to the Demon Beast Mountain Range, even crossing it to invade the Northern Jilu Continent, capturing portions of its territory. Later, the Divine Martial Emperor constructed the Black Great Wall south of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, completely shutting out the demon tribes. The Demon Beast Mountain Range also became a hunting ground for the Martial Dynasty, where prominent figures frequently led their disciples to train. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, a rare colossal mountain range filled with numerous heavenly materials and treasures. While also harboring many demon beasts, your mission is to slay these beasts, utilizing the Thunder Destruction Blade technique to eliminate innate realm demon beasts. The more, the better. Now, demonstrate your blade technique, and I will provide you with guidance. Jiang Han instructed Qin Zhan. Yes, master. Qin Zhan drew his black blade and began practicing the Thunder Destruction Blade. Although he had often practiced the technique during this period, encountering places he could not comprehend, he had even activated a moment of enlightenment to grasp it, yet many aspects still eluded him. After all, his time in the martial arts was too brief, lacking a robust foundation. The so-called enlightenment does not arise from thin air. It requires a certain level of accumulation to be effective. If one's mind is completely blank, even 100-fold enlightenment would be futile. Now, with the creator of the terrifying Thunder Destruction Blade before him, even a single piece of guidance would be more beneficial than 10 days of solitary study. Half of the blade's intent, yet you have yet to fully enter the realm of the Thunder Destruction Blade, continually advancing towards minor success. You truly are a promising talent that I hope you can eventually elevate this blade technique to its ultimate realm. Tian Dao, Wang Jianghan mused as he observed Qin Zhan practicing. In terms of martial arts techniques, theory has always surpassed practice. The Thunder Destruction Blade he created has only reached the major success stage and has not yet attained perfection. His aspiration for perfection is to elevate this technique to a divine level, rivaling sacred grade techniques, thus breaking through to the 5 Qi realm from the 3 Flowers realm. Indeed, he has already reached the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm, merely a step away from opening the five palaces of the human body and entering the 5 Qi realm. However, this step has historically ensnared countless individuals. Even if he considers himself exceptionally gifted, he lacks confidence in fully crossing this threshold. After all, as one's cultivation ascends, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. Even someone of the divine martial emperor's caliber faced a blockade at the threshold of the immortal realm for over a decade. Still in seclusion, uncertain if he has broken through. The true form of the divine martial emperor is currently in deep seclusion. What appears before the court daily is but a manifestation of his essence. Upon reaching the Three Flowers realm, he can condense 3 flowers of the Great Path, forming 3 external manifestations corresponding to the future, past, and present. At this moment, Tian Dao Wang is not physically present in the Demon Beast Mountain range. This is merely a projection of his past self, while his true form remains stationed at the Eastern Sea, vigilant against the invasion of sea tribes. The 4 great kings are the most trusted and valued individuals by the martial emperor, each guarding the 4 borders of the martial dynasty, while the martial emperor oversees the center of the martial dynasty from the divine capital. Once Qin Zhan finished his practice, he sheathed his blade and awaited Jiang Han's guidance. You have already entered the realm of the Thunder Destruction Blade with a correct overall direction, but some minor details need refinement that I will explain them to you in detail and inform you how to cultivate the true essence of the Thunder Destruction Blade. I will leave a trace of the purest Thunder Destruction Blade energy within you. Meditate on it carefully, as it will accelerate your comprehension of the technique. As Jiang Han explained, he demonstrated the deficiencies in Qin Zhan's blade technique, deepening Qin Zhan's understanding of the Thunder Destruction Blade. Chapter 29. System Impressive. This is a personal instruction from an invincible powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm. Such treatment is something even the princes of the martial dynasty do not receive. Previously, Qin Zhan had questions regarding the Thunder Destruction Blade, and after Jiang Han's meticulous guidance, clarity dawned upon him. Before I forget, what is the primary technique you are cultivating? Jiang Han inquired after finishing his guidance on Qin Zhan's blade technique. Although martial arts and techniques are inherently intertwined, certain practices primarily serve as aids in cultivation, while others focus on offense. The Thunder Annihilation Blade, of course, is predominantly an offensive technique. Therefore, Jiang Han believes that Qin Zhan requires a top-tier auxiliary cultivation method. I am cultivating the Earth-level pinnacle technique, the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art, Qin Zhan replied candidly. What? The Nine Heavens Pure Yang art created by the Pure Yang sovereign. You have actually obtained his legacy. You rascal, what extraordinary fortune you possess. Jiang Han exclaimed with laughter. I was initially concerned that you lacked a formidable cultivation technique, but now that concern is entirely unnecessary, that in fact, I find myself at a disadvantage with the techniques I have to offer you. With his esteemed position, Jiang Han could not acquire sacred-grade techniques, but he certainly possessed several heavenly-grade ones. However, the requirements for heavenly-grade techniques are exceedingly high, necessitating one to reach the transcendence, or even the furnace realm to cultivate them. Hence, Earth-level techniques remain the preferred choice for those in the innate realm. The fact that Qin Zhan possesses 2 top-tier, Earth-level techniques that rival heavenly-grade ones is indeed a stroke of tremendous fortune. Pure Yang Sovereign. Qin Zhan was somewhat perplexed, yet he had heard many mention this title. However, within the realms of cultivation, there is indeed no such rank as sovereign. Yet, despite his confusion, it was clear that anyone bestowed with such a title must possess extraordinary strength beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Jiang Han continued, in ancient times, achieving the Three Flowers realm was sufficient to be deemed a formidable being, one capable of moving mountains and filling seas, wielding earth-shattering power. Attaining the 5 Qi realm would grant one the title of sovereign. Alas, in today's world, some in the transcendence realm dare to call themselves formidable beings, while those in lesser regions claim the title of sovereign. However, the pure Yang sovereign is a genuine existence of the 5 Qi realm. Having opened 5 Dao palaces within his body, and is but a step away from the realm of terrestrial immortals that in terms of strength, he may not stand out among the myriad powerful beings of ancient times. And today, he may not even rival the sacred monarch, yet he is a remarkable theorist of martial arts. Many techniques were developed by martial arts masters but remain imperfect, much like my Thunder Annihilation Blade, which is still a step away from perfection. However, some individuals can utilize their vast knowledge to deduce extremely refined techniques, capable of creating flawless methods without ever having practiced them themselves. The Nine Heavens Pure Yang art is the most perfect technique established by the Pure Yang sovereign. Yet he has never actually practiced the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art himself. The reason for the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art's esteemed reputation in later generations stems not only from the Pure Yang sovereign himself, but also because every practitioner of this technique has been a renowned figure within the cultivation world. Legendary figures such as the Fire God, Fire Azura, Sun God, and Blaze Saint, all of whom have left their mark in history, and even divine beings have cultivated the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art at some point, deriving their own techniques from it, reaching the Saint realm, and even entering the divine realm. Some have called the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art the foundation of enlightenment, which speaks volumes about its esteemed status. Yet, in the present day, the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art has long been lost to time. Even if fragments are found, they are merely scraps, utterly unfit for cultivation, that I cannot fathom where you found such good fortune to have located it. Young man, you possess great fortune, that I have heard the sacred monarch say that the extent of one's journey in cultivation is closely tied to the fortune one carries. Those with great fortune often achieve the extraordinary. This is why ancient masters would meticulously observe their disciples' fortunes through divination before deciding to accept them as students. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Qin Zhan was taken aback, but he had initially thought that the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art was merely a profound auxiliary cultivation method. Unaware of its immense significance and the fact that it had been lost for many years, leaving only fragments, none of which had been successfully cultivated. This made Qin Zhan inwardly exclaim, "System, how impressive! I never realized the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art was so renowned. When I stumbled upon that parchment, I thought it was just a relatively profound technique and began cultivating it without a second thought." Qin Zhan pretended to be embarrassed, scratching his head that do not let a third person know about your cultivation of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art, not even those closest to you. Once you reach a level of mastery, breaking through the furnace realm or even the diamond realm, it will no longer matter whether you reveal it or not. That if others inquire, simply say you are practicing the Solar Radiance Sutra. This technique is also an earth-level method, albeit one rank lower than the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art. Classified as a high-tier earth-level technique, that IT was developed by later generations who gathered various versions of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art, and, after nearly a century of research and deduction, created this technique, which boasts 90% of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art's power. Claiming this as your practice will raise no suspicions, as the library of the Heavenly Blade King's Pavilion holds this method. "You are my disciple, so no one will doubt you," Jiang Han said, patting Qin Zhan on the shoulder. He was not particularly concerned about the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art, since he had already forged his own path. However, there would always be some who could not restrain their curiosity and wish to witness the true form of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang art. But if news of Qin Zhan possessing the complete Nine Heavens Pure Yang art reached their ears, even the name of Jiang Han, the Heavenly Blade King, would not suffice to quell their intrigue. One must admit, Jiang Han had expended considerable effort for his disciple, while he had adopted a hands-off approach with his other disciples, merely explaining techniques a few times and allowing them to practice independently. Even now, he was unaware of where his 6 other disciples had wandered off to. "Yes, disciple thanks you, master." Qin Zhan expressed his profound gratitude. "Well then, it is time for you to commence your trials, that I shall seal off a region and drive all innate realm beasts within a 1,000-mile radius into this area. For the next month, you must thoroughly master the techniques of the Thunder Annihilation Blade and strive to elevate your blade intent by another 10%, Jiang Han stated, reverting to his previously aloof demeanor, that I am the innate realm. You must fully grasp a true intent. To truly contend with the top talents of the various forces in the martial dynasty, mastering a complete true intent in the innate realm is merely the beginning. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Remain humble and patient. Very well, let the trials commence. Chapter 30. The Thrill of Killing and Fleeing. 1 month later, Qin Zhan sat cross-legged within a pitch-black expanse, the black blade resting across his knees. His blood energy surged, blade intent enveloped him, and arcs of electricity danced around. "Humans, how delectable you look! Prepare to meet your demise." Qin Zhan was unaware of the methods employed by his opportunistic master. Zhang Han, which compelled the demonic beasts of the Beast Mountain range to recklessly charge into this mysterious black area. They seemed to be under some enchantment, shouting for blood upon seeing him. Without a hint of doubt as to why he was present, that a tiger demon of the innate realm, 10th heaven. You are insufficient. Suddenly rising, Qin Zhan drew the black blade with a swift motion. The air crackling with electricity as the dark blade light flashed like lightning. The tiger demon of the innate realm, 9th heaven, did not have time to react before its head fell to the ground. Even in death, it could not comprehend how a mere 6th heaven human could have slain it with a single blow during this month, with Zhang Han providing an abundance of cultivation resources. Qin Zhan had slain countless innate realm beasts, acquiring a substantial amount of energy. Although the innate pill was no longer available, Zhang Han casually wandered through the Beast Mountain range, discovering many precious materials. Blood crystal stones and demon pills, all of which benefited Qin Zhan, that in just 1 month. He had progressed from the 3rd heaven of the innate realm to the 6th heaven's pinnacle. His strength now surpassed that of ordinary peak innate realm beasts. And he was eager to find an exquisite realm beast to test his skills against. Over this month, he had achieved 90% blade intent, 10% annihilation true intent, and 30% thunder true intent. Very impressive. If you can comprehend the void true intent, the power of this blade technique can increase by another 30%. Now I have taught you all that I can. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Zhang Han said, expressing his satisfaction with Qin Zhan. Master, may I request one favor? Qin Zhan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Ditto." Pray tell, Zhang Han asked with interest. Master, could you demonstrate the Thunder Annihilation Blade in its peak state? I wish to witness the true terror of the perfected Thunder Annihilation Blade. Qin Zhan stated eagerly. Ha! What difficulty is there in that? Zhang Han replied nonchalantly. Step back and watch as I demonstrate the true horror of the perfected Thunder Annihilation Blade. Master, wait. Qin Zhan interjected. After some contemplation, he proposed, without an opponent, merely demonstrating an ultimate technique may prove rather monotonous. Master, why not find a demonic opponent to practice against? Zhang Han regarded Qin Zhan for a moment before responding. That is a good idea. I shall take you deeper into the North Julu continent to hunt down a demon king. Zhang Han and Qin Zhan soared into the sky like a great rock. Ascending to great heights, traversing the sprawling Beast Mountain range, and heading towards the depths of the North Julu continent. 300 miles ahead lay a formidable demon king, boasting strength equivalent to that of a peak diamond realm entity, rivaling an ordinary human in the Three Flowers realm. Let us see how I shall slay him. In Zhang Han's grasp, a resplendent blade materialized, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. This was the 10 Prisons Blade, a weapon capable of subduing the 10 realms of hell, an unparalleled divine instrument, and the very embodiment of Zhang Han's life essence. As the 10 Prisons Blade was drawn, with a mere flick, the heavens were inundated with laws akin to a torrential downpour. The void was rent asunder, and the earth crumbled into a void of silence that a furious roar echoed from the depths of the law-laden sea below. Wu Zhao Tian, the Blade King, how dare you unilaterally tear apart the covenant between our clans? Do you truly believe my demon kin to be mere clay? A formidable demon king radiated an overwhelming aura. Wielding a blood-red spear, his vitality surging, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. Whether the demon kin were indeed mere clay, Zhang Han could not ascertain, but he was certain that before him. You were indeed clay. Zhang Han spoke with a leisurely demeanor to the demon king, that he then turned to his disciple, saying, observe closely just how terrifying the perfected Thunder Annihilation Blade truly is. With that, without the slightest forewarning, the 10 Prisons Blade struck, its dazzling blade light flickering with ghostly purple lightning, embodying the essence of utter annihilation, a sight both magnificent and fierce. Crack! Suddenly, a terrifying rift appeared in the sky. An unparalleled blade light surged forth, as if shattering time and space, obliterating the cosmos, severing the sun and moon, isolating the ancient universe, and directly cleaving towards the heavens, aimed squarely at the pinnacle of the Vajra realm Demon King. With a resounding boom, the Demon King, caught off guard, was instantly cleaved in twain. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound, and mere moments later, the heavens began to tremble violently, a fearsome storm of destruction swept across the realms. And in an instant, the already severed demon king's form shattered like a mirage, dispersing into countless fragments, merging into the void. Such terror! At that moment, Qin Zhan stood utterly stunned. Was this the might of the perfected thunder annihilation blade? Comparable to a pinnacle Vajra realm demon king of the Three Flowers realm, falling without a semblance of resistance. He had every reason to believe that even a peak demon king of the Three Flowers realm would be unable to withstand his master's supreme strike. This strike represented not only the pinnacle of the Thunder Annihilation Blade, but also the might of Jiang Han, the Blade King of the Three Flowers realm. "Do you see clearly?" Jiang Han said coldly. "Energy value. 500,000. The system's mechanical voice resonated, and Qin Zhan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Truly worthy of a pinnacle Vajra realm being, comparable to a Three Flowers realm demon king, yielding a staggering 500,000 energy points. Even if he had not delivered the final blow, receiving merely 1/10 of the energy value would grant him a substantial 50,000 energy points. How many innate realm demon beasts would one need to slay to achieve such a feat? This was an absolute windfall. "Master, could we do it again? I think I might have been dazzled by the brilliance," Qin Zhan said earnestly. Thud! Jiang Han delivered a playful rap to Qin Zhan's head, exclaiming, "Do you know what is the most exhilarating?" "What?" Qin Zhan asked in confusion. "Killing and then fleeing. Now that's thrilling." Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, "But we must take our leave. Slaying a pinnacle Vajra realm demon king deep within the North Julu continent will undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful entities from the Three Flowers realm, or even the revered beings of the Five Qi realm. Should they arrive, escaping would no longer be an option. Are there many Five Qi realm revered beings among the demon kin?" Qin Zhan inquired. "At the very least, their numbers exceed the combined total of all the Five Qi realm revered beings from our Wu dynasty and the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Yet the demon kin are not a monolithic entity. Otherwise, our plight would be far more dire." Jiang Han's brow furrowed. "Someone approaches, a great demon of the Five Qi realm. Not just one that we have truly stirred up a hornet's nest. We must depart swiftly." With that, Jiang Han seized Qin Zhan and transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. Chapter 31. Returned. Jiang Han stood at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm, yet he had the ability to slay revered beings of the Five Qi realm. For he had already begun to carve his own path. That to forge one's own path is the first threshold for a terrestrial immortal, and this explains why the majority of terrestrial and even celestial level techniques are those established by revered beings. Upon reaching the Five Qi realm and becoming a revered being, one must advance further by forging their own methodology and techniques, validating their learnings. Although Jiang Han had yet to attain the Five Qi realm, his cultivation level was already comparable to it, and he had begun to carve his own path while still in the Three Flowers realm. However, he had embarked on this journey too early and ascended too high, resulting in his current predicament of being unable to establish the five palaces of the human body and ascend to the position of a Five Qi realm revered being. At this moment, numerous powerful demons and revered beings sensed his presence and sought to intercept him. He could have engaged them in combat, but Jiang Han could not afford to do so now, for this was merely an incarnation of his. Although its realm was nearly indistinguishable from his true self, many of his techniques could not be employed, thus diminishing his overall power. This was not the time to clash with the demon kin's revered beings of the Five Qi realm. Had his true self been present, he would not have minded engaging the demon-revered beings in a spirited exchange. The pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm, Adept flew at full speed, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, crossing the southern edge of the North Julu continent, soaring over the Demon Beast mountain range, and finally arriving at the divine capital. You may proceed to the Jin Yi headquarters on your own. Strive to secure a Jin Yi Wanhu by the end of the year. It would be quite beneath my dignity if Jiang Han's disciple were merely a lowly Jin Yi Qianhu. Jiang Han dismissed Qin Zhan, making his way towards the Blade King Manor, in the Wu dynasty's divine capital. Flying was strictly prohibited. Even the Blade King could not break this rule unless circumstances warranted it. Typically, the lords and nobles of the Wu dynasty were required to disembark at the gates of the divine capital and proceed on foot. However, even without flight, Jiang Han's walking speed was such that Qin Zhan could hardly keep pace. In mere strides, he vanished into the throng that A.S. Jianghan departed. Qin Zhan eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host. Qin Zhan age, 15 realm. Pinnacle of the innate realm, 6th heaven techniques. Perfected body refining fist. Introductory 9 heavens pure yang technique. Perfected innate primordial technique. Introductory thunder annihilation blade energy value. 542,000. I've struck it rich. An absolute windfall. Qin Zhan murmured, gazing at Jiang Han's retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was indeed a tremendous profit, as the Blade King casually unleashed a blow worth 500,000 energy points, enough for him to indulge for quite some time. Yet this locale was hardly conducive for enhancing his technique proficiency. Surveying his surroundings, he swiftly made his way to the Jin Yi headquarters. That it's Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan has returned. He is indeed Qin Zhan. What extraordinary fortune he possesses to have been accepted as a disciple by the Blade King. Being a disciple of the Blade King carries weight. One wonders if he is merely a registered disciple or a true inner disciple. Regardless, even as a registered disciple, one would garner respect wherever they go. I suspect he is an inner disciple, for how else could a registered disciple have trained alongside the Blade King for an entire month, receiving personal guidance? His strength must have seen remarkable improvement. Perhaps within a year or two, we shall witness another one who emerged from the Jin Yi. Upon arriving at the Jin Yi headquarters, Qin Zhan was met with a flurry of attention. A mix of envy and admiration, coupled with a sense of awe. Qin Xianhu, I've heard your courtyard was destroyed during training. I've arranged for a new residence for you. Here is the key. The steward Zhang stepped forward, presenting Qin Zhan with the key, glancing around before whispering, "This is the former residence of a Jin Yi Wanhu. He has been dispatched to guard a territory, leaving this abode vacant." Grateful, Qin Zhan accepted the key, saying, "Thank you, Steward Zhang." "Not at all, not at all," Zhang's steward replied, visibly excited. This was a significant opportunity. Should he invest early and board the ship with Qin Zhan, the future would undoubtedly be bright. After exchanging pleasantries with Steward Zhang, Qin Zhan departed, first seeking an audience with his superior, Su Qianlai, to inquire about his Jin Yi Qianhu assessment task, WY regulations. He was still within his probationary period as a Jin Yi Qianhu. "Qin Zhan, I just heard reports that you've returned from training under the Blade King. I was just about to look for you." Before reaching Su Qianlai's office, he was met with a beaming Su Qianlai approaching him. "Commander Su, has my assessment task been issued?" Qin Zhan inquired. Su Qianlai shook his head dismissively. "Why bring that up? You've been accepted as a disciple by the Blade King. Your strength is beyond question, sufficient for the position of Jin Yi Qianhu. Then what is the purpose of your summons?" Qin Zhan asked. "Naturally, there are pressing matters at hand. Although your assessment task has been cancelled, the higher-ups have entrusted you with a more critical mission. Follow me, and we shall meet the governor." As they walked, Su Qianlai explained, "It is well known that our Jin Yi has 8 governors, 32 commandants, and over 501 hus. Each governor oversees 4 commandants. My superior is named Wang Tianshun, one of the 32 commandants, at the pinnacle of the 5th heaven of the Transcendence realm. My superior's superior is one of the 8 governors, Jiang Taichu, a formidable being at the 7th heaven of the refining furnace realm, ranked 5th among the governors. In terms of pure strength, he could easily place within the top 3, and the person we are about to meet is him. But is there an urgent task at hand?" Qin Zhan sensed the urgency of the situation. Indeed, the identity of being a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King carries a certain level of intimidation, but that is primarily against those in the innate realm. Once one reaches the level of transcending the mundane, the influence of the Heavenly Blade King diminishes significantly. At the level of a commander in the Jinyui, there is no need to show any deference to a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. It would be more appropriate for the Heavenly Blade King himself to make an appearance. Qin Zhan had not yet grown arrogant enough to believe that being a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King would warrant personal attention from a commander of the Jinyui. The status of the Heavenly Blade King's disciple only ensured that he would not suffer any unjust treatment within the Jinyue. Su Qianlai remarked, "Indeed, this is a highly urgent mission concerning the Wan Yao men. You may not be well acquainted with the Wan Yao men, but remember this. They are unequivocally the mortal enemies of our Wu dynasty and even of the entire human race. The Wan Yao men is an organization established by major demon clans to infiltrate the human realm and gather intelligence. sprawling across the four continents of the East, West, South, and North, wielding immense power. The personnel within the Wan Yao Men are a mixed bag, including remnants of the demonic path, prodigies, and lunatics, yet its core consists of those with both human and demon bloodlines, as well as humans trained in demonic techniques. Members of the Wan Yao Men are ruthless and devoid of conscience, deserving of extermination. The greatest adversary we face as the Jinyui, tasked with monitoring the realm, is indeed the Wan Yao Men. Chapter 32. Wan Yao Men, the Jinyui, and the Jushan Men are two privileged departments under the Zhima division. The primary adversaries of the Jushan Men are the restless sects within the Wu dynasty, particularly those of the demonic path, with capturing demonic renegades being their main task. Conversely, the Jinyui oversees the entire Wu dynasty, tasked with surveilling the infiltration of demons and the activities of the Wan Yao Men. Given the presence of the Black Wall in the north, along with countless troops stationed there, the chances of pure-blooded demons infiltrating the Wu dynasty are quite slim. However, should such an infiltration occur, it must be eradicated without a trace. This explains why Qin Zhan garnered so much merit for merely slaying a mere innate realm third-level serpent lord. The infiltration of a demon could lead to chaos through the use of transformation pills, necessitating the complete eradication of this source of demonic calamity. Top-tier demons find it exceedingly difficult and are often too afraid to infiltrate the Wu dynasty directly. Thus, the primary enemies the Jinyui contend with remain the Wan Yao Men. Most members of the Wan Yao Men possess dual bloodlines or are pure humans practicing demonic techniques, allowing them to mask their demonic aura flawlessly, even in the presence of a formidable figure at the Three Flowers realm. Without meticulous examination, their traces remain undetectable. When they suppress their aura, they appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, making them natural spies. The existence of the Wan Yao Men has inflicted severe losses upon humanity. Now, the fact that members of the Wan Yao Men have infiltrated the imperial capital and were discovered by the East Factory's supervisor, Chao Huachun, is a resounding slap in the face for the Jinyui, who are supposed to be the eyes of the divine martial emperor. The Jinyui have become blind to such an extent, and to make matters worse, it was the East Factory, often at odds with them, that uncovered the traces of the Wan Yao Men and reported it to the current sovereign. The divine martial emperor was enraged and ordered a thorough investigation. This incident occurs at a critical moment while the emperor is in seclusion. Should a misstep occur, heads will surely roll. The Jinyui can investigate, but to avoid alarming the enemy, they cannot conduct a blatant inquiry. Moreover, the Jinyui's commander and officers cannot take direct action, and even the Jinyui's officers at the transcending level are restricted from acting freely, necessitating that only those of the innate realm proceed to investigate, minimizing attention. Once one reaches the transcending level, the distinction between human and demon auras becomes markedly clearer. Should the transcending level intervene, it could easily trigger an alarm, complicating efforts to trace the infiltrators of the Wan Yao Men within the imperial capital. Those at the transcending level and above must operate in secrecy, avoiding overt investigations. Even the innate realm officers of the Jinyui must not mobilize excessively and should feign routine inspections. Once the Jinyui takes action, the adversary will undoubtedly cease all activities. The situation is time-sensitive, especially since the Wan Yao Men spy, disguised as a palace maid, was killed by Chao Huachun with a single slap. Although he later discovered that this maid was a demon, he quickly sealed the news. However, a life has been lost. If the Wan Yao Men spies cannot establish contact with the deceased maid, they will surely sense that the Wu dynasty may have detected their presence and will lie low, waiting for an opportunity to act. Currently, Chao Huachun has selected a group of palace maids to secretly participate in the birthday banquet of the East Palace's empress, purportedly to surprise her. Among these maids is the deceased one, and his primary aim is to cover up the fact that she is no longer alive. However, one cannot hide the truth indefinitely. The empress's birthday is still a month away, and after the celebration, the maids chosen by Chao Huachun must return. That if he continues to find excuses to prevent their appearance, it will surely arouse suspicion that it can be said that this mission relies more on intellect than brute force. The main task is to locate the Wan Yao Men infiltrators rather than to eliminate them. Logically, there are many innate realm officers within the Jinyui, so why was Qin Zhan specifically chosen? This is primarily because Qin Zhan has recently joined the Jinyui, making him less familiar to the Wan Yao men, allowing him to act more decisively. Another reason, of course, is his connection to the Heavenly Blade King. In investigating this matter, interactions with the Inner Court and the Divine Martial Guard are inevitable that high-ranking officials cannot make an appearance. Even officers of the Jinyui may not receive attention. However, Qin Zhan is different. As a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, revealing this identity ensures that neither the Inner Court nor the Divine Martial Guard dares to provoke him. Furthermore, the incident where the Heavenly Blade King ordered the execution of the West Factory's chief eunuch, Chowda, is not a secret among the higher-ups. Thus, considering all factors, Qin Zhan stands out as one of the most suitable candidates. The reason for saying one of rather than the only is due to the involvement of personnel from the Inner Court. The Divine Martial Guard, the Jinyui, the Jushan men, and the Jinma Division headquarters, all forming a temporary investigation team for the Wan Yao men. These individuals are privy to the details, and any attempt to conceal the matter is futile. Therefore, they decided to assign one individual from each faction to create a temporary investigation team for the Wan Yao men. However, the number of individuals aware of this matter is limited to just a few. Logically, someone of Su Qianlia's rank should not be privy to this information. However, as Qin Zhan's superior, when the Jinyui commander, Jiang Taichu, was unable to contact Qin Zhan, he had no choice but to inform Su Qianlai first. Given his involvement, it is likely that Su Qianlai will not be allowed to move freely until the investigation of the Wan Yao men case is thoroughly completed. Throughout the journey, Su Qianlai has elucidated the sequence of events and the intricacies of the situation to Qin Zhan, who now possesses a comprehensive understanding. The Jinyui's commander's office serves as the administrative center for the 8 commanders of the Jinyui, of which there are a total of 8 locations. Qin Zhan and his companions are headed to the 5th office. The Jinyui commanders are seldom idle. Generally, it is already considered fortunate if one of the 8 can remain at the headquarters, unless there is a grand court assembly or a significant celebration. They rarely set foot in the imperial capital. Upon entering the 5th office, Qin Zhan finally encountered one of the true powerhouses of the Jinyui, a person of considerable influence. Jiang Taichu, dressed in a green robe, was meticulously reviewing a roll of documents, resembling a scholarly figure that he appeared to be in his 30s, without a beard, possessing a smooth face, and exuding a restrained aura, giving off an exceedingly gentle demeanor. Upon seeing his appearance, one would hardly suspect that he is one of the 8 commanders overseeing the privileged department of the Jinyui in the Wu dynasty. Subordinates Qin Zhan and Su Qianlai pay their respects to the commander. Qin Zhan and Su Qianlai spoke in unison. The Wu dynasty is known for its robust martial culture. Everyone practices martial arts to strengthen their bodies. Since the founding of the dynasty, the founding emperor decreed that citizens of the Wu dynasty are not to kneel, even before the emperor, who is only to be greeted with a bow. The people of the Wu dynasty are to embody the spirit of dragons, possessing an innate pride, and must not exhibit servility. From this day forth, the Wu dynasty abolishes the kneeling ritual of the previous dynasty in favor of the bowing ceremony. This declaration was made by the founding emperor of the Wu dynasty and is inscribed in the ancestral teachings. Thus, even though Jiang Taichu's status far exceeds that of Qin Zhan and Su Qianlai, the two did not kneel before him. Chapter 33. Innate pure young body, you are Qin Zhan, indeed a youthful hero. I look forward to seeing another prince emerge from our Wu dynasty in the future. Jiang Taichu spoke in gentle tones, evoking a refreshing sensation. This might well reflect the adage. People can be divided into 4 categories. First-class individuals possess skills but lack temper. Second-class individuals possess skills and have temper. Third-class individuals lack skills and lack temper. Fourth-class individuals lack skills, yet have temper. The most outstanding individuals have both ability and talent, yet remain low-key, devoid of temper, and do not put on airs. The most inept individuals lack skill and still throw tantrums. From Jiang Taichu's perspective, this saying holds true. Please take a seat. Jiang Taichu gestured for the two to sit down, and then continued. I believe Su Wanhui has already briefed you on the situation during your journey here. It is imperative that we locate the infiltrators of the Wan Yao men without delay. Should you succeed in this task, you will be appointed as a commander in the Jinyui under my direct command, that if the mission fails, you may continue as a 1,000-man commander in the Jinyui, with no punitive measures to follow. Just do your utmost. Although the appearance of the Wan Yao men within the imperial capital reflects a lapse in our duties, the blame will not be placed upon you. You are not responsible for shouldering this burden. With a deadline of 1 month, should we fail after this period, we shall commence a thorough search using the most rudimentary methods. For the sake of our future endeavors, the Heavenly Craft Academy is currently working day and night to produce the demon-revealing mirrors. If you fail, we will install these mirrors at the entrances and various markets of the divine capital, conducting a comprehensive search. However, such measures would not only burden the populace and deplete resources, but would also likely throw the divine capital into chaos once again. Unless absolutely necessary, we sincerely hope that you can solve this case and unearth the demons of the 10,000 Demons sect. Yes, my subordinates will spare no effort. Qin Zhan does not dare to guarantee success in this matter, but he must press on regardless. Having watched numerous espionage films in his previous life, finding a spy from the 10,000 Demons sect should be somewhat easier. Considering this world resembles ancient Huaxia, albeit on a grander scale with individuals possessing extraordinary martial prowess. This is merely a magical alteration of antiquity. Watch as I crush them with my modern intellect. Qin Zhan mused. You have 1 day's preparation time. Tomorrow, you youngsters may convene and get acquainted. As you step out of the Jinyui, remember that you represent our esteemed organization, so you must conduct yourselves admirably. Moreover, it seems your cultivation is somewhat lacking compared to the others, that if there are no issues, you may take your leave to prepare. Jiang Taichu spoke in a calm and measured tone, yet there was an underlying admonition. Yes, Qin Zhan responded, turning to depart to AS for Su Qianlai. He remained, perhaps still with matters to discuss. This was beyond Qin Zhan's consideration. Upon returning to the newly assigned courtyard, Qin Zhan found it indeed outfitted to the specifications of a Jinyui's 10,000 house. And the residence's appearance suggested it once belonged to a vice-commander of the Jinyui. This courtyard even included a training room, constructed from Xuanwu stone and infused with molten iron, impervious to even the mightiest blows from a transcendence realm expert, allowing Qin Zhan to train without fear of damaging the premises. Entering the spacious and pristine training room, he focused his thoughts and opened the attribute panel. Host, Qin Zhan age, 15 years realm, peak of the 6th layer of the innate realm martial arts, perfected body, refining fist. Entry level of 9 heavens pure yang skill, perfected innate primordial skill, entry level of thunder destruction blade energy value. 542,000. To elevate the proficiency of the 9 heavens pure yang skill by 1 level requires 100,000 energy points. And with over 500,000 energy points at my disposal, I can swiftly elevate the 9 heavens pure yang skill to perfection, significantly accelerating my training speed in just a few months. I could reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the innate realm. Qin Zhan calculated as he gazed at the energy value. System. Enhance my 9 heavens pure yang skill to the perfected level. Qin Zhan commanded. Ding. Consuming 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to the host. The 9 heavens pure yang skill has reached the minor accomplishment level. Ding. Consuming 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to the host. The 9 heavens pure yang skill has reached the middle accomplishment level. Ding. Consuming 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to the host. The 9 heavens pure yang skill has reached the perfected level. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 9 heavens pure yang skill has been maximized, granting the host a one-time ultimate assistance from the system. Please prepare, as the system will automatically convert the host into an innate pure yang body. Conversion successful. As the system's voice faded, Qin Zhan felt a transformative change within himself to that moment, as he became the innate pure yang body. He began to fervently absorb the ambient primal energy from the heavens and earth. The impurities in his blood were expelled, and strands of true blood rapidly consolidated. The ultimate principle of body refining is to strengthen the physique, while the ultimate principle of the innate realm aims to transmute all blood into true innate blood. However, since humans are fundamentally acquired beings, even reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm does not guarantee the complete conversion of one's blood to true innate blood. Only extraordinary prodigies or those with unique physiques and bloodlines can achieve such a transformation. Yet, at this moment, with Qin Zhan having comprehended the 9 heavens pure yang skill entirely, the system automatically converted his mundane body into an innate pure yang body, granting him an extraordinarily rare physique in that instant. The speed at which he refined his true blood surged, expelling the waste blood through his pores, as true innate blood flowed throughout his being. The true blood of the innate pure yang is immensely potent. Even a single drop contains terrifying energy, comparable to that of a transcendence realm expert. At this moment, Qin Zhan's realm ascended rapidly, reaching the peak of the 10th layer of the innate realm before finally halting. This time, Qin Zhan truly benefited from the system's immense fortune that he had initially expected, that fully comprehending the Nine Heavens pure yang skill would lead to a significant enhancement in his training speed, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm in a short span. However, he never dared to dream of transforming into the innate pure yang body, a rare and formidable physique, one with the potential for saintly prowess. Often envied and resented, he had thought that achieving such an unparalleled physique in the furnace realm would be commendable. Yet unexpectedly, it was realized now. With over 140,000 energy points remaining, elevating the Thunder Destruction Blade by one level would not suffice, and the current expenditure would be somewhat disadvantageous, as he had already grasped the blade intent, the true intent of destruction, and the true intent of thunder. He was only lacking the most difficult true intent of the void. Spending such a substantial amount of energy to elevate this blade technique's proficiency from entry to minor accomplishment seemed imprudent. Seizing the moment system, activate the hundredfold enlightenment. Today, I shall thoroughly comprehend the true intent of the void. Qin Zhan gritted his teeth and extravagantly activated the super divine enlightenment module, utilizing the hundredfold enlightenment. 1 second consumes 1,000 energy points. The energy is burning away. Chapter 34. A blind cat finds a dead mouse the next morning, in the divine capital, at the wind and rain tower on the surface. This establishment appears to be a brothel, a renowned den of indulgence in the divine capital. But in reality, it serves as a secret stronghold for the Demon Suppression Division. Within the inner court, the Divine Martial Guard, the Nine Gates, the Jinyui, and the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division are jointly investigating this case. The individuals involved, regardless of their strength, have significant backgrounds for without some form of status. Even the most powerful would find it impossible to pursue this case. From the inner court comes Li Qingfeng, a eunuch from the Eastern Depot, who is also the deputy director of the Eastern Depot. Though his martial prowess may not be exceptional, he is greatly favored by the current emperor, often remaining close at hand to the martial emperor. His presence not only represents the Eastern Depot, but also conveys the will of the current emperor. The Divine Martial Guard is the personal guard of the Divine Martial Emperor, a unit that has achieved remarkable feats over the centuries of conquest. It is also the only force comparable to the Celestial Dragon Cavalry. The Divine Martial Guard safeguards the Imperial Court, and with such a situation arising, they too bear responsibility and have dispatch personnel. The individual sent by the Divine Martial Guard is named Bai Hao, whose rank is not particularly high. He is merely a minor guard captain, holding a position akin to that of a Jinyui's 1,000 household. However, his father, Bai Qinzhou, is a marquis of the Martial dynasty, a formidable warrior of the Diamond Realm. Although many official titles and ranks within the Martial dynasty are related to strength, they are not exclusively determined by it. Contributions to the court hold significant weight, and generally, the greater the strength, the more contributions made, which is understandable. Nevertheless, to attain the status of a marquis, one must have accomplishments that most can only dream of. The third son of the Marquis of Divine might personally intervening in this matter would surely command respect. From the Nine Gates comes a man named Tang Feng, a golden-level captain whose master is the highest-ranking elder of the Martial dynasty's greatest martial arts sect, the Martial Saint Hall, that he possesses extensive experience in apprehending criminals. Although his previous opponents were human, he sees little distinction this time, as the difference is merely in nomenclature. At least, this is his perspective. The Demon Suppression Division, as the superior of both the Nine Gates and the Jinyui, has also dispatched an individual, Yi Luyun, the youngest of the Demon Suppression Division's envoys. Ordinarily, the forces directly under the Demon Suppression Division include the Jinyui and the Nine Gates, with only the mysterious envoys of the Demon Suppression Division holding direct authority. This title seems less of a formal position and more a mark of honor, as historically, there have been no more than 30 envoys, each a peerless talent, that Yi Luyun, despite being merely at the innate realm, has managed to become an envoy of the Demon Suppression Division, indicating his extraordinary abilities. Remembering yesterday, when Jiang Taichu summoned Qin Zhan, he subtly remarked that Qin Zhan was the weakest among them and must perform well to uphold the reputation of the Jinyui. Yet today, Qin Zhan stands here, unafraid of any challenges. He even hopes that a young expert at the innate realm would give him a sound thrashing, to temper his inflated ego. However, he regrets that he wishes to remain low-key. Yet his strength does not permit such modesty. Although all five of them are at the peak of the innate realm, Qin Zhan believes he alone could render the other four utterly defenseless. This is not merely a feeling, but a firm conviction. With everyone gathered, let us make introductions that I shall introduce myself first. I am Bai Hao of the Divine Martial Guard. My father is the Marquis of Divine Might. A second-generation official, lacking in great talents, so I hope for your understanding. Bai Hao, clad in white, spoke boisterously. How could the third son of the Xinwei Marquis lack any abilities? Truly, what modesty! I am Li Qingfeng, hailing from the Eastern Depot, and I am currently serving as the Deputy Director of the Eastern Depot. The man clad in a blue robe, Li Qingfeng, spoke thus, the true legacy of the Martial Sage Hall. The golden captor of the Nine Gates, Tang Feng, whose master is the esteemed Elder Yun Tiancheng of the Martial Sage Hall, remarked Tang Feng, donned in a deep purple long robe. The Demon Suppression Division's envoy. Yi Liyun. His voice bore a hint of hoarseness, and he was clad entirely in a black robe, as though he had melded with the darkness itself. Observing that everyone's gaze had turned towards him, Qin Zhan, with a sense of resignation, declared, disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, Captain Qin Zhan of the Jinyui. He had initially intended to simply state his position as a captain of the Jinyui. Yet, feeling inadequate, he resorted to mentioning his esteemed master, believing the title of the Heavenly Blade King's disciple would suffice to impress. Each of them seemed to rely on their lineage, their mentors, or their backgrounds, leaving Qin Zhan feeling rather exasperated. This time, as the five of us joined forces to investigate this case, we must collaborate earnestly. Should we falter, the five factions backing us will surely be humiliated. And that is a consequence we cannot afford. By how interjected it is not as daunting as it seems. As long as we give our utmost effort, there is no need for undue concern. This task is well known to be challenging, and the very reason we five have been summoned is due to our unique identities. Even if we were to fail, our heads would not roll. Which is indeed a silver lining. Li Qingfeng replied with a bitter smile. Although he understood that even if this matter went awry, he would not face execution, it would certainly displease the current sovereign. The others were fortunate, being sheltered by powerful patrons, but his position was not secured by the sovereign's favor. Should that favor wane, his good days would be at an end. Thus, within this group, Li Qingfeng bore the heaviest burden that we have gathered the details, but I am particularly curious about how the Eastern Depot Director, Lord Chao Huachun, discovered the identity of that palace made today as far as I know. If a demon conceals its aura, even a formidable practitioner of the Three Flowers realm would struggle to discern their true form. Although Lord Chao possesses exceptional skills, he has yet to reach the Diamond realm. So how did he uncover this? Qin Zhan voiced his perplexity. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng could not help but chuckle ruefully. This was truly a case of serendipity that on that day, the demon in disguise as a palace maid accidentally spilled a drop of tea onto Lord Chao's prized purple flower python robe, a garment bestowed upon him by the emperor. Considering the many troubles weighing on his mind, he was infuriated and struck the poor maid dead, revealing her true form as a demon. Qin Zhan and the others exchanged glances, realizing that it was indeed a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. However, the temper of the Eastern Depot's chief was exceedingly volatile. One slip of the tongue could lead to violence. If that maid had been a true human rather than a demon, she might have perished due to a trivial mistake at his hands. The intrigues of the royal court run deep. No wonder it is said that once one enters the palace, they plunge into an abyss. Chapter 35. The Imperial Court of the Wu Dynasty, where the auspicious golden dragon of the Wu Dynasty resides, is the very heart of its fortune, and can be considered the core of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent's destiny. One day, when the Wu Dynasty unifies the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, it may even proclaim itself an Imperial Court, or perhaps a Heavenly Court. Qin Zhan, Tang Feng, Yi Liyun, and Bai Hao, under Li Qingfeng's guidance, arrived at the location of the Eastern Depot, after which they planned to delve into the detailed documents and inspect the demon's corpse. Suddenly, Qin Zhan spoke. I believe we should first change into appropriate attire. Our current appearance is rather conspicuous within the palace. Moreover, it is possible that other demons may lurk within the Imperial Court. and detection would not bode well, that indeed, that I in my haste, I nearly forgot the essentials. It is fortunate that Captain Qin is so experienced. Allow me to procure a set of inner eunuch attire for everyone. Li Qingfeng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Not so fast, Li Gonggong. Qin Zhan promptly interrupted, then turned to Bai Hao. Brother Bai, could you arrange for us some outfits from the divine martial guards? They need not be extravagant. Just the standard attire of an ordinary divine martial guard will suffice. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Bai Hao readily agreed. But why? Li Qingfeng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Because the divine martial guard's attire is simply more aesthetically pleasing. Qin Zhan replied with utmost seriousness. The others exchanged incredulous looks, questioning whether this could truly be considered a valid reason. This was merely one of the reasons. During the era of the divine martial emperor, the inner court eunuchs were responsible solely for the daily needs of their masters and wielded little power, while the palace guards were all under the purview of the divine martial guards. Should Qin Zhan and the others roam the palace clad as eunuchs to investigate, they would undoubtedly attract undue suspicion. However, donning the attire of the divine martial guards while conducting their inquiries would lend them legitimacy and allow them to move about unnoticed. Bai Hao swiftly procured 5 sets of patrol uniforms for the divine martial guards. The authority of the divine martial guards was clearly defined. Only those in the patrol team had the privilege to walk within the inner court. Bai Hao, being a meticulous young lord, understood that when investigating such cases, the greatest fear was to alarm the unsuspecting. Now, let us first examine the demon's remains and possessions to see if we can uncover any useful clues. Tang Feng of the Nine Gates suggested. Despite his youth, as a golden rank captor, he possessed considerable experience. Come, I shall lead you to the demon's corpse and the suspicious items we secretly retrieved from a residence. Li Qingfeng said that he guided them to a secret underground chamber of the Eastern Depot, where the demon's body was preserved, encased in ice to prevent decay. Qin Zhan could not help but steal a few glances out of curiosity. The demon bore a resemblance to a human, yet her arms were covered in fine, green scales, and a prominent green scale adorned her brow, indicative of a demon born of a serpentine lineage. After a few glances, Qin Zhan's interest waned. This is the demon's corpse. Upon her right arm, we discovered a serpent-shaped tattoo. Within her residence, we unearthed a deeply concealed green scale, which experts have identified as the shed skin of a top-tier demon lord of the 5 elements realm. Li Qingfeng explained to the group. There are not many demon lords of the 5 elements realm among the demon clans of the northern Julu continent, and even fewer of the serpent variety. His eagerness to gather intelligence suggests that his territory is likely adjacent to ours in the Wu dynasty, with the most probable candidate being the formidable demon lord, the Qingjiao King. Bai Hao reasoned as he examined the scale. This scale is probably not whole, but rather a fragment of one belonging to the Qingjiao King. Based on this scale, I estimate that it would take about 25 to 30 pieces to reconstruct the Qingjiao King's original scales. If they indeed use this green scale to confirm identities and relay messages, then the number of demons infiltrating the capital must be no fewer than 25. Yi Luyan remarked, embodying the role of the Demon Suppression Division's envoy. How can you be so certain, Brother Luyan? Tang Feng questioned, puzzled that my master once clashed with the Qingjiao King and obtained a few of his scales that I was fortunate enough to receive one as a gift from my mentor, which I entrusted to the Tiangong Institute for crafting into a protective treasure. Hence my awareness, Yi Luyan elucidated. The others were taken aback. Yi Luyan's master had directly battled a top demon like the Qingjiao King, suggesting that his mentor was also a revered figure of the 5 elements realm. No wonder Yi Luyan had achieved the position of envoy at such a young age. Could it be that your mentor is the former head of the Demon Suppression Division? Bai Hao inquired. Given that only a handful of individuals in the Wu dynasty reached the 5 elements realm, the number capable of standing against the supreme demon lord, the Qingjiao King, was even fewer. After much contemplation, he could only surmise that it was the former head of the Demon Suppression Division, Shangguan Tianyu, who had faced the Qingjiao King, though Yi Luyan remained silent, tacitly affirming the suggestion. This demon was likely a scout for the Qingjiao King, and the infiltrating demons of the Wan Yaomen were presumably assigned by him. However, with such scant information as a serpent-shaped tattoo and a single scale, the key details are too limited. Where should we begin our investigation? We cannot possibly search the entire city for individuals bearing green scales or forcibly strip people to check for serpent tattoos. Bai Hao lamented, shrugging helplessly. Pondering for a moment, Qin Zhan suggested, what role did this demon play within the Imperial Court? Have we not questioned those around her? This demon, under the alias Yun, was one of the procurement officers in the Imperial Court's kitchen, primarily tasked with gathering condiments and exotic spices, when not engaged. She performed various menial tasks within the palace and resided in the procurement compound. Should I summon everyone from the procurement compound for questioning? Li Qingfeng inquired. No, that would be too conspicuous. Qin Zhan shook his head. Considering how many individuals are there in the procurement compound? 137, Li Qingfeng replied. Given the large number of individuals in the procurement compound, it is improbable that Yun was intimately familiar with each person. As a spy for the Wan Yaomen, she would have acted with caution, avoiding excessive socializing to minimize risks that we need only summon a few individuals who were relatively close to Yun for inquiry. They may not be culpable, but we can glean insights into her daily activities and potentially uncover some leads. Qin Zhan proposed. Additionally, when did this Yun enter the Imperial Court? I suspect she did not arrive alone. She must have accomplices, most likely those who entered the Imperial Court in the same year as she did, Tang Feng of the Nine Gates added. Yun entered the Royal Court 5 years ago through a talent selection process. I will now filter those who have joined the Royal Court in the past 5 years, narrowing down the scope to identify any suspicious individuals. Li Qingfeng declared that no, we should examine the last 10 years. The martial emperor has been in seclusion for a decade, striving to break through to the immortal realm, leaving only a body double to manage the state affairs. That it is possible that the Wan Yao sect began infiltrating the royal court from that time. Since we are investigating, we ought to conduct a thorough inquiry, starting from the source. Qin Zhan immediately countered. Very well, let us investigate the past 10 years. With that, Li Qingfeng promptly instructed his trusted aide to search the archives. Chapter 36. Interrogation. Next, we should seek out those who have had frequent contact with Yun and interrogate them one by one. Perhaps we will uncover some clues. Qin Zhan suggested. In this moment. Qin Zhan, who had been obsessed with detective novels and espionage dramas in his past life, began to leverage modern intellect to outshine those ancient figures who had been altered by time. The pace of the investigation was now firmly in Qin Zhan's control, and the other members began to align themselves with his lead, a transformation that was truly awe-inspiring. Among the 5, Li Qingfeng was the one who got things done. The royal court was his domain, where he could mobilize more resources and enhance efficiency. Bai Hao served as the captain of the Divine Martial Guards, and being the Marquis of Divine Might, he had the authority to deploy the royal court's martial forces for support. The agent from the Demon Suppression Division, whose purpose remained unclear, was originally intended to be a mere accessory in this operation, while the true investigator was the golden-level captain from the 9 Doors. However, the situation had reversed. The seemingly inconspicuous Qin Zhan emerged as the main player, while the once prominent captain became his subordinate. Following Qin Zhan's lead in thought and filling in the gaps in his reasoning, did I excel at interrogations? Allow me to handle this. Tang Feng interjected first. That it seemed that the captain had sensed the subtle shift in dynamics and was eager to assert his presence. Shortly thereafter, several palace maids from the procurement department were summoned. Yun and typically quiet and reserved, belonged to the category of those who were unobtrusive, and her closest companions were the 3 from her dormitory, Yun Jin, Yun Jing, and Yun Rui. Are you certain there are no omissions? Qin Zhan asked, his concern evident. There are no omissions, the young eunuch replied, having pondered carefully before nodding in affirmation. Let the 3 of them come in together for questioning. And once we are done, they may return, but we must closely monitor their every move. Tang Feng instructed. He requested a quieter room from Li Qingfeng, setting up a long table in the main hall, with a chair at the south end and 5 chairs at the north. Qin Zhan and the others took their seats on the north side, while Tang Feng, as the lead interrogator, sat in the center. Before long, a petite palace maid was brought into the room. You are Yun Jin? Tang Feng inquired. I am Yun Jin. The sir said to procure some spices. Upon entering, Yun Jin noticed the 5 pairs of eyes upon her and felt a wave of fear. The reason for Li Qingfeng gathering them was clearly not for interrogation, but rather under the pretense of procuring condiments. The other 2 dormitory members had genuinely gone out to shop, while the 3 from her dormitory had been secretly brought here. Do not be afraid, Miss Yun Jin. We are not here to harm you, Qin Zhan said with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat. Yun Jin was even more frightened by Qin Zhan's words. Miss Yun Jin, We merely wish to ask you a few questions that if you know the answers, please share. And if you do not, that is perfectly fine that we are court officials and mean you no harm. Tang Feng spoke kindly. His words were imbued with psychological suggestion and some special mental techniques, which appear to be common methods used by the Nine Doors in their interrogations. Indeed, as soon as Tang Feng began speaking, Yun Jin's anxiety began to dissipate. Tang Feng took out prepared paper and a pen, addressing Yun Jin. Please tell me about the places you and Yun and I visit when you go out to procure supplies. I understand that you have a good relationship with her and often accompany her on these outings, that I am certain you will recall some details. Employing a rapid question-and-answer format, Tang Feng jotted down key points, reminiscent of the police interrogations from Qin Zhan's previous life, showcasing the expertise of the Nine Doors. Through their dialogue, the five gradually pieced together a clearer picture of Yun Ni's daily life. Within the royal court, she was unremarkable, neither standing out nor feeling out of place in terms of personality. She was gentle, reserved, and spoke little, yet she was diligent in her duties and never tampered with finances, which earned her the favor of the procurement department head, allowing her frequent opportunities to go out for purchases. Yin and I would typically venture out to procure supplies 3 times a month, roughly every 10 days, always in the company of others. Due to the lucrative nature of procurement, the head of the department would not trust a single individual to handle it alone. Thus, it was customary for at least 2 people to go out together. And if the scale was larger, several dormitories might join forces. The dormitory companions who often accompanied her reported that their activities had never ventured beyond Xuanwu Street, primarily concentrating on workshops or shops dealing with textiles, spices, embroidery, dried fruits, and exotic seasonings. Surrounding the royal court were 4 broad and bustling streets, named Klunglong Street, Baihu Street, Zhuke Street, and Xuanwu Street. Xuanwu Street lay to the north of the royal court, with the procurement department located in the northwest. By exiting through the small northwest gate and following the official alley northward, one could reach Xuanwu Street. From the discussions among Yun Jin, Yun Jing, and Yun Rui, the routes and activities of Yun and I gradually became clearer. Tang Feng meticulously traced a series of routes and shops on a map of the capital, revealing 5 or 6 dozen locations. Truly, whether they were demonesses or ordinary women, the innate tendency to enjoy shopping seemed indelible. However, this also presented a daunting task for Qin Zhan and the others in their quest for clues. Chapter 37. The East Factory needs talent like you. With so many shops, what should we do? Bai Hao inquired, glancing at the other 4. Shall we divide ourselves into groups, with each person taking 10 or so shops to investigate one by one? What insights do you possess, Brother Qin? Tang Feng suddenly asked, his tone suggestive of seeking counsel. Inwardly, Qin Zhan scoffed, thinking, are you floating in the clouds, or do you think I, Qin Zhan, cannot wield a blade? Did you truly think I had wasted over 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan? He then turned his gaze to the map and replied, investigating each one individually is inefficient and risks alerting our targets that we should first examine shops that have opened in the last 10 years. After filtering them, we will investigate the family circumstances of the shopkeepers. If they have dependents or exhibit vices, we will eliminate them from consideration, that if a few remain that cannot be ruled out, we can dispatch some ruffians to stir trouble, extort protection fees, ruling out those who are hesitant to pay, while focusing on those who comply readily, by narrowing down the options. I believe we can swiftly identify the intelligence station through which Yun and I transmits information. Tang Feng, seated among the 9 doors, stared at the map, slowly processing Qin Zhan's remarks, but he could not help but offer his admiration. While the idea of focusing on newly opened shops lacks novelty, the subsequent filtering method is nothing short of genius. Spies cannot have families, and an intelligence station cannot have too many personnel. Hence, we should concentrate on those with simpler compositions. Spies tread carefully, so they are unlikely to indulge in vices. This filtering approach is truly brilliant. I, Tang Feng, am sincerely impressed. Rising, Tang Feng bowed slightly to Qin Zhan, lowering his stance further as he inquired, however, I do not understand the rationale behind sending ruffians to cause a ruckus in the shops. Wouldn't that risk alarming our targets? Qin Zhan shook his head in response. As spies, our primary objective is to minimize our presence, that if confronted by ruffians demanding protection fees, they will likely opt to pay rather than risk trouble. However, those who truly earn their livelihood by running their own shops would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with such money, And even if they did, it would be with great reluctance, of course. My selection criteria do possess a degree of randomness. Yet employing multiple strategies should allow us to identify that intelligence station without issue. When the time comes to arrange personnel for capture, it will be a simple task. As for the interrogation, I am not skilled in that area, and I will have to rely on Brother Tang for assistance. That is not a problem. I have cultivated the advanced technique of illusionary sound, which allows me to hypnotize the agents of the 10,000 Demons sect without their awareness, compelling them to speak the truth. Tang Feng asserted with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall initiate action with my subordinates. Qin Zhan declared that I can also lend a hand in this matter. The Divine Martial Guard's primary duty is to protect the Imperial Court, but we also bear the responsibility of safeguarding the capital. I can deploy a team of Divine Martial Guards to patrol Xuanwu Street and provide you with armed support, by how immediately offered. Not yet. It is not the time to mobilize the Divine Martial Guard. The Divine Martial Guard is meant for capturing big fish. Qin Zhan replied with a mysterious smile. Qin Zhan then took out a communication jade slip and addressed the group. The Jinyui have already discovered our answers. Among the 50 or so shops that have opened in the last decade, 13 are newly established. Xuanwu Street is located in the bustling heart of the capital, thriving in commerce. Yet competition is fierce. And bankruptcies are not uncommon. It is indeed quite a feat for them to eliminate so many establishments from consideration. Shortly thereafter, the communication jade slip flickered again. Of these 13 shops, 6 have numerous descendants and exceedingly complex social ties. Thus, they can also be dismissed. Among the remaining 7, 2 shop owners are rather extravagant, maintaining extramarital affairs and indulging in gambling, which can also be ruled out. Out of the final 5 shops, notorious rascals have been sent to create disturbances. 2 of these shops provided money with great reluctance, offering a total of 50 taels across 3 instances. The remaining 3 shops, however, were quick to present silver upon encountering trouble, each offering 1 tael, which is not an insignificant amount. How swiftly! The efficiency of the Jinyui is astonishing. By how exclaimed, taken aback. Just moments after issuing the order, results were already forthcoming. Let us not forget that the Jinyui's duty is to oversee the world. This is our line of work. Though Qin Zhan was unsure of the source of the Jinyui's intelligence, he had conveyed his needs to Jiang Taichu, who could always provide the answers Qin Zhan sought with remarkable speed. 3 shops had all been forthcoming with their payments of 1 tael each, and they were all newly opened within the last decade with straightforward personnel structures. This complicates matters. Could we apprehend all 3? That is not out of the question. Tang Feng fell into deep contemplation that as the head of the 9 gates responsible for arrests, he could promptly detain all relevant personnel from these 3 shops if necessary. No need. I already have the results, Qin Zhan said, glancing at the communication jade slip with a slight smile that he then lifted his head and cryptically informed the other 4. One of these shops is a gold and silver jewelry store. Another is a jade and gemstone shop, and the last is a dried fruit and candied fruit store. The dried fruit and candied fruit shop is problematic, Tang Feng immediately remarked. Gold, silver, and jade are all highly profitable industries. Offering 1 tael is reasonable, but why would a dried fruit and candied fruit shop agree to pay 1 tael? Are their profits blowing in from the wind? By how also sensed that something was amiss with this shop. The Nightwalker of the Demon Suppression Division remained silent, temporarily in a state of concealment. I shall issue an immediate order to commence the capture operation, Tang Feng declared with determination. Hold on. Do not execute the capture just yet. I want the Jinyui to monitor them first, Qin Zhan interjected. Why not proceed with the capture? By how inquired, astonished at Qin Zhan's decision, an intelligence station that is unaware of its exposure represents a tremendous asset. What use is it to simply apprehend these 2 individuals? Even if we extract information, it may take time, and during that period, we cannot guarantee that the intelligence station's operatives will not sense danger and flee. If we refrain from immediate capture, allowing the line to extend, we can uncover the intelligence station's operatives. WY following this trail, we can ensnare all the spies of the 10,000 Demons sect. Qin Zhan spoke passionately, his confidence radiating, impressive. Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing Qin Zhan's words as he enthusiastically patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. Indeed, Commander Qin is remarkable. The inner court is now divided into 4 factions, east, west, south, and north, each seizing a portion of the previous inner court's power. Now is the time for the Eastern Factory to recruit talent like you. Commander Qin, we need individuals of your caliber in the Eastern Factory. Chapter 38. Rising to the surface upon hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a chill run down his spine and promptly responded, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have already joined the Jinyui and must respectfully decline." Seeing Qin Zhan's demeanor, Li Qingfeng realized that there had been a misunderstanding and proceeded to clarify. Commander Qin has misinterpreted my intentions. Not all members of the Eastern Factory are eunuchs. We also have our own soldiers, who are not eunuchs, and our main operational area is not confined to the palace. The four factions, East, West, South, North, share an intelligence organization called the Dark Guards. The Dark Guards operate in secrecy, while the Divine Martial Guard operates openly. Currently, all factions are seeking to fill their ranks with personnel for the Dark Guards, hoping to gain greater influence or even control over them. That if Brother Qin were to join the Dark Guards through the Eastern Factory, it would undoubtedly lead to significant opportunities. By how explained Dada? Is that how it works? Qin Zhan was taken aback but responded, "I appreciate your kind intentions. The Jinyui has treated me well, and I am not one to forget my benefactors. Your noble character is commendable, but the doors of the Eastern Factory will always remain open for you," Li Qingfeng said, giving a thumbs up. Qin Zhan felt a wave of discomfort at the remark. It sounded rather awkward. His thoughts were already clear. He intended to transform this intelligence station into a grand trap, ensuring that all personnel connected to the dried fruit and candied fruit shop would be monitored and investigated by the Jinyui's undercover agents. Ultimately, they would unravel this thread, leading to the discovery of the operatives of the 10,000 Demon sect, who would unknowingly be tracked down by the Jinyui. Through thorough investigations, they would eventually identify the leaders of the opposition and take decisive action to capture them all in one fell swoop. Very well, let us proceed as my brother suggests. The Jinyui will handle the surveillance while the Nine Gates will take care of the arrests. Together, the Demon Suppression Division and our allied departments will surely root out these demons. The capital of the Martial Dynasty is no place for their rampant behavior, Tang Feng declared with fervor. And what role shall the Divine Martial Guard play? By how inquired, to eliminate them. Qin Zhan responded meaningfully, casting a glance at the four of them before continuing. Perhaps our previous assumptions were somewhat flawed. The infiltration of the 10,000 Demon sect likely involves more than just 20 or 30 individuals. Certainly, there are core figures, as only a handful possess the scales of the Azure Flood Dragon. However, merely 20 or 30 individuals cannot stir up much trouble in the capital. Thus, I surmise they must have accomplices, either other minor agents of the 10,000 Demon sect or even human collaborators. If these are merely minor agents of the 10,000 Demon sect, that would be fortunate. However, if there are indeed individuals colluding with the demon race, that would be a serious matter. Many are willing to betray humanity for their own power and glory, even going so far as to practice demonic techniques, rendering themselves neither human nor demon. Yet the capital of the Martial Dynasty is the heart of the nation. The emergence of human collaborators with the 10,000 Demon sect would be a grave issue. Li Qingfeng also recognized the gravity of the situation. Therefore, if we truly uncover those colluding with the demon race, we must show no mercy and leave no survivors. The Divine Martial Guard shall execute them all, categorizing the actions as those of the 10,000 Demon sect, minimizing any negative impact. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. The demonic race is brutal. It is appalling that some would betray humanity for their own wealth and status. Such actions are more reprehensible than being a Han woman. If the Dark Guards of my Eastern Factory are needed, I shall not hesitate. Li Qingfeng and Yi Luyun both stated their commitment. Upon hearing Yi Luyun's words, Qin Zhan felt a twinge of resistance. You claim to fear no foe below the Transcendence realm. Are you implying that you believe yourself invincible among the innate realm? He thought that I, Qin Zhan of the EC, am right here. Do you think you can impress me just because you belong to the Demon Suppression Division? With his confidence soaring, Qin Zhan had already attained the pure yang body of the innate realm. Back when he was at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the innate realm, he had not yet perfected the 9 heavens pure yang technique or condensed the pure yang body. Moreover, he had not grasped the thunder destruction sword to the intermediate stage. His master, the king of heavenly swords, had remarked that even then, Qin Zhan's strength exceeded that of the vast majority at the peak of the innate realm's 10th layer. Once he ascended to the peak of the innate realm's 10th layer, he would undoubtedly be named on the martial dynasty's innate rankings. The Stars Observatory of the martial dynasty, representing the official standings, had 3 lists: the Ren list, the D list, and the Tian list, corresponding to the innate realm, the transcendence realm, and the furnace realm respectively. He had previously considered establishing rankings for the diamond realm, or the 3 flowers realm, or even the 5 chi realm. But the current emperor had rejected those proposals. The establishment of these lists was inherently competitive. Even those listed would feel discontented upon seeing others surpass them, which could lead to conflict for those unlisted. They would aspire to challenge those on the list to achieve fame. Although these lists had caused some discord and strife, in the long run, they were indeed beneficial for fostering the continuous growth of young warriors in the martial dynasty. However, should formidable figures such as those from the Diamond Realm and the 3 Flowers Realm join the fray, it would truly be a celestial battle, capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. In truth, according to the martial emperor's intent, establishing a precursor ranking and a transformation ranking would suffice. The strong within the Furnace Realm are already prominent figures within the martial dynasty. To have them descend into chaos would be rather unfortunate. Alas, the head of the Star Observation Pavilion is a stubborn old man, insisting on ranking the strong of the furnace ranking. Nevertheless, the pavilion master possesses unfathomable strength, having already reached the 3 Flowers realm. Thus his rankings can be deemed fair, though challenges are always inevitable. Previously, without any aspirational goals in their cultivation, the emergence of these 3 rankings has instantly provided individuals from these 3 realms with aspirations to surpass one another. Those unnamed on the list aspire to defeat those who are renowned, while the celebrated aim to further elevate their prowess through diligent practice. Knight Luyuan, being the top-ranked individual on the list, claims to be invincible beneath the transformation stage, and indeed holds this confidence. Yet Qin Zhan remains unconvinced. Had Knight Luyuan encountered him before, who knows who would truly hold the first position? Moreover, in the martial dynasty, geniuses abound like fish in a river. One cannot predict which young prodigy may emerge from obscurity to overpower Knight Luyuan. After all, the martial dynasty is vast, and the number of strong individuals is immense. There will always be extraordinary talents who do not care for such superficial accolades, much like the low-profile Qin Zhan. Of course, this is merely Qin Zhan's one-sided perspective. Well, since the case of the Wan Yao sect has been unraveled before us, we must join forces to handle it well. That in doing so, we shall provide a satisfactory account to the powers behind us, as well as to the current sovereign. I Qingfeng stated. The net has been cast, and for now, we shall await news here. Once we have thoroughly clarified this thread, we shall promptly reel it in and report. Qin Zhan said unhurriedly. The matter has already been reported to the esteemed Jiang Taichu of the Jinyui, and he believes they will execute their tasks flawlessly, leaving no room for error. At present, our only task is to wait. Chapter 39. Cappuccino in the subsequent days, intelligence continued to pour in, and their knowledge regarding the circumstances of the couple running the dried fruit and candied fruit shop increased. This establishment is managed by a couple in their 30s. Although they possess some rudimentary martial skills, they are not significantly stronger than ordinary people. The husband, named Zhang Liang, is notably tall and possesses a simple, honest demeanor, earning him the affectionate moniker of De Liang among neighbors for his wife. She is simply referred to as the Zhang matron or De Liang's wife. Throughout these days, the couple has remained secluded, engaging only in their daily business activities. Aside from occasional grocery shopping, they have stayed home. According to reports from the Jinyui spies, no remarkable individuals have visited the shop in recent days. As time passed, and the birthday of the Eastern Palace's empress drew near, Qin Zhan and his companions grew increasingly restless. However, on the 7th day, the situation finally took a turn. In the dead of night, Zhang Liang donned a particularly sleek night outfit and ventured to the renowned brothel Wanhualu on Northern Street. To the casual observer, it appeared as though he had slipped out to indulge in fleeting pleasures. But in reality, he was meeting with his superior, having entered through a side door and made his way to the brothel's rear courtyard. The term superior is used rather than subordinate because Yun Ni is a subordinate, needing to relay any intelligence she possesses to Zhang Liang. If Zhang Liang required to meet a subordinate, they would naturally come to him. Thus, the necessity for him to personally meet with someone indicates it must be his superior. After a long wait, they finally hooked a big fish. Soon after, Wanhua Lu was subjected to a covert investigation, revealing the suspicious behavior of the establishment's madam, with an overall atmosphere of irregularity permeating the brothel. Wanhua Lu is a top-tier brothel, where the women engaged in entertainment rather than illicit activities, catering primarily to the affluent and powerful officials, including nobles. The intelligence they could procure from such individuals is simply unimaginable. Smack. Qin Zhan slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "I am truly foolish. I should have realized that in their quest for intelligence, they would not gather it individually. They must seek a place where they can regularly interact with the upper echelons of the martial dynasty, and what better location than a brothel? Moreover, in a brothel, they can encounter a diverse array of individuals, ensuring a wealth of information that a place like Wanhua Lu likely offers more connections than any given department within the court, that if Wanhua Lu truly harbors secrets. I shudder to think how much intelligence the demon race has managed to siphon from our martial dynasty. Now that we have made significant progress on this lead, we shall wait 5 more days, tracing the threads to capture everyone in one fell swoop, rectifying our mistakes before it is too late," Tang Feng said, his facial muscles taut with tension. "Very well. If our direction is correct, then Wanhua Lu, as the stronghold of the Wan Yao sect, ought to serve as the nerve center of this espionage organization. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the leader of the Wan Yao sect's demons should be within Wanhua Lu," Qin Zhan asserted. "This is indeed a monumental accomplishment. Reports indicate that none of our targets possess strength surpassing the transformation stage, so could it be that we can personally intervene to apprehend the demons?" Li Qingfeng rubbed his hands in anticipation. Generally, such espionage organizations would not dispatch individuals of significant cultivation, as those of the transformation stage are considered the backbone of a major power, not easily risked. Among this batch of spies, those of the precursor stage should constitute the vast majority, and even Yun'ai is merely a minor character of the body refinement stage, not even reaching the precursor stage. If we can handle this ourselves, it may truly eliminate the need to enlist additional experts from the transformation stage. However, to be prudent, we must deploy all our trump cards and lay down our defenses against any unforeseen events. What do you think, esteemed colleagues? Tang Feng of the 9 Shutter Doors was also somewhat swayed by Li Qingfeng's words. This case has reached the highest echelons of authority that if we execute it flawlessly, we may be rewarded handsomely. To us, gold and silver are mere trifles. However, the martial emperor's rewards surpass such material wealth, elixirs, weapons, techniques, and merit points. Any of these would be more than welcome, while the 5 of us may claim the bulk of the credit. Enlisting a transformation expert would necessitate sharing a portion of the accolades, which is a notion 5 of us find difficult to accept. Are we certain that no experts of the transformation stage have been identified? Qin Zhan inquired further. Confirmation has been received that no such figures have been discovered. Our personnel have been monitoring the Wan Yao sect's demons using the sky-peering mirror. If any transformation experts were present, it would have triggered an alert. Since your genuine monitoring personnel report no sightings of transformation experts, it stands that there are none. In fact, this only reinforces Brother Tang's hypothesis that the high-ranking members of the Wan Yao sect are reluctant to send transformation experts to the capital, fearing the loss of their elite combat power. By how affirmed with certainty? Although Qin Zhan holds the rank of a Jinyui commander, he has risen too swiftly and is not entirely familiar with the internal affairs of the Jinyui, while others are far more knowledgeable than he. Let us proceed. The typically taciturn knight Lu Yun stated calmly. Without transformation experts, there is nothing to fear. Hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a surge of skepticism. Are we truly so formidable, my friend? However, this mission must also be reported upward for the Emperor's approval to ensure absolute certainty. Yet the content of our report requires slight adjustment. We shall state that we have discovered irregularities at Wanhua Lu and wish to investigate further. Seeking the Emperor's consent, for how to phrase this, I believe that Li Gonggong, being a constant presence beside the Emperor, would know better than us. Tang Feng contemplated for a moment, then turned to Li Qingfeng, deftly passing the responsibility to him. Li Qingfeng thought it over and nodded slowly. I shall report to the Emperor at once. Everyone prepare yourselves. We may depart at any moment. Very well. We shall await good news from Li Gonggong. Qin Zhan and the others remarked. Should we successfully capture this monumental achievement, perhaps the martial emperor will reward us with some truly valuable items, such as creation pills, fortune scales, techniques, or even the Emperor's personal notes. Any one of these would be immensely beneficial. Bai Hao spoke with a hint of envy, casting a glance at Qin Zhan. Everyone has witnessed Qin Zhan's exceptional performance. His contributions cannot be overlooked that if this mission is indeed accomplished, it is certain that Qin Zhan will claim the lion's share of the credit. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. We shall focus on completing the task at hand before entertaining dreams of rewards, that I shall take a moment to meditate and recuperate. These past few days have been exceedingly taxing. Tang Feng interjected, retreating to a corner to sit cross-legged. I shall procure some refreshments for everyone. The new chef at Zhe Xianglu prepares excellent roasted foie gras, caviar, and roasted duck, Bai Hao said cheerfully. Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Roasted foie gras, caviar. Has the culinary scene in the martial dynasty reached such heights? May I request a cup of cappuccino, please? No milk, but extra sugar, thank you. Qin Zhan ventured tentatively to Bai Hao. Bai Hao responded with a puzzled expression. Capu what? Chapter 40. The eunuch in the palace made 5 days later, at midnight. Qin Zhan and Knight Luyan stealthily approached Wanwalu, entering the brothel's rear courtyard. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. The courtyard was tranquil and elegant, the green bricks and red tiles meticulously restored, and the bamboo along the walls stood lush and verdant. In the center of the courtyard, the radiant shunkin flower has perfectly coincided with its blooming season, delicately adorning the monotony of winter with its faint pink hue, shyly nestled beneath the green leaves. From a distance, it resembles a serene landscape painting that a 3-story wooden building comes into view, meticulously crafted with an ironwood frame, proving sturdier than the usual stone-structured houses. Over there, all the members of the Wan Yao men have been captured. It seems we can take action now. Qin Zhan and Yi Lu Yun entered the wooden building from different directions. Although the building is not particularly large, the rooms inside are haphazardly arranged, with about 20 small rooms on the first floor connected in a manner resembling a labyrinth. After navigating through the maze, Qin Zhan arrived at the hall on the first floor, only to find it deserted. However, he noticed that the tea on the table was still steaming, suggesting it had been poured not long ago. That he ascended to the second floor, but still found no one had they received a warning and fled. Pondering this, he suddenly heard the faint sound of a woman laughing from upstairs. Startled, he realized that the leader of the Wan Yao men must be above. She had not managed to escape. And it sounded like a woman. Qin Zhan slowly made his way up to the third floor, where the first and second floors were a maze of interconnected rooms, but the third floor was remarkably spacious. Consisting solely of a grand hall, that in the center of this hall sat a woman, laughing and gazing at him. Startled by her audacity, Qin Zhan felt an ominous premonition. The woman, adorned with a white silk scarf, met his gaze for 3 seconds before he coolly remarked, I must take my leave. Qin Xinhu, why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting for you with great anticipation, the woman replied, her voice sweet and playful. Seeing her so unfazed, Qin Zhan chuckled lightly. Miss Yunjin, it is only because you insisted on perfecting this trap that I was delayed for so long. Upon hearing this, the woman paused briefly, then responded, I do not know what you are referring to, and yet, dare you claim this is not yours? Qin Zhan brandished a blue-scaled fragment, larger than the one belonging to Yun and I, intricately adorned with mysterious patterns, indicating it was indeed possessed by the leader of the Wan Yao men. How could this be possible? The woman gasped in shock, rising abruptly, causing her white scarf to fall and revealing her striking beauty. She was none other than Yun Jin, one of Yun Ni's 3 roommates. How did you discover my identity? She inquired, displaying remarkable composure, likely due to her background as a spy. Who says I've discovered you? I merely made an educated guess. Qin Zhan replied with a hint of exasperation. I only intended to provoke you, yet you revealed your own hand. This fragment is not yours. I crafted it myself. The scales of the Qing Jiao Wang are not exclusive to you. Even the wealthy Yi Lu Yun possesses one that I noticed a distinct difference in the central area of this fragment, suggesting it belonged to the leader of the demons. That I had initially planned to use this fragment to expose other spies from the Wan Yao men, but now it seems that opportunity has slipped away. You should not be too pleased with yourself, Yun Jin retorted, her frustration palpable. Today, the final task of our Wan Yao Men's Qingyu group is to eliminate you. We used ourselves as bait to draw you in. Qin Zhan, you are indeed clever, yet you remain oblivious. You believe you have captured all our secrets, even deducing my identity, but you failed to realize that the scales of the Qin Jiao Wang are merely a token of our group. Not something possessed by members of other groups that we have been exposed to protect the others. We must act, risking ourselves to eliminate you to not think I am unaware. Most of the reason for our exposure is due to you. Thus, if you perish, the rest of us shall find safety. Indeed, I discovered your movements, but I contributed the most to this case. Who informed you? By how? Tang Feng, Yi Lu Yun, or Li Qing Feng? Qin Zhan inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing that I initially suspected two among them. But upon seeing you, I could ascertain who the traitor truly was. That it is astonishing. Truly, I never expected that Li Qing Feng, a close aide to the emperor, would turn out to be an accomplice of the Wan Yao men. What say you, Li Gonggong? Shall I summon you forth, or will you deign to emerge yourself? Qin Zhan's eyes gleamed with intensity. His voice chilling that a round of applause erupted, and from behind the screen emerged a figure, none other than Li Qing Feng. Qin Zhan, you are indeed quite talented, Li Qing Feng remarked, his gaze reflecting a tinge of regret. However, I fail to understand how you discern my role as the traitor, given that the trap was set for me. Only we five knew the entire sequence of events, that if I were the traitor, then it must be one of you, for that Tang Feng played a significant role in this investigation. If he were the traitor, he would merely feign effort. By how, the son of the Duke Xinwei has lived a life of privilege, enjoying every comfort, and his identity is clear. Thus he cannot be the traitor. That leaves only you and the enigmatic Yi Lu Yun, until Yun Jin revealed herself. I had believed Yi Lu Yun to be the most suspicious, which is why I kept him close for further observation. Yet, the moment Yun Jin appeared, I realized the traitor among the human race was you. Qin Zhan declared with unwavering certainty. Why? Li Qing Feng still struggled to grasp Qin Zhan's reasoning. Because a castrated eunuch suits a palace made perfectly. Qin Zhan shrugged, his tone nonchalant. You seek death, Li Qing Feng exclaimed, exuding a formidable aura, one that transcended the realm of innate strength. This was a manifestation of transformation. From the outset, Qin Zhan had sensed something amiss with Yun Jin. Upon investigation, he discovered that Yun Jin had entered the palace merely a month after Yun and I. And during the interrogation, he gleaned no crucial information from her words. Most notably, Yun Jin had never mentioned the dried fruit shop, while Yun Jing and Yun Rui had both referenced it. Girls, being food enthusiasts, would frequently patronize such establishments. Yet Yun Jin's unusual lapse in memory raised significant doubts. Unbeknownst to her, while she believed she had cleared her name, she was secretly being monitored by Qin Zhan's men. Every move she made was laid bare before his watchful eyes. That as for Li Qing Feng, Qin Zhan found it hard to believe he could be a traitor. He was neither a demon nor affiliated with the Wan Yao men. Perhaps he had never even practiced demonic techniques, yet he was undeniably colluding with the demons. This enigma perplexed Qin Zhan. As among the five, it was Li Qing Feng and the enigmatic Yi Lu Yun who had been most inactive. In his mind, the ostentatious Yi Lu Yun had always been the prime suspect. Perhaps it was true that excellence often breeds jealousy. Yun Jin, in truth, there are no other groups. The spies of the Wan Yao men consist solely of your so-called Qin Yu group, totaling 28 members, of which you are the leader. Your group's token is the unique fragment of the Qin Jiao Wang scales. Now, aside from you, the remaining 27 have been captured. I believe that with your peace, we can complete a full scale of the Qin Jiao Wang. As for your accomplice, it must be this Li Gonggong. Yet this Li Gonggong wields considerable power. The renowned Wanhua Tower, among the 4 great towers of the capital, is under your manipulation, aiding the demons in gathering intelligence on the Wu dynasty. The Dark Guards, managed by the 4 factories of the north, south, east, and west, have been infiltrated by you to a great extent. Coupled with your esteemed standing in the eyes of the current martial emperor, the resources at your disposal are unfathomable. However, as a human, how dare you betray your kind? The intelligence you have provided to the demons has undoubtedly harmed countless human interests, leading to the sacrifice of many innocent soldiers on the battlefield. For someone like you, 100 deaths would be too lenient. Qin Zhan rebuked loudly. Ha! Li Qing Feng laughed maniacally, pointing toward his groin. Do you still consider me a complete man? I endure this humiliation solely for revenge. My true name is not Li Qingfeng. I am Li Rui, son of Li Yifeng, the loyal duke of the Wu dynasty. The Emperor Wu, in his ignorance, heeded slanderous whispers, leading to the ruin of my entire family. The Li clan, comprising over 1,000 souls, perished at the hands of the divine martial guard, leaving me as the sole survivor of this calamity. Such a deep-seated hatred. How could I possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? It is indeed laughable. My father was granted nobility through his loyalty, yet ultimately met his demise by the very virtue that elevated him. What a profound irony! I care not whether they are of the human race or the demonic kin. My thirst for revenge is insatiable that I desire the annihilation of the Wu dynasty. I yearn for the death of the Emperor Wu. For the sake of my quest for vengeance, I shall brave any deluge. Li Qingfeng laughed boisterously, his aura surging relentlessly. Qin Zhan observed that all the windows around him had been sealed by mechanisms, and the staircase leading to the second floor had been completely barricaded. It was only at this moment that Qin Zhan comprehended the entire sequence of events. And oh wonder the creatures of the 10,000 demon sect could navigate the imperial city with such ease. It was all thanks to Li Qingfeng's assistance that as for why Li Qingfeng chose to aid the demons. It was due to his lineage as the son of the loyal and faithful Marquis. This Marquis had once conspired with the demons against the nation, resulting in the slaughter of countless soldiers from the Wu dynasty. The emperor, enraged, ordered the annihilation of his entire clan. However, it was later revealed that while the Marquis bore undeniable culpability, the claim of his collusion with the demons was somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, the Li family had been eradicated by the emperor's decree, a verdict that could not be overturned. It would be more accurate to say that it was the demons who orchestrated the downfall of the loyal and faithful Marquis, framing him, which ultimately led to the obliteration of the Li family. Of course, the political adversaries of the Marquis within the court played a significant role in this tragedy, for relying solely on loyalty for nobility lacked the formidable foundation that power could provide. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. It is often said that those who are pitiable must possess their own faults, and conversely, those who are despicable must also harbor their own sorrows. There was no point in debating past events with him, especially since he lacked the standing to do so. However, in light of the current situation, it was unequivocally clear that Li Qingfeng had colluded with the demons of the 10,000 demon sect, betraying humanity without a doubt. Among the 5 investigating this case, you possess the lowest cultivation level. You are yet to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm, while I have transcended into the mundane. How do you expect to defeat me? I purposely diverted Yi Luyan to ensure you are isolated and helpless, that I wonder how you will respond now. Li Qingfeng declared with arrogance that if I perish, you shall not escape death either. Let us die together and keep each other company in the underworld. Qin Zhan replied languidly, as long as the emperor lives, I shall not perish. Today, it is only you who will meet your end here. Once you are gone, the rest will be easily managed. The disciple of the heavenly blade king, Qin Zhan, colluding with demons and betraying the nation, will be captured and executed on the spot. How does that sound for the case report? Li Qingfeng's gaze turned icy. How venomous your words. But your premise hinges on your ability to kill me, and what gives you the confidence that you can accomplish that, even if I stand alone? Do you truly believe you can slay me? I am at a loss as to whether you are overly confident in yourself or have severely underestimated me. Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan stood tall before Li Qingfeng like a straightened spear. His expression laced with disdain. It is merely the initial stage of the transcending realm. What of it? You cannot frighten me. Indeed, you possess courage, but today you shall learn what it means to transcend. Once one enters the transcendent realm, they become extraordinary. How could a mere innate being possibly rival that celestial gang child technique? Li Qingfeng roared, his violet cloak billowing under the immense pressure of his aura, with one hand pointing upward and the other downward. 2 powerful energies locked on a Qin Zhan. I am aware that you practice the Earth-level Supreme technique, the Thunderclap Annihilation Blade, personally bestowed by the Heavenly Blade King. However, I cultivate the Earth-level lower technique, Celestial Gang Child technique. By the time I stepped into the transcendent realm, I had already mastered it to a minor success. How could you contend with me? With a furious shout, Li Qingfeng emanated the essence of the sun, an overwhelmingly masculine energy enveloping him. The Celestial Gang Child technique, while not exclusive to eunuchs, required one to maintain their youthful purity if they were to achieve full mastery. This technique, a lower-tier Earth-level skill, posed immense challenges to those endeavoring to reach perfection. Few could grasp such techniques, and even fewer could cultivate them to advanced stages, making it a rarity among countless practitioners. However, this technique eventually found its way into the hands of a celestial eunuch, who, unable to tread the path of mortals, dedicated himself to its rigorous practice and astonishingly achieved mastery, even comprehending the essence of yin and yang, that he transcended to become a formidable being, thus elevating the once-ignored technique to great prominence among the palace eunuchs. Yet as time passed, this once common Earth-level technique, the celestial gang-child technique, became a coveted treasure, accessible only to the most elite powers, such as the Wu dynasty. The strength of a technique is of little consequence. Today, I shall make you aware that it is the practitioner who wields true might, not the technique itself. Qin Zhan silently activated the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, fully awakening his pure Yang physique, allowing this technique to unleash its true potential. The synergy between the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique and the Pure Yang body was undeniable. The extraordinary aspect of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique lies not in its rank, but in its unparalleled advantage. If cultivated to perfection, it can transform the innate into the acquired, solidifying the Pure Yang body. Once this Pure Yang body is formed, one acquires a uniquely powerful constitution, ensuring rapid progress in cultivation and laying an unassailable foundation. With this Pure Yang body, the future path becomes an open road, making the ascent to divinity or even sainthood a tangible aspiration. It is said that during the ancient era, numerous individuals achieved mastery of this technique, ultimately forming their Pure Yang bodies and attaining the status of saints, even reaching the pinnacle of martial divinity. Thus, the Heavenly Blade King's advice to Qin Zhan to keep his possession of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique a secret was astutely wise. The Pure Yang body is not exclusive to those who practice the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique. Some individuals are inherently born as Pure Yang bodies. Such individuals, when practicing the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, would undoubtedly experience rapid advancements, swiftly mastering it to perfection while elevating their own cultivation to unfathomable heights. Now transformed into a Pure Yang body through systematic transcending, Qin Zhan's comprehension of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique had reached an unparalleled level. Therefore, when he unleashed the technique once more, its power exceeded all expectations. 9 blazing suns materialized behind him. The temperature of the air surged, and a torrent of scorching heat erupted, further amplifying his aura. You perceive me as a soft target. The innate 6th level is but a memory. Now I stand at the pinnacle of the innate 10th level. Enveloped in blazing sunlight, Qin Zhan resembled a divine warrior of pure yang, striding through the void, exuding an aura akin to the sun itself. With the support of the 9 suns, his strength ascended once more. Thunderclap Annihilation Blade. As Qin Zhan unsheathed his black blade, the blade's intent surged forth, stretching across dozens of meters, its essence intermingling with destructive and thunderous forces, locking onto Li Qingfeng with an unmistakable air of superiority. With a mighty swing, he cleaved downwards, obliterating all in his path. No, this is impossible. How can you be so powerful? I am transcending, extraordinary. Li Qingfeng roared defiantly. Celestial Gang defense. Yet with an explosive force, Qin Zhan's blade shattered Li Qingfeng's protective aura, cutting through his form and cleaving him asunder with a single stroke. One strike to transcend. Yunjin stood in shock, utterly astounded. How could this be? An innate being vanquishing the transcendent with a single blow. What manner of opponent was this? Truly terrifying, with a flick of his finger. Qin Zhan unleashed a searing gust of wind that surged towards her, rupturing her dantian and rendering her cultivation utterly ineffective. Yunjin, possessing merely the innate 9th level, found herself effortlessly subdued by Qin Zhan. Ding, energy absorption detected. Automatic absorption initiated. Energy value, 5,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression brightened with joy. Truly, as expected of the transcendent realm, the energy value is indeed substantial. However, back when I slew the Serpent Lord, a mere innate 3rd layer yielded 3,000 energy points. Yet to put down a fellow human, Li Qingfeng of the Transcendent Realm, I garnered only 5,000 energy points that it hardly seems worth it. I cannot discern whether Li Qingfeng has committed too few transgressions, or if, as a fellow human, the energy points I acquire are too meager. It seems I must seek opportunities to vanquish other races to obtain greater energy. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated, and Qin Zhan felt a tremor beneath his feet as Yi Luyan forcefully shattered the ironwood floorboards below and charged forth. "Brother Qin," Yi Luyan called out, "that you've arrived late. The leader of the demons from the Wan Yao sect, Yun Jin, has already been captured. That I have irrefutable evidence of Li Qingfeng's collusion with the Wan Yao sect, which I have eliminated. This case is ripe for reporting." Qin Zhan declared that Yi Luyan sensed a lingering aura of battle in the air. This was the essence of the transcendent. Who, between Li Qingfeng and Qin Zhan, truly belonged to the transcendent realm? Yi Luyan pondered silently. Regardless of which of the two was the transcendent, both were deeply concealed. If Li Qingfeng were indeed of the transcendent realm, yet was slain by the innate Qin Zhan, it would be all the more astonishing. Not long after Yi Luyan's arrival, Bai Hao led a 1,000-strong squad of the divine martial guards in a grand procession. The atmosphere around this squad was thick with the aura of slaughter, indicating they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Clad in the battle armor of the divine martial guards, Bai Hao approached the back courtyard of the Wanhua Tower and said to Qin Zhan, "Brother Qin, your foresight is truly remarkable. There lies a hidden passage beneath the Wanhua Tower, where Li Qingfeng's underlings lay in ambush. I have eliminated them all, leaving none behind. Brother Qin, all the demons of the Wan Yao sect have been captured by the 9 Shutter Gates, and several of Li Qingfeng's trusted subordinates in the Eastern Factory have also been apprehended. The subsequent interrogation can be postponed. This case is effectively resolved," Tang Feng exclaimed with excitement. "How come you all knew that Gong Li was a traitor? Yet I was left in ignorance?" Yi Luyan was taken aback. Cough, cough. Qin Zhan lightly cleared his throat. "Time is of the essence, and our tasks are pressing. Upon discovering Li Qingfeng's treachery, I immediately informed Brother Bai and Brother Tang to apprehend him. Since you came with me, I thought it unnecessary to notify you separately. Who could have known you would arrive so late?" Yi Luyan retorted. "Do you take me for a fool? Do they not appear as though they just learned the situation?" However, Yi Luyan refrained from saying more. Some matters are better left unspoken. Chapter 43. The Blue Jiao King Tang Feng, disregarding Yi Luyan's frustration, directly asked Qin Zhan, "Brother Qin, now that the case is resolved, how do you think the conclusion report should be written?" The son of the loyal and trustworthy Marquis, Li Rui, assumed the alias Li Qingfeng, colluding with the demon race, causing chaos in the divine capital. "This will suffice for the conclusion report. I believe His Majesty will grasp the situation from it," Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly. The son of the loyal and trustworthy Marquis, Tang Feng, and the others exchanged glances. For Qin Zhan might be the least informed among them regarding that unsolved case. Yet, Tang Feng and Bai Hao were acutely aware. It is no wonder that Li Qingfeng, being a confidant of the martial emperor, would betray humanity and conspire with the demons. The vendetta against the loyal and trustworthy Marquis runs deep, a matter of life and death. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the trio's resentment towards Li Qingfeng somewhat dissipated. The conclusion report should be succinct and clear. As for how the case was resolved and the performances of the individuals involved, Qin Zhan chose not to divulge. The martial emperor is a person of great stature. Even without Qin Zhan and the others recounting details, he would naturally comprehend the essence of the matter. In the Imperial Court, Qian Kuan Hall. This is where the martial emperor typically reviews memorials and conducts daily affairs, as well as the venue for the martial officials to attend court. The martial emperor stands at 7 feet tall, exuding a commanding presence, with thick black hair and garbed in a black dragon robe, crowned with a Tianping crown, resembling a divine being. His eyes, sharp and discerning, seem capable of piercing through the human soul. Though his true form remains in seclusion, this incarnation possesses a fraction of his divine aura, enough to suppress the entire martial dynasty, instilling fear in all miscreants that he has ruled for a century, engaging in campaigns east and west, achieving unparalleled feats, earning him a place among the top 3 emperors in martial dynasty history, surpassed only by the founding emperor. The founding emperor of the martial dynasty was a true terrestrial immortal, a representation of the pinnacle of martial prowess in an era when divine beings faded into obscurity. The martial emperor, determined to surpass his ancestors, anticipated the moment he would emerge from seclusion to rival the founding emperor. Should he unify the Eastern Victory divine continent, he could establish a celestial court and achieve an immortal legacy. Surpassing all emperors of the martial dynasty, loyal and trustworthy marquis, the martial emperor stood before the true dragon throne in Qin Hall, holding the conclusion report regarding the turmoil caused by the demons of the Wan Yao sect presented by Qin Zhan and others. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Enough. The Demon Suppression Division's Qin Zhan is awarded a piece of the Qi Luck Scale and 3 life creation pills for his meritorious service in solving the case. The Demon Suppression Division's Tang Feng is awarded a piece of the Qi Luck Scale for his assistance in solving the case. The Demon Suppression Division's Yi Luyuan and the Divine Martial Guards by Howard each awarded a life creation pill for their assistance in solving the case. The young eunuch standing beside the martial emperor announced loudly. Naturally, the ranks of Qin Zhan and the others were insufficient to enter Qin Hall to receive their rewards, but the 4 waiting outside the hall heard the martial emperor's commendations. The Qi Luck Scale is a scale shed from the golden dragon of the martial dynasty, condensing the fortune of the entire dynasty. Refining one will undoubtedly lead to a significant breakthrough in cultivation, easily propelling one from the innate 10th layer to the transcendent realm. The life creation pill is a supreme healing elixir. As long as one's martial foundation remains intact, even if only a breath of life remains, it can revive them. The life creation pill is crafted from thousands of spiritual herbs by the Pill Refining Institute, and only 108 are produced annually, all awarded by the martial emperor to those who have rendered meritorious service. Now, Qin Zhan received 3 for himself, which undoubtedly sparked envy among others. This elixir possesses exceptional healing properties even for the revered of the 5 Qi realm. Even formidable beings of the 3 Flowers realm covet a few. Your Majesty, this is the token of the Blue Jiao King scales. Someone presented the broken scales confiscated from the demons of the Wan Yao sect. As the demons were captured, a complete scale of the Blue Jiao King appeared before all. The martial emperor's gaze fell upon the scale of the Blue Jiao King, and he observed that the numerous fragmented scales were emitting a radiant glow, gradually merging into a complete azure scale, continuously radiating azure light. The scale expanded, gradually transforming into a complete human figure, Blue Jiao King. The martial emperor intoned solemnly that Wu Chongxiao. The figure of the Blue Jiao King solidified, garbed in a green robe, adorned with a pair of white jade horns, with sharp brows and bright eyes, appearing not as a malevolent beast, but rather as a graceful young gentleman. There are rumors that your seclusion to break through encountered issues. I wish to pay my respects, the Blue Jiao King stated in a deep voice. There is no need for concern. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I will personally journey to North Julu continent and take your head. The martial emperor replied indifferently. Truly, the invincible divine martial emperor. But alas, should your true self dare to come to North Julu continent, even a celestial being would meet certain death. The foundation of the demon race surpasses your expectations. The Blue Jiao King remained composed, for at their current juncture, emotions such as anger and indignation, which could disturb one's focus, were easily controllable. Enough. The martial emperor frowned, and the incarnation of the Blue Jiao King formed from the scales was seemingly torn apart by an unstoppable force, reducing the entire scale to powder. Martial will. The lords in the court gazed at the martial emperor with admiration and reverence, for the being seated upon the true dragon throne was not the martial emperor's true self, nor even a mere avatar, but rather a manifestation of faith, harnessing a portion of the golden dragon's power, possessing nearly 1/10 of the martial emperor's strength. Yet, even with only a fraction of the martial emperor's power, a single gaze imbued with martial will could obliterate the incarnation of the venerable Blue Jiao King, a truly terrifying prospect. This is the foundation of the martial dynasty, the pride of the martial people. The martial myth, Wu Chongxiao, North Julu continent, the lair of the Blue Jiao King. The Blue Jiao King, seated upon a mat in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flashing within, still as domineering as ever. Is a mere manifestation of faith truly this formidable? It does not appear as though any issues have arisen among our generation, He is likely the youngest, having risen to prominence the latest, yet he has taken the crucial first step ahead of us. Perhaps it is time for me to venture into the Dragon Gate's secret realm, left behind by the Dragon God. Should I traverse the Dragon Gate's secret realm, shedding my Jiao form and leaping into the Azure Dragon form? Perhaps then I may stand a chance to battle him. Presently, the highest martial prowess known in the mortal realm is the Celestial Realm, representing the current limit of power. Both the Blue Jiao King of the demon race and other top demon kings find themselves stuck at this pivotal juncture. The same applies to the human race and other foreign races. All are hindered at the critical step towards the Celestial Realm. Chapter 44. One Emperor, 3 Sovereigns, 9 Kings, for nearly 1,000 years. No one has been able to break through to the Celestial Realm. There are even those who suspect that a change in the heavens and earth has rendered the mortal realm incapable of accommodating the existence of the Celestial Realm. Of course, this does not imply that there are no beings of the Celestial Realm in this world, that a millennium ago, if the Celestial Realm had not exhausted its lifespan, perhaps it might still be lingering in some obscure corner, struggling for survival. However, the celestial beings at the height of their powers are likely nowhere to be found. The theoretical lifespan limit for celestial beings is 1,000 years, even if various means are employed to halt aging or to feign death. Regaining their former glory is an insurmountable challenge that is known to the king of Qin Zhan. While such existences in the entirety of the northern Julu continent are few, they likely exceed the count of fingers on one hand. Yet, these ancient beings value their own lives above all else, and there exists no monumental event that could compel them to awaken. Thus, the current dominion of the demon race remains firmly in the grasp of their numerous esteemed beings of the 5 Qi realm. Among these esteemed beings, the king of Qin Zhan does not stand as the most formidable. A saying circulates throughout the northern Julu continent. 1 emperor, 3 sovereigns, 9 kings. These represent the 13 most powerful beings of the demon race today. Though all are at the pinnacle of the 5 Qi realm, considerable disparities exist among them. The emperor refers to the White Emperor of the golden-winged Great Pung clan. The 3 sovereigns comprise the Dragon Sovereign, the Demon Sovereign, and the Eastern Sovereign. The 9 kings include the Wolf King, the Peacock King, the Mastiff King, the White Tiger King, the Vermilion Bird King, the Demon Leopard King, the Nine-Tailed Fox King, the Demon Ape King, and the King of Qin Zhan. The White Emperor stands as the foremost figure of the demon race, his might unparalleled, suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient demon deity, his strength truly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. He has, with his 5 Qi realm prowess, slain old monsters of the celestial realm, a feat unmatched by any. The Dragon Sovereign, Demon Sovereign, and Eastern Sovereign possess comparable strengths. However, none dare to speculate the extent of their gap from the White Emperor. Some conjecture that, while they may fall short of the White Emperor, the difference is not insurmountable. Despite the White Emperor's formidable record, which includes slaying celestial beings, the number of such beings in this world is far from abundant, making it impossible for the Dragon Sovereign, Demon Sovereign, and Eastern Sovereign to prove themselves equal to the White Emperor through similar feats. 13 years ago, Wu Chongxiao reached the zenith of the 5 Qi realm and led the Wu dynasty's forces all the way to the Demon Beast Mountains, ultimately crossing into the northern Julu continent that time. The king of Qin Zhan intervened, believing that the newly ascended Wu Emperor, having lingered in this realm for over a decade, would result in a battle devoid of suspense. Yet, the Wu Emperor proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, injuring the king of Qin Zhan, and it was only through the intervention of the Dragon Sovereign that the Wu Emperor's northern campaign was halted, leading him to announce his retreat into seclusion to break through to the celestial realm years later. Among the 9 kings, the king of Qin Zhan is neither the weakest nor the strongest. For in life and death struggles, none can confidently assert their victory. Beneath the 1 emperor, 3 sovereigns, and 9 kings, the demon race also boasts other top-tier demon kings in the 5 Qi realm. However, they pale in comparison to these 13. Of course, the northern Julu continent is vast, and with millions of demon beings, it is entirely possible that there exist hidden 5 Qi realm esteemed beings, quietly in seclusion, who are not inferior to the 9 kings, or even the 1 emperor and 3 sovereigns. Similarly, the realm of humanity is no different. Sometimes, the most renowned figures are not necessarily the strongest. Many cultivators, engrossed in their pursuits, care little for fame and shun interactions with others. It is entirely understandable that they might go decades without a single conflict, resulting in their obscurity. That I in the hall of the Heavenly Blade King, within a secluded training chamber, the Heavenly Blade King Zhang remarked, "Disciple, you have performed commendably this time, refraining from publicly disseminating the affairs of the loyal and faithful Marquis, thus preserving the Emperor's dignity. Your deft handling of the matter involving the collusion between the human and demon races has also safeguarded the Wu dynasty's reputation. Your grasp of the nuances in this situation is quite adept. The Emperor's rewards are indeed substantial. 3 life creation pills that can save you from death thrice, and a fortune scale that can assist you in breaking through to the transcendent realm in the short term, while enhancing your fortune and blessings in the long run. This is a tremendous boon." However, Qin Zhan could not suppress his confusion, asking, "But did the loyal and faithful Marquis truly betray the human race? If the Marquis had indeed betrayed his kin, it would be unfathomable that his own son, Li Qingfeng, remained ignorant of such a grave matter. Conversely, if the Marquis was innocent, how could the Wu Emperor annihilate his entire family without appearing foolish?" The Heavenly Blade King sighed deeply. He did not betray. Ah, if he did not betray, then why? Seeing Qin Zhan's astonishment, the Heavenly Blade King continued, "Do you believe that the loyal and faithful Marquis is innocent? But the Emperor's actions in exterminating his family are not foolish and tyrannical." Qin Zhan replied, "That is your assertion. I would not dare to say such a thing. What I can tell you is that while the loyal and faithful Marquis did not betray the human race, the Emperor is certainly not foolish or tyrannical. You have not experienced that at that time. The Emperor led the army to the north to combat the demon race, and the human and demon races fought fiercely for over a year, with tensions running high. However, despite being a noble, the loyal and faithful Marquis was timid and weak, suffering repeated defeats and fleeing time and again. During this tumultuous period, the furious generals placed the accusation of collusion with the demon race upon him, forcing the Emperor's hand. The loyal and faithful Marquis was not only a noble, but also the Emperor's companion, a childhood friend who followed him closely. His loyalty to the Emperor was absolute, and the Emperor valued him highly, which is why he became the only noble in the Wu dynasty during the era of the divine martial emperor to attain the Furnace Realm, achieving this status shortly after entering the Furnace Realm. While the status and power within the Wu dynasty are not solely determined by strength, how can one maintain their position without sufficient might? When one's power does not match their status, it may suffice in times of peace, but in chaotic periods of war, resentment will inevitably arise. The loyal and faithful Marquis is a prime example of this. Had the Emperor not ordered the extermination of his family to appease the generals on the verge of rebellion, a military coup would have led to the complete defeat of the Wu dynasty by the demon race, resulting in the devastation of countless lives. The Emperor faced a simple choice. In the end, he chose the lives of the many over the one. That the Heavenly Blade King Zhang felt a pang of lament in his heart. Sometimes, even with swords in hand, one cannot protect those they wish to safeguard. Personal strength is insignificant in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Although the Wu Emperor stands unrivaled in this age, he cannot single-handedly oppose the entire demon race. Unless he were to attain a divine level of power, becoming a singular force, Qin Zhan, upon hearing this, felt a chill in his heart. The Wu Emperor's actions were not misguided. Had he been in the Emperor's position, he too would have made the same choice. Yet, the plight of the loyal and faithful Marquis is indeed tragic. This is the consequence of being unworthy of one's position, such as the blood-soaked reality of this world. Relationships and backgrounds are mere illusions. Only one's strength remains an unchanging truth. Chapter 45. Fortune Scale in the Wu Dynasty. To attain the rank of Marquis, one must at the very least reach the Diamond Realm. To be conferred the title of a king from a different clan, one must achieve at least the Three Flowers Realm. However, there are few kings of differing surnames, and even those who reach the Three Flowers Realm, or even the Five Qi Realm, may not be granted kingship, unless they possess extraordinary achievements, such as the Heavenly Blade King, who has slain countless demons throughout his life and gained fame by defeating a Five Qi Realm Demon King in the battle against the demon race, thus earning his title. Although there are not many in the Wu Dynasty at the Three Flowers Realm, they are not so few as to be counted on two hands. There are also some esteemed beings in the Five Qi Realm. though none among the kings from different clans have attained that status. Esteemed beings in the 5 Qi realm hold the same realm as the current emperor and are generally treated as equals. For even the emperor refers to them as friends. Thus, those in the 3 Flowers realm and below remain the loyal subordinates of the Wu emperor, while the 5 Qi realm elites are formidable. They do not serve the Wu emperor, and naturally he would not elevate them to kingship. Aside from the already deceased loyal and faithful Marquis, who attained Marquis status in the Furnace realm, there is currently one other person in the Wu dynasty who achieved the same rank in the Furnace realm. But he did so not through loyalty or connections, but through sheer strength that he is the current top figure on the heavenly rankings, the unparalleled Marquis of the Wu dynasty, Xiao Mok, although he remains in the Furnace realm. His strength rivals that of the Diamond realm, and he is the second prodigy to emerge after the Wu emperor. Remarkably, he is only 25 years old, an exceptional prodigy of the Furnace realm at such a young age. With strength comparable to the Diamond realm, capable of crossing into that realm at any moment, it is believed that once he steps into the Diamond realm, he will become a formidable force among the strongest. The key factor is his age. He is still incredibly young, with a bright future ahead in the path of martial arts. Most individuals regarded as geniuses break through to the innate realm at 15 or 16, reach the transcendence realm in their 20s, and achieve the Furnace realm by their mid-20s or even before 30. However, Xiao Mok has reached the pinnacle of the Furnace realm at 25, just a step away from the Diamond realm. If those individuals are considered geniuses, what does that make him? He can only be classified as a prodigy, a world-shaking prodigy. Qin Zhan's modest ambition is to first surpass Xiao Mok and then the Wu emperor. He is currently only 15 years old, just months shy of turning 16, and he aims to break through to the Transcendence realm before he turns 16. Achieving Transcendence at the age of 16 is a feat that has been accomplished by no more than 10 individuals in the entire history of the Wu dynasty. And even in the history of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, it does not exceed that number. Even Xiao Mok achieved Transcendence at 17. If he can accomplish this at 16, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wu emperor, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. For the Wu emperor broke through to the Transcendence realm on his 16th birthday, amid the eyes of the Wu officials, during a ceremony of adulthood, creating quite a stir. It is said that the Wu emperor could have broken through to the Transcendence realm much earlier, but chose to do so at the ceremony to confirm his strength and assert his position as the rightful heir among the other princes. Had it not been for this purpose, he might have achieved Transcendence at 15. However, one aspect in which Qin Zhan surpasses the martial emperor is his astonishing speed of cultivation, similar to figures such as the martial emperor and Xiao Mok, who began their medicinal baths from a tender age and honed their sinews and bones from the moment they became aware. Mastering martial arts from childhood is no small feat yet. Qin Zhan commenced his training at the age of 15, and within a mere 6 months, he achieved the consummate stage of the innate realm. Such a pace of cultivation is truly unparalleled throughout history. Should he break through to the Transcendence realm by the age of 15, it would mean he has successively surpassed 3 stages within a year, crossing 2 major barriers while surmounting 20 minor steps. The very notion of such speed would undoubtedly astonish many. Master, I wish to enter seclusion to refine the scales of destiny and strive for an early breakthrough into the Transcendence realm, Qin Zhan declared resolutely. Zhang Han pondered for a moment before responding. In theory, the path of martial arts necessitates steady progress, laying a solid foundation and avoiding reckless advancement or forced breakthroughs. However, you, my boy, are truly an anomaly. Your foundation remains as solid as a mountain despite achieving continuous breakthroughs within a year. It appears that this is indeed attributable to the cultivation method you practice. You have perfected the body refining fist to its utmost within the body refining realm, establishing a flawless foundation, and subsequently acquired the 9 heavens pure yang technique in the innate realm. This technique is renowned for forging a divine foundation, thereby solidifying your base in the innate realm, which has allowed for a tremendous surge in power without undermining your foundation. With the 9 heavens pure yang technique, refining the scales of destiny to break through into the Transcendence realm should pose no problem at all. Very well. Remain in this chamber to cultivate. Within the Tiandao King's estate, you need not fear disturbances during your breakthrough. Having achieved significant merit, should you further break through into the Transcendence realm, securing a position as a commander in the Jinyui should be quite feasible. With a stroke of luck, if a vacancy arises for the Jinui commander in 2 years, you might even fill that role. The Tiandao King shall not interfere with your advancement within the Jinui. Your ascent entirely depends on your own abilities that he understands well the consequences of unmerited elevation. Qin Zhan is merely his disciple, and his sole duty is to educate him. He shall not meddle in the path his future disciples choose to tread, and this applies to Qin Zhan as well. In the training chamber, the air shimmered with intense heat, resembling a volcanic inferno. Qin Zhan sat cross-legged upon the lotus pedestal, with 9 blazing suns igniting behind him. 80 times, these suns dispersed, while at others, they converged, merging into Qin Zhan's body. His muscles coiled like a slumbering dragon, and the vitality coursing through him resembled a vast ocean, imbued with a cataclysmic aura. Suspended before him was a golden scale, entirely composed of the martial dynasty's accumulated destiny, embodying the national spirit. Within the confines of the martial dynasty, Qin Zhan could effortlessly transform misfortune into fortune, favored by the golden dragon of destiny. Destiny, originally intangible and elusive, has, after a millennium of the martial dynasty's establishment, amassed a staggering volume, becoming manifest as a golden dragon of fortune. This golden dragon underwent a transformation during the reign of the Holy Martial Emperor, resulting in the shedding of 3,000 scales, which were bestowed upon ministers and those who had rendered service. During the era of the Divine Martial Emperor, the golden dragon underwent another metamorphosis, yielding 9,000 scales. Over the years, the Martial Emperor has gradually rewarded these scales to deserving individuals, and it is likely that the royal family still possesses a considerable stock. It is said that the Golden Dragon of Destiny can transform into a 5-clawed Supreme Golden Dragon after 9 transformations, boasting strength comparable to that of the Martial Sage. Furthermore, a 5-clawed Supreme Golden Dragon can undergo 9 transformations to become a 9-clawed Supreme Golden Dragon, rivaling the Martial Deity. The Golden Dragon of Destiny within the Martial Dynasty had already undergone 7 transformations. Logically, following transformations during the reigns of the Holy and Divine Martial Emperors, it should have reached 9 transformations. However, due to the ineptitude of several preceding emperors during the Holy Martial Emperor's era, the national fortune declined to such a degree that the Martial Dynasty was compelled to share power with several major martial arts sects, resulting in a dilution of its destiny and a regression to 6 transformations. Yet, if the Martial Emperor were to break through to the immortal realm and unify the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, it would undoubtedly trigger another transformation of the Golden Dragon of Destiny, achieving the coveted 9 transformations and ascending to the rank of a 5-clawed Supreme Golden Dragon. Chapter 46. A Transcendence into the Extraordinary. The Scale of Destiny, originally the size of an adult's palm and considerably weighty, emanated a golden hue, appearing resplendently beautiful. However, as Qin Zhan continued to refine it, it had shrunk to the size of a seashell. Enshrined within the scale was an immense reservoir of energy, exceptionally pure. With systematic refinement, the speed of its assimilation increased significantly. Without this systemic enhancement, Qin Zhan would have required at least half a year to refine the scale, making a breakthrough into the transcendence realm before the age of 16 unlikely. Yet, post-refinement, his speed had surged to over 3 times its previous rate. At this pace, he could achieve a breakthrough in merely 2 months. The temperature within the training chamber soared to several thousand degrees. Even the finest black iron would melt into molten metal under such conditions. Nevertheless, the chamber bore no signs of damage. This was the place where the Tiandao King had once secluded himself for cultivation. Constructed entirely from indestructible black tortoise iron, impervious to any assault, even from the mightiest of the Diamond Realm. Although Qin Zhan's innate pure yang physique and the 9 heavens pure yang technique were formidable, they could not harm the black tortoise iron. The energy being refined from the scale relentlessly tempered his physique, expelling impurities from his body, which were instantly incinerated by the chamber's extreme heat. As Qin Zhan delved deeper into his cultivation, he absorbed ever greater quantities of energy. The scale of destiny was completely refined by him. Like a tranquil monk, he basked in limitless energy this moment. He fervently activated the 9 heavens pure yang technique, feeling waves of warmth surging within him, reminiscent of colossal and tumultuous tides. Every pore in his body opened wide, greedily inhaling and exhaling energy. Boom! Qin Zhan's body radiated an increasingly resplendent light, resonating with thunderous sounds akin to a tempest. His pores erupted with countless beams of brilliance as the energy within him surged. His true blood began to circulate instinctively, crashing against the walls of his blood vessels with a sound like rolling thunder, while golden energy flowed like water through his limbs and bones, igniting his form in a dazzling display of gold and crimson. His blood energy resembled a vast ocean, and the essence of his blood manifested like countless true dragons, one after another. Once all the energy was fully absorbed, Qin Zhan appeared crystalline and translucent, his entire being seemingly enveloped in a layer of golden light, exuding an aura of divinity and sanctity. But he stood steadfast, like a piece of exquisite glass, his presence commanding reverence, as if he were a deity descended to earth. Transcendence, Qin Zhan proclaimed with a powerful shout, standing at the pinnacle of his essence, spirit, and energy, ready to break through. He felt his true blood flowing like a mighty river, and in that instant, it seemed as if his body was ablaze with celestial fire. Surging upwards, crack, snap, the sounds of bones fracturing echoed ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Before the eyes of the beholder, Qin Zhan's crystalline bones shattered and began to regenerate, a true metamorphosis, a rebirth, utterly transforming him. Enduring the excruciating pain of his bones being crushed, his divine and sacred form began to fissure, expelling the remnants of shattered bone, heralding a new beginning. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, this was an extraordinary resurrection. Extraordinary, a singular transcendence. Rising to his feet, the garments adorning him, including his hair, disintegrated into nothingness. Qin Zhan touched his now bald head, chuckling self-deprecatingly. I've gone bald, yet I have also grown stronger. Emerging from the training chamber, he found a set of garments awaiting him, evidently prepared in advance by the Tiandao king, knowing full well he would require suitable attire post-breakthrough. The style and fabric of the clothing indicated they were once worn by the Tiandao king himself. Fortunately, in the martial dynasty, where martial prowess is held in high regard, children mature early, and at the age of 15 or 16, Qin Zhan's physique was already comparable to that of an adult. His stature and build were akin to the Tiandao king, making the latter's clothing a fitting choice. Transcendence, a rebirth disciple, taking this step marks your true entry into the realm of martial cultivation. The Tiandao king surveyed Qin Zhan with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Both the body-refining realm and the innate realm serve as formidable obstacles on the path of cultivation. For most ordinary individuals, the body-refining stage is challenging, and the innate realm even more so, as the majority are constrained by their innate talents, causing them to languish for extended periods. However, once these individuals fortuitously step into the transcendence realm, experiencing this profound transformation, their foundational abilities will be irrevocably altered. And if the fates align, they may ascend further within the transcendence path, possibly even reaching the diamond realm. Though the journey from the transcendence realm to the diamond realm is arduous and fraught with challenges, it offers a glimmer of hope. Unlike those hindered by their innate abilities, who struggle in the body-refining and innate stages, their eyes filled with despair and unable to see the path ahead. The transition from the innate to the transcendence realm serves as a significant threshold, while the leap from the diamond realm to the three flowers realm presents another monumental barrier. Should a diamond realm powerhouse fortuitously and forcefully break through to the three flowers realm, they may compensate for their lack of comprehension and advance towards the 5 Qi realm, even touching the threshold of the terrestrial immortals. The two significant transformations consist of altering one's innate talent and enhancing one's comprehension. Once both talent and understanding are elevated, new pathways will inevitably emerge out of course. This applies to ordinary individuals. For prodigies, whose talents and understanding are unparalleled, the thresholds of transcending the mundane and the indomitable realm simply do not exist. Perhaps the only barrier that could truly obstruct them is the legendary divine realm. My master has overpraised me. I have merely fortuitously broken through, Qin Zhan remarked. There is no need for modesty. Achieving the transcendent realm at the age of 15 is no small feat. Even when compared to the sovereign of your I had always hoped you would become a formidable noble or even a king. However, my current aspiration is for you to ascend to the status of an earthly immortal. The king of heavenly blades sighed, marveling at the extraordinary talent of his disciple, who was truly exceptional, rendering him at a loss for words. You have been in seclusion for over 2 months, and the Jinui have come to my residence multiple times urging your presence to report on your duties. I surmise they must have pressing matters to discuss with you. Before Qin Zhan could respond, the king of heavenly blades began to issue a dismissal. After all, this was merely a manifestation of his being. And even if Qin Zhan wished to share a meal or engage in casual conversation, there would hardly be anything of substance to discuss. Nonetheless, the necessary courtesies must be observed. Qin Zhan bowed and said, "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave for now. I shall visit the master again when time permits." "Very well. Regardless of how busy you may be, remember not to indulge in complacency. And do not forget the path of martial cultivation." The king of heavenly blades offered a few succinct words of encouragement before allowing him to depart. Chapter 47. Emerging as a Great Leader. Qin Zhan, sporting a prominent bald head, walked through the bustling streets, undeniably drawing attention. As he cultivated, the pure yang energy within him surged into a blazing inferno of masculinity, incinerating not only his garments but also his long, flowing hair and even his eyebrows. Fortunately, the methods of the transcendent realm possess an otherworldly quality, allowing him to regrow his hair within a mere 10 to 15 days. However, to restore the previous impression of cascading locks, it may take 2 to 3 months. That he urged his vitality to accelerate the growth of his eyebrows and hair, which also served as a form of tempering. It is said that a single strand of hair from a saint could slay a formidable being of the Three Flowers realm. Yet Qin Zhan is still far from such a legendary status. The Jinui headquarters. A mere few months felt like an eternity, that he recalled the initial trepidation and longing he felt upon first entering this place. But now he had ascended to the rank of a Jinui Wanhu. "Qin Zhan, come forth to see me." Before he even set foot through the doors of the Jinui headquarters, Jiang Taichu, one of the 8 commanders, summoned him telepathically. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan swiftly made his way to Jiang Taichu's office. "Indeed, your aura is well contained, harmonizing as one, transcending the ordinary. It is unmistakably extraordinary. I scarcely expected that in such a short span. You have transformed from an initial Jinui Qianhu to the transcendent realm. Truly remarkable." Jiang Taichu expressed genuine admiration upon seeing Qin Zhan. "You honor me with your praise." Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, "May I inquire why you were so eager to summon me?" "Naturally, it is to fulfill the promise I made to you. From today onward, you shall serve as a Wanhu of the Jinui, holding the authority of a deputy commander. Your ascension to Wanhu is a reward for your successful investigation of the 10,000 Demon sect. And now that you have entered the transcendent realm, it is customary for you to hold the position of deputy commander in our Jinui." Jiang Taichu explained. "Thank you for your recognition, Commander," Qin Zhan responded. This indeed highlights the advantages of having influential connections. Although the Jinui may not overtly favor Qin Zhan, he will certainly not be deprived of what he rightfully deserves. "Might I inquire if there are any tasks you require me to undertake?" "Is there an evaluation task for the position of Wanhu?" Qin Zhan asked. Jiang Taichu shook his head. "The Jinui Xiaoqi and Zhongqi are the foundational officials of the Jinui and do not require task evaluations. The Jinui Baihu and Qianhu represent the middle echelon, forming the backbone of our organization, so it is imperative that no one is appointed without the requisite qualifications. Therefore, they must undergo necessary assessments before being appointed. However, the Jinui Wanhu, especially one who holds the authority of a deputy commander, is regarded as part of the upper echelon. These individuals have proven themselves through numerous trials, and their abilities and strength are trustworthy, thus exempting them from further evaluations. Then, will I have any tasks to undertake next, or shall I remain on standby for the capital summons?" Qin Zhan inquired. "Indeed, there is something I wish to assign to you. While it may not be classified as a task, it certainly involves a rather delicate matter, which is why I have inquired with the King of Heavenly Blades about your emergence from seclusion multiple times. The situation is as follows. I wish to assign you to oversee a territory for a period of time." Jiang Taichu stated, "To oversee a territory. Is this not a privilege exclusive to the Jinui commanders?" Qin Zhan felt somewhat bewildered. His rapid promotion seemed astonishing, as he was swiftly becoming a significant figure overseeing a region. Noticing Qin Zhan's surprise, Jiang Taichu smiled slightly and explained, "The martial dynasty comprises 3,000 counties, with 10 counties forming a prefecture and 10 prefectures constituting a region, totaling 30 regions. Typically, a Jinui Qinu dispatched from the capital can oversee a county, a Wanhu can govern a prefecture, and a commander can preside over a region. The Jinui commanders do not have fixed territories, as they are responsible for providing support as needed. Currently, the reality is that the quota for Jinui commanders allocated by the Demon Suppression Division is limited to 32 individuals. However, since the capital is of utmost importance, it is impossible for there to be merely 2 commanders assigned there. With some in seclusion and others on leave, it is indeed impractical to allocate a single commander to oversee an entire region. Thus, there is a need for a Jinui Wanhu, especially one with the authority of a deputy commander, to govern a region. The territory I wish for you to oversee is the Eastern Sea region, one of the 30 regions of the Martial Dynasty, and it is also your homeland, so this can be considered a homecoming." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan nodded. The requirement for a Jinui Wanhu to hold the deputy commander position is to have broken through to the transcendent realm. While Qin Zhan had just recently achieved this, he was confident that the average transcendent realm practitioners within the Jinui would not necessarily be his match. Generally, Jinui deputy commanders are typically below the 6th level of the transcendent realm, with over 90% of them beneath the 3rd level. Should any deputy commander reach the 7th or 8th level of the transcendent realm, or attain the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, the various commanders would certainly advocate for the Demon Suppression Division to increase the quota for Jinui commanders. In comparison, there are indeed very few Jinui Wanhu with deputy commander authority who are more suitable than Qin Zhan for this position. Moreover, holding the deputy commander title while overseeing a region may invite underestimation. The least capable domain lords should at least be at the furnace realm. It is not merely the case that an initial transcendent realm practitioner, even one at the peak of the transcendent realm, would be regarded as a junior by the domain lords. However, Qin Zhan possesses another identity. He is a disciple of the King of Heavenly Blades, one of the 4 great kings of the Martial Dynasty. Although this status may not instill fear in figures of domain lord caliber, it certainly affords him equal treatment, if not preferential consideration. While it is true that entering such a position is a privilege, and one can communicate directly with the higher authorities, immune to the fear of a domain lord, the reality remains that he must operate within their territory, necessitating cordial relations. Otherwise, he risks unwarranted hostility, leading to a non-violent, non-cooperative, non-resisting, and non-defensive stance, which would hinder the Jinui's operations. "How long must I oversee the Eastern Sea region?" Qin Zhan inquired. "The duration could be as short as 6 months. But it will not exceed 1 year. One of the commanders has a leave of absence that will conclude in 6 months, and another is in seclusion, striving to break through to the 8th level of the transcendent realm, which is expected to be achieved within a year," Jiang Taichu replied, patting Qin Zhan on the shoulder. "There is no need to rush. You must understand that wielding the power of the Jinui over a region is a supreme honor. You will command 100,000 subordinates who will obey your every order, and you shall have full autonomy over all matters in the Eastern Sea region. Unless a crisis arises, there is no need for you to report. By the way, given your current authority and status, you will no longer need to liaise with the commanders. Any matters can be communicated directly to me, as I shall be your direct superior from now on. 100,000 subordinates will obey my command." Qin Zhan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Does this mean I can utilize them to gather energy for me? Moreover, with the northern Jilu continent to the north of the Eastern Sea region, can I not lead a team to hunt at any time? "Thank you for your recognition, Commander," Qin Zhan expressed gratefully. "Very well, I shall draft your transfer order and obtain the seal from the Demon Suppression Division. Then you shall be ready to assume your post." Jiang Taichu felt a great weight lift from his heart. Chapter 48. Zhao Dachuan 1 month later. Zhao Dachuan, the Jinui Wanhu stationed in Xinjiang Prefecture of the Eastern Sea region, was feeling quite disheartened that a month prior, the Jinui headquarters in the capital dispatched a deputy commander to oversee the Eastern Sea region. Although the deputy commander's title was the same as his own, their authority was a notch higher, and being from the capital, they were inherently held in higher regard than the local officials. This deputy commander, named Qin Zhan, was relatively young, yet he had already ascended to the transcendent realm. Moreover, it was rumored that he was the direct disciple of the king of heavenly blades, making him an existence they could hardly provoke, both in terms of background and strength. Originally, the divine authority had dispatched several vice commanders of the Jinui. Yet one had antagonized the lord of the Eastern Sea domain and was subsequently expelled. Two others, filled with arrogance and disdain, found themselves overshadowed by the Jinui stationed in the 10 prefectures and soon left in a state of embarrassment. Presently, the vice commander Qin has become the fourth to take up the mantle since the departure of his predecessor overseeing the Eastern Sea. This vice commander Qin possesses formidable strength. On his very first day, he proposed a contest against the 10 esteemed Jinui commanders. Initially, it was a series of one-on-one duels, yet none could even land a single strike against him. When they banded together, all 10 were still soundly defeated. It was an affront to their pride. Although he is currently at the first level of the transcendent stage, and they are peak innate realm warriors, the fact that 10 could not even graze him was a bitter pill to swallow. It was then they realized that this Vice Commander Qin not only had exceptional prowess, but also held a formidable background, making it clear that they could not drive him away. After a month of reluctant adaptation, they discovered that this Qin Vice Commander was not so intolerable after all. He seldom interfered with the daily affairs of the Jinui and rarely made appearances, instead dedicating his days to slaying demon tribes in the northern region of Julu. However, he did have one peculiar demand. They must capture any demon or demon cultivator from the Wan Yao sect alive within the Eastern Sea domain, and deliver them to him for execution. Just how much hatred does he harbor for the demon race? They stealthily ventured into the territory of the northern Julu to slay demons, yet he expected them to capture demons alive in the Eastern Sea for him to slay. This truly baffled them. Nevertheless, they had no choice. Aside from this quirk, Vice Commander Qin had a penchant for demon beast inner cores, elixirs, and various treasures rich in energy. Although he appreciated these items, he did not demand them forcefully. His subordinates dared not refuse him. The 10 esteemed Jinui commanders were fortunate, but their subordinates, the Jinui Qianhu, were eager to curry favor, promptly delivering any discovered treasures or energy stones to Vice Commander Qin. Yet, Qin did not let them come empty-handed. The weaponry and techniques in the Eastern Sea's arsenal were accessible to them, and based on the value of their offerings, he would bestow corresponding rewards, always exceeding the worth of what they provided. Thus, the number of those offering tributes to Vice Commander Qin steadily increased, and recently, several Jinui commanders had begun to present him with gifts as well. What a lack of ambition! Zhao Dachuan seethed internally. He contemplated what demon cores or treasures he might still have in his modest vault, considering an opportunity to present something to Vice Commander Qin. After all, he was a mere 20-year-old at the transcendent stage. A disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, gifted beyond measure, destined for limitless achievements. Perhaps he should endure. Would his carefully selected gift be substantial enough to earn him the coveted Earth-level intermediate technique? The eightfold overlapping wave. To exchange for that technique, at least 20,000 merit points were required, equivalent to his 4-year salary. Zhao Dachuan, Zhao Dachuan. A series of deep voices echoed from all directions, the sound rippling through the air. Who is it? Zhao Dachuan shivered, glancing around in surprise, having realized he had wandered into the outskirts of Qingyang Prefecture. It was now deep into the night, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence except for the patrolling squad. Something felt off. This was not logical. Zhao Dachuan pondered. Although this was indeed a route to the Jinui garrison at Qingyang Prefecture, he typically did not traverse this path. Had he lost his mind today? The voice echoed again, and at that moment, Zhao Dachuan understood that it was not a figment of his imagination. He had unwittingly fallen into someone else's trap. Who is it? Zhao Dachuan shouted fiercely. Show yourself. Are you looking for me? Unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in black robes, wearing a black veil, had appeared behind him. The demon cultivators disrupt my peace. They are truly courting death. Zhao Dachuan drew his mysterious iron sword and slashed at the figure. You are too weary. It is time to rest. The cloaked figure extended a hand, as white as jade, and gently brushed against Zhao Dachuan's cheek. Instantly, he felt a wave of dizziness, his grip on the sword faltering. And with a clatter, it fell to the ground as he collapsed. The Jinui Command Center serves as the power nexus for the entire Eastern Sea Jinui, located in Qinghai Prefecture. while Qinghai Prefecture houses the main garrison. It differs from the command center where Qin Zhan resides. In charge of the Qinghai Prefecture Jinyui headquarters is the commander Ren Tianheng, belonging to a subordinate authority of the command center. The command center is sparsely populated and compact, with dozens of halls at the front and a separate courtyard at the back, although it is much smaller compared to the Jinyui headquarters in Qinghai Prefecture. Theoretically, it is solely for Qin Zhan's use, rivaling any grand estate within Qinghai Prefecture. The courtyard features pavilions, rockeries, gardens, and dozens of red-tiled green brick lofts, exuding an air of magnificence, most notably equipped with 2 high-end training rooms. After a month in office, Qin Zhan had scarcely entered his own quarters, spending most of his time immersed in cultivation in the training rooms, and the servants and maids understood that their master was a martial arts enthusiast. Thus, unless there was something urgent, they would not disturb him. Unless it was Qin Darren, the Jinyui commander Zhao Dachuan has come to visit. Hearing the commotion in the training room, Qin Zhan's face lit up with joy. His days in the Eastern Sea had indeed been quite pleasant, engaging in battles in the northern Julu and graciously accepting tributes from his subordinates. He watched as the energy values in his system soared, steadily enhancing his strength at this pace. Within a year or two, he could reach the pinnacle of the transcendent stage or even break into the furnace stage. A furnace stage expert, regardless of the faction, would be considered a high-ranking powerhouse. I wonder what treasures Commander Zhao has brought. If they please me, I might allow him to select an Earth-level technique. Qin Zhan mused that to continue reaping benefits, one must also feed the sheep. The command center may lack in certain respects, but it boasts an abundance of techniques and weaponry. The worst among them are top-tier Xin-level techniques, each capable of being cultivated by countless individuals. However, Qin Zhan could exchange the same technique for numerous treasures, energy stones, demon cores, and the like, a guaranteed profitable venture. After all, he was currently in a position of authority, directly accountable to one of the 8 Jinyui generals, Jiang Taichu, who would hardly concern himself with such trifles. Chapter 49. The Transaction. Lord Qin, I hope you will forgive my impudent visit and any rudeness I may have shown. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, Zhao Dachuan's eyes flickered with delight as he hurriedly approached. Commander Zhao, we are colleagues in the Jinyui. There is no need for formalities. Please come inside. Qin Zhan welcomed Zhao Dachuan in the hall, and several attentive maids quickly set out fruits, sweet delicacies, and fine tea before retreating. You lot, bring the items in, and then you may leave. Zhao Dachuan instructed his companions, who complied and proceeded to carry several large chests from the carriage into Qin Zhan's reception room. Goodness, Commander Zhao has truly made a remarkable entrance. Has he emptied his entire treasury? Qin Zhan pondered with some confusion. Gold, silver, and antiques were not of interest to him. After all, it would be a laughingstock for a dignified Jinyui commander to present such offerings to his superior. Therefore, it was most likely that these chests contained demon cores, energy stones, treasures, and rare curiosities. However, this was an excessive amount. 3 large chests. Previously, a few other Jinyui commanders had visited, offering generously, but each brought only a single box, and their capacity was not particularly large. Could it be that Commander Zhao is skilled in amassing wealth? Or does he seek something from me? Qin Zhan could not help but question Zhao Dachuan's true intentions for this visit. With a snap, Zhao Dachuan opened the first chest, revealing it filled to the brim with energy stones, emanating potent fluctuations of elemental energy. The second chest contained an array of demon cores, predominantly from demon beasts of the body refinement and innate stages, with even a few from the transcendent stage. Not all demon beasts possess cores. Typically, the likelihood of a body refinement stage creature containing a core is virtually non-existent, and the chances for an innate stage beast are less than 1 in 10. While transcendent stage demons almost always possess a core, that if you happen to slay a transcendent stage demon without obtaining a core, congratulations. Your luck is extraordinary enough to win the lottery. Opening the third chest revealed various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and rare minerals, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures that if these were exchanged for merit points, estimating 10,000 points might be an exaggeration, but at least 70 to 80,000 points could be garnered from this haul. Nearly equivalent to Zhao Dachuan's salary for the past 20 years, likely encompassing the majority of his wealth. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? This welcome gift from Commander Zhao is indeed overwhelming. And Qin Zhan felt unworthy. Although the items were splendid, they were also quite burdensome to accept. Qin Zhan was not foolish. Lord Qin, I have urgent matters to discuss during my visit. The cultivation technique I have been practicing has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Yet I have been trapped at the peak of the innate realm for 5 long years that I wish to break through, but I fear I must acquire a more superior technique, Zhao Dachuan stated. That is quite manageable. May I inquire as to what technique you seek? A technique of common grade would hardly suffice as an adequate gift for someone of Zhao Wannis' stature, Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, inwardly he was elated. He had initially anticipated Zhao Dachuan would make unreasonable demands that it turned out he merely sought a technique, which was certainly permissible, in fact. As the commander of the Jinyui in the EC region, Qin Zhan had the authority to allow the study of such techniques, that I wish to learn the Earth-level top-tier technique, the Di-Long Jing. I hope Lord Qin will grant me this favor. Additionally, to avoid any omissions in the transmission of knowledge, I desire to view the original text of the Di-Long Jing, rather than a copied version. Zhao Dachuan implored earnestly. Qin Zhan contemplated for a moment. Zhao Dachuan had offered a significant portion of his wealth to learn the Earth-level top-tier technique, clearly fearing that a copied version would lack the true essence, which was not unreasonable. Initially, Qin Zhan had thought he might be asking for one of the 3 heavenly-level techniques from the EC region, which he could not authorize without reporting to Jiang Taichu. However, what merit did Zhao Dachuan possess? Did his substantial offering to Qin Zhan truly constitute merit? Therefore, even if he reported to Jiang Taichu, it was unlikely that Jiang would acquiesce. Nonetheless, since he was not seeking a heavenly-level technique, but had instead fixed his sights on the Earth-level top-tier Di-Long Jing, Qin Zhan could indeed make that decision. The Di-Long Jing was one of the last 9 remaining Earth-level top-tier techniques in the EC region's command center. While it was commendable, it paled in comparison to the technique Qin Zhan practiced. Furthermore, not everyone could learn heavenly-level techniques. Some could be studied from the body refinement realm, being of a higher caliber, while others might not even be accessible until the transcendence realm. Generally speaking, techniques focused on cultivation had lower realm requirements, while those emphasizing offensive capabilities had much higher prerequisites. Very well, follow me that I shall retrieve the original Di-Long Jing for you to examine. But you may only view it within the command center and cannot remove it from there, Qin Zhan instructed. Thank you, Lord Qin, for your generosity. Zhao Dachuan's face lit up with joy. The Jinyui Command Center's arsenal contained numerous copied techniques. But originals were scarce. Only those seized within the EC region had originals, while those provided by the Jinyui headquarters lacked such copies. The Earth-level top-tier technique, Di-Long Jing, just so happened to originate from the EC region. Though it was unclear which commander had seized it, thus an original existed, that it was curious how Zhao Dachuan had come to know of it. Qin Zhan and Zhao Dachuan navigated through twists and turns until they arrived behind an artificial hill. Qin Zhan triggered a mechanism, verified a password, and opened a hidden passage leading into the Jinyui Command Center's armory. After passing through several security doors, they finally reached a massive iron door. Qin Zhan produced a specially crafted key and, utilizing a rotating compass with a 48 position code from the Tiangong Institute, unlocked the armory's main entrance. This is the repository of original text for the Jinyui Command Center, quite secretive, since my appointment. I have only visited once. What is found here is generally available in the main arsenal, but since you insist on viewing the original, so be it. Qin Zhan remarked that he located the mechanism box containing the Di-Long Jing, opened it, and retrieved the original text. The pages of this technique were crafted from a unique beast hide, inscribed with ancient script that exuded an air of antiquity and grandeur. However, after flipping through a few pages, he found nothing particularly special. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Qin. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to present you with an ancestral treasured blade, Zhao Dachuan proclaimed, retrieving a rectangular wooden box from his back. Initially, Qin Zhan assumed it to be a secret weapon. He had not expected it to be a gift for him. Had he refused to show Zhao Dachuan the original, it was likely he would not have received this treasured blade. How cunning and deceptive. Chapter 50. An ominous presence. Qin Zhan's interest was piqued. Zhao Dachuan chuckled as he placed the box containing the treasured blade on the shelf displaying the original techniques. With a click, he opened the box, revealing a blade of deep azure hue, measuring 3.5 feet in length, 3 fingers in width, and half a finger in thickness. A slim blade, crafted entirely from blue luminous starstone, of considerable value. Undoubtedly a top-grade weapon among Earth-level armaments, a remarkable blade indeed. Qin Zhan's eyes sparked with excitement. My lord. This blade is named Zhan Lan Xingkong. It is primarily composed of blue luminous starstone, mixed with tear stone, molten gold stone, greenwood jade, crystal gold stone, and dozens of other minerals, tempered in the heart of the earth for 81 days. This blade does not follow the path of soul merging, but rather adheres to the pure and singular spirit route. Currently, treasured weapons are categorized into 3 paths. One is the soul-melding blood refining method, which incorporates the essence of beasts or even humans into the materials, allowing such treasures to develop consciousness rapidly. The second employs supreme materials as a base, gradually nurturing the weapon over time with the user's blood, enabling it to grow alongside its wielder. The last path, the pure and singular spirit route, involves the use of exceptionally high-quality materials, refined and placed in a place of feng shui to be nurtured by the forces of heaven and earth, allowing it to grow increasingly sentient. There is no definitive hierarchy among these 3 crafting methods, but it is generally believed that the pure spirit route is the most legitimate, followed by blood refining, and lastly, soul merging. The blade Zhao Dachuan presented, named Zhan Lan Xingkong, indeed followed the pure spirit route. Zhao Dachuan withdrew the Zhan Lan Xingkong from its box, presenting it to Qin Zhan with both hands, just as the blade was a mere inch from Qin Zhan. An unexpected turn of events transpired. A flash of crimson light flickered in Zhao Dachuan's eyes as he grasped the Zhan Lan Xingkong, and with a swift motion, he thrust the blade directly toward Qin Zhan's chest. With a swift reaction, Qin Zhan extended 2 fingers, catching the incoming blade with ease, preventing it from advancing further. With a flick of his fingers, he redirected the blade's edge, and with a squelch, Zhan Lan Xingkong pierced through Zhao Dachuan's body. With a forceful strike to the hilt, Qin Zhan drove the blade completely into Zhao Dachuan, the immense force embedding him into the ground. While you were on guard against me, Zhao Dachuan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong. Qin Zhan smiled faintly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. That of course I was cautious, for I sensed something amiss from the very start. You relinquished a significant portion of your wealth solely to curry favor with me. Then you claimed it was to exchange for the Earth-level top-tier technique, the Di Long Jing. From that moment, I began to harbor doubts. You, Zhao Dachuan, have languished at the innate realm for over a decade, yet you have only grasped 30% of the true essence of water. However, the Di Long Jing is an Earth attribute technique. What business do you have practicing an Earth attribute technique when you barely comprehend the essence of water? Are you foolish? Qin Zhan retorted, laden with sarcasm. It is precisely because I cannot break through the transcendence realm with water that I sought to shift to the Earth attribute technique. Is that not permissible? Zhao Dachuan roared. Indeed, it is permissible, of course. However, your second point of suspicion arises. What difference exists between the copied version and the original of the Di Long Jing? Pray tell. What distinction is there? None whatsoever, Zhao Dachuan exclaimed. Yet you insist on viewing the original, which suggests you fear the copied version may harbor issues, or perhaps the original conceals some secret. These are merely your unfounded speculations. The Di Long Jing lies before us. What secrets could it possibly hold? Did you not just peruse it? Zhao Dachuan protested, still unwilling to concede, still unconvinced. Let me clarify your third point of suspicion. I ventured to the secret armory to retrieve the original of the Di Long Jing. Why did you follow me? Shouldn't you, as a subordinate, maintain a degree of discretion? Furthermore, upon entering the armory and encountering the original, you suddenly thought to present me with a treasured blade. Do you think I have never read the tale of Cao Cao presenting a blade to assassinate Dong Zhuo? Qin Zhan replied, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. 3 kingdoms. Zhao Dachuan's mind went blank, his face contorted with dark energy. After a few moments of futile rage, he rapidly transformed into a puddle of pus. How ruthless! You even fear you cannot kill me, and have poisoned the blade with bone-dissolving venom, Qin Zhan remarked, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Fortunately, the blade had not harmed him. This bone-dissolving venom is an unparalleled poison that spreads through the bloodstream. Within a few breaths, the afflicted would feel their entire body weaken, their bones turning to pulp. Even a Transcendence Realm cultivator would likely meet their end if poisoned, for this toxin was specifically designed to combat those who break their shackles. shatter their bodies, and forge golden forms. While it may not slay a Golden Realm expert, it could certainly claim half their life, making it nearly fatal to anyone below the Golden Realm. The bone transformation poison is a forbidden substance in the Wu dynasty. Even in the black market, it is a rare commodity and is worth a fortune. Its value is likely comparable to that of a copy of the Earth Dragon Classic. The TO invests such a substantial sum merely to acquire an Earth Dragon Classic suggests either a moment of madness or that this classic harbors some profound secret. There is a trace of demonic energy. Qin Zhan, having witnessed Zhao Dachuan's transformation into a putrid mass, suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. He had recently dealt with a similar group. And during his frequent forays into the North Julu continent to slay demonkind, he had vanquished countless innate demons, even numerous transcendent ones. This had attracted the attention of peak transcendent and even furnace realm demons, forcing him to retreat in disarray. Recently, he had decided to lay low, waiting for their vigilance to wane before resuming his campaign against the demons. Could it be that Zhao Dachuan was manipulated by the demons to come after me? If that is the case, this situation is far more serious than I imagined. Qin Zhan gazed thoughtfully at the Earth Dragon Classic on the shelf, that a mere hint of demonic energy does not prove anything. He had yet to ascertain the full context of the matter and felt it unwise to report hastily. After all, the manpower of the Qin Wei is extremely strained, and he could not rely on the commander. The 8 governors would not heed him without solid evidence. After much contemplation, it became clear that he must rely on himself. The Earth-level top-tier technique, the Earth Dragon Classic, seems to be the key to unraveling this mystery. However, although this technique is precious, what purpose does it truly serve? Qin Zhan activated his pure yang blood essence, causing Zhao Dachuan's corpse to evaporate into nothingness before sheathing his treasured blade, known as the Azure Starry Sky. Once everything was tidied up, he picked up the Earth Dragon Classic, closed the armory door, and departed. Chapter 51. The Dragon King Hall. The Earth-level top-tier technique, the Earth Dragon Classic, was confiscated by the Qin Wei's commander Zheng Tianming during his campaign against a heretical sect known as the Black Lotus Cult when he was stationed in the EC region. At that time, Zheng Tianming had already reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, engaging in a fierce battle against the leader of the Black Lotus Cult, a formidable being who had just entered the Furnace Realm. Ultimately, he triumphed, earning fame through that battle as he swept through the EC region, eradicating remnants of the Black Lotus Cult and destroying their stronghold. The Earth Dragon Classic was found in a hidden chamber beneath the stronghold, alongside many sinister techniques, including those of the demon race and demonic scriptures. All of these were publicly destroyed by Zheng Tianming in the Wu dynasty. The demon race's techniques and demonic scriptures are taboo, prohibited from cultivation. That if one were to privately hoard a few, it might not be a significant issue, but once brought to light, they must be publicly destroyed. The destruction of the Black Lotus Cult's stronghold created a considerable uproar, attracting the attention of various forces in such a situation. Zheng Tianming had no choice but to destroy the demon scriptures and demonic texts in public without a second thought. Given the evil nature of the Black Lotus Cult, most of the techniques they practiced were sinister and aimed at rapid success, leaving behind only a few legitimate techniques. Among these, the highest ranked were 3 Earth-level techniques, of which the Earth Dragon Classic was the most esteemed. Thus, the records of the Black Lotus Cult contain extensive commentary on the Earth Dragon Classic, yet useful information is scarce. The entire sequence of events is documented in the Qin Wei's archives. But after perusing it for a considerable time, Qin Zhan found little of value. What he needed to clarify was not who brought this technique into the armory, but rather the secrets that the Earth Dragon Classic conceals. The origins are understood, yet useful information remains elusive. I have inquired about those who have cultivated the Earth Dragon Classic, and there were no extraordinary outcomes or noteworthy effects. It appears to be an ordinary technique. So why would Zhao Dachuan go to such lengths, even risking my life, to obtain this Earth Dragon Classic? Qin Zhan scrutinized the technique in his hands, submerging it in water, yet no remarkable phenomena occurred. He held it over fire, but nothing unusual transpired. Even when exposed to sunlight, no anomalies were detected. Qin Zhan could not help but feel vexed. Has the wisdom of 5,000 years of Huaxiao become irrelevant? Have all the dramas and novels I have consumed turned out to be misleading? My lord, we have found it. A Qin Wei captain exclaimed with excitement. Oh, pray, tell me more. Qin Zhan had previously instructed his subordinates to search for information regarding the Earth Dragon Classic, and he was pleasantly surprised that someone had indeed found a clue. The technique was created by a powerful being from the divine realm, known as the Dragon King thousands of years ago. The Dragon King's establishment, the Dragon King Hall, was one of the foremost powers in the East Victory Divine Continent. At that time, the ancient era had long passed, and the divine had vanished. Beings of the divine realm were the strongest entities. The founder of the Dragon King Hall, Long Genie, was regarded as the foremost figure in the East Victory Divine Continent, having created the heaven-level top-tier technique, the 10,000 Dragons Classic, and was unmatched in the mortal realm. In those days, the demon race was not as rampant as it is now, and humanity reigned supreme, with Long Genie standing out among them as a paragon. Building upon the 10,000 Dragons Classic, he developed two additional techniques: the heaven-level low-tier technique, the Celestial Dragon Classic, and the earth-level top-tier technique, the Earth Dragon Classic, which he bestowed upon the elders and direct disciples of the Dragon King Hall. This is the origin of the Earth Dragon Classic. The Genie Wei captain, initially somewhat nervous, spoke with growing confidence. "From where did you acquire this information?" Qin Zhan inquired, but he was wary of the possibility that the Wan Yao men might be involved in this matter, and thus he was cautious of any news that might be a trap set by them. "Indeed, my lord, that I hail from the low-tier sect, the Python Dragon sect, which was once an affiliated sect of the Dragon King Hall. Hence, I possess some recollection of this history. However, given the passage of time, I feared I might not recall accurately, so I made a special trip back to my sect to locate the notes that document the Earth Dragon Classic. Please, my lord, take a look." The Genie Wei captain respectfully handed over a yellowed manuscript, clearly aged. Qin Zhan examined it closely and found that it indeed corroborated what the captain had stated. The paper appeared to be thousands of years old. Even though it was crafted from specially treated black mysterious sheepskin, the edges of the manuscript had begun to decay. The manuscript was penned by a figure named Master Langia, who was likely one of those who followed the Dragon King. The founder of the Python Dragon sect. It is indeed poignant that a sect founded by a master of the 5Chi realm has, after thousands of years, dwindled to a mere low-tier sect in the Wu dynasty. The Wu dynasty classifies sects into 5 categories: transcendent, upper tier, mid-tier, lower tier, and those that do not qualify. The latter category sees many sects spring up daily, and likewise many are extinguished. Though the Python Dragon sect has achieved a lower-tier status, it remains at the bottom of the hierarchy, barely managing to occupy a modest hill, establishing a few courtyards and recruiting disciples from remote mountains, villages, or towns to ensure their lineage does not perish. Since the founding of the Wu dynasty, every reigning emperor has sought to suppress sects, and the situation intensified during the era of the divine martial emperor. Even upper-tier and transcendent sects faced dire straits, let alone the insignificant lower-tier Python Dragon sect. For their disciples to seek a way forward, they often must integrate into official organizations, as exemplified by this Genie Wei captain. Given that this manuscript derives from a master of the 5Chi realm, it should be a reliable source of information. This Earth Dragon Classic originates from a being of the divine realm. Yet, even if it were created by a divine being, it is still merely an Earth-level top-tier technique. Could it possibly be that the manuscript references the heaven-level top-tier technique, the 10,000 Dragons Classic? Wait a moment. The 10,000 Dragons Classic, the Earth Dragon Classic. Could there be a connection between the two? Suddenly, Qin Zhan felt as though he had grasped a crucial point amid the layers of fog. "Where is the Dragon King Hall located?" he asked, his gaze intense. The Genie Wei captain hesitated for a moment before replying. "It should be near the Dragon King's mountain in the EC region." So specific? Qin Zhan questioned, suspicious that it should be there, as the Python Dragon sect was once part of the Dragon King Hall. "The elders in our sect fondly recall its former glory, so I have heard tales since childhood. I remember an elder who passed away a few years ago mentioned that the Dragon King Hall is located near the old Dragon Ridge at the Dragon King's mountain in the EC. The Genie Wei captain recollected. "What is your name?" "My name is Yufeng, a captain of the Genie Wei hailing from the Chaoshan County of Qinghai Prefecture." "Very well, Yufeng. Your information is invaluable to me. You may take this golden token inscribed with Earth-level low-tier to the armory in Qinghai Prefecture and select any Earth-level low-tier technique you desire." Qin Zhan handed the captain a golden token marked with the words Earth-level low-tier. "Thank you, my lord." Yufeng expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. Chapter 52. Conversation after Yufeng departed. Qin Zhan began to organize his thoughts, that he was now almost certain that Zhao Dachuan's relentless pursuit of the Earth-level top-tier technique. The Earth Dragon Classic was intrinsically linked to the Dragon King Hall and even to the 10,000 Dragons Classic created by Long Genie. However, what exactly is the nature of this connection? Is it possible to deduce the contents of the 10,000 Dragons Classic from the Earth Dragon Classic? While it is not impossible, one must wonder why Qin Zhan would covet the 10,000 Dragons Classic if he possessed such capability. System: can the contents of the 10,000 Dragons Classic be deduced from the Earth Dragon Classic? Qin Zhan inquired. The system has temporarily not opened such functions. The system responded. Does this imply that such functions may be available in the future? Qin Zhan always managed to extract key phrases from the system's words that it appears that I will need to seek out a professional, as my own abilities may not suffice to unravel the secrets of this local dragon scripture. After all, every profession has its own expertise, Qin Zhan mused. Without further ado, Qin Zhan, never one to wait idly, promptly sought out the commander of the Jin Yi stationed at Qinghai Prefecture, inquiring about individuals proficient in deciphering intricate mechanisms within the entire Eastern Sea region. Deputy Commander Qin, you might be surprised, but I actually know such a person that a couple of years ago, I acquired a mechanism box that I could not open, and it was only with his assistance that I managed to solve it, resulting in the unexpected reward of a mid-level local technique. Ren Tianheng, the commander of the Jin Yi in Qinghai Prefecture, replied. Naturally, he would not elaborate on the origins of that mechanism box. Nor would Qin Zhan pry. Suffice it to say, its provenance was dubious that, what is this person's background? Is it possible to invite him here? I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. Qin Zhan inquired. Ren Tianheng shook his head. This individual cannot be invited, that if there is a true need, it would require you, Deputy Commander Qin, to make the trip personally that I ask this person a formidable figure. A high-ranking official, or does he possess some extraordinary background? Qin Zhan pressed on that he is of the innate realm, not considered a formidable figure, nor does he have any notable background. Currently, he is a free agent. But previously, he was one of the 4 heads at the Tiangong Institute. However, now that he is advanced in age, he is nearing the end of his days and wishes to return to his hometown. To lay down roots, Ren Tianheng explained. The Tiangong Institute is also one of the special departments under the Martial Dynasty, while it does not hold the same privileges as the Jin Yi. Those who enter it are all exceptionally skilled. Many peculiar or extremely practical inventions within the Martial Dynasty originate from the Tiangong Institute. It is akin to the Ministry of Works in ancient China and resembles the Academy of Sciences in modern China. Hence, the Tiangong Institute holds a unique position within the Martial Dynasty, with the highest authority being the director, followed by the 4 heads. The individual Ren Tianheng referred to is named Chen Wu, one of the 4 heads of the Tiangong Institute. Although his realm is not high and he is now in retirement, Qin Zhan could not afford to be presumptuous, for his previous status and position surpassed that of Qin Zhan. Moreover, as Qin Zhan had a request, he naturally could not adopt an aloof demeanor. Where is Elder Qin currently residing? I would like to pay him a visit myself. Qin Zhan asked. He is in a place called Chun Family Village, located in the western suburbs of Beihai County, Kangwu Prefecture, Ren Tianheng replied. What kind of items does Elder Qin typically enjoy? Qin Zhan inquired, as it is customary to bring a gift when making an unannounced visit. Some broken ancient texts or incomplete antiques, paintings, or treasures, Ren Tianheng pondered before answering. Qin Zhan's expression turned slightly awkward. Were it not for Ren Tianheng's earnest demeanor, he might have suspected him of jesting. The items he mentioned seemed like mere scraps. Who would desire such things? Noticing Qin Zhan's confusion, Ren Tianheng quickly clarified. Elder Qin hails from the Tiangong Institute, besides researching and inventing precise mechanisms and instruments. His greatest passion lies in restoring old artifacts, whether they are precious ancient texts, antiques, or broken treasures. He delights in repairing them for his collection. I see that a true master indeed. Even his personal preferences are rather unique. Qin Zhan realized internally, I must truly thank Brother Ren for this information today. Deputy Commander Qin is too kind, Ren Tianheng replied. After exchanging pleasantries with Ren Tianheng, noon arrived, and Ren Tianheng proposed to host a banquet for Qin Zhan. Unable to decline such hospitality, Qin Zhan was taken to the largest restaurant in Qinghai Prefecture, Tianxianglu, where they enjoyed a lavish meal, thus strengthening their rapport. Sometimes friendships between men often begin at the dining table. Brother Qin, during our meal, I had my people gather a rather tattered copy of the Immortal Realm's notes and essays that IT is not a record of cultivation experiences, but rather admonitions and encouragements for the descendants of the Ho family. Additionally, I have a top-tier local treasure, the Xinbing Hampa sword. Although both are flawed and not worth much, I believe they will not disappoint Elder Qin. After the meal, Ren Tianhing's subordinates delivered a battered manual and a long sword broken into several pieces. Qin Zhan's eyes brightened at the sight. He had been at a loss for where to find such items, and it was truly a stroke of luck. Many thanks to Brother Ren for this. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly not refuse. Qin Zhan expressed his delight. Not at all. I feel a kinship with Brother Qin. Your affairs are my affairs, Ren Tianhing replied, then sighed. However, I have been in Qinghai Prefecture as a Jin Yi commander for quite some time now that I fear I might forget what the capital city is like. Moreover, my son is nearly taller than I am and has recently entered the Royal Academy in the capital. I have not had the time to visit him. Alas, Qin Zhan, understanding Ren Tianhing's implication, contemplated briefly before stating, I will mention your situation to Governor Jiang and see if it is possible to transfer you to the capital. While I cannot guarantee a promotion, a lateral transfer should not pose too much of a problem. Though uncertain of the outcome, Qin Zhan pledged to do his utmost. Hearing this, Ren Tianhing was overjoyed. Then I must trouble Brother Qin, exiting Tianxiang Lu with the items Ren Tianhing had procured for him. Qin Zhan mused. Indeed, none of these individuals are to be underestimated. Gifts are given with expectations in mind. Fortunately, Brother Ren's requests are not too excessive. Given my current status and position, facilitating a connection should not be an insurmountable task. Some Jin Yi commanders prefer to remain stationed in one place, enjoying the freedom of being a local ruler, where they have the final say without a multitude of superiors pressing down on them, thus relishing a leisurely existence. However, there are others whose families reside near the capital, and they hope to be transferred back to serve in the capital, which is quite understandable. Moreover, this individual is advanced in age, with responsibilities towards both elders and children. He seeks a more tranquil lifestyle. The capital is replete with hidden talents, presenting fewer dangers, perfectly aligning with Ren Tianhing's desires. Chapter 53. The head of the Tiangong Institute, Chun Family Village. Located in the western suburbs of Beihai County, Kangwu Prefecture, is a prosperous village near the county outskirts, populated with an abundance of residents. The village boasts an ancient charm, with neat rows of blue brick, large tiled houses, far more impressive than the Qin village from which Qin Zhan hails. This village has been well maintained, resembling a quaint town. The village's current prosperity is likely connected to the former head of the Tiangong Institute, Qinwu. The Qin residence is situated at the eastern edge of Chun Family Village, sprawling across a considerable area. Qinwu's family, aside from those employed externally, resides here, in a grand courtyard that stands out as a unique feature of the village. Qin Zhan knocked on the red lacquered door of the Qin residence. With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing a young doorkeeper of around 17 or 18 years of age. Who are you looking for? He inquired. Inform Elder Chun that Deputy Commander Qin Zhan of the Jin Yi from the Eastern Sea region has come for an unexpected visit. Qin Zhan replied with a smile. Please wait a moment. Although Qin Zhan was dressed in casual attire, the fabric was of the finest quality, and with his cultivation having reached the transcendence realm, his demeanor had transformed to one of exceptional distinction, exuding an almost ethereal aura. The young doorkeeper, despite his youth, recognized that his master had once held a significant position in the capital, to the extent that even the county magistrate would show deference to him. The esteemed guests who frequented the residence all bore remarkable identities. Although Qin Zhan appeared youthful, his aura of nobility suggested he might be the son of a prominent family. Thus, the doorkeeper did not treat him with any disdain, but promptly reported to the steward, who then informed Qinwu. Qinwu was currently in his study, restoring a fine piece of calligraphy. The artwork was indeed well executed, albeit not from a renowned artist. Even after restoration, its value remained modest. However, Qinwu, having spent his days within the confines of his residence, found himself unable to resist the urge to engage in such activities. Before he retired, he had been a dedicated workaholic at the Tiangong Institute. But now that he had settled down, he felt a sense of restlessness. The steward was not a native of Qin family village but had accompanied Chen Wu from the capital, having served as the steward of the Qin residence for over 50 years, earning Chen Wu's unwavering trust. The steward informed Chen Wu of Qin Zhan's visit, prompting Chen Wu to pause his work. Qin Zhan. I have not heard of him, but anyone who can attain the position of deputy commander within the Jin Wei, especially in charge of the Eastern Sea region, must at the very least be a formidable figure of the Transcendence realm. Chen Wu mused before instructing the steward, "Please invite him in." "Yes, sir," the steward replied. Upon first seeing Chen Wu, Qin Zhan immediately sensed a faint, almost imperceptible aura of death surrounding the elder, indicating that his time was limited, that a practitioner of the innate realm typically enjoys a lifespan of 150 to 200 years. And Chen Wu, at 175 years of age, appeared to be nearing the end of his journey. "Elder Qin, I am Qin Zhan, and I humbly come to visit that I hope for your understanding." Qin Zhan cupped his hands in greeting. "Young friend Qin, you truly are remarkable. At such a young age, you have already broken through to the Transcendence realm. You are indeed a talent. What our martial dynasty requires most are individuals like you." Chen Wu said with a hearty laugh. Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, as those words echoed in his mind with a sense of familiarity. Su Pejun once remarked that the Jinyui required talents like him. Guanshan Minsheng Wanqing had conveyed a similar sentiment, stating that the 9 gates needed individuals of his caliber. Dadel I Qingfeng also expressed that the Eastern Factory was in need of talents such as himself. Now, Chen Wu has approached him as well. Is this merely a common refrain among the people of the Wu dynasty? Are they truly so enamored with talent? Qin Lao's flattery is noted. This is a small gift prepared for Qin Lao by this young man, and I sincerely hope Qin Lao will find it to his liking. Qin Zhan presented the gift that Ren Tianheng had arranged for him to Chen Wu. Chen Wu casually opened the wooden box brought by Qin Zhan, and his eyes brightened. If I am not mistaken, this should be the Earth-grade top-tier treasure, the Xianbing Hampa sword. Given its shattered state and numerous chips, it seems the owner of this sword must have encountered a fierce battle. Is this Bai Shi's notebook, perhaps left behind by the formidable Bai Wu Dao of the celestial realm? This truly is an ancient artifact, deserving of restoration, worthy of restoration indeed. Chen Wu, brimming with joy, danced about like a child. As the saying goes, old child, young child, this adage holds true. The sages of Huaxia have also proclaimed, at 15, I aim to learn. At 30, I establish myself. At 40, I was no longer perplexed. At 50, I understood the mandate of heaven. At 60, I became attuned to the sounds around me. At 70, I could follow my heart's desires without overstepping the bounds. Chen Wu, now over 170 years old, naturally does not concern himself with mundane formalities, living instead with a refreshing candor. Speak. What brings you, this old man, to my humble abode? Whatever assistance I can offer, I shall certainly provide. Chen Wu handed the wooden box to the steward to keep safe, then gestured for Qin Zhan to take a seat. The maid promptly served the finest yuhua tea, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the reception room. You flatter me, old Qin. This young man, indeed, never visits without purpose. Today, I have a matter to inquire of you. Qin Lao, please take a look. Qin Zhan produced the authentic Earth-grade top-tier technique, the Di-Long Jing, and presented it to Chen Wu, then recounted the events and his thoughts from the past few days in detail. A glimmer of clarity sparked in Chen Wu's murky eyes. Are you suggesting that this matter involves the intervention of the demon clan? Though not entirely certain, it is likely, for Zhao Dachuan had no reason to act thusly. He must either have been coerced or controlled. Qin Zhan asserted gravely. Regardless of which, Zhao Dachuan meets a just fate. If it indeed pertains to the demon clan, then this responsibility falls squarely upon me. Speak. What do you wish to know? Chen Wu inquired. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment and replied, I wish to uncover the secret of this technique. Why Zhao Dachuan would go to such lengths to obtain it from me, I have studied it extensively, yet have found no revelations. There are no hidden layers, no anomalies in the script, nor any concealed verses that I have tried dousing it in water, scorching it with fire, exposing it to light. Everything conceivable, but none have yielded results. Chen Wu chuckled heartily, saying, You are quite clever, but these are mere tricks. Should this technique indeed be connected to the Dragon King's Hall from tens of thousands of years ago, the secret could not possibly be so superficial. Come, let us proceed to my study, where I shall examine it thoroughly. Qin Wu and Qin Zhan made their way to Qin Wu's study. The room appeared somewhat disordered, yet within the chaos lay an underlying order. Ignoring Qin Zhan, Qin Wu held the authentic Di Long Jing in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other, beginning his scrutiny. Noticing Qin Zhan's gaze, Qin Wu explained, "This device is called a condenser lens. Developed by the head of the Tiangong Institute. Through it, sunlight can be concentrated into a single point, generating immense energy. That can also be used to observe objects, magnifying them several times instantaneously. Marvelous," Qin Zhan exclaimed, craning his neck and giving a thumbs up. "Had you not explained, I would have thought you were also a traveler from another realm." Qin Zhan mused inwardly. Yet if Qin Wu were indeed such a traveler, his current state would be a disservice to the vast legion of fellow sojourners. Chapter 54. The Old Dragon's Mouth. Qin Wu scrutinized the technique meticulously for several rounds, stating, "I have examined this technique for quite some time. From its content, it appears to be an ordinary Earth-grade technique. However, its secret does not lie within the text itself." "Then what, pray tell, is its secret?" Qin Zhan could not contain his curiosity. "Patience, allow me to demonstrate." Qin Wu retrieved a sharp knife and sliced open the outer plastic wrapping of the Di Long Jing. This is the cover of the Di Long Jing. It is not made from animal hide paper, but rather a mysterious metallic sheet, adorned with countless enigmatic patterns, inscribed with the ancient characters for Di Long Jing. Qin Zhan had previously assumed the metallic exterior was to prevent damage to the inner animal hide paper. Yet he had not anticipated that the book's secret originated from this. Qin Wu removed both metallic sheets and, under Qin Zhan's watchful gaze, began to fold one of the sheets along the mysterious patterns. His movements quickened, and the ultimate secret would soon be unveiled. The two metallic sheets were folded together along these intricate patterns. They gradually transformed into a pitch-black key, covered in mysterious designs. This is the final secret of the Di Long Jing. Its outer metallic cover, when folded using a special method, reveals itself as a key. Qin Zhan could not help but marvel. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never guessed that this ancient key, adorned with mysterious patterns, was actually two thin metallic sheets intricately folded together. It was truly extraordinary. This key was crafted using the ancient art of Su Nu Jizi, a method rarely employed in the present day. However, this is not the sole key. It is likely one of several keys to unlock a certain ancient site. Qin Wu elucidated point one of several keys. Qin Zhan's brow furrowed. "Indeed, observe how this key's teeth only appear on the left side, lacking on the right. Did I surmise there must be another technique, along with two additional metallic sheets, which could be utilized in reverse to recreate the key. Only by piecing together the two halves can the original key be formed," Qin Wu explained. "The Tianlong Jing." Qin Zhan instantly recalled what the other technique must be. The Di Long Jing and the Tianlong Jing are not merely two techniques. They are also two halves of a key, likely to unlock the Dragon King's Hall relic. No wonder Zhao Dachuan's backers would go to such lengths to obtain this book. Perhaps the Tianlong Jing is already in their possession, and they have secured one half of the key, hence their urgent need for the other half. With the key in hand, the initiative lies with me, that I suspect they will seek me out. In Yulong Mountain's Old Dragon Ridge, they cannot gain entry. Qin Zhan contemplated that I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. Upon learning all this, Qin Zhan immediately informed Qin Wu, as he needed to prepare at Yulong Mountain's Old Dragon Ridge, that if that is the case, then do proceed with your tasks. Please wait a moment. I shall restore the Di Long Jing first. It will not take long, for this is an Earth-grade top-tier technique, a significant treasure that cannot be allowed to perish in my hands. Qin Wu hastily set to work, swiftly restoring the technique to its former glory, along with the key, which he handed to Qin Zhan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Zhan departed in haste. That very night, Qin Zhan began to transmit messages to all the Jinyui leaders in the EC region, organizing a martial arts competition for the Jinyui that he required all station forces in the EC to dispatch their elite to assemble at Yulong Mountain's Old Dragon Ridge. The following morning, Jinyui from various parts of the EC gathered at Old Dragon Ridge. Yulong Mountain is located at the northwest corner of the EC region, adjacent to the North Julu continent. Qin Zhan had previously hunted primordial beasts here, even defeating a native demon king of the transformation realm. Yulong Mountain is a corner of the eastern edge of the northern demon beast mountain range. while Old Dragon Ridge lies in the central southern region of Yulong Mountain, at its core. Under Qin Zhan's command in the East Sea, there are 10 Jinyui leaders, aside from the deceased Zhao Dachuan of Qingyang Prefecture. The remaining 9 leaders were all present. Each of these 9 leaders in the East Sea were peak innate realm experts, with several even beginning to approach the transformation realm, yet none could rival Qin Zhan. The transformation realm represents a significant threshold. Those who can cross it are truly exceptional, and this includes demons as well. The bulk of forces consists of body refining and innate realm troops. Only upon reaching the transformation realm can one claim territory and become a minor demon king. The entire EC's Jinyui direct forces number over 100,000, yet it is impossible for all to converge at Old Dragon Ridge, as each region must maintain a garrison for the Jinyui forces. Thus, approximately 10,000 elite Jinyui could gather at Old Dragon Ridge. Among them, there were several hundred innate realm experts, while the remainder were primarily elite Jinyui of the 7th level of body refining and above. To intimidate the demon clan, Qin Zhan even activated the East Sea's armory, temporarily reallocating a batch of heavy crossbows capable of slaying innate realm foes. Once this batch of heavy crossbows is unleashed, even those at the transformation realm or furnace realm would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Thus, in the face of large-scale warfare, not even a Vajra realm expert can single-handedly alter the tide of battle. Even an emperor of martial arts at the pinnacle of the 5-Chi realm, with combat prowess rivaling that of the celestial realm, would struggle. Perhaps only when the emperor of martial arts truly breaks through to the celestial realm will they possess the ability to sway the course of battle. Yet this depends on the nature of the conflict. In a chaotic battlefield with a mix of 3 flowers and 5 Chi realm experts, the celestial realm would likely find it impossible to intervene. Deputy Commander Qin, the time is upon us. Shall we commence the martial arts competition? Ren Tianheng was the first to speak, having a closer rapport with Qin Zhan among the 9 Jinyui leaders. This is not urgent. We shall first establish the arena and then formulate the competition rules. This upcoming demonstration will likely consume about a month of our time, conducted in batches. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals will scour the mountains and slay demons. Remarked Qin Zhan. The numerous Jin Yiwei leaders were left bewildered. None could fathom the true intentions of this promising young Deputy Commander Qin. Qin, you have summoned us here for a demonstration, to slay demons and scour the mountains, and it will take a whole month. How will we proceed with the supervision of the entire EC region? Should any oversight occur, who will bear the responsibility? Zhou Xuanzi, a Jin Yiwei leader from Qinzhou Prefecture, spoke with a tone of displeasure. He was already on the verge of transcending the mortal realm, awaiting a period of seclusion to comprehend his path. Yet here he was, dragged into this futile demonstration by Qin Zhan, wasting an entire month of his time. How could he not voice his discontent? I have my reasons. Remain vigilant. There may be uninvited guests who could come to visit. Do not let your guard down and lose your lives, Qin Zhan said with profound meaning. The several Jin Yiwei leaders exchanged glances, pondering whether there was some hidden truth behind this. Chapter 55. The Dragon Gate. Qin Zhan's thoughts were quite simple. He intended to set up a trap at the Dragon King's temple ruins. Regardless of whether you were from the 10,000 Demons sect or any other faction seeking the Dragon King's temple, you would have to come to me. The Jin Yiwei leaders were in the dark, and Qin Zhan had no intention of enlightening them. He was not in a rush. It was others who ought to be anxious. As he patiently awaited their move, on the first day, the Jin Yiwei constructed the demonstration stage at Old Dragon Ridge, while Qin Zhan and several Jin Yiwei leaders feasted and entertained themselves, occasionally descending to slay a few innate realm demons to stretch their limbs. The second day unfolded similarly, with Qin Zhan even organizing an opening ceremony, delivering a few words from the stage. By the third day, the opposing side could no longer contain themselves. However, to Qin Zhan's surprise, the ones who took action were neither the 10,000 Demons sect nor the Demon race, but rather a mid-tier sect from the EC region known as the Dragon Gate. Our Dragon Gate inherits from the Dragon King's temple, and with the imminent emergence of the Dragon King's temple ruins, we hereby extend an invitation to all martial friends across the realm to explore the Dragon King's temple. All unclaimed treasures within the ruins may be freely obtained. Currently, our Dragon Gate possesses half of the key to unlock the Dragon King's temple ruins, and the remaining half is in the hands of Deputy Commander Qin Zhan. For the sake of righteousness, Deputy Commander will undoubtedly agree to collaborate with our Dragon Gate to unlock the Dragon King's temple ruins. As the third day arrived, the old leader of Dragon Gate, Chiu Taichi, unexpectedly commanded his disciples to issue heroic invitations to all sects within the EC region and even the entire martial dynasty, intending to leverage the collective strength of the martial sects to pressure Qin Zhan. In an instant, the majority of martial sects within the martial dynasty took action. What secrets lay hidden within the legendary Dragon King's temple, which had once dominated the Eastern Victory Divine continent thousands of years ago? Techniques, medicinal pills, treasure artifacts, and rare resources were enough to captivate anyone's heart. Their first objective was to gather at the old Dragon Ridge of Dragon Mountain in the EC region and locate the entrance to the Dragon King's temple ruins. As for the key, the Dragon Gate possessed half, while the other half resided with Deputy Commander Qin Zhan. This time, Qin Zhan had indeed gained notoriety, his name echoing across the vast territories of the martial dynasty. The news of the Dragon King's temple's emergence spread like wildfire, reaching the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor pondered for a moment before stating, "The Dragon King's temple ruins may be unlocked, and all beings below the forging furnace realm may compete for them." The martial emperor's decree was issued, aiming to restrict those shameless old monsters from disrupting the rules, allowing only those below the forging furnace realm to enter, effectively preventing large-scale bloodshed. As for the treasures of the Dragon King's temple, the martial emperor was indifferent. After all, the Dragon King, Long Jin, had once been the foremost figure of the Eastern Victory Divine continent thousands of years ago, while he, Wu Chongxiao, was the current leading figure, merely a breath away from that divine realm. This was not due to any inadequacy on his part compared to Long Jin. Rather, the entire universe had conspired against him. He gradually discerned that since ancient times, gods and saints had populated the world. Yet as the gods began to vanish and the saints fell into silence, it became increasingly rare to encounter divine beings over the past 100,000 years. Even for someone as gifted as him, he had been barred from crossing the threshold of the divine realm for nearly 10 years. This was not a flaw in his talent, but rather a growing suppression from the world itself against martial artists. No matter how formidable one's individual strength, it was difficult to resist the overwhelming tide and rules of the world. Under the martial emperor's edict, no major factions dared to defy him. However, the treasures of the Dragon King's temple were tantalizing even to the superlative sections. After all, the martial dynasty's oppression of sects had become exceedingly severe, leaving even the true disciples of sects struggling for resources. Given the rare opportunity of the emergence of ruins, how could they refrain from vying for a share? In the past, the martial emperor had opened numerous ruins across the martial dynasty to gather enough resources for a protracted conflict with the demon race, resulting in the dwindling number of ancient ruins today. It would be disingenuous to claim that they were not tempted by a relic of such caliber as the Dragon King's temple, which dated back thousands of years, since all beings below the forging furnace realm may compete. These martial sects wasted no time. Some upper-tier sects and superlative sects could certainly contribute, but with the competition for treasures inevitably leading to clashes, the loss of even one forging furnace realm individual would be a painful blow to an upper-tier sect. Thus, the martial emperor's decree aligned with their interests on Dragon Mountain, Old Dragon Ridge. Ren Tianheng remarked, "Qin, so this is why you arranged for the Jin Wei to conduct a demonstration. You already knew the Dragon King's temple ruins were here, didn't you? You've kept this from us for so long." Qin Zhan replied, "It is not that I didn't confide in my brothers, but you all know that I only possess half of the key. I cannot unlock the ruins alone. Hence, I must have the Jin Wei brothers locate the Dragon King's temple ruins first, then compel the holder of the other half of the key to reveal themselves. However, to my surprise, just 3 days in, we have yet to discover the Dragon King's temple ruins, and the opposition has already made their move." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Zhan only held half the key, and even if they found the Dragon King's temple ruins, they could not unlock it. Telling them would only provide them with false hope. Yet, rather than waiting for the demons from the 10,000 demon sect, Qin Zhan encountered the Dragon Gate instead. The Dragon Gate, as its name suggested, was undoubtedly linked to the Dragon Scripture, and they likely possessed the low-tier heavenly technique. But something felt amiss. The Dragon Gate was merely a low-ranking mid-tier sect within the EC region. If they truly possessed the Dragon Scripture, how could they have fallen into such dire straits? Did they perhaps only have the key, but not the actual dragon scripture? Qin Zhan was filled with many unresolved doubts. Ren, what connection does Zhao Dachuan have with the Dragon Gate? He inquired quietly. Zhao Dachuan, with the Dragon Gate? None whatsoever. Ren Tianning responded, looking perplexed before explaining, Zhao Dachuan and I are both from the capital, having entered the Royal Academy in the Divine Capital at a young age. Then joined the Blue Jade sect. Ultimately, he was recommended from within the Blue Jade sect to take up a position in the Qin Yiwei headquarters. The Dragon Gate is far away in the EC region. What connection could it possibly have with Zhao Dachuan? However, it was indeed peculiar that all the leaders from the EC region had gathered, yet he was notably absent. Did I ask that little brat getting too carried away? Qin Zhan waved his hand dismissively. That he won't be coming to a few days ago. He attempted to ambush me with a blade while I was unprepared. That in the end, I killed him. That I have already documented the incident and reported it to headquarters, who will send someone to investigate. Upon hearing this, a gleam sparked in Ren Tianning's eyes. Oh, you're saying Zhao Dachuan sought your key. Does he have ties to the Dragon Gate? The audacity of the Dragon Gate to incite others to covertly assassinate high-ranking members of the Qin Yiwei was astounding. Should we not directly dispatch troops to annihilate the Dragon Gate and seize the key? Let us see if they dare to continue their bravado. Qin Zhan shook his head in response. It is not that simple. Both Zhao Dachuan and the Dragon Gate may merely be pawns in a larger game. Otherwise, a mere mid-tier sect wouldn't risk such recklessness by leveraging the situation against me. Don't they fear my retribution later? I suspect that there is a much greater mastermind lurking behind this. Chapter 56. Gathering for disturbance from the outset, Qin Zhan never believed that Zhao Dachuan, or the Dragon Gate, played a significant role in this affair. They were merely pawns in a larger scheme. The true mastermind was yet to be confronted. Now that the news had been disseminated by the Dragon Gate, Qin Zhan no longer felt the need to conceal his plans. The black powder developed by the Tiangong Institute was brought forth to bombard Old Dragon Ridge. Searching for the Dragon King's temple ruins piece by piece was no longer feasible, after tens of thousands of years of geological shifts. Old Dragon Ridge had transformed significantly, and the Dragon King's temple could be hidden in any corner. However, as a super sect from thousands of years ago, the Dragon King's temple ruins would undoubtedly cover a vast area. A comprehensive bombardment by someone like Qin Zhan could very well unearth the Dragon King's temple. Furthermore, with 100,000 Qin Yiwei stationed here, they were not to be underestimated. The greatest threat the martial sects faced upon arriving at Old Dragon Ridge was not only the competition for opportunities, but also the lurking beasts. Yet, with Qin Zhan having nearly cleared the area of demonic creatures, their first line of defense had vanished, leaving them to contend with the far more formidable Qin Yiwei. The Jinyui cares not for your heroic proclamations. Those below the innate realm are to be swiftly dismissed, and the minor sects of martial arts are to be expelled without hesitation. That in this fierce competition, the vast majority of those seeking fortune here will be ruthlessly driven away. Initially, Qin Zhan even contemplated secretly eliminating each of the innate realm practitioners from these martial sects, but such actions would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble, rendering the effort unworthy. Even the Jinyui cannot be so tyrannical. By what right do they bar our entry? Is it not the 9 gates of the martial dynasty that oversee our sect members? When did it become the prerogative of the Jinyui to meddle? I see them as merely silver-plated weapons. When true innate and transcendent experts enter, they dare not utter a word, only bullying us minor sections fellow practitioners. We have numerous sect members. When the Dragon King's hall opens, why not charge in together and seize a grand opportunity? The number of sect members outside Longwang Ridge is increasing, and Qin Zhan has kept the vast majority at bay, giving rise to a growing resentment. Some are inciting discontent, and those barred from entry are revealing fierce glints in their eyes, a sight that is truly unnerving. Commander, if this continues, we may incite significant troubles. The crowd is swelling, and there exists an invisible force among them stirring unrest. I fear if a riot truly erupts, our losses will be catastrophic. A concerned Jinyui Qianhu reported to Qin Zhan that in the EC region, the Jinyui Wanhu referred to Qin Zhan as Deputy Commander Qin. Yet below him, the Jinyui Qianhu, flags, and junior officers simply call him Commander Qin, omitting the title of deputy. In the bureaucratic hierarchy, when addressing a superior, the title of deputy is often overlooked. You are sure someone is inciting unrest. Have you caught anyone? Qin Zhan inquired. The Jinui Qin shook his head. We have not captured anyone. It is certainly not just one or two individuals, but appears to be a collective. These people are as slippery as eels, making them difficult to apprehend. Let us go take a look, and also bring all the heavy crossbows over here, aimed at those sect members outside Longwang Ridge, that I want to see who dares to act recklessly. Qin Zhan declared, a murderous aura emanating from him. These sect members contribute nothing, pay no taxes, and refuse to be restrained. They stir up trouble daily, still lost in the nostalgia of their past dominion over the world. Truly deserving of punishment. In their heyday, a large sect could control several small nations. And at that time, those so-called nations and courts depended on the sect for survival, until the founding emperor of the martial dynasty arose, suppressing the martial sects and establishing a grand martial empire, quelling the realm. Thus began a prolonged period of resistance against the imperial dynasty. During this time, victories and defeats were shared, until the sacred martial emperor and the divine martial emperor appeared in succession, leading the martial dynasty to its zenith, while the martial sects fell into decline. However, a dying camel is larger than a horse. The influence of the sects should not be underestimated. Should they unite, they could pose a significant threat to the martial dynasty. Therefore, the only approach is to employ soft tactics, gradually depleting the resources of the smaller sects while slowly weakening the larger ones. Naturally, Qin Zhan would not dare provoke the superior or extraordinary sects, yet a group of minor sects dares to be here, incited to cause trouble. This is sheer folly. I hear you wish to see me. Qin Zhan, clad in a flying fish robe and a black cloak, wielding a black blade, gazed sternly at the assembly of sect members, his aura surging forth like a mighty wave, overwhelming those present with its intensity. Qin Zhan, do not bully us with your power. The decree from the current sovereign has been issued, allowing all below the furnace realm to enter the Dragon King's hall in search of fortune. By what right do you bar our entry? A martial artist at the 10th level of the refining body realm shouted, his face flushed as he challenged the pressure. I have not said you cannot enter. But the Jinui happen to be conducting a month-long martial hunt here. This is a crucial area, and unruly individuals are not permitted to trespass. You should withdraw immediately, Qin Zhan thundered, and the martial artist who had spoken earlier suddenly coughed up blood, his bones shattering, collapsing unconscious under Qin Zhan's overwhelming presence. Qin Zhan, you are far too tyrannical. Do you truly consider yourself a significant figure? You are nothing but a dog of the martial emperor. A voice from the crowd sneered ominously. Indeed, merely a hound of the court, destined to be a servant in this life, having lost the dignity of a martial artist. Even with great power, one cannot achieve greatness. Another voice chimed in agreement. Qin Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant he moved, his speed akin to a flash of lightning, leaving afterimages as he surged into the crowd, swiftly seizing the two instigators as though they were mere chicks, inciting unrest and slandering. Despicable. With a swift motion, two heads fell to the ground, rolling some distance away, splattering blood upon the onlookers, who recoiled in fear, apprehensive of Qin Zhan's next actions. Monster, someone shouted, pointing at the fallen corpses. Instantly drawing the attention of the crowd, it was evident that certain parts of the bodies of the slain bore signs of demonic transformation. These are the demons of the myriad demons sect. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction. He had intended to find a few individuals to serve as examples, but unexpectedly, he had eliminated two demons from the myriad demons sect. Qin Zhan's expression turned fierce, his eyes wide with anger. You all disperse immediately. Among the crowd lurk several demons from the myriad demons sect. Anyone who does not leave will be treated as accomplices of the demons, and will surely meet a fate of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Bring forth the heavy crossbows, aim at the crowd, and heed my command. No, spare us, my lord, do not act. I am willing to leave. As Qin Zhan showed signs of taking action, the instigators finally panicked. There were those who were bold and unafraid of death, but fear soon spread among the crowd, leading many to leave hastily. Reluctantly, those who remained saw the majority departing and could only withdraw for the time being, lest they be caught in the crossfire of the Jinui's arrows. Chapter 57. The opening with a resounding rumble that shook the very earth. Massive boulders tumbled down the southern slope of Longwang Ridge, As if a force was burgeoning within the mountain, that a powerful wave of energy swept across the entire Longwang Ridge. It seemed something was desperately growing within, ready to burst forth from the earth. Under the watchful eyes of many, palatial structures began to rise majestically from the ground, transforming the entire Longwang Ridge that a towering black hall, nearly 100 meters high, emerged, its impressive height and grandeur surpassing even the Imperial Guard of the capital. The plaque adorning the hall boldly inscribed with the words Dragon King Hall in gilded letters, exuding an air of magnificence. No wonder this is the relic of a once mighty power that dominated the realm. Even this main hall appears more imposing than the royal court itself. How splendid it would be if one could relocate this entire Dragon King Hall and turn it into a home. Qin Zhan gazed at the magnificent 33 stories of the Dragon King Hall, his heart filled with emotion. The Dragon King Hall has finally opened. An elderly man with hair as white as snow, dressed in a gray long robe embroidered with a dragon claw, stood forth, his eyes shimmering with vitality. "You are Qin Zhan?" the old man inquired, his voice deep and resonant, far from what one would expect from someone of his apparent age. "Where is the other half of the key? Hand it over. I shall unlock the door. Once we enter the hall, what one gains will depend on their own capabilities." Qin Zhan replied, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Well, truly a young hero cultivated by the court. Here, take the key and unlock the door." The elder was straightforward, tossing over the missing half of the key. With a click, Qin Zhan produced his half, and the two halves merged into one concurrently. The innate and transcendent realm experts who had long awaited within Longwang Ridge soared into the sky, all converging towards the main hall of the Dragon King. There are too many people. Those of the innate realm are not qualified to enter the main hall. Whoever dares to step forward shall face death without mercy, a peak cultivator at the third level of the transcendent realm declared coldly. "By what right? Your Iron Sword sect is being far too tyrannical." A peak innate realm expert, on the verge of stepping into the transcendent realm, retorted with hostility that he believed that within the main hall lay his opportunity for breakthrough. Boom! The Iron Sword sect's leader wielded a gleaming black iron sword, its blade radiating with sword intent, and with a single strike, he obliterated the one who had spoken, truly brutal. "This is the tyranny of my Iron Sword sect. Who dares to take a step forward in the innate realm shall die." The leader, Tai Lancheng, proclaimed coldly. "Brother Tai speaks wisely. There are now hundreds in the transcendent realm. It is indeed inappropriate for innate realm practitioners to enter the main hall. The Dragon King Hall's relics are filled with opportunities. Even the numerous auxiliary halls contain treasures, including Earth-level techniques, superior artifacts, and rare materials. The closed-door training grounds of the elders of the Dragon King Hall hold invaluable insights. You should all retreat quickly," Qiu Taichi asserted with commanding authority. Though aged and withered, he possesses a remarkable mastery, being a pinnacle expert at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, even surpassing the current leader of the Iron Sword sect. Tai Lancheng, in strength. It is a certainty that among the most formidable individuals of these mid-tier sects, none would reach the Furnace realm. Should a sect harbor such a powerhouse, it would be eligible for elevation to a high-tier sect by the 9 Gates Inspection Department. The territory and the number of disciples permitted to enter would significantly increase for high-tier sections. Only those possessing a Diamond Realm expert can be deemed a superlative sect. However, considerable disparities exist even among these various tiers of sects. Some high-tier sects, despite lacking Diamond Realm experts, might boast a dozen or even several dozen Furnace Realm warriors, rendering them no less formidable than ordinary superlative sects that in fact, such sects, brimming with vitality and potential, might even eclipse a superlative sect that possesses merely a single Diamond Realm expert, which lacks depth and subsequently faces a gap in strength. Moreover, superlative sects with profound heritage often have formidable figures at the Three Flowers realm, and some even harbor several suspected venerables of the 5 Qi realm, showcasing a vast chasm between superlative sections. Nevertheless, the 9 Gate scrutiny ceases at the Diamond realm. They would not dare to investigate the Three Flowers realm or 5 Qi realm, for the wrath of a Three Flowers expert could lead to their untimely demise, and the 9 Gates would hardly intervene on their behalf. After all, the mightiest among the 9 Gates is merely at the initial stage of the Diamond Realm, while their brother department, the Jinyui, fares even worse, lacking a Diamond Realm expert, yet possessing 8 Furnace Realm warriors, rendering their overall strength nearly equivalent. Upon entering the Dragon King Hall, life and death are disregarded, and each must rely on their own capabilities. Given your realms, even if at the pinnacle of the innate realm, or merely on the cusp of transcendence, it would be impossible to contend with even the weakest of transcendence realm experts. Denying your entry is, in fact, for your own well-being. Should you insist on entering, it may well jeopardize your lives. A true disciple from a superlative sect remarked cheerfully. The news of the Dragon King Hall's emergence was exceedingly abrupt. Although rumors spread swiftly, many sects had not even gathered their wits before the hall opened, with only nearby high-tier and superlative sects dispatching their true disciples or elders for those further afield. Reaching the hall would require time, and they might still be en route, yet the Dragon King Hall has already manifested and is on the verge of opening. Their arrival is too late. In the face of a multitude of pressure from the transcendence realm, even a significant number of innate realm practitioners cannot alter the tide. Even the Wanhu and Qianhu of the Jinyui can only retreat to the auxiliary hall. Qin Zhan cannot assist them. Should he speak, it would only bring them harm. Once they enter the Dragon King Hall, life and death are left to fate, and their strengths would render them at the mercy of others. With no one caring whether they belong to the court, Qin Zhan has come to perceive the truth. In this world, strength reigns supreme. With power, one can naturally suppress all. None would dare to defy your will. Much like the martial emperor who dominates the realm. Without strength, even possessing a grand background may allow one to forcibly insert themselves into the circles of the powerful, but when it comes to seizing opportunities, it matters not whose disciple you are or what your background entails. Life and death are irrelevant in the pursuit of fortune. Lord Qin, please open the Dragon King Hall. Qiu Taichi stated with an air of indifference. His words immediately drew the attention of numerous transcendence realm experts, all eyes turning towards Qin Zhan. Unfazed by their gazes, Qin Zhan strode confidently forward, extending his hand to insert a peculiar key into the grand doors of the hall. Crack, crack, crack! The Dragon King Hall, sealed for who knows how many ages, slowly creaked open. Chapter 58. Entering with a subtle motion, Qin Zhan withdrew the key and calmly addressed the assembled crowd. The Dragon King Hall is now open. Please enter. The crowd exchanged looks, inwardly cursing. Cunning little fox. None could ascertain what lay within the hall, sealed for millennia. Should danger lurk inside, the first to enter would undoubtedly suffer. The Dragon King Hall was once the main sect of my heavenly dragon sect. If you are too fearful to enter, then I shall proceed first, declared Qiu Taichi, the old master of the heavenly dragon sect, stepping boldly inside, exuding confidence. Currently, the heavenly dragon sect consists only of him and his son, the contemporary sect leader, both of whom have broken through to the transcendence realm. None among the younger generation have proven themselves. Although there were a few promising talents, their dissatisfaction with the sect's resources led them to betray their master and sever ties with the heavenly dragon sect. If this trend continues, once he and his son pass away, the heavenly dragon sect may completely decline into a low-tier sect, eventually falling prey to their enemies. All of this is the doing of the martial emperor, who has stratified the sects and surreptitiously consolidated resources and talents, leading the martial sects to gradual decay. Even superlative sects cannot compete with such a formidable national apparatus. There are countless similar sects as the heavenly dragon sect, and Qiu Taichi has witnessed their gradual demise. He is determined to strive for a breakthrough, to acquire more resources, and to cultivate the next generation of the heavenly dragon sect to produce new transcendence realm experts. He cannot concern himself with what happens after his demise, but at the very least, he wishes to ensure the legacy of the heavenly dragon sect does not end with him, and that is sufficient. However, he is also filled with unease, as he knows he is merely a pawn. The key is not truly his, and the heavenly dragon sect has no genuine ties to the Dragon King Hall. Indeed, there exists a distant lineage between the heavenly dragon sect and the Dragon King Hall, as the founder of the heavenly dragon sect once entered the ruins of the Dragon King Hall and acquired some martial arts techniques, thereby establishing the sect anew atop the ruins. However, this current heavenly dragon sect is vastly different from the original. Those within the sect are aware of their own affairs, and thus Qiu Taichi feels a twinge of apprehension. The key originates from a mysterious figure, and his instincts tell him that this mysterious individual possesses a significant identity, likely linked to opposing forces of the martial dynasty. Their primary objective lies in acquiring a certain item within the Dragon King Hall. But the other half of the key is in the hands of the court's genii. Thus, they devised this scheme to muddle through and infiltrate the hall in search of that item. Yet, these matters are of no concern to Qiu Taichi. At this moment, all he desires is to seize the opportunity and prolong the flame of his sect. As he observed numerous Transcendence Realm experts entering the Dragon King Hall in succession, Qin Zhan too followed suit. Among these individuals, the majority were at the lower echelons of the Transcendence Realm. Those at the 8th or 9th levels were generally reluctant to engage in such perilous endeavors within the ruins, as it was deemed not worth the risk. Typically, a celestial level technique suffices for one to cultivate to the 5 Qi realm, while a ground level technique can elevate one to the 3 flowers realm. There was once an individual who, through the use of a low-tier yellow level technique, managed to break through to the furnace realm. Although the effectiveness and power of techniques vary by rank, what suits oneself is invariably the best fit. However, upon reaching the immortal realm, mere techniques can no longer compensate. To break through to the immortal realm, one may pursue 2 paths. One is to tread the path of predecessors, cultivating sacred level or even divine level techniques. Yet once embarked upon, it becomes exceedingly difficult to surpass the originator of the technique and to forge a unique path of one's own. The other path involves extensively studying myriad scriptures and assimilating countless methods to carve out a personal path, which undoubtedly resembles traversing a river by feeling for stones. None can predict what lies ahead. Yet upon taking that critical step, one can be deemed a supreme being even within the immortal realm, paving the way for future ascension to sainthood. The martial emperor and the king of the heavenly blade both walked this path. Few possess the qualifications, foundation, strength, and ambition to traverse this route, and even those who embark upon it may not do so entirely of their own volition. Some are compelled to take this path due to the rarity of sacred-level techniques. Now, with the martial dynasty unified, avenues to acquire techniques abound, and resources for cultivation can be sourced through various means. Coupled with the dwindling number of relics from the martial dynasty, scenes of chaotic battles involving thousands are becoming increasingly rare. Such scenarios are typically reserved for the battlefronts against the demon race. Consequently, many, particularly those of considerable strength, are reluctant to partake in such fray for treasure, as these situations are far too unpredictable for their liking. That I end the era before the martial dynasty, when martial sects dominated the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Such chaotic battles over relics were often unavoidable, with numerous sects competing in an environment lacking healthy development. However, the present situation is drastically different. Even without the martial emperor's decree, the allure of the Dragon King Hall relic is likely limited in attracting Diamond Realm and Furnace Realm experts. While the 3 Flowers and 5 Qi Realm experts, who generally possess celestial level techniques, may not harbor any particular interest in the myriad dragon scripture. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether the myriad dragon scripture even resides within the Dragon King Hall. Regardless of its existence, the allure of a relic of such caliber and its opening is nearly irresistible to those within the Transcendence and Innate realms. The Transcendence Realm experts entering the Dragon King Hall hail from all corners of the world, including talents from other departments of the court, numbering in the thousands. Yet upon entering the hall, they appear scattered, with the multitude being continuously divided among the many rooms and corridors of the Dragon King Hall. Qin Zhan could only discern a handful of individuals within his line of sight. Although Qin Zhan currently remains at the pinnacle of the first level of the Transcendence Realm, his true strength is formidable. In fact, he himself is somewhat uncertain of its extent. Regardless, during his hunt in Beiju Luzhou, he encountered various Transcendence Realm demon kings, and none could withstand the full force of his blade at present. His Thunder Annihilation Blade has comprehended the essence of blade intent, the true meaning of thunder, the essence of the void, and the true nature of destruction, having cultivated these 4 profound truths to a minor success. With a single slash, thunder crackles, the void trembles, and everything is obliterated. Such a domineering sword technique is indeed rare in the world, embodying unparalleled offensive prowess, coupled with his perfected 9 heavens pure yang art, which he practices with every breath. He can, should he so desire, break through to a significantly higher realm in a short span of time. However, he currently remains in a state of introspection, accumulating knowledge and insights, awaiting the moment when he achieves true perfection, naturally leading to a breakthrough. Realms are but illusions, while combat power is the essence. For instance, within the martial dynasty, there exist several ancient beings of the 5 Qi realm. Their realms vastly superior to that of Qin Zhan's master, the Heavenly Blade King. Yet before the Heavenly Blade King, they might not even withstand a single strike. This exemplifies the essence of combat power. Although it is improbable for combat power to entirely disregard several major realms, under certain conditions, if the disparity in realms is not exceedingly vast, sufficient combat power can compensate for the inadequacies of one's realm. Chapter 59. True Martial Sect. The first level of the Dragon King Hall yielded nothing of value. Each room was sparsely furnished, presumably serving as offices for the various departments within the sect. There were neither precious artifacts nor martial techniques, let alone elixirs or rare materials. The most sought-after treasures in exploring ruins are, naturally, precious artifacts, martial techniques, elixirs, and rare materials. However, elixirs in general are difficult to procure, for if the ruins are of considerable antiquity, many elixirs may not withstand the passage of time, their efficacy severely diminished, potentially rendering them toxic. Furthermore, some rare materials and common martial techniques are also susceptible to decay, easily succumbing to the ravages of time. Once a ruin is unsealed, many items within will swiftly disintegrate into mere dust, swept away by the currents of air. Qin Zhan did not linger long on the first level of the Dragon King Hall and promptly ascended to the second level. The architecture of the Dragon King Hall is indeed magnificent, comprising a total of 33 levels. Logically, the 33rd level should be a private sanctuary or training ground for the Dragon King Long Genie, where the sect's treasury, armory, alchemy chamber, and weapon repository are likely located, as many sects prefer to establish such facilities at either the top or bottom levels. This explains why many initially linger on the first floor, searching for a hidden passage to the underground, only to be disappointed by its absence. In truth, Qin Zhan was well aware that the 33rd level of the Dragon King Hall could not possibly contain an underground level. For the human spine comprises 33 vertebrae, resembling a celestial ladder, which from a martial artist's perspective signifies a path to transcending martial arts. Thus, in the eyes of martial artists, 33 is the ultimate number, perfectly aligning with the number of levels in the Dragon King Hall, thereby rendering the construction of an additional level impossible. The Earth Dragon Scripture and the Heaven Dragon Scripture both derive from the myriad dragon scripture established by Long Genie, a formidable being of the immortal realm who broke through to that realm despite the oppressive forces against martial artists. The techniques he developed must possess extraordinary merits, and should he acquire them, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance. Qin Zhan could not help but muse. Ding. Energy detected for absorption. Automatic absorption initiated. Energy value 2,000. With a single breath, Qin Zhan broke through 9 levels. Reaching the 10th as he stepped onto the 10th level. A severed head rolled toward him. A being at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm had met a brutal end. Qin Zhan raised his gaze to observe the individual opposite him. Clad in a blue robe, with a strikingly handsome visage, upon seeing each other, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation, but he spoke. I am Wan Qing of the True Martial Sect. The Martial Saint Hall. True Martial Sect, 10,000 Methods Sect, Dragon Elephant Pavilion, and Phoenix Ridge. These 5 are the most prestigious sects within the martial dynasty, each led by a master of the 3 Flowers realm, rumored to be under the guardianship of a peerless being of the 5 Qi realm. Despite the martial dynasty's severe suppression of martial sects, these 5 remain undeterred, thriving even as they establish branches in other human territories, actively recruiting disciples to resist the dynasty's oppression. The young man in blue, before Qin Zhan, hails from the True Martial Sect. Given his youth and peak 5th level of the Transcendence realm, he is undoubtedly a direct disciple of the True Martial Sect. Genie Wei Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, then turned to ascend to higher levels. Despite his continuous movement, his muscles were taut, and he dared not relax for an instant, ready to strike at Wan Qing should the need arise. However, the latter seemed disinclined to attack. Genie Wei Qin Zhan. I have heard you are a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. You are not to be harmed for now. Should someone discover this, the elders of the sect would be powerless against the wrath of the Heavenly Blade King. Wan Qing reflected, observing Qin Zhan's retreating figure, that he felt that with his strength, eliminating a mere first-level Transcendence realm Qin Zhan would be effortless, Yet without any tangible conflict of interest, he could not act against Qin Zhan so easily. Upon reaching the 12th level, Qin Zhan pondered. That Wan Qing seems to harbor a barely concealed murderous intent. Why does he not act? Such a pity. A genius of the 5th level of the Transcendence realm would surely yield considerable energy value if slain. The Dragon King Hall possesses significant opportunities on nearly every level. Yet Qin Zhan remained uninterested. His primary goal was to locate the demon individuals of the 10,000 Demons sect. However, having traversed so far, he had yet to encounter a single demon. It appeared that perhaps only on the final few levels would he find them. Upon reaching the 20th level, the number of individuals increased, and skirmishes became more frequent. Some even became so consumed by bloodlust that they indiscriminately attacked Qin Zhan. Yet with a surge of his essence, Qin Zhan unleashed a single strike, cleaving a formidable master of the 5th level of the Transcendence realm in twain. Plunging the surroundings into a stunned silence, Tio sliced through the 5th level of the Transcendence realm with a single blow at the 1st level. Such power is indeed terrifying, bordering on the unnatural. What are you staring at? Go play somewhere else. If you intend to strike at me, be certain in your resolve. Otherwise, should I escape, you will find yourself in trouble. Qin Zhan taunted the crowd of onlookers, their eyes glinting with hostility. Truly the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, the court's hound. His strength is undeniable. Yet it is a pity for such talent to serve the court. This lad is exceedingly arrogant. The higher he climbs, the stronger his opponents become. Even if he can slay those at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm with ease, does he believe he can contend with those at the 7th or even 9th levels? Let him be bold. We shall see how he meets his end. As Qin Zhan departed, a group of individuals watched his retreating back, their tones laced with envy. Strange. Why have none from the 10,000 Demons sect approached? Could it be that my guess was incorrect? Qin Zhan mused. Halt. The last 3 levels are not for you to linger. Upon reaching the 30th level, a hand suddenly blocked his path. It belonged to a burly man with a thick beard, his muscles bulging, towering over Qin Zhan by a full head, his face marred by a deep scar, exuding an aura of ferocity that a mere 7th level of the Transcendence realm is content to play the gatekeeper. Qin Zhan quipped mockingly, truly seeking death. Do you believe the court is omnipotent? Here, no one can shield you. Even if I were to slay you, none would know who is responsible. You dare insult me. Tai Kuan, I shall crush you. Tai Kuan glared at Qin Zhan with murderous intent. Boom. He launched himself at Qin Zhan, his hand transforming into a claw aimed at Qin Zhan's eyes, akin to a tiger pouncing upon its prey, a vicious attack that could certainly result in the destruction of his eyes if successful. Do not be so hasty. Let me level up first. Qin Zhan stretched his limbs, his innate pure yang body erupting with a myriad of radiance, combined with the 9 heavens' pure yang art, unleashing a formidable aura that resonated like an ancient beast awakening. Chapter 60. Realms are meaningless to me. Puff. Puff puff. The barriers of realms within Qin Zhan began to dissolve, overflowing with energy, the realm shifting. Initiating a breakthrough. Transcendence Realm Level 1. Transcendence Realm Level 2. Transcendence Realm Level 3. He halted only upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm, that a brief warm-up before a fight. And I've reached the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm. That should suffice to deal with scum like you. Qin Zhan remarked lazily. Arrogant. Even if you break through at the last moment. How does it matter? You are still for minor realms beneath me. You think you can defy the heavens? Prepare to die. Tai Kuan, infuriated by Qin Zhan's words, increased the ferocity of his assault. Crack. Qin Zhan, seizing the initiative, reached out to intercept Tai Kuan's incoming claw. He grasped 3 of Tai Kuan's fingers tightly, then forcefully bent them down. The sounds of bones shattering echoed as Tai Kuan released an inhuman howl of agony. An eye for an eye. You shall receive a punch in return. Qin Zhan propelled himself forward like a razor-sharp spear, condensing his essence into a single punch that streaked through the air. Sharp and relentless, aimed directly at Tai Kuan. He initially made his name through the mastery of the supreme perfection level of body refining fist, thus possessing the most profound understanding of fist intent. Although he did not consciously contemplate the essence of fist intent, each time he entered the state of super-divine enlightenment, his comprehension deepened significantly. This day, he has achieved complete mastery of fist intent. Reaching the pinnacle of its perfection, boom. Qin Zhan unleashed a punch, the surge of blood and energy overwhelming, infused with an enduring killing intent. Tai Kuan-esque expression shifted dramatically, confronted with Qin Zhan-esque strike. He crossed his arms over his chest to withstand the blow. Crack! Tai Kuan's arms were brutally shattered by Qin Zhan's fist, white shards of bone protruding from his chest. No, this is impossible. Tai Kuan roared defiantly in his final moments. After all, he was a formidable warrior of the seventh heaven of the transformation realm. How could he be so utterly defeated by someone who had just broken through to the third heaven? The disparity in realms means nothing to me. Qin Zhan stepped over Tai Kuan's lifeless body, striding forward with confidence. What of the third heaven of the transformation realm, as long as they are not a furnace realm powerhouse? Qin Zhan dares to engage in battle. Even in defeat, he possesses enough assurance to preserve his life. Qin Zhan ascended the 31st level of the Dragon King Hall, where numerous legacies of martial arts and techniques awaited. But one must undergo trials to obtain them. The lowest of these techniques were at the Earth level's initial stage, with many even at the pinnacle of Earth level or the heavenly level. Among them, the most resplendent was the heavenly level technique, the heavenly dragon scripture. Curiously, the Earth level pinnacle technique, the Earth dragon scripture, was situated right beside it, raising questions as to why it was not placed within the Earth level inheritance area. My junior brother, Tai Kuan, is blocking below. How did a mere third heaven transformation realm individual like you make it up here? A young powerhouse scrutinized Qin Zhan with disdain, standing over 7 feet tall. With arms exceeding his knees, his muscular physique was as unyielding as iron, veins resembling a slumbering dragon beneath his skin. His aura radiated with the ferocity of a giant from the primordial era. Naturally, he was killed to ascend. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, "It was you who let that guard dog run rampant. So what, do you seek death?" Haha. Tai Long chuckled in frustration, dismissing Qin Zhan as merely a trifling third heaven transformation realm practitioner daring to confront him. Who was he? A true disciple of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion, one of the 5 supreme sects, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the transformation realm at merely 25 or 26. Just a step away from the apex of transformation, that he had come for the Earth Dragon Scripture, the Heavenly Dragon Scripture, and even the 10,000 Dragon Scripture. The Dragon Elephant Pavilion's secret technique was the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, a heavenly level pinnacle technique with power rivaling that of sacred level techniques. However, the cultivation of such a top-tier technique demanded immense physical strength and personal power, making Tai Long one of the most capable individuals to practice it in contemporary times. Yet now, his physical strength was nearly on par, but he still lacked sufficient power, making him desperate for a strength-oriented technique. The Dragon King Hall's Dragon King, Long Jin, advocated a path of overwhelming force. His martial arts techniques provided terrifying enhancements to strength, especially the heavenly level pinnacle technique, the 10,000 Dragon Scripture, known as the ultimate technique of strength, capable of condensing the power of 10,000 dragons, tearing the heavens and rending the earth with a single movement. But if he could acquire this technique, it would easily compensate for his shortcomings in power, failing to obtain the 10,000 Dragon Scripture. The Heavenly Dragon Scripture or the Earth Dragon Scripture would still be excellent alternatives. Tai Long was on the verge of breaking through to the Furnace Realm, yet Qin Zhan had only just emerged from the Transformation Realm. He could not possibly believe that Qin Zhan had slain the 7th Heaven Transformation Realm's Tai Kuan. Regardless of whether Qin Zhan had killed Tai Kuan, he would meet his demise today. For Tai Long found his tone intolerable. Thus he must die. As for the flying fish attire Qin Zhan wore, he disregarded it entirely. Anyone Tai Long sought to kill, regardless of identity, must perish. Not even the deputy commander of the Jinyue would be spared. And even if the commander of the Jinyue entered the ruins and displeased him, he too would be doomed. Truly, as the Imperial Court's hounds, they exuded arrogance. Today, regardless of whether you killed Tai Kuan or not, you shall die. Others may fear your court sycophants, but my Dragon Elephant Pavilion does not. Tai Long declared with immense pride. Are the antagonists within the martial arts sects truly so dim-witted? You, a mere child, are so self-important and oblivious to your own mortality. Allow me to send you back to your mother's womb for a recreation. Qin Zhan was unwavering. With a single strike, he had slain the 7th heaven of the transformation realm Tai Kuan, granting him a substantial understanding of his own strength. Even if this Tai Long was immensely arrogant, he felt capable of battling him. Tai Long, hold your hand. The deputy commander of the Qin, a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, is not someone the Dragon Elephant Pavilion can afford to provoke. Wan Qing of the true martial sect emerged from a chamber, speaking in a tone that seemed to dissuade, yet was subtly inciting Tai Long to act. The Heavenly Blade King, if he dares to stir trouble within the Dragon Elephant Pavilion, our ancestors will naturally intervene to teach him a lesson. Besides, would he even dare to interfere in a conflict among juniors? Tai Long retorted, "Shameful, truly shameful. Tai Long, how can you dare claim to be a junior? Qin Zhan is merely 15 or 16 years old, while you are already 26 or 27. How can you shamelessly consider yourself his peer?" A young man clad in white interjected with scorn. The white-clad youth's age was indiscernible, yet he radiated an aura of the ordinary while exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon his arrival, neither Wan Qing of the true martial sect nor Tai Long of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion appeared overly surprised. It was evident they were well acquainted. Chapter 61. Direct confrontation. As the three engaged in mutual contention, Qin Zhan observed with a cold gaze, his grip tightening around the black blade, muscles coiled like springs. Poised to strike, Ning Fei Chun, your Wan Fa sect is reputed for its comprehensive techniques, claiming to be above worldly conflicts. Why do you find yourself amidst this commotion? Tai Long's eyes glimmered with malice as he scrutinized the white-clad youth. Or is your so-called completeness merely a fade, with secretive treachery lurking beneath? Techniques without a master are up for grabs. The Dragon King Hall's techniques belong neither to you nor him. Why can't I take what I desire? While I cannot claim my Wan Fa sect to be all-encompassing, we are certainly superior to your Dragon Elephant Pavilion, which can only cultivate absurd techniques fit for a dung pit. Truly a delightful array of martial arts. Ning Fei Chun pinched his nose in disdain. Are you seeking death? Tai Long's voice turned. I see wide. It's not as if we haven't fought before. If you could win, you would have attacked by now. You should refrain from provoking my so-called dung pit techniques, lest I make you weep. Ning Fei Chun jested. You three, stop pretending before me. If you wish to fight, then do so without further ado. If not, get out of my way. Faced with the three self-important fools who fancied themselves clever and aloof, Qin Zhan felt no inclination for courtesy. Have you really elevated yourselves to such heights? What has become of this world? Do martial artists truly possess such straightforward minds, devoid of cunning? They resemble brainless antagonists from novels, showing no semblance of intellect. Why all this chatter? Just thrust your blade forward and be done with it. This was Qin Zhan's thought process, and he acted accordingly. Whoosh! The black blade in his hand sliced through the air, a nearly tangible blade light erupting forth, sharper than any edge, as if it could cleave reality itself, shattering the world and racing toward Tai Long, the one who had spoken against him. Perfect blade intent. The three, Tai Long and the others, gasped in astonishment at Qin Zhan's sudden assault. Perfect blade intent. A mastery that many in the furnace realm had yet to grasp, yet this mere third heaven transformation realm individual had attained it. Such talent was truly terrifying. The essence of strength, as a true disciple of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion. Even if he could not ascend to its lofty heights, he would undoubtedly rank among its esteemed elders. The disciples of superlative sects are far from mere idle pretenders. They have emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds with their dignity and status intact. Boom! The void trembled. Blade intent pervaded the air, the essence of strength suppressing all around. Unbeknownst to Wen, a pair of jet-black gauntlets appeared on Tai Long's hands, emanating a dark luster. The gauntlets clashed with the black blade. Qin Zhan's razor-sharp weapon left a deep scar on Tai Long's treasured gloves. He possessed not only perfect blade intent, but also the true intent of destruction, the true intent of thunder, and the true intent of void. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate the Thunder Annihilation Blade to a minor completion. Ning Fei Chun's expression turned grave. He had long since retracted his earlier nonchalance. Now gazing at Qin Zhan with a tumultuous heart. How could this be? A mere third heaven transformation realm brat had mastered perfect blade intent, the true intent of thunder, the true intent of void, and the true intent of destruction. Is this even human? He hailed from the Wan Fa sect, which earned its name for its extensive array of techniques. Within its confines, one could find an ocean of martial arts and skills of every variety and rank. Regardless of how obscure a technique might be, one could find its shadow within the Wan Fa sect. Thus, disciples from the Wan Fa sect, regardless of their strength, possessed an eye for discerning techniques that was difficult for ordinary martial sect disciples to match. The renowned Earth-level supreme technique, the Thunder Destruction Blade, is certainly known to Ning Feichen. However, it is said that although the Heavenly Blade King casts a wide net within the martial dynasty, he has scarcely managed to recruit a handful of true disciples. As few possess the aptitude to cultivate this blade technique to the minor accomplishment stage. Even among the previous few disciples of the Heavenly Blade King, very few have been able to reach this minor accomplishment. As the difficulty is exceedingly high, this technique demands an exceptionally high level of talent. Despite its classification as an Earth-level supreme technique, its power rivals that of mid-tier heavenly-level techniques. Moreover, this method primarily focuses on offensive capabilities, making it even rarer and more valuable. Generally speaking, techniques centered around defense are notoriously difficult to cultivate and impose stringent requirements on one's realm. It is exceedingly rare to find an Earth-level supreme offensive technique in the transcending mortality realm that rivals the might of a heavenly-level technique, yet does not demand an elevated realm. Ning Feichen cannot help but feel envy and resentment towards Qin Zhan's innate talent. But if only Ning Feichen knew that Qin Zhan had not only comprehended these four profound meanings, but had also grasped the perfect boxing intent. Seemingly innate and effortlessly perfected without any deliberate cultivation, would he not go mad? You, with your cunning schemes, dare to receive my blade. With a single strike, Qin Zhan repelled Talon from the Dragon Elephant Pavilion and once again targeted Wan Qing of the Zhenwu sect. This individual is no benign character. Although he appears courteous, his words harbor lethal intent. Qin Zhan finds him even more detestable than the straightforward Talon, harnessing the grand momentum of heaven and earth. Qin Zhan executed a slash, the dark blade glistening with an oily black sheen, surrounded by a tyrannical aura of destruction emanating thunder. The arcs of electricity flickered, scorching the void itself. The nine heavens pure yang technique surged wildly, fully awakening his innate pure yang body. Though no extraordinary phenomena manifested, it seemed as if an eternal, indomitable pure yang divine fire burned fiercely within Qin Zhan's eyes, capable of incinerating all. Qin Zhan, you are unbridled. Wan Qing, incensed by Qin Zhan's unwarranted provocation, felt a faint green essence flowing around him. His comprehension of the true meaning of wood fully ignited. His form transformed into a towering tree, intermittently radiating boundless vitality, then shifting from green to gray, becoming a realm of deathly silence. This was Wan Qing's cultivation of the Earth-level supreme technique, the withering and flourishing technique, which embodies the cycle of life and death. With his unique Qingmu physique amplifying his mastery of wood-based techniques, the withering and flourishing technique is regarded as a pinnacle among wood techniques, created by the transcendent expert, Lord Withering, of the Zhenwu sect. Although it is classified as an Earth-level supreme technique, it merely represents the upper tier. Upon completion, one can cultivate the lower tier, the heavenly-level mid-tier secret manual of withering and flourishing. Once Wan Qing successfully masters both techniques, they will merge into the heavenly-level high-tier scripture of withering and flourishing, showcasing the profound wisdom of Lord Withering, who, fearing that future disciples of the sect would struggle to cultivate due to limited talent, divided the high-tier technique into 2 stages, thus significantly lowering the difficulty of cultivation and enhancing the success rate, ensuring the continued legacy of the sect. Indeed, none who can attain the realm of the transcendent are mere trifles. This realm is revered as the land-bound immortals, also known as true lords, a title not bestowed lightly. Chapter 62. To dare is to kill. Boom. Qin Zhan's blade energy cleaved towards Wan Qing's form. Yet it was met with a pair of withered yellow hands that forcefully intercepted it. Mastery of the withering and flourishing technique allows one to cultivate their body into a construct akin to a celestial tree, impervious to water and fire, rivaling metal and stone. Though Wan Qing has not perfected the withering and flourishing technique, his substantial mastery has rendered his physical form frightfully formidable. Such a terrifying physique. Qin Zhan is inwardly astonished. No, this is due to the technique, not his innate defense. After a fleeting moment of shock from his strike, Qin Zhan quickly discerned the truth. He noticed the withered yellow patterns on Wan Qing's hand gripping the blade's edge, resembling the bark of an ancient tree on the verge of death. Yet these withered patterns shimmered with a metallic luster. This must be a result of the technique he cultivates, rather than Wan Qing having honed his body to such impenetrable strength. Nonetheless, it is enough to astonish. Brother Qin, your impatience may prove detrimental. Rashly striking could very well result in your own injury. Wan Qing retracted his right hand, concealing it within his azure long sleeves. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, unbeknownst to him, tumultuous waves churned within his heart. His hand bore wounds from Qin Zhan's blade energy, and through the mystical cycle of life and death inherent in the withering and flourishing technique. He found it challenging to suppress the blade energy. That I have overreached. Truly, I have overreached. I initially believed my mastery of the withering hand sufficient to withstand earth-level weaponry. However, Qin Zhan's black blade possesses an unusual sharpness, and his blade energy conceals for profound meanings, exceedingly troublesome. Wan Qing contemplated, discreetly forcing Qin Zhan's blade energy out of his body. Oh, is that so? Indeed, I acted rashly, but it appears the one injured is not me. Qin Zhan, gripping the black blade horizontally across his chest, revealed a drop of blood staining the blade's edge. He gently tilted the blade, allowing the blood to flow to the tip before plummeting to the ground with a soft thud. The blood of the transcendent, extraordinary and pure, cascaded down, emitting a sizzling sound as it corroded a small hole the size of a pinky in the ironwood-patterned floor. Is this the act of feigning weakness to catch the strong off guard? Ning Feichen murmured to himself. Initially perceiving Qin Zhan as a weakling, someone easily trampled upon, they were utterly astonished as Qin Zhan unleashed two strikes, one repelling Talon and the other injuring Wan Qing, upending their previous assumptions. They had always fought against those of lesser stature to showcase their genius. Yet now they found themselves bested by another who transcended their expectations. An unfathomable reality. Do you wish to continue fighting? Not only can I unleash two strikes, but I can unleash 1,000, 10,000. I, Qin Zhan, have arrived at this point not due to anyone's influence or background, but through my own merit. You may look down upon me, but I hold the power to vanquish you. Spare me the condescending remarks. If you dare, let us engage in a life-and-death battle. I assure you, the victor shall not be among you. Qin Zhan declared with immense pride. The true disciples of the five supreme sects are indeed extraordinary, capable of battling beyond their tier and gazing down upon the vast majority of their peers. However, it is unfortunate that Qin Zhan is precisely the one they cannot look down upon. Not only can they not gaze down, but they must also look up to him. Arrogant. I admit I underestimated you before. You do possess the strength to contend with us, but in a battle to the death. You are not a match. Talon's voice boomed like the rumblings of thunder, his eyes radiating a fierce light, the essence of earth permeating the air, even his blood aura appearing to shift towards a deep yellow hue. Now is not the optimal moment for our confrontation. I believe it would be prudent for us to seek our own fortunes. Upon reaching the 33rd level, Wan Qing shall naturally accompany you to the end. Wan Qing's wound had already healed completely, his body flowing with the essence of wood, the withering and flourishing technique in motion. 1 year, one withering and flourishing, life and death intermingling. Should he truly master the withering and flourishing technique, he might grasp the profound meaning of life and death. Life and death are the eternal truths of time. Those who comprehend the true meaning of life and death inevitably rise to become formidable rulers. If Wan Qing can penetrate this understanding, he will undoubtedly carve out his place among the world's strongest in the future. Very well, I await your approach. Should you dare come, I shall dare to kill. With that, Qin Zhan strode away from the location. Though the techniques in martial arts here are commendable, they are too numerous for Qin Zhan to absorb fully that a single, refined technique is preferable to a plethora of mediocre ones. He has achieved the perfect level in the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, allowing him a cultivation speed comparable to low-tier heavenly-level techniques. Coupled with his innate pure yang body, even the cultivation speed of mid-tier heavenly-level techniques pales in comparison. Moreover, in the transcending mortality realm, how many can truly cultivate heavenly-level techniques? How many can perfect mid-tier heavenly-level techniques? Such individuals are rare, indeed. Thus, the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique is currently the most formidable and suitable for him. Pursuing additional techniques at this stage would only squander effort and energy. As for the offensive techniques, the Thunder Destruction Blade suffices for now. Should he encounter more appealing techniques here, he may choose to cultivate them selectively. However, amidst the entirety of the Dragon King Palace, Qin Zhan's utmost desire remains the Wanlong scripture, crafted by Long Genie, universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of power techniques. Generally, if a technique reaches its utmost understanding, it is deemed a supreme technique, and such techniques are rare and coveted. Possessing such a technique would not guarantee ascendance to divinity, but it would certainly pave the way for attaining the realm of true lords. Moreover, supreme techniques lay a solid foundation for one's strength across all realms, achieving true invincibility among peers. With the Thunder Destruction Blade for offense, the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique for cultivation, and his innate Pure Yang physique. Should he also acquire a supreme technique, it would be utterly perfect. Although Qin Zhan's power is immensely formidable, should he gain the enhancement of the heavenly level supreme technique, the Wanlong scripture, he could effortlessly crush adversaries like Talon and Wan Qing with a single strike. The Dragon King's Hall lay desolate, devoid of any signs of conflict, not resembling a place where a family had been exterminated. The legacy here was abundant, seemingly left deliberately, prompting the question, where had the inhabitants of the Dragon King's Hall vanished to? As Qin Zhan walked, he surveyed his surroundings, pondering. Long Genie, once a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, was rumored to have subdued the sacred corpse of spirit communications single-handedly, suggesting that his true strength had likely already grazed the realms of the holy level. Yet, how could such a formidable figure have disappeared? Chapter 63. So powerful. The Dragon King's Hall, once prosperous tens of thousands of years ago, had vanished like a shooting star across the earth, subsequently fading into obscurity. Logically, an immortal realm figure like Long Gene, he should possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, and with his capabilities, he could have ensured the Dragon King's Hall thrived for 100,000 years. Why, then, did it suddenly disappear? The notion of enemies arriving seemed implausible. Even if there were those capable of countering Long Genie, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay him. Furthermore, the Dragon King's Hall remained intact, with not a trace of battle, a clear testament that its decline was not due to adversaries. Moreover, other resources within the Dragon King's Hall were scarcely visible. Only the legacies of martial arts and techniques were plentiful, indicating that the hall had been effectively stripped of its various resources. Even the occasional treasures, crafting materials, and elixirs found were of little value, with Qin Zhan failing to encounter even a single Earth-level treasure thus far. However, he had discovered no fewer than 7 or 8 locations of heavenly-level martial arts legacies. This signified that these techniques were intentionally preserved by the mightiest of the Dragon King's Hall, ensuring that the legacy would not be severed, a gift, perhaps, to future generations. Yet, where had they all gone, leaving only their teachings behind, devoid of any resources? The affiliated sects of the Dragon King's Hall remained oblivious to the reasons for its decline and disappearance. It was as if the entire upper echelon of the Dragon King's Hall had evaporated overnight, a perplexing mystery indeed. Qin Zhan was neither a member of the upper echelons of the Dragon King's Hall nor a deity, and thus, he too found it incomprehensible. However, he knew that his ambitions of plundering resources had been thoroughly dashed. His only recourse was to select suitable techniques for inheritance, knowing that while he could choose not to learn them, these were opportunities to accrue merit points, which could be exchanged for substantial rewards at the headquarters of the Genie Highway. In due course, he could trade those merit points for other items, a beneficial exchange indeed. In a moment of clarity, Qin Zhan realized that the Earth-level and Yellow-level techniques below the 30th floor held little technical value, and the merit points they could yield were minimal. Thus, he set his sights on Earth-level and Heavenly-level techniques, seizing the opportunity while the numbers of individuals above the 30th floor remained relatively few, striving to pass the tests and acquire the legacies. The techniques were transmitted through inheritance stones, each capable of transmitting only once, emphasizing the need for promptness. Those who arrived late would find themselves out of luck. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan demonstrated his resolve to scour the Dragon King's Hall for martial arts legacies. With a resounding boom, he shattered 5 silver-armored puppets with a single strike. Each of these puppets possessed strength at the transcendence level, and when united, they could form a formidable battle formation, certainly the work of the Yin-Yang school's puppet array. A marvel indeed. However, these silver-armored puppets required energy stones or demon cores to function, and given that the Dragon King's Hall had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, the energy had dissipated significantly over time. Their strength had waned drastically. Originally, these puppets boasted transcendence-level prowess, and 5 of them in formation could threaten even the peak of the transcendence realm. These puppets safeguarded the Earth-level top-tier techniques, and had they been at their prime, Qin Zhan might have struggled to defeat them. Yet now, even when united, he could vanquish them with a single strike. Ding! Defeated silver-armored puppet, energy value 50. Ding! Defeated silver-armored puppet, energy value 50. Although these silver-armored puppets were of transcendence caliber, they had committed no malevolence and were not truly sentient beings. Hence their energy values were scant. Nevertheless, 50 points of energy value was better than none. Qin Zhan relished the spoils, as the inheritance of Earth-level techniques in his mind grew ever more abundant. If he could transcribe these Earth-level techniques and present them to the Jinyui headquarters, it would translate into a significant merit value, allowing for fruitful exchanges of treasures or divine weapons. The Earth-level top-tier technique. The Xiantian golden jade hands could infinitely merge with various jade stones, transforming his hands into an impervious and indestructible golden jade form. When cultivated to perfection, his hands could rival the finest Earth-level treasures, even competing with heavenly-level weapons. Upon receiving the inheritance from the stone, an introduction to this technique appeared in his mind. While it was indeed remarkable, it seemed somewhat impractical. Merging foreign substances into oneself was a method of external cultivation, perhaps once popular thousands of years ago, but now the mainstream approach emphasized the strengthening of one's inner world. As martial artists, we battle against the heavens and the earth, relying solely on the unity of our physical form, unassisted by external objects. However, this notion was primarily applicable to exceptionally gifted warriors. When the path of martial arts reaches its end, and one finds themselves ensnared at a particular realm, the distinction between utilizing external aids or fortifying oneself becomes irrelevant. Even those who tread the path of demons may resolutely continue onward. Such external enhancement techniques have indeed diminished in prevalence. They should hold considerable merit value. On the 31st floor, there were 78 Earth-level techniques in total. I have now acquired 12, while the remainder has been snatched away by others. Nevertheless, all that I have obtained are top-tier Earth-level techniques, marking this endeavor as a substantial gain. A few low and mid-tier heavenly-level techniques still remain, and I hope to make further discoveries. Should I acquire several more heavenly-level techniques, the repository at the Jinyui headquarters would be all the richer, and the Jinyui would grow even more formidable. Qin Zhan mused contentedly. Having risen from within the Jinyui, he regarded it as his family, and thus, he felt a profound sense of duty to undertake any endeavor that would benefit the organization. Heavenly-level technique inheritance area. Qin Zhan made a beeline for the area of mid-tier heavenly-level techniques, knowing that while the Dragon King's Hall was powerful, its collection of heavenly-level techniques was not as abundant as Cabbage's. Across the entire 31st floor of heavenly-level techniques, there were only 24 tomes, of which 18 were low-tier heavenly-level techniques, leaving merely 6 mid-tier heavenly-level techniques. The region Qin Zhan approached was the inheritance site for the mid-tier heavenly-level technique. The golden body glazed scripture. Upon entering the inheritance chamber, he beheld 3 golden-armored puppets standing resplendently before him. Wow, what a grand spectacle! Qin Zhan couldn't help but ponder. Was it truly necessary to be this formidable just for an inheritance? In their prime, these golden-armored puppets likely possessed strength comparable to the furnace realm, and together, they could easily obliterate any ordinary furnace realm practitioners. However, due to energy dissipation, their current capabilities were significantly diminished. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhan sensed a crisp system notification ringing in his ears. Energy value 1. Energy value. This is possible. Qin Zhan couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 64. The method of internal and external cultivation indeed. The energy dissipation was quite severe. Qin Zhan inhaled deeply once more. Energy value 1. Energy value 1. Boom. As Qin Zhan's presence was detected, the 3 golden-armored puppets sprang into action, exuding a powerful aura, each comparable to the peak of the transcendence realm. Together, they approached the threshold of half a furnace realm, or even a true furnace realm. The trials of the Dragon King's Hall were indeed stringent. This heavenly level technique appeared tailored for those at the Furnace Realm or even the Diamond Realm. If this pattern continued, ascending another floor or two might reveal even higher-tier heavenly techniques, such as the 10,000 Dragon Scripture. What level of might would guard such techniques, if that were the case? It seemed unlikely that any of us would emerge with the 10,000 Dragon Scripture left by Long Genie. Would this venture be in vain? A fleeting thought crossed Qin Zhan's mind as he grasped his black blade and charged toward the 3 golden-armored puppets. Thud! The black blade cut through the air, the blade intent spanning dozens of meters, and struck heavily against one of the golden-armored puppets. The puppet retaliated with a powerful punch, a tremendous force barreling toward Qin Zhan. He quickly drew his blade to block, feeling the impact surge through, forcing him to retreat several steps. These golden-armored puppets, even with ample energy, and at their peak, were not as formidable as true Furnace Realm practitioners. After all, they were mere constructs, devoid of thought, merely following the commands of the array to attack without the ability to adapt. Yet, in certain aspects, they surpassed ordinary Furnace Realm practitioners, for their bodies were forged from rare metallic materials. Their physiques akin to treasured artifacts, and they lacked pain or fear. True machines of slaughter, willing to exchange their lives for victory. This aspect posed a considerable challenge for Qin Zhan. When engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a genuine opponent, one can anticipate their evasions and defenses upon delivering a strike. However, these golden-armored puppets, emboldened by their robust physiques akin to precious artifacts, lack any concept of defense that a blow may inflict no sensation upon them. Yet should they recklessly retaliate, one might find themselves severely injured. With a swift movement, Qin Zhan glided across the ground, his form resembling a fleeting shadow as he wielded the dark blade with relentless precision, leaving countless gashes upon the golden-armored puppets. Yet he could not vanquish them. Previously, when suppressing the silver-armored puppets, Qin Zhan had relied on brute strength, exerting his power without any semblance of technique. However, now confronted by the even more formidable golden-armored puppets, he found himself unable to unleash his full might. Qin Zhan radiated an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, the innate pure yang body within him fully awakened. Behind him, 9 blazing suns hung in the void. And as they emerged, the air became suffused with a searing heat, waves of warmth rippling through the atmosphere, rendering the entire space nearly vaporized. The black blade trembled slightly in his grasp, and mysterious patterns began to manifest upon its surface. A phenomenon unprecedented until now. Yet, these peculiar markings flickered briefly, failing to catch Qin Zhan's attention that he raised the black blade, slowly retracting it to gather strength, as the blade's intent permeated the air, intertwining with thunder and fire, unleashing an immensely powerful surge through the blade. Thunderous annihilation, a strike of obliteration. Qin Zhan leaped forth, his body soaring like a released arrow, as a colossal arc of blade-like cut through the air, aimed directly at the abdomen of the golden-armored puppet. Bang! The abdomen of the 3 golden-armored puppets was cleaved open by Qin Zhan's strike, revealing the intricate metallic mechanisms within. The violent blade intent wreaked havoc upon the internal components, causing them to shatter, and a multitude of delicate parts cascaded from the gaping wound as the 3 golden-armored puppets collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Indeed, to achieve realism, the designer of these puppets constructed them mimicking human anatomy, with the abdomen being the most vulnerable point. The intricate operating components of the puppets resided within this very area. Once compromised, the golden-armored puppets became but mere children. Qin Zhan's face lit up with joy. However, this flaw was likely overlooked by most, and even if one were to realize it, breaching it would prove difficult. For although the abdomen was the weak link, it was encased in a layer of exceptionally dense beast hide fused with rare metallic essence. Without a sufficiently sharp weapon, it would be impossible to damage the internal components of the puppet. Qin Zhan couldn't help but glance at the black blade in his hand, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. It appeared that his choice to wield this weapon was indeed wise. Though it lacked the enhancement effects of other precious artifacts, its sheer sharpness was enough to traverse the world. Qin Zhan discovered that even the golden-armored puppets, comparable to top-tier Earth-level artifacts, could be marked deeply by the black blade. This was a telling indication. The mid-tier heavenly-level technique, The golden body glazed scripture, practiced both internally and externally, melded the extraordinary of the world to strengthen oneself, while cultivating the glazed qi to forge an indomitable body. Mastering it to perfection would yield a physique akin to top-tier, heavenly-level artifacts, impervious to destruction. After dedicating some time, Qin Zhan successfully completed the transmission of the golden body glazed scripture. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This technique, once mastered to its utmost, would grant a physique rivaling that of the most divine beings. Such a body would likely elude even the most powerful of immortal realms. Yet, the scripture's originator had warned that practicing this technique would lead to the solidification of one's meridians, and unless a solution were discovered, it would likely result in a lifetime devoid of ascension to the sacred realm. This was the inherent flaw of the technique that in essence, while the external world melded external elements into oneself, the internal realm tempered the physique to cultivate a harmonious unity. One approach from the outside in, the other from the inside out. Logically, neither method was superior, but in terms of speed, the external cultivation method relied on clever tactics, allowing for accelerated progress provided resources were sufficient. Nevertheless, this technique remained incomplete. Throughout history, no one had ever achieved sanctity or ancestral status solely through external cultivation, and this path was destined to sever any further advancement unless one possessed immense willpower and fortuitous opportunities to personally break through to the sacred realm, thereby forging a new path. Furthermore, the resources required for external cultivation were magnitudes greater than those for internal cultivation. Should everyone opt for this rapid method, the cultivation resources of the entire mortal realm would inevitably deplete at an unimaginable rate. Thus, from any perspective, external cultivation was not a favorable choice. However, the golden body glazed scripture surprisingly combined the strengths of both approaches, establishing a unique and extraordinary method of internal and external cultivation. The individual capable of devising such a technique, even if not divine, would surely be a true sovereign of the immortal realm. The disparities in strength between the originators of earth-level and heavenly-level techniques were significant. For a technique is merely a theory, and theories always evolve ahead of practice. Therefore, if one possesses exceptional talent, even at the Three Flowers realm, they might create earth-level techniques, akin to Qin Zhan's master, the Heavenly Blade King. Conversely, if one were lacking in theoretical knowledge regarding techniques, even an immortal might not develop earth-level techniques. Chapter 65, Slaying Tailong to forge a technique like the golden body glazed scripture, which harmonizes internal and external cultivation. One must possess profound insights. The path of internal and external cultivation lacks extensive known theories. It is a rare journey devoid of experience, necessitating the practitioner to explore uncharted territory, thus requiring the practitioner's experience and realm to far exceed the technique's level. Hence, such a technique, even if not crafted by the divine, would undoubtedly be developed by a sovereign of the immortal realm, or at the very least, by an unparalleled prodigy of the 5 Qi realm. Acquiring this technique was undoubtedly a significant boon for Qin Zhan. The uniqueness and power of this scripture likely placed it just beneath the 10,000 Dragon scripture. Qin Zhan had already memorized the contents of the Earth Dragon scripture, and the headquarters of the Jinyui had long since archived it. Therefore, undergoing the transmission assessment for the Earth Dragon scripture here held little significance. However, he was determined to obtain the Heavenly Dragon scripture. He forsook several other mid-tier heavenly-level techniques and headed straight for the transmission area of the Heavenly Dragon scripture. The locations of the Earth Dragon and Heavenly Dragon scripture transmission areas were remarkably strategic. From their positioning, the Earth Dragon scripture appeared to be the foremost and most powerful technique among the Earth-level top-tier realms, while the low-tier heavenly-level Heavenly Dragon scripture ranked lowest within the heavenly-level realm. Thus, it made sense for these two scripture transmission areas to be adjacent. However, a significant issue arose. Both the Heavenly Dragon scripture and Earth Dragon scripture were created by the pinnacle figure of the Dragon King's Hall, Long Genie. Given his status within the Dragon King's Hall, it was inconceivable that his techniques, even if not extraordinary, would be relegated to the back ranks upon scrutinizing the arrangement of the 31 layers of transmission techniques. One would discover that the Heavenly Dragon and Earth Dragon scriptures were positioned at the very center. This was the crux of the matter. Furthermore, Qin Zhan felt an undeniable connection between these two scriptures and the 10,000 Dragon scripture. perhaps even a vital link. Moreover, the essence of these two techniques was precisely the key to unlocking the Dragon King's Hall, and now that key was in Qin Zhan's possession, with the Earth Dragon Scripture's contents etched in his mind. He was now just one step away from obtaining the top-tier, heavenly-level 10,000 Dragon Scripture. This series of trials resembled a puzzle, and Qin Zhan was merely missing the final piece. "Ah, is it you?" Qin Zhan gazed at Tai Long, who approached him toward the transmission area of the Heavenly Dragon Scripture, his brow furrowing slightly. "The Heavenly Dragon Scripture is mine to seize. You should withdraw quickly, and I will pretend nothing has transpired." Tai Long replied in a deep, resonant voice, his demeanor still brimming with arrogance. "Ha, you intend to claim it for yourself? Who do you think you are? Depart at once, or I shall reduce you to mincemeat for the dogs." Qin Zhan retorted coldly that he found the individuals within the martial arts sect to be utterly foolish, acting as though they were the most important figures, with the heavens above and the earth below, and they were merely subordinate. Just recently, he had repelled Tai Long with a single strike, yet he remained so conceited, truly a case of not remembering the pain of past lessons. Seeking death, Tai Long erupted with a surge of overwhelming bloodlust. Having cultivated the earth-level top-tier technique, the great wilderness art, since childhood, he could endow his body with traits reminiscent of the primordial human ancestors. It was said that during the primordial age, these ancestors towered over the earth, their heads touching the heavens, their feet treading upon rivers and mountains, bearing the sun and moon upon their shoulders. Their physiques astonishingly powerful, able to contend with the true dragons and celestial phoenixes of that era. Tai Long's lineage descended from a remnant bloodline of these primordial ancestors, and the blood of the ancestors coursed through him. A unique lineage far superior to that of ordinary humans. Although he had just been forced back by Qin Zhan's blade, it was but a result of his own carelessness. Should he unleash the ancestral blood from his bronze lineage, he believed he could tear Qin Zhan to shreds. The blood of the ancestors within Tai Long surged forth, enveloping his body in strands of bronze-like blood filaments, as an aura from the primordial wilderness emanated from him, ancient and wild, instilling fear in all who beheld him. "I am of the primordial ancestral bloodline, imbued with the battle blood of the Bronze Clan. How could a mere mortal hope to contend with me?" Tai Long's voice resonated as if it were a celestial decree, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light, his entire being consumed by a frenzied aura, which continued to rise, nearing the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm. Tantalizingly close to the Forge realm. Originally possessing a unique bloodline, it's no wonder you are so arrogant. Yet, do you truly believe you are the only one with hidden cards? Do not underestimate me. Widen your eyes and behold the truth. Is your special bloodline truly superior, or is my extraordinary constitution even more formidable? The aura emanating from Qin Zhan surged relentlessly, flames soaring through the air, and the terrifying heat seemed capable of annihilating all creation. Behind him, 9 blazing suns gradually ascended, colliding with one another until they merged into a singular radiant orb, slowly integrating into Qin Zhan's being. "Ah!" Qin Zhan roared, his entire form radiating a brilliant crimson light, as he pushed his innate pure yang body to its utmost limits, resembling a solar deity descending from the heavens, sacred and untouchable. "Come forth, blade." Qin Zhan grasped his black knife, cleaving towards Talon. The dazzling blade light condensed to perfection, causing the very fabric of the void to erupt with explosive sounds that as the black knife sliced through the air. A shockwave reverberated, vaporizing the moisture hidden in the atmosphere, forming an exquisite plume of steam that lingered in the air. The essence of power shattered. Talon faced the oncoming strike, unavoidable as it was, channeling all his vitality into his fist. Enveloped entirely in bronze blood, imbued with the raw essence of strength and unparalleled intent, crashing down heavily towards Qin Zhan. Thunderous roars echoed, the deafening sound waves crashing forth as torrents of blood splattered, the surroundings reduced to dust by the clash of colossal forces. As the dust settled, Qin Zhan and Talon passed each other by. After a long moment, Qin Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, his grip on the black knife trembling slightly, droplets of bronze blood cascading down the blade and splattering onto the ground. Meanwhile, Talon appeared pallid, the bronze blood within him dissipating. Desperately, he clutched his throat, yet blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably, splattering everywhere. Thud. Talon collapsed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his throat's wound, quickly staining a vast area. As his life ebbed away with the loss of blood. Ding. Energy absorption detected. Automatic absorption initiated. Energy value. 6666. Qin Zhan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm. Talon had provided him with over 6,000 energy points. What an incredible bounty. Truly, Talon was a true disciple of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion, a bearer of a special bloodline that if only he could eliminate another genius of the demon race, the energy value would surely exceed 10,000. However, being of the human race, the energy gained was still too meager. Chapter 66. The mysterious young man now. It seems no one dares to obstruct my acquisition of the Tianlong Sutra's legacy. Qin Zhan mused, glancing around to find that all the onlookers had lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even the likes of Wan Qing from the True Martial Sect and Ning Feichen from the Wanfa Sect fell silent, unable to shake off the feeling of sorrow upon witnessing their erstwhile rival Talon fall to Qin Zhan's blade. Although they understood that the battle had undoubtedly drained Qin Zhan, they dared not provoke him, for life is singular and once lost, it is irretrievable. Pushing open the door to the Tianlong Sutra's inheritance chamber, Qin Zhan beheld 9 resplendent golden-armored puppets guarding the chamber, their eyes fixed upon him with predatory intent, invisible energies locking onto him. Seeing this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile. His suspicions had proved correct. The Tianlong Sutra was indeed the most precious legacy within the entire 31 layers of martial arts inheritance. Protected by 12 golden-armored puppets that are in their prime, a combined force of these puppets could rival a warrior of the Diamond Realm. Even after millennia, although their strength had diminished due to energy dissipation, they still posed a significant threat to practitioners far along in the Furnace Realm. Yet, they posed no threat to Qin Zhan, for he had discerned their weaknesses. With a swift motion, the black knife was drawn, and in a flash, Qin Zhan charged at the 9 golden-armored puppets. After an intense battle, he ultimately dismantled several of them completely. Regrettably, he could not recruit these puppets to his side. Had he been able to restore their energies, he would have had a formidable entourage of Transcendence and Furnace Realm fighters, enough to instill fear even in those of the Diamond Realm. At last, the Tianlong Sutra was within his grasp. With a smile, Qin Zhan stepped out of the inheritance chamber, glancing to his left to find a young man clad in black smiling at him. This individual had emerged from the area housing the Earth Dragon Sutra. He had acquired the legacy of the Earth Dragon Sutra. For some reason, Qin Zhan felt an unsettling sense of malice from this young man. However, the youth merely smiled at him before departing, heading toward the Earth-level martial arts inheritance area, not the heavenly level. Could it be that I misjudged him? If he were truly a master, he would naturally seek his fortune in the heavenly level martial arts area after obtaining the top-tier Earth-level Earth Dragon Sutra. Rather than continuing into the Earth-level area, as the number of individuals entering the 31 layers increased, so did the intensity of conflict. More and more people fought fiercely for the right to inherit an Earth-level martial arts legacy. There were even several who had agreed to enter the inheritance chamber together, only for a thunderous explosion to occur upon their entry. The guardian puppets of the chamber detonated, incinerating the legacy stones. And those who had entered were consumed by the catastrophic blast. Those who had planned to join forces to enter the inheritance chamber were left relieved, thankful they had not proceeded, for they could not have fathomed how they might perish. Witnessing such chaos, Qin Zhan decided to make his way to the 32nd level of the Dragon King Palace. To his surprise, the entire 32nd level was utterly vacant. No inheritance chambers, no divine weapons, no rare treasures, nothing at all, save for thousands of ink-washed paintings adorning the walls of the Grand Hall, a total of 3,000, filling every inch of the space. These paintings chronicled the history of the Dragon King Palace, its inception, the successive grand elders and elders of the palace, the true disciples, and those who sacrificed for its growth. Additionally, there were intriguing depictions of Long Genie's battles, slaying demon kings, subduing barbaric tribes, vanquishing formidable foes, and his continuous growth. One painting even illustrated him founding the Wanlong Sutra. The final painting depicted the closure of the Dragon King Palace, showing long genie leading everyone away, the direction of their departure shrouded in ominous black mist, within which fierce specters seemed to howl, a sight both grotesque and terrifying. Did Long Genie and his companions descend into hell? Qin Zhan pondered, gazing at the last painting, perplexed. This is a pathway to another world. A voice suddenly echoed. Qin Zhan turned swiftly towards the source of the voice, revealing the mysterious young man who had obtained the legacy of the Earth Dragon Sutra. You too seek the Wanlong Sutra? Qin Zhan inquired, probing. The enigmatic youth shook his head. No, I am here to retrieve a specific painting. With over 3,000 paintings here, which one do you wish to take? Qin Zhan asked, intrigued. Retrieving a painting? Are you jesting? The painting I seek is not here, but on the 33rd level, the mysterious young man replied. Then shall we proceed together to the 33rd level? Qin Zhan suggested. Very well, I shall reveal the path to the 33rd level. The mysterious young man responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan realized there were no stairs leading to the 33rd level, an unexpectedly awkward situation. The young man reached out, rearranging several paintings, and Qin Zhan soon discovered that some were indeed misplaced. Explaining the disarray. Once the mysterious young man had meticulously organized the paintings, they began to radiate light, beams shooting forth from specific locations on each piece, converging at a single point, illuminating the center of the expansive hall on the 32nd level. At that point hung a mysterious artifact, and the beams of light refracting upon it created a staircase formed entirely of light. Qin Zhan was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Without this mysterious young man, he might have spent an inordinate amount of time uncovering this mechanism. Yet, why was he so familiar with this place? This is a hidden formation, crafted eons ago by Hua Wangu, the deputy master of the Dragon King Palace, and Yin Shisan, the head of the Yin Yang clan. This formation involves the mysteries of the void, invisible and intangible to ordinary people. The sole means of activation is through these beams of light. When they are reformed, one can ascend the luminous staircase to reach the pinnacle of the Dragon King Palace. The mysterious young man elucidated. Who exactly are you? Qin Zhan demanded, his tone grave. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I am not your enemy. You seek the Wanlong Sutra, while I merely wish to retrieve a painting, the mysterious young man replied. But what if the painting you seek conceals the Wanlong Sutra? Qin Zhan countered, refusing to be deceived by wordplay. The young man smiled faintly and shook his head. But if you do not believe me, you may go to the 33rd level and see for yourself. Once you locate the legacy of the Wanlong Sutra, I can take my painting at my leisure. However, whether you acquire the Wanlong Sutra will depend on your own capabilities, for its legacy is not easily obtained. Chapter 67. Another world, is it truly so? Qin Zhan, filled with skepticism, inquired. The enigmatic man nodded. Indeed, I, Long Exen, never speak falsehood. Long Exen? Qin Zhan meticulously repeated the mysterious figure's name several times, his heart brimming with doubt. It is indeed a surname of dragons, and he appears exceedingly familiar with the mechanisms of the Dragon King's palace. Could there be a connection with Long Genie, the Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace? What is your relation to Long Genie? Qin Zhan asked. There is a bit of a connection, but it seems irrelevant to you. Long Xin replied with a gentle smile, stepping onto the luminous staircase. Qin Zhan, wary of Long Xin, followed closely in step, mirroring every footfall, pressure point, and directional sequence. You are overly cautious, Long Xin remarked as they walked. When venturing out, one must always remain vigilant. Harbor no ill will, yet be prepared for the intentions of others. But this way, you may find yourself friendless. You are not my friend. Long Xin fell silent. You mentioned earlier that the painting on the 32nd floor depicts a gateway to another world. What does that imply? After a moment of silence, Qin Zhan inquired once more. The realm of humanity is becoming increasingly constricted. During the primordial era, when heaven and earth first emerged, the human realm spanned infinite territories, teeming with countless beings and myriad races that in those days, deities roamed freely, sages were abundant, and divine beasts ravaged the land, while the ancestors bore the sun and moon upon their shoulders. What a magnificent sight it was! As we transitioned into the ancient era, the number of deities dwindled, and sages became scarce. It became increasingly challenging for beings to transcend to the divine realm. Yet, even as the barriers of this realm grew stronger. Prodigious talents could not be contained. With the passing of the ancient era, the suppression of heavenly rules intensified, deities vanished, and sages faded into obscurity, leaving even the divine realm exceedingly rare. People observed that the human realm, too, was continuously shrinking. It resembled a living entity, progressing from infancy to adulthood, then to old age. Now, the human realm has aged considerably, thus rendering the existence of divine realms impermissible. Furthermore, as the human realm weakens, the barriers of the world frequently encounter issues. At times, they may connect with other worlds at certain nodes, and not all beings from those worlds are amicable. Just like the dimensional small world encountered tens of thousands of years ago. A dark realm where demons ran rampant and the ecological environment was exceedingly harsh. They sought to conquer our world and enslave the entire human realm. The individuals of the Dragon King's palace united with the top experts from the 5 great continents to enter that small dimensional world, close the barrier passage, and subsequently remained there to wage war. Long Xian elaborated. Then why not close the passage within the human realm instead of venturing there? Qin Zhan questioned. Long Xian shook his head. Your thinking is too simplistic. Powerful demonic entities continuously surge into the human realm from that small world, constantly undermining the world barriers. Rebuilding is far slower than destruction. Thus, it is essential for someone to penetrate the dimensional small world to jointly repair the world barriers from both inside and out. Moreover, at that time, the human realm lacked sufficient spatial stones, necessitating a journey to the void world to mine for void stones, alongside requiring a suppressive object for mending the world barriers. The plan was to enter the dimensional small world and refine the very essence of that world to replenish the human realm. Achieving a permanent solution, refining the entire small world. Qin Zhan's expression turned somewhat dazed. That truly feasible. Refining an entire small world. Beyond the human realm lies the myriad worlds, yet among them, most consist of dimensional small worlds, which lack a foundational world structure, merely evolving from a mass of primordial essence, giving rise to beings of all sorts, some cruel and savage, others lacking intellect, and some formless. These dimensional small worlds seldom give birth to individuals of divine caliber, and their lifespans are finite. Once their world essence is fully consumed, the dimensional barriers will collapse, and the entire small world will dissolve into oblivion. The weaker beings born therein are shattered into dust by the chaotic currents of the void, while the stronger ones become wanderers of the void, traversing through fragile world barriers into other realms, wreaking havoc and bloodshed. Long Xian mused. Qin Zhan felt his understanding expand. There was so much about this world that he remained unaware of. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. He gazed at Long Xian, swallowed hard, and said, Brother Long, you just mentioned that when the essence of the dimensional small world is depleted, it shatters, resulting in countless casualties among its inhabitants, and even the few survivors face abject misery. Is it not true that our human realm, having reached its old age, is also destined for self-destruction? Qin Zhan spoke with a hint of dread. Long Xian chuckled at this, shaking his head with a smile. Rest assured. Our world is a grand martial realm. Indeed, it will undergo stages of infancy, adulthood, middle age, and old age, but after reaching old age, it will rejuvenate, cycling through these stages anew, an endless loop perpetually enduring. Long Xian's tone conveyed a sense of pride. The distinction between the grand world and the dimensional small world lies in the former's possession of a foundational world structure, perfect rules, and supreme heavenly laws. Under the dominion of heavenly laws, it can continuously adjust and cycle through these stages without end, ensuring the eternal existence of our world, that we currently inhabit a transitional moment between the end of the age of lawlessness and the resurgence of the world's primordial energy. Such a moment holds great opportunities, yet also immense terrors. During this period, the world barriers grow alarmingly fragile, and the human realm is perennially under threat from dimensional small worlds and even other grand worlds, necessitating our constant vigilance. Long Xian continued. Wow, Brother Long, you possess an abundance of knowledge. Are you not one of the demons of the dimensional small world invading this realm? Qin Zhan could not help but voice his suspicion. Long Xian replied, My extensive knowledge stems from my love of reading, he said melancholically. Gah! Qin Zhan exclaimed, "May I suggest that those who are unattractive ought to read more?" The two continued their banter as they walked, subconsciously diminishing the distance between them. Yet Qin Zhan remained cautious, while Long Xin maintained his indifferent demeanor. To be frank, Qin Zhan found it challenging to gauge Long Xin's strength. He wished to test him, yet lacked a valid reason to do so. Nevertheless, every gesture and word from Long Xin radiated an air of mystery, keeping Qin Zhan on high alert, fearful that he might be affiliated with the 10,000 Demon sect. However, throughout their journey, Long Xin exhibited no signs that would warrant suspicion regarding his identity as a demon, and upon reaching the 33rd floor of the Dragon King's palace, it was he who unlocked the mechanisms. Otherwise, Qin Zhan would still be wandering on the 32nd floor, which further diminished any reason to doubt Long Xin's allegiance. Though Long Xin remained enigmatic, as long as he was not a demon, Qin Zhan had no desire to pry further into his secrets. After all, who does not harbor a few mysteries of their own? Chapter 68. A painting on the 33rd floor of the Dragon King's palace. Qin Zhan followed Long Xin's lead, arriving at the pinnacle of the palace, where the most precious resources of the Dragon King's palace were likely housed. The architectural style of the entire Dragon King's palace tapered from a broad base to a narrow summit, for only such constructions could ensure greater stability and aesthetic appeal. Thus, although the area of the 33rd floor was not insignificant, it was even less than half that of the first floor. Gazing around, the third floor exuded an ancient charm, with training rooms, inheritance chambers, archives, offices, and areas for passing down knowledge arranged in an orderly fashion. This resembled a wholly private workspace, if all went as expected. This was likely where Long Xin engaged in seclusion for cultivation and tended to the daily affairs of the Dragon King's palace. "Brother Long, are you not in search of a painting? Why not allow me to accompany you in your quest?" Qin Zhan proposed. Long Xin shook his head. "No need. I shall seek it out myself." With that, he gestured towards the entrance of the training room and continued, "The place of inheritance for the Wanlong Sutra is just beyond that door. While the techniques within the inheritance area are commendable, they are merely a few high-tier techniques. There are no top-tier techniques to be found. The royal family of the Wu dynasty possesses sacred-grade techniques. 10,000 years ago, the Dragon King's palace was no weaker than the Wu dynasty, perhaps even stronger. That is it possible that there is not a single sacred-grade technique among them?" Qin Zhan expressed his confusion. Long Xin pondered for a moment. "I surmise it is because those who left behind these teachings did not wish for the inheritors to merely tread the path of others. Techniques below the sacred grade are sufficient for the inheritor to cultivate to the divine realm. As for how to transcend the sacred realm, that is a journey one must embark upon independently. Walking the path paved by others may initially seem straightforward, but it invariably leads to becoming a mere shadow, making it exceedingly difficult to surpass one's predecessors. That if the path of martial arts were thus, our grand world would ultimately decline," he articulated. "That does seem reasonable," Qin Zhan reflected, nodding in agreement, yet he showed no inclination to leave. Long Xin slightly shook his head and casually meandered about, passing through the archives, materials room, technique compilation room, and study. Upon reaching the study, he halted his steps. Following his gaze, Qin Zhan observed a painting hanging on the wall of the study, depicting two figures, a man and a woman. The man possessed an extraordinary grace and striking features, his bright eyes and dazzling teeth complemented by well-defined brows and starry eyes. Clad in a dark red long robe, with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, he emanated an aura that rendered onlookers breathless. Beside him stood a woman adorned in pristine white garments, her beauty unparalleled and elegant. She exuded a serene glow, her silken attire shimmering like silver. With a stunning visage, bright eyes, and skin as flawless as congealed fat, smooth as cream, her delicate figure was enchanting, clad entirely in white, resembling a celestial being, her ethereal presence suggesting she was untouched by the mundane world. Akin to a heavenly maiden descended to earth. The interplay of dark and light in the artwork accentuated its distinctiveness, with the figures depicted so vividly that one might almost expect them to step out of the canvas at any moment. "What a pair of golden boy and jade girl!" Qin Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration that if his guesses were correct, the man must be the Dragon King Long Genie of the Dragon King's Hall. While the identity of the woman beside him, though unknown, was surely that of his confidant. It seems that Long Xiong bears some resemblance to the esteemed Long Genie, Qin Zhan remarked, both intentionally and unintentionally. There is no need for speculation. I do indeed share a connection with him, though it is not of the nature you presume. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, Long Xiong's mouth twitched. Had this fellow lost his sight? In what regard were they similar? If one had to point out a commonality, it would be their striking good looks. Beyond that, they were entirely different. Long Xiong reached for the painting, carefully rolled it up, and placed it in a scroll he found in the study, proclaiming, "This is the artwork I sought. My possession has been recovered, and it is time for you to seek yours. The light ladder remains. It won't be long before someone comes to contest the inheritance with you. You truly have no interest in the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. That is a top-tier celestial level cultivation technique." Qin Zhan expressed disbelief. While the painting was indeed exquisite, it hardly seemed to harbor any secret mechanisms. How could it possibly rival the allure of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra? At last, I have reached the 33rd floor. The 10,000 Dragon Sutra is mine. A wildly ecstatic voice echoed from outside the study. Qin Zhan was taken aback, surprised by how quickly someone had ascended. Exiting the study, he beheld a procession of individuals making their way up, including Wan Qing of the True Martial Sect, Ning Feichen of the 10,000 Law Sect, and Shan Guanyin Song of the Divine Sword Sect, among others. Each radiated a formidable aura. Those who reached the 33rd floor possessed at least the 8th or 9th level of the transformation realm, with several aging figures nearing their twilight years having even reached the pinnacle of the 10th level, on the verge of entering the refinement realm. Indeed, the assembly was formidable, divine beings clashing. Cultivation techniques and martial arts belong to the fated. "Everyone, rely on your own abilities," a discordant voice emerged, stirring unrest among the crowd. Whoosh! The sounds of piercing air rushed toward the area of inheritance. "Long Xiong, are you truly not here? Where did he vanish to?" Quicker than a rabbit, when Qin Zhan turned back, he found Long Xiong had already disappeared without a trace. After a moment's reflection, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, thinking, "Long Xiong, I will trust you just this once. Should you dare deceive me, your fate is sealed." Qin Zhan promptly headed toward the training room, opposite the area of inheritance. The door to the training room was tightly shut. Upon noticing a keyhole, he immediately understood and retrieved the key to the Dragon King's hall, inserting it into the heavy iron door. Creak! The massive iron door slowly swung open. Could it be that Long Xiong spoke the truth? And this training room was indeed the true site of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra's inheritance. After all, why else would a special key be required to unlock it, grateful for his foresight? He entered the training room, where he observed a tall figure with their back to him, standing with their hands clasped behind them. Although the figure emitted no discernible aura, they exuded an overwhelming presence, as if they were the peak of a towering mountain. At that moment, Qin Zhan felt he was not facing a mere person, but rather a majestic mountain. The figure sensed Qin Zhan's arrival and spoke. "Have you come to receive the inheritance?" "I am Qin Zhan, here to accept the inheritance," he promptly responded. The figure slowly turned, and Qin Zhan was taken aback. Was this not Long Genie himself? Chapter 69. The Inheritance Begins. No, wait. Qin Zhan quickly dismissed that notion, scanning his surroundings with renewed focus, that he noticed that the luminous pearls around the training room were encrusted with some dark green stones and a few bright red ones. The green stones were memory stones, and the red stones were sound stones. The figure he beheld was not the true Long Genie, but rather a projection of his recorded image. "So, you chose to come here instead of the area of inheritance. The true 10,000 Dragon Sutra is hidden here." Wan Qing of the True Martial Sect's voice resonated behind Qin Zhan, that a few young powerhouses at the 7th and 8th levels of the transformation realm stood beside him. The figure in the training room seemed oblivious to their presence, speaking steadily. "Once the inheritance commences, retreat is impossible. The trials are numerous and demand various criteria. Age, comprehension, talent, and foundation that if you believe yourself unqualified, you may withdraw and seek a cultivation technique more suited to you in the inheritance area. Lest you perish here, the inheritance is about to begin. All who enter this place shall have the opportunity to obtain the celestial level top-tier 10,000 Dragon Sutra. Once it commences, this space will transform into a small world, inaccessible to outsiders. Those who attempt to force their way in will meet their demise." At this proclamation, the assembly erupted in astonishment. It was indeed possible for countless individuals to receive the inheritance simultaneously. Yet the 10,000 Dragon Sutra was exceedingly demanding that as the crowd outside grew, few dared to step forward. They understood their own talents, comprehension, age, and foundation might not meet the rigorous standards. To force their entry could lead to death. And it was wiser to seek out another celestial-level technique instead. Though the 10,000 Dragon Sutra was desirable, it required merit to obtain. Furthermore, it was a perilous treasure. Even the one who ultimately received the inheritance might not be able to safeguard it. Thus, many who felt unfit for the 10,000 Dragon Sutra began to quietly withdraw, heading to the inheritance area in search of opportunities, leaving behind only the confident young talents from various factions. Initially, they had hoped to quietly amass wealth, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. They resolved to take one last gamble. Qin Zhan thought to himself, I refuse to believe that with my foundation, age, talent, comprehension, and the support of the system, I cannot catch Long Genie's eye. The inheritance begins. As an ethereal voice echoed, the heavy iron door to the training room slammed down, causing the entire space to tremble. Everyone felt the ground beneath them sinking, and the descent quickened. Crash, a sound akin to something crashing to the ground resounded, and the training room fell silent. The iron door gradually opened, revealing an extraordinary sight. Before them stood a colossal, mysterious altar, inscribed with enigmatic patterns, as if the entire world was in motion within it, appearing infinitely profound. Above the altar floated countless mysterious golden symbols, presumably the cultivation methods of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. Yet in that moment, none dared to act recklessly that a group of over 10 individuals stepped out of the training room, gradually ascending the mysterious altar, where they observed a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Leave the inheritance here. Await the fated one," signed by Long Genie. The inscription was clean and precise, the characters appearing exceptionally graceful, suggesting that this esteemed Dragon King was indeed a person of carefree disposition. Once all had stepped onto the altar, they gazed in bewilderment at the mysterious golden symbols suspended in the void. Yet how was this inheritance to be activated? Observe the dual energies of heaven and earth. Survey the mountains and rivers. Harbor the rotation of the stars within, and draw upon the strength of the earth. One among them began to recite earnestly. Others may not have understood his words, but Qin Zhan recognized it clearly. It was the opening verse of the Earth Dragon Sutra. Observe the dual energies of heaven and earth. Gaze upon the 9-layered clouds. Harbor the vast cosmos flow, and draw upon the strength of the 9 heavens. As Qin Zhan and the others recited faster, the altar began to shift. Countless mechanisms emitted thunderous sounds, and golden characters appeared, resonating like the grandest of bells, echoing throughout the world, deafening all present. One person was struck by the sound waves, crying out in agony, as a powerful surge of energy expelled them from the altar, leaving them unconscious, their fate uncertain. And this was merely the beginning. Who could withstand such an ordeal? The gravity is intensifying, someone exclaimed, feeling as though they were sinking into a quagmire, their body pressed by an invisible force, making it difficult to breathe. This was a test of their physical forms. As the gravity increased, some could no longer endure it, their bones shattering under the immense pressure, blood seeping from their pores. Another surge of energy emerged, casting those in dire straits from the altar. Qin Zhan understood now. The inheritance was indeed perilous, but even if one failed, death was not a certainty. However, if expelled from the altar and subsequently killed, they would have no one to blame. However, if one's own strength is truly feeble, then one might very well meet their demise. Bang. Wan Qing of the Zhenwu sect, struck with ferocity, extending a withered yellow hand to directly assault a disciple of a martial arts sect who stood perilously close. The unfortunate individual, grappling desperately against the oppressive forces from all directions, was caught off guard by Wan Qing's sudden ambush, resulting in a spout of blood. Down you go. Wan Qing executed another sweeping kick, unceremoniously sending the hapless disciple tumbling from the altar. After this display, Wan Qing's eyes gleamed with realization. The gravity enhancement of the altar was contingent upon the number of individuals upon it. The more participants, the greater the gravitational force. Upon hearing this, The dozen or so remaining individuals atop the altar immediately turned pale. In light of this, it would be prudent to eliminate the weaker ones first. A disciple of a prestigious sect, with an unsavory expression, approached Qin Zhan, his demeanor hostile. How dare you, a mere trifling at the third level of the transcendence realm, come here to seek your own death? You should leave at once. Who do you think you are? In my eyes, you are nothing but a wretch. Depart immediately. Qin Zhan, incensed by the words, glared fiercely and stepped forward, delivering a punch infused with the full force of his vitality. The impact was tremendous, crashing into the man's chest. Boom! The overwhelming force sent him spiraling off the altar, his chest caving in as he fell to the ground beyond, coughing up blood. His body contorted grotesquely under the burden of gravity before collapsing. Devoid of life, Wan Qing and Ning Feichun, having witnessed Qin Zhan's prowess in vanquishing the true inheritance disciple Tai Long of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion, could not help but revel in his misfortune. This boy appeared to be a newcomer, utterly unaware of Qin Zhan's might. Yet he was a fool, for the weakest among those who could ascend the altar bore at least the 8th level of the transcendence realm, while Qin Zhan stood at the pinnacle of merely the 3rd level. What right had he to be here? Did he not ponder this at all? Such ignorance of the circumstances surely warranted his demise. Chapter 70. Ao Yuzhong. With that, you all shall descend. Qin Zhan began to strike, swiftly dispatching 3 practitioners at the 8th level of the transcendence realm with a few punches and kicks. Yet he spared their lives. Bang! Elsewhere, he observed the enigmatic figure who had previously recited the Earth Dragon Sutra, inflicting injury upon Ning Feichun, compelling him to vacate the altar. Now that Ning Feichun had retreated, Wan Qing, you too shall depart. Qin Zhan's innate pure yang physique erupted with power, transforming him into an unparalleled blade as he charged at Wan Qing. Compared to Ning Feichun, Wan Qing, who practiced body refinement techniques, would be far more challenging to deal with. However, despite Qin Zhan's lower cultivation, he outclassed Wan Qing in intent, physique, and even in aspects of speed and strength. Within mere dozens of exchanges, Wan Qing was sent tumbling from the arena as time flowed onward. The remaining few were gradually cast off the altar, leaving only Qin Zhan and the man who had been murmuring the Earth Dragon Sutra. You of the Wan Yao sect wish to contend with me? Qin Zhan gazed at the figure, his voice chilling to, I am Ao Yuzhong, not a demon, but a true dragon. Ao Yuzhong's blood surged, coalescing into the image of a serpentine dragon, exuding a formidable aura. So you are but a little mudfish, and yet you dare to claim to be a true dragon. Qin Zhan mocked. As for true dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, beasts that have roamed the mortal realm since the primordial era, humans generally do not harbor disdain for them, instead venerating them as totems, auspicious symbols, and divine beasts. However, as the ages progressed into antiquity, with the decline of the myriad races from the primordial era, humanity and the demon race, swayed by fate, grew ever stronger, surpassing the shaman and barbarian tribes to become the dominant race of the ancient times. From that period onward, the two races became embroiled in relentless conflict and bloodshed, ultimately leading to the demon race gaining the upper hand and ruling over the mortal realm. The ancient era was immensely protracted, and as time advanced, humanity gradually rose, giving birth to numerous exceptional individuals, deepening their roots and expanding their territories, ultimately driving the demon race to the inhospitable land of the North Jilu continent, claiming dominion over the fertile lands of the 4 continents of the mortal realm. In fact, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race had also been suppressed by humanity, gasping for breath. However, in the recent millennium, the demon race, having recuperated through countless years, grew ever more formidable, posing a significant threat to humanity. Presently, the demon race harbors no true dragons. Ao Yuzhong is merely a serpentine dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. Should he refine his bloodline to its utmost potential, perhaps one day he might evolve into a true dragon. But for now, he remains a mere vile serpent. The dragon emperor of the demon race descends from the serpentine lineage. Yet he has evolved to a terrifying realm, transcending the level of a mere serpentine dragon. Though not a true dragon, he far surpasses one. Do not flaunt your verbal prowess. I know you serve as a hound for the martial dynasty's court. Today, I shall slay you and seize your legacy. Ao Yuzhong declared coldly that as he spoke, a black and red halberd, radiating violent energy, materialized in his grasp. He possesses a spatial treasure. The prospect of slaying a dragon whelp truly exhilarates me. Qin Zhan extended his right hand, gripping the black blade, positioning it before him. The blade spun in his grasp, and he raised it high, delivering a diagonal slash imbued with unparalleled, terrifying force, colliding fiercely with Ao Yuzhang's halberd that swept toward him. Boom! The clash resonated like the heavens crashing and the earth fracturing, mountains and rivers roaring as boundless energy erupted forth, a tempestuous force surging from the black blade through the halberd into Ao Yuzhang's body, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably, retreating step by step. This is impossible. I am of true dragon blood, while you are merely a mortal of the human race, and your cultivation is so much lower than mine. How can you possibly surpass me in strength? Ao Yuzhang pondered in confusion, though he maintained relative composure. You cannot fathom my might. Now leave the altar, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Qin Zhan declared indifferently, wielding the black blade, activating his innate pure yang physique. He channeled the nine heavens pure yang technique, his internal power surging, the black blade in his hand gleaming with an edge so sharp it seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of existence. Arrogance, come again. Ao Yuzhang thrust the halberd-s blade to the ground, the blade scraping against the earth, leaving a long mark as he forcefully flicked it upward, unleashing a dazzling crimson glow. Blood surged within Ao Yuzhang. And wielding the supreme halberd, he advanced step by step toward Qin Zhan, a domineering force awakening within him, exuding a breath that threatened to annihilate heaven and earth, suffocating before such overwhelming power from Ao Yuzhang. Qin Zhan remained undaunted, suddenly erupting with 9 blazing suns, the power of the 9 suns bursting forth, radiating resplendent divine light. Ao Yuzhang swung the halberd, shaking the very heavens. At that moment, he possessed an aura capable of devouring mountains and rivers. The blade sweeping through the air, causing the void to tremble with his divine might. Clang! The black blade in Qin Zhan's hand hummed ominously, waves of murderous intent spreading forth. He struck with the black blade, igniting a series of explosive roars in the air, the power of the 9 suns surging forth, erupting in myriad divine beams. The halberd cleaved through the air, its brilliance unparalleled, as if each could rend the heavens and rivers asunder. A thunderous crash resounded as the 2 weapons collided violently, producing a sound akin to a grand bell tolling, the sonic explosion deafening, a tempestuous wave sweeping across the entire altar. The black blade and halberd clashed fiercely, sparks flying like a splendid display of fireworks, dazzling yet fleeting, erupting into a moment of resplendent glory akin to a meteor shower descending upon the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 weapons clashed in mid-air thousands of times. A continuous torrent of overwhelming energy surging forth, the sound of explosions ringing incessantly until, with one final blow, both weapons were sent flying from their grips. Casting aside their weapons, the 2 engaged in close combat. Qin Zhan unleashed an unparalleled ferocity, his radiant, blazing fists seeming poised to obliterate and incinerate all in their path, the unmatched fist light cascading like falling stars. Ao Yuzhang, enveloped in demonic energy, bore the bloodline of a true dragon. His strength unfathomable. With a single palm strike, streams of profound truth surged and coalesced in the air, his true blood emanating outward, forming countless chains of order that tore through the air, ensnaring Qin Zhan. Without a hint of fear, Qin Zhan stirred his fists in the void, akin to a grinding mill of heaven and earth, seemingly able to crush all before him. Unmatched fist strikes erupted, the intent surging, billions of divine rays bursting forth, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena, shattering the chains of order forged from true blood. Qin Zhan, appearing as a divine incarnation, with wild black hair and an aura of unparalleled supremacy. His 9 suns' power combined with his fist intent truly devoured the world, unmatched and tyrannical. Bang! Qin Zhan's fist struck Ao Yuzhang, caving in his chest cavity, while Ao Yuzhang retaliated, striking Qin Zhan's left arm. Both spat blood, once more plunging into fierce combat. Chapter 71. The Black Blade slays the Serpent Dragon. Meanwhile, the altar continued to rotate, and golden mysterious symbols from the sky began to surge into their bodies. Each symbol served as a test of their physical strength and mental. As the symbols entered their bodies, fragments of the Wanlong Sutra materialized in their minds, and a small golden figure appeared to impart wisdom to both. It appears the Wanlong Sutra has chosen both of us. To obtain the complete legacy, one of us must leave the altar, Ao Yujian declared, launching a devastating punch with unyielding force that I end my view. It is not that the 10,000 Dragon Sutra has simultaneously chosen both of us, but rather that it is augmenting our stakes. Now that we have unleashed all manner of tactics, we find ourselves evenly matched. That if this continues, it is highly probable that we will both suffer grievously, and neither shall attain the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. The fragments of the scripture that have entered our bodies serve to test who can first comprehend this supreme heavenly technique. The one who succeeds will experience a tremendous surge in power, enabling them to vanquish the other and fully inherit the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. However, that individual cannot possibly be you. The my understanding is unparalleled. I shall certainly grasp the scripture first. Qin Zhan, brimming with confidence, unleashed a sweeping kick that collided violently with Ao Yujing's fist. Arrogance. I shall see how your mortal form could possibly surpass my comprehension. Ao Yujing roared, an aura of demonic energy surging forth, resembling a howling specter. In that instant, he exerted force, wielding his palm like a blade, aiming to deliver a decisive strike against Qin Zhan. Then I shall demonstrate my understanding to you. Qin Zhan retaliated with a punch that clashed against Ao Yujing's hand blade, producing a sound akin to metal striking stone. System, activate super divine comprehension, 1,000-fold insight, spending 10,000 energy points to initiate 1,000-fold comprehension for a mere second. The world before Qin Zhan seemed to transform entirely, that he felt as if he had become the progenitor of martial arts, unraveling the myriad complexities of martial knowledge. The elusive 10,000 Dragon Sutra, once ambiguous, now gradually revealed its intricacies before his eyes. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. In just 10 seconds, he had grasped the essence of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. The expenditure of 10,000 energy points occurred instantaneously. Qin Zhan did not dare to hesitate, promptly deactivating the Super Divine Comprehension module. A mysterious symbol in the sky radiated brightly. At the moment Qin Zhan comprehended the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, all symbols surged into his body. The small golden figure within him grew exponentially, with countless characters emerging upon its surface, unmistakably the entirety of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. With the initiation of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, Qin Zhan gained the power of a dragon. His strength dramatically augmented, and the surge of blood qi within him loosened the barriers of his realm once more. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds emanated from within him, as if some barrier had been shattered. Qin Zhan's aura continuously ascended, his realm steadily advancing. Transformation Stage 4, Transformation Stage 5, Transformation Stage 6. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zhan's realm surged to the pinnacle of Transformation Stage 6. The outcome of our duel is clear. I have triumphed, and you have lost. Qin Zhan regarded Ao Yujing with an air of nonchalance. How can this be possible? This is a supreme heavenly technique, and you have entered its threshold in mere breaths. Such monstrous talent. I refuse to believe it. Ao Yujing's mind faltered. Whether you believe it or not, the truth stands before you, and it is inescapable. What perplexes me is your identity as a genius of the demon race. What use do you have for the techniques of humankind? Before your emergence, I had always thought a demon from the 10,000 demon sects sought this pinnacle technique. Your appearance is indeed a surprise, Qin Zhan remarked. This is the question that confounds him the most. Long Genie is of the human race. The techniques he devised would inevitably possess drawbacks for the demon race. Just as humans who cultivate demon techniques risk becoming demonized, losing their humanity to the point of being less than a demon. How could Ao Yujing covet the 10,000 Dragon Sutra without fearing the potential repercussions of its cultivation? When did the techniques of humankind become yours to claim? Ao Yujing scoffed. Long Genie is the offspring of the Dragon Island's Jiao Dragon King Ao Qingtian and a human woman, that he possesses both human and demon bloodlines. He is a demon. It is well known that demons can cultivate human techniques as well as their own. Both paths are available to them, yet neither leads to the pinnacle. How could a prodigious talent like Long Genie accept such a reality? Thus, he extensively studied both demon and human techniques, forging a unique path to create the supreme heavenly technique, the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, to elevate him to unparalleled heights. Consequently, the 10,000 Dragon Sutra embodies the strengths of both human and demon techniques. In a certain sense, Long Genie, with his Jiao Dragon bloodline, should find this technique more suitable for the Jiao Dragon clan. How could it possibly choose you, a mere human? How could this be? The heavens are most unjust. No, I must kill you. After slaying you, I shall consume your flesh and blood, infiltrate your consciousness, and surely I can reclaim the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. Ao Yujing grew increasingly deranged, summoning the Fangtian Huaji from afar. With a fierce strike, he clashed against Qin Zhan's fist, blood splattering in all directions. Ao Yujing's Fangtian Huaji is a heavenly grade weapon. Despite Qin Zhan's amplified strength and newfound comprehension of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, its sharpness is beyond what his flesh can withstand. Failing to slay Qin Zhan with that strike, Ao Yujing shifted tactics, executing a powerful horizontal sweep. The bright blade of the halberd radiated a ghostly blue light, resembling a tempest aimed directly at Qin Zhan's midsection. The blade comes. Qin Zhan summoned the black blade that had fallen to the ground. Gripping it tightly, his confidence surging, he leaped into the air, wielding the black blade, and struck at Ao Yujing. In that moment, the aura seemed capable of piercing the heavens, akin to a roaring black dragon, crashing fiercely into Ao Yujing. Clang! Ao Yujing withdrew his halberd to defend, but the black blade cleaved through the Fangtian Huaji, heading straight for Ao Yujing's abdomen. With a sickening sound, Ao Yujing was cleaved in two by Qin Zhan's strike, blood splattering across the altar. A colossal Jiao dragon's corpse lay severed in two upon the altar. Energy absorption detected. Commencing active absorption. Energy value: 16,888. Slaying Ao Yujing granted Qin Zhan over 16,000 energy points, more than double that of defeating Talon. Indeed, it seems slaying a foreign entity yields greater rewards. Although Qin Zhan expended 10,000 energy points to attain a 1,000-fold comprehension of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, he recouped some of it in that instant, making it a rather fortuitous occurrence. With a thought, Qin Zhan opened his attribute panel. Host. Qin Zhan Realm. Pinnacle of Transformation Stage 6 Technique. Body Refinement Fist perfected. Innate Primordial Skill perfected. 9 Heavens Pure Yang Skill perfected. Thunder Destruction Blade Minor Completion. 10,000 Dragon Sutra Entry Energy Value: 96,000. Alas, I have reverted to being impoverished. Upon seeing the energy value, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile wryly. Were it not for the Heavenly Blade King slaying the peak of the Diamond Realm, a being comparable to the Flower 3 Realm Demon King, and subsequently gaining 50,000 energy points, he could not have swiftly perfected the 9 Heavens Pure Yang skill or coalesced the innate Pure Yang body, nor could he have rapidly advanced to the transformation stage. Chapter 72, Qin Zhan Speculation, without that 50,000 energy points. He could not have recklessly activated the 1,000-fold comprehension during this acquisition of the 10,000 Dragon Sutra. In just 10 seconds, he comprehended the entry. All of this is a generous gift from his esteemed master. Although his energy reserves are now dwindling, this journey has proven quite fulfilling. The heavenly grade supreme technique, the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, is now in his grasp, and he has entered its threshold, possessing the power of a dragon. With his realm once again breaking through. When he entered the Dragon King's Hall, he was merely at Transformation Stage 1. Now, he has rocketed to the pinnacle of Transformation Stage 6. Furthermore, he has slain the Puppet Master, a young dragon, which is a significant achievement. He has slain a member of the Ao clan, a direct lineage of the Jiao dragon race, and it is likely that Ao Yujing held a considerable status within the Jiao dragon clan. Slaying such a potentially formidable demon is indeed a remarkable feat within the ranks of the Jinyui. Qin Zhan picked up the black blade, extracted Ao Yujing's demon core, and discovered his spatial treasure, a spatial ring. Such treasures are rare. Even a heavenly grade weapon would not suffice to exchange for one. Ao Yujing's spatial ring, though not vast, could contain his weapon and a collection of miscellaneous items, filling it to capacity. The space is roughly the size of a coffin, giving it an ominous appearance. Qin Zhan's black blade is significantly smaller than the Fangtian Huaji, and if he were to place the black blade within the storage ring, There would still be ample space for additional items such as medicinal pills, spare clothing, technique manuals, and various treasures, making it quite advantageous. As the inheritance concluded, the gravitational field within the altar quietly dissipated. The 10,000 Dragon Sutra is a technique of extreme force, following the path of overwhelming strength to break through myriad laws. Cultivating to its zenith, one can wield the power of 10,000 dragons. Engaging in physical combat with true dragons and celestial phoenixes, moving mountains and filling seas, and obliterating the very heavens. While the 10,000 Dragon Sutra is fundamentally a technique of strength, it does not solely pursue the essence of power. It is an integration of true meanings, amalgamating the essence of strength, gravitational truth, primal magnetic truth, and other profound truths that Qin Zhan's perception cannot yet fathom. This technique weaves these truths into a novel essence, which Longini refers to as the true essence of 10,000 dragons. Upon learning it, Qin Zhan immediately grasped the true essence of 10,000 dragons, allowing him to cultivate it directly, even in the absence of other spiritual entities or true essences. This revelation sparked ideas in Qin Zhan. The Thunder Destruction Blade's inability to reach perfection stems from the need to learn too many true essences. And at the stage of great completion, it requires the 4 perfected true essences to be extrapolated to the level of profundity, thus blocking the path to completion. However, if he could merge the Thunder True Essence, Blade Intent Void True Essence, and Destruction True Essence at the realm of True Essence, forming a novel integrated True Essence, he could then pursue this entirely new path, continuously evolving from martial True Essence to martial profundity, and subsequently from martial profundity to martial laws. Perhaps without even needing to elevate the martial profundity to the level of martial laws, this new blade technique could reach perfection, should he manage to extrapolate it to the level of martial laws. This blade technique might ascend to a heavenly grade supreme technique or even a saintly grade technique. After all, the principles of martial arts can only be mastered by those of divine caliber. Only a select few prodigious talents can comprehend the martial laws within the realm of immortals. Qin Zhan contemplated this notion. Convinced that his reasoning was sound, he extended the insights derived from the myriad dragon scripture, pioneered by Longini, to the Thunder Annihilation Blade developed by the Celestial Blade King, concluding that the path taken by the Celestial Blade King was misguided. In contrast, the initiative taken by Longini to integrate the true essence of martial arts was the most sublime approach. The world is replete with myriad truths, yet a person's lifespan and energy are finite. Thus, how could one possibly exhaustively deduce every truth to perfection and transmute it into the profound mysteries of martial arts or even martial laws? What if we began from the truths we already grasped and sought to integrate them? Many pursuits pale in comparison to singular focus. Perhaps this journey warrants a return to the divine capital to visit my master. Qin Zhan mused. Even the supreme techniques of the heavens may have eluded the Celestial Blade King. Should he have encountered them, he would likely find them lacking in the profound intricacies of the myriad dragon scripture unveiled by Longini at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. The fusion of martial truths is a concept of sheer genius. Throughout history, how many have been able to achieve this? As Qin Zhan stepped off the altar, those who had already fallen beneath it regarded him with no desire to engage. They had already witnessed the terrifying extent of his power and deemed themselves unworthy opponents. Even in comparison to Ao act rashly would only lead to humiliation. Although Qin Zhan remained the lowest in rank among them post-breakthrough. As he asserted, rank held no significance for him. Rank is merely a fraction of combat prowess, while true strength is the essence of power. The crowd ascended to the training chamber established by Longini, which began to elevate. When the chamber reopened, they found themselves on the first level of the Dragon King's hall. They exchanged glances, some begrudgingly watching Qin Zhan's departing figure, unable to utter another word. Some followed Qin Zhan out of the Dragon King's hall, while others sought to ascend to the upper levels, recognizing that if the myriad dragon scripture was beyond their reach, they would naturally seek other opportunities. Deputy Commander Qin, the commander of the EC region's Jinui, one who had emerged. Though they bore wounds, they had survived, proving their resilience. Having entered early and reaped some fortune, they promptly exited without delay, donning the attire of the Jinui outside the Dragon King's hall. Others would think twice before making any rash moves. Currently, the influx of martial artists into the Dragon King's Hall was rapidly increasing, with innate and transcendent realms flooding in. Qin Zhan and numerous Jinyui continued their demonstrations on Long Dragon Mountain. After approximately 10 days, the Jinyui withdrew, and the legacies within the Dragon King's Hall were claimed, leading to its gradual collapse after enduring over 10 days of erosion. Once the long-sealed environment was disrupted, even a structure of the Dragon King's Hall's caliber could not escape signs of decay. It may have fulfilled its purpose and was now destined to bid farewell to this world. The various sects reaped substantial rewards, but at a significant cost. The Emperor's maneuver was nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly casual yet fraught with peril. With just a few inconsequential techniques, he incited a bloody feud among the martial sects of the martial dynasty. Lower, middle, and upper-tier elders and leaders suffered grievous losses, drastically diminishing the martial sect's influence. However, this was a calculated strategy. Even if the martial sects recognized the Emperor's intentions, they had no choice but to comply, for the martial techniques of the sects paled in comparison to those of the martial dynasty. The official forces of the martial dynasty entering the Dragon King's Hall were limited to the Jinyui. This was a measure by the Emperor to mitigate potential losses. This was also why Qin Zhan forbade those below the innate realm from entering the Dragon King's Hall. As his superior, Jiang Taichu had already issued a covert directive to him to preserve the Jinyui's vitality in the EC region. Upon reflection, it became evident that Qin Zhan had erred in barring those in the body refinement realm, failing to grasp the deeper significance. Nevertheless, he devised a timely remedy, documenting the chaos instigated by the myriad demon sect, the assassination attempts by Zhao Dachuan, and the slaying of Ao Yujian, among other matters. In a report, he believed that this merit would sufficiently atone for his earlier misjudgment. Chapter 73. The First on the Earth Ranking. Qin Zhan gained renown through the struggle for the inheritance within the Dragon King's Hall, ascending to the status of the foremost individual on the Earth ranking of the martial dynasty. This ranking was established by the Lord of the Stargazing Pavilion based on the latest intelligence, highlighting Qin Zhan's principal achievements: slaying the Dragon Elephant Pavilion's true disciple, Talon, at the third level of the Transcendence Realm, and defeating the Dragon Clan Scion, Ao Yujian, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Transcendence Realm. Such remarkable feats drew comparisons between him and the martial dynasty's top individual, the peerless Marquis, Xiao Mok, thereby establishing Qin Zhan and Xiao Mok as twin prodigies of the martial dynasty. After all, such accomplishments had eluded even the peerless Marquis. This does not imply that the peerless Marquis could not achieve what Qin Zhan has, but rather that he lacked the opportunity. The peerless Marquis's limited engagement in combat, primarily against the demon race, was a significant factor in his ascension to nobility. His accolades stemmed from his notable victories against the demon race, that he had scarcely battled the martial sex elites or the demon race's geniuses. His sole one-on-one confrontation culminated in the defeat of the war god Temple's heir, Zhan Wuji. At that time, Zhan Wuji was already a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Furnace Realm, claiming to be invincible below the Diamond Realm, while the peerless Marquis, Xiao Mok, was merely at the 7th level of the Furnace Realm. It is well known that as one ascends in realm, it becomes increasingly arduous to engage in battles across multiple tiers. While exceptional talents may triumph over several stages in the innate realm, such feats become exceedingly difficult at the Furnace Realm level. To cross 3 or 4 tiers at the Furnace Realm is no small feat. Even to contend with such opponents is a monumental challenge that in the realms of 3 flowers and 5 chi. To surpass 1 or 2 stages is already commendable, that in the immortal realm, or even the divine realm. To be invincible among peers is to stand above the masses. Yet under such dire conditions, the peerless Marquis, at the 7th level of the Furnace Realm, confronted and decisively defeated Zhan Wuji, a peak 10th level Furnace Realm warrior. Atop the Tiansong Mountain, which borders the southern Zhan continent and the eastern Victory continent, in that battle, Zhan Wuji fell, inciting the ire of the elders of the War God Temple, who sought to eliminate the peerless Marquis. Ultimately, it was the Emperor who intervened, slaying 3 elder masters of the War God Temple in the 5 Chi realm, instilling fear within the temple and quelling the tumult. At that time, the Lord of the Stargazing Pavilion ranked him as the foremost individual on the Earth ranking. Now, it is said that he has reached the pinnacle of the Furnace Realm, poised to break free from his constraints and shatter the diamond, solidifying his position as the unassailable leader of the Earth ranking. Currently, Qin Zhan could not possibly be compared to Xiao Mok. However, within the Transcendence realm, he had already positioned himself among the elite. He could rightly claim the title of the foremost individual beneath the Furnace realm. Even a confrontation with Xiao Mok at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm would yield an uncertain outcome, which is the foundation of Qin Zhan's confidence in the divine capital. At the Celestial Blade King's residence, the Celestial Blade King, Jiang Han, held the latest edition of the Earth Ranking Scroll. The first page of the lengthy scroll boldly proclaimed, Earth Ranking Register. First on the Earth Ranking. Name, Qin Zhan. Age, 16 years. Realm, pinnacle of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Primary techniques, myriad dragon scripture, thunder annihilation blade, fiery sun's radiance scripture. Achievements, slain Ao Yujin of the Dragon Clan, slain Talon of the Dragon Elephant Pavilion. Personal history, Qin Zhan, a resident of the EC prefecture of the Martial Dynasty, joined the Jinyui at 15, showcasing his prowess during the Jinyui Challenge and rising to the rank of Baihu. He quelled the demon calamity in Qingbai County, slaying Shilang Jun, and was subsequently promoted to Qianhu. Recommended to the Jinyui headquarters by Qianhu Su Pajuan, he comprehended the Thunder Annihilation Blade and became a disciple of the Celestial Blade King, Jiang Han, that he unraveled the myriad demon sect case in the divine capital, ascending to Wanhu, dispatched to oversee the EC region, and gained fame through the contest for the Dragon King's Hall relics, slaying Talon and Ao Yujin. This document was meticulously compiled by the Stargazing Pavilion, with a more detailed version stored in the Royal Archives. The external summaries established by the Stargazing Pavilion for the rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity were considerably more concise. The information presented here was relatively thorough, save for a deliberately misleading detail leaked by the Celestial Blade King, who concealed Qin Zhan's practice of the Nine Heavens Pure Yang technique, publicly asserting that he practiced the Fiery Sun's Radiant Scripture instead. Additionally, he omitted the fact that Qin Zhan had undergone a transformation from acquired to innate, achieving the pure Yang body. Other details were largely accurate and comprehensive, rendering it a fairly objective and impartial introduction to the rankings. This young man's growth rate is nothing short of astonishing. I estimate that within 10 to 20 years, he may very well catch up to me. The Celestial Blade King remarked with a hint of pride. Prior to Qin Zhan, he had accepted 6 disciples, the strongest of whom had reached the Three Flowers realm. Judging solely by realm, this disciple was not far behind him, while the weakest had attained the Furnace realm and displayed considerable acumen in military strategy, now commanding an army as one of the 36 divine generals of the Martial Dynasty, Qin Zhan. Though the youngest disciple and of the lowest realm, was the one upon whom the Celestial Blade King placed the most hope. Your Highness, the 7th young master has arrived. The old steward of the residence hurriedly approached Jiang Han. Oh, quickly let him in. Jiang Han replied with a hint of a smile that in a short while, Qin Zhan presented gifts to the servants of the residence, making his way to the back courtyard. The Celestial Blade King, stationed in the divine capital, was but an incarnation of Jiang Han himself, and thus spent most of his time in the back courtyard, either working or cultivating, rarely indulging in food or trivial matters. A quintessential workaholic. Disciple Qin Zhan pays respects to master. Qin Zhan respectfully bowed to Jiang Han that I have perused the dossier you composed, and I must commend your efforts this time. Initially, I believed you had overlooked certain details and failed to grasp the Emperor's intent. However, after reviewing your documentation, I now understand your purpose. Well done, Jiang Han remarked with an air of composure. Yet he quickly changed his tone, continuing, I suspect that you had not contemplated these matters thoroughly beforehand, and it was only in hindsight that you became aware of them. Thus, following the incident at the Dragon King Palace, you hastily prepared this dossier and submitted it to the headquarters of the Jinyui. Am I correct? Qin Zhan, upon hearing Jiang Han's astute observation of his thoughts, felt a wave of embarrassment and scratched his head. Master, your insight is like a piercing light. I am in awe. Although I failed to discern the Emperor's will, I inadvertently accomplished a significant feat by eliminating the direct descendants of the Jiaolong clan that had infiltrated the Wuchao. The Emperor only cares about the outcome, not the process. Regardless, you executed this task commendably. Even minor figures from the body refinement realm cannot stir the waters too much. However, my disciple, your approach lacks a certain ruthlessness. Perhaps your youth plays a part. Or maybe your brief tenure within the Jinyui has left you unfamiliar with their operational style, that if this matter had been entrusted to the likes of Jiang Taichu and other commanders of the Jinyui, they would have ensured that those severely injured during the conflict at the Dragon King Palace were secretly eliminated, thereby amplifying the results, Jiang Han stated. Qin Zhan was taken aback, pondering. Goodness, the Jinyui is so merciless? They incite mutual slaughter among their foes, and if anyone survives, they would strike again. How darkly cunning. Yes, I understand, and I shall learn from several commanders. Qin Zhan replied. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Intrigue and deception are not in accordance with the path of martial arts. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not delve into such matters. The only pursuit worthy of our attention is the advancement of martial arts. Yes, I shall remember. Qin Zhan affirmed. Chapter 74. A word awakens the dreamer. You are now a prominent figure within the Jinyui, holding your ground without official orders to depart, should any issues arise. It would be difficult to avoid blame. Jiang Han inquired. What brings you back to the capital this time? My return to the capital is in response to a directive from headquarters. Though I am not privy to the specifics, as I have yet to report back and came here first to see you, Master. This aligns perfectly with my own desires, even without the directive. I intended to return to the capital to discuss some thoughts I have regarding the Thunder Extinction Blade. Qin Zhan stated it. Upon hearing the name Thunder Extinction Blade, the Heavenly Blade King became intrigued. Pray, share your insights regarding this technique. I believe that your path may have diverged, Master. Qin Zhan cautiously articulated, glancing at the Heavenly Blade King's expression afterward. The Heavenly Blade King displayed little emotion, instead pressing further. What leads you to that conclusion? By sheer luck, I obtained the top-tier celestial technique, the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, at the Dragon King Palace. This technique is known as the ultimate power technique, following the path of one force overcoming myriad laws. When cultivated to its zenith, the power of 10,000 dragons can empower one to physically grapple with true dragons and celestial phoenixes, to move mountains and fill seas, to annihilate heaven and earth. Initially, I believe this technique primarily elucidated the essence of power, the profundities of strength, directly addressing the laws of force. However, upon delving into the practice, I realized that it encompasses more than merely the essence of force. It is a fusion of true meanings, amalgamating the essence of strength, the essence of gravity, the essence of primordial magnetism, and other true meanings that even I cannot perceive. This technique intertwines all these true meanings into a novel essence, which the Dragon Genie calls the true meaning of 10,000 dragons. Thus, I extrapolated from the true meaning of 10,000 dragons to the Thunder Extinction Blade, concluding that its incompleteness stems from the multitude of true meanings it requires. Moreover, upon reaching a significant level of mastery, one must derive the 4 complete true meanings to the level of profundity, which is exceedingly challenging, even with great talent and determination to reach that level. It feels as if this technique has reached a crossroads, branching into 4 paths, each diverging from the original intent of the technique. However, if one could integrate the 4 true meanings of thunder, blade, void, and destruction during the martial arts true meaning phase, forming a new fused true meaning, one could follow this entirely new path, continuously evolving from martial arts true meaning to martial arts profundity, and ultimately to martial arts laws, thus achieving the complete realization of the Thunder Extinction Blade. Qin Zhan expounded all his thoughts in one breath, and the Heavenly Blade King's expression transformed dramatically, shifting from initial indifference to complete astonishment. The fusion of true meanings can indeed give rise to an entirely new essence. The Heavenly Blade King felt that his young disciple had opened a new door for him. Throughout his journey, from the inception of his cultivation to the present, he had encountered countless techniques and martial skills, many of which contained methods of true meaning cultivation. However, most techniques were limited to a singular true meaning, with only a few powerful skills requiring 2 true meanings, while techniques involving 3 true meanings were exceedingly rare. This is because techniques embodying multiple true meanings require simultaneous advancement, and any lag in one true meaning can hinder progress. Akin to the theory of the wooden bucket, its capacity is determined by the shortest plank. The potency of such multi-true meaning techniques can only be maximized by the least comprehended true meaning. The Thunder Extinction Blade encompasses 4 true meanings, none of which are ordinary martial arts true meanings. It involves the highly advanced essence of the void, the domineering essence of thunder, and the frantic essence of destruction. It is a technique with an exceptionally high starting point, which is precisely why it is so difficult to reach its pinnacle. Had this technique been of a singular true meaning, the Heavenly Blade King might have soared to greatness long ago, achieving the level of a 5-chi realm master. The mastery of martial arts' true meanings does not equate to being the most powerful or formidable. Rather, the effectiveness lies in its suitability to the individual. The more powerful the true meaning, the harder it is to comprehend, often leading to stagnation at certain levels, compelling one to pivot to other true meanings. Truly, the Dragon Genie is a prodigy. I, Jiang Han, could not compare. Jiang Han sighed, yet his demeanor remained resolute, his eyes brightening with clarity. In this world, true meanings are countless, yet a person's lifespan and energy are finite. How could one possibly cultivate all true meanings to perfection and transform them into martial arts profundities or even martial arts laws? My aspirations may have been too grand. From the very beginning, I may have chosen the wrong path. Nevertheless, it is not too late. All can be remedied. Haha, I now see the path ahead clearly. The barriers that have troubled me for years are beginning to loosen, and I am ready to break through to the 5-chi realm. Disciple, I shall enter seclusion for a time, 3 to 5 years at most, or as little as 3 to 5 months. The exact duration remains uncertain. Should you encounter any minor troubles, seek out your 6th senior brother, Wang Xinsu. He is one of the 36 divine generals of the Wuchao, commanding the Shun Su army stationed in the southern border. For significant troubles, consult your eldest senior brother, Zhou Yu. Although he is not in the Wuchao, if you relay the covert contact method I provided, he shall respond with utmost urgency. If you do not face any grave issues, refrain from seeking your 3rd senior sister, Li Ruobai, or your 5th senior sister, Shengguan Haitang. They are now both married, managing their households and nurturing their families, and it would be inappropriate for them to expose themselves excessively. Your 2nd senior brother, Yin Beiming, is currently in the Qin Kingdom, commanding spies to strategize for the Wuchao. Unless necessary, do not contact him, as his position is sensitive and should not be revealed. Your 4th senior brother, Su Yin, is in seclusion overseas. He has always been a free spirit, and I still do not know where that rascal is or whether he is alive or dead. So, this is the plan. For minor matters, consult your 6th senior brother, Wang Xinsu. For significant matters, seek your eldest senior brother, Zhou Yu. And for truly grave troubles, you may then approach your 3rd or 5th senior sisters. Jiang Han succinctly instructed Qin Zhan before this incarnation sped towards the Imperial Court. He needed to oversee a domain, and his incarnation required to preside over the Imperial Court as well. Having encountered a breakthrough opportunity, it was only right to inform the martial emperor before entering seclusion. Chapter 75, Promotion and Titles. Qin Zhan has 6 senior brothers and sisters, and he ranks as the 7th. His eldest brother, Zhou Yu, is currently traversing the central continent, having broken through to the Three Flowers realm several years prior, and likely having made significant strides since. The 2nd elder brother, Yin Beiming, is scheming in the Qin Kingdom. Situated in the southwest of the Wu dynasty, the Qin Kingdom is a powerful nation within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. However, its entire structural system differs from that of the Wu dynasty. The Qin Kingdom is dominated by the 3 major martial sects of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, with the emperor merely acting as their proxy. This structural framework is, in fact, the mainstream of the mortal realm, rendering the Wu dynasty somewhat out of place in comparison. Consequently, the martial sects of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, along with several other nations, harbor significant animosity towards the Wu dynasty. Yet the Wu dynasty's overwhelming strength dissuades them from provoking it, especially since the martial emperor harbors ambitions of unifying the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. It is thus entirely reasonable that his senior brother, Yin Beiming, was dispatched to strategize in the Qin Kingdom. Yin Beiming is exceptionally powerful, having only just broken through to the Three Flowers realm a year prior. The 3rd senior sister, Li Ruobai, is the original wife of the current North King, a formidable figure in the Three Flowers realm, whose authority in the Wu dynasty ranks just below that of the 4 great heavenly kings. The 5th senior sister, Shengguan Haitang, is the original wife of the South Sea Duke. Although the South Sea Duke's strength does not match that of the North King, he is the youngest cousin of the martial emperor and enjoys his favor. Both senior sisters' husbands wield considerable power, and their strengths are comparable to those of nobility, each having reached the diamond realm. The fourth senior brother, Su Yinxing, possesses a rebellious and free-spirited nature. Having failed to master the sword, he instead pursued swordsmanship, making him the only swordsman under the Heavenly Blade sect. The last correspondence he sent was 5 years ago, at which time he was reportedly at the 7th level of the Diamond Realm. He is likely now at the pinnacle of the 10th level, perhaps on the verge of breaking into the Three Flowers realm. The sixth senior brother, Wang Xinqi, was the youngest disciple before Qin Zhan took him as an apprentice. Now nearing 40, he stands at the peak of the Furnace realm, an impressively young age for one at such a level. Given that breaking through to the Furnace realm grants a lifespan of 400 years to AT less than 40, he has yet to reach even a tenth of that lifespan. Should he break through to the Diamond realm, his lifespan would extend even further. Generally speaking, the lifespans are as follows. The Body Refinement realm lives for 100 years, the Innate realm for 200, the Transcendence realm for 300. The Furnace realm for 400, the Diamond realm for 500, the Three Flowers realm for 600, the 5Chi realm for 700, the Celestial realm for 1,000 years, the Saint realm for 5,000 years, and the Martial God realm for 10,000 years. Of course, these are merely theoretical lifespans. Unexpected deaths can alter this significantly. Even without accidents, an individual's lifespan is not fixed. Some warriors, through their battles and hidden injuries, might not reach their theoretical lifespan, while others who are adept at health preservation or consume various rare herbs may live far beyond it. However, it is generally difficult for a person's lifespan to surpass the constraints of their realm. For instance, if the theoretical lifespan of the Body Refinement realm is 100 years, it is exceedingly challenging for a practitioner, regardless of their health preservation abilities, to exceed 200 years. This is akin to the Celestial realm, where the lifespan is 1,000 years. Yet at this level, their means are comparable to those of terrestrial immortals, and they may employ various methods to approach 5,000 years, though few ever surpass that threshold, as 5,000 years is the realm of those who have achieved sainthood. Yet if an ancient celestial being fears death and resorts to a form of suspended animation, emerging only periodically for air, how long they could potentially survive remains a mystery known only to the cosmos. Am I truly so unreliable? Qin Zhan murmured as he observed the departing figure of the Heavenly Blade King. He recalled the Heavenly Blade King once stating that his disciples were always self-sufficient and raised in a scattered manner. Why then was this not the case for him? Was it perhaps due to fears that his brilliance would attract envy and lead to an untimely demise? Qin Zhan pondered with a peculiar confidence to the headquarters of the Jinyui. Qin Zhan, you have finally arrived, the Jinyui commander, Jiang Taichu, called out, waving as he spotted Qin Zhan approaching from a distance, that I apologize for keeping you waiting. Commander, Qin Zhan replied, clasping his fists. What urgent matters have summoned me from the Eastern Sea? While teaching may be too strong a term, I have several matters to discuss with you. Firstly, it would be appropriate for you, as the deputy commander of the Jinyui, to be promoted further. You have already become the top figure on the Earth ranking, yet it seems somewhat inappropriate for a mere deputy commander of the Jinyui to hold such authority. If the Jinyui were to proceed with this, other departments in the capital would likely begin to covet your talents that if your standing here does not match your strength, other departments will take action to recruit you. So your position as Jinyui commander is assured. Jiang Taichu patted Qin Zhan's shoulder, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. The speed at which this young man was breaking through realms was astonishing. Many languished in the position of Jinyui commander for a lifetime, primarily due to their inability to advance in strength. Yet, even without significant achievements, Qin Zhan's capabilities alone warranted promotion. Furthermore, his recent actions concerning the Dragon King Hall relic, where he slayed Ao Yujing of the Dragon Clan and inflicted heavy losses on the martial sects, constituted a significant merit. The combination of merit and strength made it untenable for him not to ascend the ranks. But isn't there only a limited number of positions for Jinyui commanders? If I ascend, someone must inevitably step down. Is this truly wise? Qin Zhan inquired. Jiang Taichu shook his head. No one will be stepping down. The Jinyui initially sought to negotiate for additional positions from the Demon Suppression Division, hoping to add another commander, but negotiations have been stalled. Just 3 days ago, unfortunate news arrived. Jinyui Commander Qin Ming failed in his attempt to break through to the Furnace realm and fell into a demonic state. rendering most of his martial arts skills ineffective. While we did not forcibly remove him from his position, we granted him a large supply of healing elixirs. However, knowing his own condition, Commander Qin voluntarily stepped back to his secondary role. Thus, while this is a misfortune for our Jinhui, it fortuitously opens up a vacancy for you, allowing you to step up as our new commander. Qin Zhan was somewhat bemused by how another's misfortune had turned into his fortune. Is there anything else? It seems unnecessary for me to rush back from the Eastern Sea for a promotion, he remarked, recalling the commander's usual style of handling affairs. Jiang Taichu chuckled. I knew nothing escapes your keen perception. However, this matter requires your own judgment. I cannot offer you too much advice. Princess Mingyue wishes to see you, Jiang Taichu stated earnestly. Princess Mingyue? Qin Zhan was taken aback, genuinely perplexed as to what connection he had with her. The current martial emperor was a man of great self-discipline, having married only 4 empresses since ascending the throne, all of whom held equal status, with no concubines. The martial emperor stood but a step away from the celestial realm. Yet he was still in his prime, and it was unusual for him to have heirs at such an early age. Traditionally, emperors of the Wu dynasty would only consider procreation when they were nearing the end of their lifespan, focusing on nurturing the next generation. However, the martial emperor was an exception. Years ago, when the Wu dynasty was embroiled in fierce conflicts with the top demon tribes of the northern Jilu continent, the martial emperor resolved to launch a northern expedition against them. The outcome of such a battle was uncertain, and to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, the court officials strongly advised the martial emperor to produce heirs to ensure the continued prosperity of the Wu dynasty. Consequently, the martial emperor married 4 empresses from the east, south, west, and north, who each bore children almost simultaneously. The 3 southern, eastern, and western empresses bore princes, while the northern empress bore a princess, Princess Mingyue, who now desired to meet Qin Zhan. Could it be due to the 10,000 dragon scriptures? Qin Zhan was not a fool. After much contemplation, he deduced that this was the only matter significant enough for someone of the princess's stature to urgently seek an audience with him. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unlikely for a mere Jinhui commander to warrant a private summons from a princess. After all, even the Jinhui commander himself did not hold enough rank to command such an audience. Princes and princesses, in terms of status within the Wu dynasty, ranked just below the martial emperor and his empresses. Even compared to figures of the heavenly king caliber, such as his master, the heavenly blade King Jianghan. They were peers. The purpose of such an audience would undoubtedly revolve around the heavenly grade supreme technique, 10,000 dragon scriptures. Beyond that, it seemed Qin Zhan had little else of value to offer. If a prince sought him out, it might be for the purpose of cultivating the 9 heavens pure yang art to refine an innate pure yang body. However, a princess would have no such use for it, as that technique was ill-suited for women, likely leading to disastrous consequences instead. How am I to enter the royal court? Qin Zhan inquired. Jiang Taichu shook his head. There is no need to go to the royal court. It is crowded and filled with gossip. The princess is yet to be betrothed, and being seen there would invite unnecessary speculation. Hence, your meeting will take place at Haoyue Residence, which is the princess's private estate. Haoyue Residence, one of the 4 major taverns in the capital, is privately owned by the princess. Qin Zhan was taken aback. The annual income from Haoyue Residence was no small sum. Pray, can you surmise whose establishments the other 3 grand taverns belong to? Jiang Taichu inquired with a mysterious smile. Could they possibly belong to the other 3 princes? Qin Zhan ventured tentatively to, in a manner of speaking, you are not far from the truth. However, these enterprises are not managed by the princes or princesses themselves. Rather, they are clandestinely overseen by the personnel from the 4 palaces in the north, south, east, and west. After all, how could the children of the emperor and empress allow their minds to dwell on such trifles? Their foremost concern at present is cultivation. Otherwise, they may not survive the reign of the martial emperor, let alone aspire to ascend the throne, Jiang Taichu remarked while stroking his nose. Qin Zhan replied. Such words may come across as rather heartless. Yet, the reality is indeed, as you say, that if the martial emperor were to truly break through to the realm of immortals, under the auspices of the auspicious Golden Dragon, it would be quite unjust if he did not live for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Given such exceptional circumstances, the princes and princesses may not necessarily outlive him. Thus, a rather extraordinary phenomenon exists within the court, None of the lords or officials would dare to invest their fortunes in the three princes. And there is a remarkable absence of the factional struggles and intrigue typically associated with princes vying for power throughout history. The court remains remarkably tranquil. So, have they set a date? Qin Zhan inquired. I must inquire about that. Please hold for a moment. Jiang Taichu produced his communication jade slip, likely to contact someone from Princess Mingyue's entourage. After a brief interval, a message arrived. 3 days hence. At the rear courtyard of Mingyue residence, someone will naturally come to greet you. Very well. Qin Zhan nodded and glanced at Jiang Taichu's jade slip. Governor, you wouldn't happen to possess Princess Mingyue's communication seal, would you? This jade slip is an epic-making means of contact devised by the Heavenly Craft Institute. As long as both parties imprint their communication seals on it, they can easily exchange messages. Akin to a mobile phone from another realm. Oh, you overthink things. I merely have contact with a steward at Mingyue residence, who in turn communicates with a lady-in-waiting close to the princess, who then informs the princess. It is a process, after all. Jiang Taichu replied with a hint of exasperation to others. The commander of the Brocade Guard holds immense power, presiding over a region with the authority to act independently against local officials. Yet in the divine capital, teeming with nobility, this title holds little weight. Nonetheless, when you meet the princess in a few days, do not hesitate to request a communication seal from her. Establishing a connection with the princess would undoubtedly benefit your future career. Although the lady of the Northern Palace tends to remain aloof due to having a daughter, her strength surpasses that of the other 3 palaces significantly. Furthermore, her backing is formidable. She is rumored to be the daughter of the lord of the Northern Underworld Palace in the Central Continent. While each of the 4 palace ladies has substantial connections, the most powerful influence originates from the Northern Palace. Being able to align oneself with the Northern Palace would indeed be advantageous. Although, as a disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, you need not be overly concerned about such matters. Jiang Taichu remarked with evident envy that he too has significant support behind him. His master is quite prestigious. Yet he pales in comparison to Qin Zhan. The Central Continent is regarded as the very heart of the human realm, where martial arts sects abound, and its overall strength far exceeds that of the other 3 major continents. Even though the Eastern Victory Divine Continent has produced an unparalleled talent like the Martial Emperor, it does not compensate for its inherent disadvantages. It is said that the majority of the ancient immortals, who have long ceased to age, reside in the Central Continent, making its martial arts sects formidable adversaries that on the surface, they may appear to be on the brink of extinction, but should they face annihilation, the slumbering immortals would awaken, bringing forth a tempest of bloodshed. Thus, even the Martial Emperor, despite his might, can only temporarily secure his position. Should he transcend to the realm of immortals and unify the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, he may then contemplate the Southern Zhan Continent or even the impoverished and desolate Western He Continent. However, engaging in warfare with the martial arts sects of the Central Continent would require utmost caution. Qin Zhan gazed longingly at the accounts of the Central Continent, hoping to one day traverse its lands and perhaps even the entire human realm. Yet for now, he must embody the spirit of diligence and focus on his cultivation. For that is the true path. Chapter 77. Martial Arts as the Art of Killing. 3 days later, at the Baiwei residence. This is a separate estate independent from the Baiwei residence, occupying a considerable area. In a city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, possessing such private property is something that would take decades of relentless effort to achieve at times. When reflecting on the disparities between individuals, the gulf truly is immense. Upon arriving at the Baiwei residence, Qin Zhan was approached by a young servant who inquired, "Are you perhaps the 7th young master of the Heavenly Blade King's estate?" Indeed, Qin Zhan affirmed with a nod. Typically, when individuals of lower status address those of higher rank, they opt for the most prestigious title available. In the eyes of the servant, the title of the 7th young master of the Heavenly Blade King's estate is undoubtedly far more esteemed than that of Qin Zhan, the commander of the Brocade Guard. That I'm fortunate to have donned my new official attire as the Brocade Guard commander yesterday, but alas, it seems a wasted effort. Qin Zhan mused. The Heavenly Blade King remains unmarried and childless. Hence his 7 true disciples are regarded as his children. Those within the estate commonly refer to his disciples as young masters or young ladies. As the 7th in line, Qin Zhan naturally becomes the 7th young master of the Heavenly Blade King's estate. However, he had not anticipated that outside the estate, others would also address him in this manner. Guided by the young servant, Qin Zhan entered a training arena within the estate, where a young woman clad in dark red training attire was practicing martial arts. This girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, possessing a charming visage, an oval face, and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of heroism. She stood tall, her complexion fair as snow, with a slender waist that could barely be encircled by a single hand. Her lustrous black hair was simply tied up, giving her an aura of natural freshness and otherworldliness. The phrase pure water emerging from a lotus aptly describes her. Without a doubt, she is the martial emperor's only daughter. Princess Mingyue. Qin Zhan stepped onto the platform and exchanged a few moves. Upon spotting him, she naturally recognized him as well. Very well, I accept, Qin Zhan replied, that I am the world of martial arts. Things are often straightforward and unrefined. Despite the hierarchy within the martial dynasty, if the disparity in strength is negligible, even the most profound differences in status may not elicit much respect. That it is strength that commands awe, not status. Although Princess Mingyue's rank far exceeds that of Qin Zhan, her prowess is not significantly greater than his. She likely remains at the threshold of the transcendence realm, yet she is perilously close to the furnace realm. However, as long as she remains within the transcendence realm, she shall not pose a challenge to Qin Zhan, for he is recognized as the foremost contender in the Star Observatory. Bang, bang, bang. Engaging with the princess naturally requires foregoing weaponry. Both combatants employed their fists and feet for comparison. After several exchanges, Princess Mingyue frowned and remarked, Qin Zhan, you merely defend and do not counterattack, yielding at every turn. Do you think so little of me? Or are you merely a pretender, a beautiful fade concealing a hollow core? I hold no enmity towards the princess, thus I cannot afford to strike too fiercely. Furthermore, in my perspective, martial arts are the art of killing and should not be wielded lightly. Once unleashed, the disparity becomes apparent, and life and death are irrevocably determined. Qin Zhan responded calmly, resisting Princess Mingyue's onslaught with a measured demeanor. Martial arts are indeed the art of killing. Well said. Very well. I shall cease my attacks. You truly are an enigma, possessing formidable strength despite your seemingly modest realm. Princess Mingyue withdrew, halting her offensive. Qin Zhan could gauge the extent of her capabilities. She was at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Transcendence realm, and even her casual display of strength was comparable to that of the Jiao Long clan's direct descendant, Ao Yujing, whom Qin Zhan had slain that if she were to unleash her full potential. Her might would likely not fall far short of his. Truly, she is the daughter of the martial emperor, and her talent is nothing short of terrifying. Princess Mingyue appears to be of similar age to me, yet her realm exceeds mine, and her actual combat prowess may well rival my OWN that I in a life-or-death struggle. I might not emerge victorious, especially considering she is the martial emperor's daughter. Who knows what formidable weapons she may possess? Qin Zhan reflected. However, he soon realized that this line of thought was somewhat misplaced. Why would he engage in violence against her? To assault a princess of the martial dynasty would be akin to courting disaster. Qin Zhan, you are an astute individual. I believe you have some inkling as to the purpose of my visit. She continued, since childhood, I have practiced the top-tier celestial level technique, the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. However, not long ago, I met with my father, the Emperor, who informed me that while my technique is indeed commendable, it lacks in sheer strength. That he suggested that if I could cultivate the top-tier celestial level technique, the 10,000 Dragon Sutra, created by the esteemed Dragon King, Long Jin, it would not only compensate for my deficiencies in power, but also provide me the opportunity to comprehend the supreme essence of the dragon and phoenix's harmonious resonance. With such profound understanding, I might one day reach the realm of immortals. With a stroke of fortune, I could even aspire to become a sage or attain the divine realm. She paused, then added, Of course, I shan't demand this technique for free. I am prepared to offer 3 top-tier celestial level techniques in exchange for just one of yours. However, these techniques must be practiced solely by oneself and cannot be disseminated. What say you? The esteemed princess exhibits remarkable boldness, as she presents not 1, but 3 celestial-grade supreme techniques. It is said that even the formidable martial dynasty possesses fewer than 20 such techniques. Perhaps a few more hidden in the shadows, but only a mere 20 or 30 are known publicly, the majority of which are held by the 5 superlative sects and the Imperial Court. The external consensus suggests that the Imperial Court possesses 3, or perhaps 5, celestial-grade supreme techniques, but it appears the rumors may be erroneous. The depth of the Imperial Court's resources far exceeds common understanding. Considering that Princess Mingyue can casually offer 3 celestial-grade supreme techniques, 3 is indeed a considerable number, Qin Zhan remarked. This has been sanctioned by my father, the Emperor. Otherwise, I would not have dared to take such liberties. In certain respects, celestial-grade supreme techniques are even more valuable than saint-grade techniques, and the Imperial Court does not possess many of the former. However, the Wanlong Classic is worth this exchange, for in trading 3 techniques for 1. The Imperial Court will permanently add a celestial-grade supreme technique to its repertoire. Furthermore, the 3 techniques you acquire must be bound by your oath to the heavenly way, restricting their dissemination, in any case. We stand to gain significantly, the princess asserted directly. Qin Zhan found himself somewhat swayed by her argument. Acquiring a celestial-grade supreme technique would effectively quadruple his arsenal, a substantial boon. Concerns about dissemination seemed trivial, as he had no intention of taking on disciples or sharing his knowledge with others. Very well, I am willing to proceed with the exchange, Qin Zhan declared. This matter shall be considered as a favor from Wu Zhao to you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid, although I cannot guarantee my ability to help, Princess Mingyue replied, her tone refreshingly candid. Qin Zhan's expression darkened at her words. It would have been better had you refrained from saying that. It clearly lacks sincerity. Chapter 78. Grandmaster Kuaiwa. What are you mumbling about? Princess Mingyue inquired. Nothing much, merely complimenting the name bestowed upon you. Princess. It evokes the sun and moon illuminating the earth. A truly splendid name, Qin Zhan remarked, giving a thumbs up. Hee, you possess discernment. This name was personally given to me by my father, the Emperor, Princess Mingyue replied, her pride evident. Shall I now transcribe the Wanlong Classic for you, Princess? Qin Zhan asked that there's no rush. Allow me to first escort you in selecting the 3 celestial-grade supreme techniques, Princess Mingyue insisted, seemingly anxious that Qin Zhan might change his mind. Indeed, once Qin Zhan accepted the 3 techniques, he would be compelled to provide the Imperial Court with the cultivation method for the Wanlong Classic. Where shall we go? Qin Zhan inquired at the Imperial Court. To find Grandmaster Kuaiwa, who will lead me to the Imperial Library where the celestial-grade techniques are stored, Princess Mingyue replied. Techniques deemed worthy of being archived by the Imperial Court are certainly not ordinary. At the very least, they are distinctive Earth-grade supreme techniques, with the majority being celestial-grade. There are even rumors that within the library, 3 saint-grade techniques may be housed, though their veracity remains uncertain after donning the attire of the Imperial Divine Guards. Qin Zhan and Princess Mingyue departed from the Haiyue residence, traversing a narrow path to a small gate in the northwest of the Imperial Court. They navigated through the winding corridors of the court until they finally encountered the elderly Grandmaster Kuaiwa. The elderly man appeared quite frail, his face dotted with age spots, his skin sagging, and his hair nearly gone, with droopy eyelids suggesting he had just awoken. However, one should not underestimate him based on his appearance. He has been tasked with guarding the Imperial Library, and his loyalty to the Imperial Court, as well as his strength, are beyond reproach. It is said that he has served 3 emperors, from the Dewu Emperor to the Shengwu Emperor. And now the Shunwu Emperor, living over 900 years, far exceeding the lifespan of a typical martial artist, and nearing that of a celestial being. It is rumored that his longevity is linked to a technique he practices known as the Everlasting Spring Technique, which significantly extends one's life. While it may not grant immortality, its effects on longevity are undeniable, as evidenced by the elderly Grandmaster himself. Moreover, it is said that the West Factory's ultimate celestial-grade low-tier technique, the Kuaiwa Catastrophe Technique, was developed by him. His cultivation is rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 5-Chi realm, making him the second most powerful figure hidden within the Imperial Court. Following the Martial Emperor, Princess Mingyue pays her respects to Grandmaster Kuaiwa. The princess said, giving a slight bow. My dear child, what brings you to see me today? Grandmaster Kuaiwa inquired with a warm smile. Grandfather, this is a decree from my father, the Emperor. Please have a look, Princess Mingyue replied, presenting him with a piece of yellow cloth inscribed with several lines of text. After reading it, Grandmaster Kuai-Hua glanced at Qin Zhan, who was following closely behind Princess Mingyue, and nodded. "So you are Jiang Han's disciple. You are indeed a promising young talent. Junior Qin Zhan pays his respects to you, esteemed elder," Qin Zhan said respectfully, bowing deeply. Unsure of how to address the elderly grandmaster, he opted for esteemed elder, as this man was referred to as Grandfather Kuai-Hua even by the princess herself, making any other form of address seem inappropriate. "Very well, follow me. The Imperial Court currently possesses 13 complete Celestial Grade Supreme techniques and 47 incomplete techniques. The incomplete techniques are merely collectibles, lacking practical utility. The 13 complete Celestial Grade Supreme techniques are all right here. Young one, you may choose any 3, Grandmaster Kuai-Hua said, leading them to the 6th floor of the library, where the 13 Celestial Grade Supreme techniques were neatly arranged on the shelves. The library itself consists of 7 stories. Since the Celestial Grade Supreme techniques reside on the 6th floor, one could only speculate about the existence of Saint Grade techniques on the 7th floor. However, regardless of their rarity, Saint Grade techniques were not the path Qin Zhan intended to pursue. Wow! Are these truly the 13 Celestial Grade Supreme techniques collected by the Imperial Court? I have only heard of them before. This is my first time witnessing them all together, and I must say, I am truly fortunate to be here with you." "Qin Zhan," Princess Mingyue exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around. "Princess, you flatter me. Since you are familiar with these 13 techniques, might you offer me an introduction?" Qin Zhan suggested, displaying no pretense of formality. Noticing that Grandmaster Kuai-Hua stood silently to the side without interjecting, it seemed he had no objections to their discussion. This volume, the Emperor's Ultimate Annihilation Classic, is the primary technique practiced by the emperors and princes of the martial dynasty. "My father and 3 brothers all specialize in this technique," Princess Mingyue stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately grew cautious. This technique was certainly not one he could choose, as selecting it might lead to disastrous consequences. Regardless of its merits, this technique was no longer within the realm of his consideration. "This Phoenix Rebirth Classic is the technique I specialize in, obtained by my father through a trade involving the Celestial Stellar Classic and Phoenix Ridge." Princess Mingyue pointed to another technique. Qin Zhan dismissed this one as well. Although he possessed a pure yang constitution and could theoretically practice the finest fire techniques, the Phoenix Rebirth Classic was better suited for female practitioners. Presently, he was focused on cultivating his 9 Heavens pure yang technique, which was sufficient for his needs that he desired a technique centered on offensive capabilities, and while he had recently acquired the Wanlong Classic, it felt somewhat monotonous. Thus, he sought a technique emphasizing both healing and speed, enabling him to progress in various aspects without any weaknesses. As Princess Mingyue elaborated on the techniques, Qin Zhan narrowed his choices down to 2. One was a speed technique called the Spatial Contraction Technique, which dealt with spatial manipulation, perfectly complementing his comprehension of the true meaning of void. Mastering this technique to its zenith could even allow for the suspension of time and space, rendering distances irrelevant in an instant. The other speed technique, known as the Kunping Step, required comprehension of the true meaning of yin and yang, a profound understanding that Qin Zhan currently lacked, prompting him to set it aside. The other technique he focused on was a premier healing technique called the 9 Lives Undying Technique, renowned for its incredible healing capabilities. Even in the face of death, one would remain unyielding and immortal, making it precisely what Qin Zhan required. However, mastering this technique proved to be challenging, necessitating an understanding of the true meaning of life and death, a task that presented difficulties for him. Nonetheless, with sufficient energy, Qin Zhan believed he could conquer even the most arduous of techniques. Chapter 79. A withered tree cannot be carved. This final technique is, in my opinion, the most powerful and the most suitable for you, Princess Mingyue declared, pointing to the last technique. This technique, known as the Divine Martial Grinding Disc Fist, was personally created by my father. The Emperor It shares its roots with the body refinement fist established by the founding emperor, that I have heard that you have mastered the notoriously difficult body refinement fist to perfection, and having grasped the essence of the fist, your progress with the Divine Martial Grinding Disc Fist will surely be exponential. Moreover, should you truly excel in this technique, it is likely that my father would take you as his disciple, elevating your status from the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King to that of the current martial emperor, at that point, who would dare to provoke you? Princess Mingyu teased. The divine martial grinding wheel fist is the culmination of the great emperor's heartfelt efforts. Although the great emperor has yet to transcend to the celestial realm, this is not due to any shortcoming on his part, but rather because of the issues that have arisen within the cosmos itself. Had he been born in the primordial or ancient epochs, he would undoubtedly have become a revered figure akin to a sage. Consequently, this divine martial grinding wheel fist possesses an exceptionally high caliber, rivaling any celestial-level martial arts throughout history, and it may even stand shoulder to shoulder with true sacred techniques. Young one, you must exercise caution in selecting this martial art, should you tarnish the dignity of the current sovereign. I, as an elder, will not spare you. The elder Kuehua issued a warning. Qin Zhan felt somewhat swayed by their words. Throughout his training, he had predominantly engaged with the body refinement fist, although its grade is merely at the peak of the yellow level. It conveys an aura of profound mystery, and each session of practice inspires a myriad of thoughts. Furthermore, both he and the martial emperor have perfected the body refinement fist, which can only be attributed to fate. The divine martial grinding wheel fist shares the same roots as the body refinement fist, suggesting that training in it should yield twice the results with half the effort. Additionally, Qin Zhan's understanding of fist intent has reached perfection, making him ripe for a more advanced martial art. While Qin Zhan has taken the Sky Blade King as his master, focusing on the realm of blade intent, he feels that his comprehension of fist intent surpasses that of blade intent. His mastery of blade intent has been achieved through diligent practice and systematic assistance, barely reaching perfection. In contrast, his fist intent has been nurtured with minimal attention, yet it has continuously advanced to perfection. If he were to channel the effort and resources spent on blade intent into fist intent, he might already be on the threshold of grasping the profound secrets of fist martial arts. Well, I have completed the introduction of these 13 martial arts. Have you decided which 3 to choose? Princess Mingyu inquired. Qin Zhan nodded. I have made my choice. I select the shrinking ground technique, the indestructible 9 deaths technique, and the divine martial grinding wheel fist. The shrinking ground technique requires an understanding of the essence of the void, given that you have trained in the Thunder Annihilation Blade created by the Sky Blade King. You naturally possess some comprehension of the void. The divine martial grinding wheel fist is rooted in the same source as your body refinement fist, and I have heard that you have cultivated fist intent at an early stage, making your choice of this martial art quite sagacious. However, why have you also opted for the exceedingly difficult indestructible 9 deaths technique? This martial art is divided into 9 levels, necessitating the experience of 9 lives and deaths to comprehend the ultimate essence of life and death, and to transform it into the laws of life and death. Only by unraveling the mysteries of life and death can one achieve perfection. Upon reaching perfection, one can be reborn through blood and attain immortality. This is a means reserved for true sages. Moreover, mastering this technique at the pinnacle level grants one formidable restoration and healing abilities comparable to those of a saint. This technique is indeed powerful, yet its difficulty in cultivation cannot be overstated. You have yet to grasp even one aspect of the true essence of life and death. To aspire to enter it is truly a challenge. Furthermore, you have comprehended fist intent, blade intent, void essence, thunder essence, and destruction essence, among others. This indicates your exceptional talent, but you must understand that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Most individuals who became sacred figures during the ancient and primordial eras focused on cultivating a single essence, transforming it into a profound truth, and subsequently into a law. Perhaps some exceptionally gifted individuals could master 2 or 3 essences and elevate them to the level of laws, but I have never heard of anyone successfully mastering such a multitude of essences to the level of martial laws. Overextending oneself in the cultivation of too many essences will only dilute your focus. Your master, the Sky Blade King, has made no progress, which suggests that his path is flawed. Will you now tread the same misguided path? Elder Kuehua spoke earnestly. Yet, he remains unaware that Qin Zhan is a prodigy. With sufficient energy, he could instantaneously cultivate even divine-level techniques to perfection at that point, whether it be true essence or laws. They would all be within his grasp. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, but I still wish to give it a try, Qin Zhan replied with a calm demeanor. You are as unyielding as a rotting wood. Just like your master, stubborn and unrepentant until you hit a wall. Elder Keiwa waved his sleeve in annoyance that he offered sound advice, yet Qin Zhan remained obstinate. After a lengthy pause, he waved his hand. Very well. Your choice of martial arts is your prerogative, that I shall retrieve the inheritance jade slip. You may proceed to the inheritance chamber to accept it. Upon seeing Princess Mingyue discreetly give him a thumbs up, Qin Zhan felt a surge of courage. You truly possess great bravery, Qin Zhan. However, do consider the words of Elder Keiwa carefully if it weren't for my father, who revealed the path of the dragon and phoenix unification. I would surely have focused solely on the fire element. Consider the sacred names passed down from the primordial era. Fire God, Water God, Thunder God, Sword Saint, Blade Saint, Fire Saint, Gold Saint, and so forth. Most have pursued a focused path. When have you ever heard of a title such as the All-Powerful God? This illustrates that one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Traversing a single martial path to its conclusion is already commendable. Do you truly wish to tread multiple paths? Your Highness's words are duly noted. I shall contemplate them earnestly, that if it proves unfeasible, I shall forego the indestructible 9 deaths technique. After all, choosing 3 from these 13 martial arts is indeed a daunting task. However, I cannot simply select 2 and leave it at that. That would be an affront to reason. These are celestial-level techniques, after all. Even if I do not cultivate them, merely memorizing and observing them would be beneficial. Qin Zhan said with a smile. Princess Mingyue chuckled at Qin Zhan's words. Your manner of speaking is quite amusing. Recently, I heard that the southern Zhan continent is about to host a grand competition among the 100 sects. Set at the border between the southern Zhan continent and the eastern Victory Divine continent, it is said that there lies an ancient sect's ruins, reputed to house the most formidable furnace technique in history. The Grand Furnace Scripture that as we have reached the limits of the transcendent realm. Our next step is to enter the furnace realm, that if we could acquire this technique, it would greatly aid our breakthrough into the furnace realm. What say you? Are you inclined to seize the opportunity alongside this princess and venture into the 100 sects competition in the southern Zhan continent? Chapter 80. The Strongest Path, the Grand Furnace Scripture. Reputed to be the most powerful furnace technique in history, Qin Zhan was intrigued by Princess Mingyue's words. His primary cultivation method, the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique, has already reached perfection, laying a profound foundation in both the innate and transcendent realms. This is a key reason he can easily battle above his level. Although he could reach the furnace realm and even the diamond realm through the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique, he would inevitably face limitations, as the technique's inherent grade imposes certain constraints that as he cultivates it to ultimate perfection and solidifies his innate pure Yang body. The benefits of this technique would gradually diminish with his rising realm. Should he obtain the Grand Furnace Scripture, he could establish an unparalleled foundation in both the furnace and diamond realms, thereby enhancing his chances of breaking through to the 3 flowers and 5 Qi realm. Your Highness, since you possess the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, a technique focused on cultivation, why seek the Grand Furnace Scripture? Is this technique truly superior to the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture? Qin Zhan inquired, somewhat perplexed that it seems you lack understanding in this regard. Some techniques indeed hold remarkable potential, allowing for a profound foundation at every stage. Take, for instance, the top-tier celestial technique, the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, which I practice. However, some techniques, while not as high in grade, can assist martial artists in breaking through the barriers of their realms at certain stages, even surpassing the limits of a specific realm. For example, if you were to cultivate the body refinement fist to perfection in the body refinement realm, this fist technique could elevate your strength to the limit of 10,000 pounds. In contrast, the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture can only enhance my strength to 9,000 pounds. This illustrates the primary distinction between a technique that enables one to reach the limits of a specific realm and a higher grade technique. As far as I know, there are not many techniques that can assist a martial artist in achieving the limits of a particular realm. The body refinement fist is one, but it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Aside from the Father Emperor and yourself, it seems that throughout the martial dynasty's long history, very few have managed to cultivate it to perfection. Perhaps Xiao Mok has perfected it, but he is notoriously secretive, and no one is truly aware of his progress. Moreover, the so-called strongest foundational technique, the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique, paves the way for the path to sanctity, while its grade is not exceptionally high. It is said to strengthen the innate and transcendent realms to their utmost limits, ensuring that one can achieve the peak of the furnace and diamond realms. With such a profound foundation, if one cannot attain saintly status, they might as well find a block of tofu to die upon. Furthermore, the Grand Furnace Scripture can forge the strongest foundations in both the furnace and diamond realms, making the journey to break through the 3 flowers and 5 chi realms much smoother. Should I obtain this technique, I could create the strongest foundation for both realms, greatly enhancing my chances of transcending to the celestial realm in the future. If the world were to undergo a transformation, and the cosmic essence were to awaken, with the strongest foundations and the nearly limitless potential achieved through the Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, standing at the pinnacle of sanctity would not be an impossibility. Princess Mingyue articulated her thoughts with clarity. Truly, she is a royal princess. Though her age is not far removed from that of Qin Zhan, her vast knowledge is indeed a rarity that others find difficult to attain. Such matters have not even been discussed with Qin Zhan by the King of the Heavenly Blade. He merely referred to the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique as the strongest foundational method, unaware that this technique merely paves the way for the creation of the mightiest innate beings, transitioning through the realms of transcending the mundane. However, once one reaches the realms of the furnace and the diamond, its efficacy diminishes somewhat. Qin Zhan has already perfected the body refinement fist in the body refinement realm, his physical strength surpassing 10,000 pounds, even breaking through the pinnacle of the body refinement domain. Subsequently, he cultivated the 9 Heavens Pure Yang technique to attain the strongest innate state and the transcending realm. Should he gain access to the great Tao furnace realm, he could achieve the most formidable furnace and diamond states. At that time, he would embark on an unparalleled path, one that has never been tread before, that I in such a scenario, who could rival him in battles of the same level. The future of his martial journey promises to be a smooth one. If the great Tao furnace realm can forge the mightiest furnace and diamond states, then is there perhaps a technique that could create the ultimate 3 flowers and 5 chi realms? Qin Zhan inquired further. The reincarnation of 3 lives scripture is heralded as the technique for establishing the ultimate 3 flowers realm, while the 5 elements transformation scripture is esteemed for crafting the supreme 5 chi realm. In truth, such techniques can no longer be classified merely as foundational methods. Generally speaking, the 5 major realms, body refinement, innate, transcendence, furnace, and diamond, are considered the basic 5 realms. When one reaches the 3 flowers or even 5 chi realms, many extraordinary talents carve their own paths, and thus they no longer pursue the techniques of others, but instead forge their own. Therefore, despite the immense power of the reincarnation of 3 lives scripture and the 5 elements transformation scripture, the number of true prodigies capable of mastering them is exceedingly sparse. Naturally, these 2 techniques have long since faded into obscurity, and it is anyone's guess when they will re-emerge, just as it was exceedingly difficult to ascertain the whereabouts of the great Tao furnace scripture. One must wonder, do you harbor grand ambitions? Are you perhaps aiming to elevate every foundational realm to its utmost strength? The Princess of the Bright Moon assessed Qin Zhan with keen eyes. Coming from humble origins, Qin Zhan's lowly status and limited experience inevitably piqued his curiosity, thus providing amusement to Her Highness. However, the princess's words indeed intrigued him. Yet, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, he must remain stationed in the Eastern Sea region. Even if he wished to leave, he would be unable to do so. Qin Zhan expressed his regret. Cease this pretense. I shall request personnel from the Imperial Guard, and I shall see who dares to obstruct me. Not even the Demon Suppression Office. I will personally discuss this with Jiang Taichu. You need only prepare to await my notification. The Princess of the Bright Moon extended her hand, presenting her communication jade slip to Qin Zhan, who hurriedly reciprocated with his own. Thank you, Your Highness. The 2 exchanged communication seals, and Qin Zhan expressed his gratitude. The South Zhan Continental 100 Sect Trial Competition only permits disciples of the Transcendence Realm to enter. With our combined strengths, we would hardly face any noteworthy opponents. After all, although the 100 sects of South Zhan boast impressive titles, none can truly be deemed a super sect, and their disciples are unlikely to be formidable. However, the great Tao furnace scripture is of extraordinary significance. It is possible that other gifted individuals from different continents share our intentions of infiltrating the trial competition to seize the great Tao furnace scripture. This remains uncertain. Should that be the case, we must remain vigilant. The world is vast, teeming with talents. You may be the foremost transcendence expert of the martial dynasty on the surface, but when it comes to engaging with the transcendence prodigies of other lands, caution is paramount. Do not let your guard down. The Princess of the Bright Moon cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhan nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I shall remain vigilant. Chapter 81. The princess's ramblings. Enough of this idle chatter with the princess. Here are the 3 transmission jade slips for the techniques to go and accept the inheritance without wasting my afternoon nap. Grandfather Sunflower grumbled as he tossed 3 jade slips to Qin Zhan. These slips contained the cultivation methods for the earth compressing technique, the 9 lives undying technique, and the divine martial grinding fist, 3 supreme grade celestial techniques. Thank you for your instruction, Senior. Qin Zhan replied with a smile. He had no choice. After all, this was a figure of such stature that even his master could not provoke. Should he truly offend the elder, he might not even know how he met his demise. Though he claimed not to disrupt Grandfather Sunflower's nap, Qin Zhan spent the next 3 days and nights absorbing the inheritance, completing it only on the morning of the 4th day. The extended time was primarily due to the complexity of the 3 supreme-grade celestial techniques, which were vast in content, and the challenge of receiving the inheritance of 3 techniques consecutively. Additionally, during this period, Qin Zhan successfully cultivated the earth-compressing technique and divine martial grinding fist to an introductory level. As for the 9 lives undying technique, he managed to memorize its cultivation content, but remained at a loss regarding its practical application, thus relying on the system for guidance. Having comprehended the true essence of the void and the grand culmination of fist intent, Qin Zhan activated the Super Divine Comprehension module during the inheritance, and under a 10-fold comprehension condition, he spent 3 days and nights finally mastering the introductory levels of the earth-compressing technique and divine martial grinding fist. Moreover, he took advantage of the breaks between the inheritances to transcribe the entirety of the supreme-grade celestial technique, the 10,000 Dragon Scripture, as this was a transaction, and he preferred to settle it promptly. Otherwise, the royal family would not be so forgiving, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Truly a prodigy. To achieve the introductory level of 2 supreme-grade celestial techniques in such a short span is indeed remarkable. I must admit, you are somewhat inscrutable, Grandfather Sunflower remarked, sensing the change in Qin Zhan's aura. Could it be that he truly is growing old, Senior? Here is the complete transcription of the 10,000 Dragon Scripture. Qin Zhan presented the meticulously written script. Grandfather Sunflower examined it briefly, nodding in acknowledgement. A talent of heaven's design, an unparalleled prodigy. Long Genie is indeed worthy of being hailed as the foremost individual of Dongxing divine continent thousands of years ago. This technique can rival the divine martial grinding fist created by His Majesty, and in certain aspects, it may even surpass it, particularly in the fusion of true intent, a groundbreaking achievement that defines the greatest of all time. Just this alone makes the 10,000 Dragon Scripture invaluable. As a top expert of the 5 Qi realm, his realm comparable to the martial emperor, his discerning eye could naturally perceive the authenticity and quality of this technique. However, his gaze swept over Qin Zhan with a hint of reproach. Your handwriting, however, leaves much to be desired. It does a disservice to this supreme technique. Qin Zhan scratched his head in resignation. What can I say, Senior? With my current level in the Transcendence realm, I can barely manage. I hope it does not tarnish the reputation of our martial dynasty. The 100-sect trial competition of South Zhan is situated in a blessed land, protected by inherent rules that prevent entry from those above the furnace realm. Within this sacred ground, the safety of the princess must be ensured. Should anything happen to her, I will not spare you, Grandfather Sunflower warned. Rest assured, I, Qin Zhan, will do everything in my power to protect Her Highness. While I cannot make any guarantees, I can at least promise that I will stand before her even at the cost of my life. I do not believe anyone in the Transcendence realm could kill me, Qin Zhan declared with unwavering resolve. Speak not of life and death. Such talk is ill-omened. Now be gone. By the way, take this token. You may use it to enter and exit the outer court of the Imperial Palace freely without announcement, but do not wander into the inner court at will. Should you be harmed, do not blame me. Grandfather Sunflower tossed Qin Zhan a palace pass token. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. Qin Zhan accepted the token with a respectful bow, though Grandfather Sunflower's temperament was rather brusque. He seemed to hold no malice towards him, and rather, his tone carried a hint of fondness. The imperial palace is divided into the inner and outer courts. The outer court serves as the administrative center for the martial emperor, the divine martial guard, and various official activities, while the inner court is the residence of the empress, princes, and princesses. Given the martial emperor's virtuous conduct, there are no consorts within the palace, only 4 empresses, with merely 4 princes and princesses, resulting in a relatively modest inner court. The token bestowed upon Qin Zhan grants him nearly unrestricted access to the imperial palace, an immense privilege that even the captain of the divine martial guard cannot boast. This audacious lad possesses quite the confidence. I hope he can maintain such assurance when facing figures like Meng Chongsheng, Yi Tianluan, and the 3 brothers of the Yang family. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Could it be that the revival of vitality is truly on the horizon, heralding the onset of another golden age? Grandfather Sunflower mused, his voice trailing off as he descended the stairs and returned to his recliner in the sutra repository. Gently closing his eyes to rest, Qin Zhan, have you completed your inheritance? Have you left the imperial palace? You haven't fallen into madness, have you? If you do not respond to this princess's message, I shall have my father deal with you. The persistent messages from the princess of the bright moon echoed in Qin Zhan's mind that if he had a negative emotion system at that moment, he would surely amass a wealth of negative emotion points. Your Highness, I have just completed the inheritance and transcribed the 10,000 dragon scripture, fulfilling our transaction. When shall we depart for South Zhan Continental? And is there anything I should prepare? Qin Zhan pondered before sending his message to the princess that at last you respond. Since you have transcribed the 10,000 dragon scripture, there is no rush. Please wait until I have cultivated it to the introductory level before we proceed. Indeed, after I meticulously recorded the cultivation techniques of the Wanlong Jing, I began my training at the Hao Yu Residence's annex. You should join me, as your experience in cultivation would greatly benefit my progress. Furthermore, I have already made arrangements with Jiang Taichu regarding the matter. He will be recruiting individuals to oversee the Eastern Sea region. For the time being, focus on guiding my cultivation, Qin Zhan remarked. You are so at ease, as if you were not an outsider. What can I say? Your lineage is impressive, so I shall endure, with such advantageous resources at your disposal. If my father were the martial emperor, would I even need to seek guidance from others for my cultivation? Qin Zhan could not help but voice his thoughts. What he was unaware of was that the martial emperor typically adopts a laissez-faire policy regarding the training of princes and princesses, only providing guidance every year or so. The emperor himself is immersed in his own cultivation, leaving little time for his children, as his faith incarnate manages state affairs daily. Chapter 82, The Harmony of Dragon and Phoenix at the Jin Yiwei headquarters. Although the Princess Mingyue has already informed Jiang Taichu, it would be remiss of Qin Zhan not to report to his superior. Governor, the situation is as follows. I find myself quite powerless. Qin Zhan explained the circumstances, exasperatedly gesturing with his hands. Spare me your pretentiousness. Gaining the princess's favor is a stroke of luck that others could only dream of. Do not act like a victim now, Jiang Taichu replied with irritation. As for the Eastern Sea affairs, do not worry too much that in a few days, Commandant Zhang Heng will complete his mission in Shigua, and he will take command of the Eastern Sea. You should concentrate on accompanying the princess for her training. Additionally, regarding the transfer of Jin Yiwei's Wanhu Ren Tianheng to Qinghai Prefecture, have you made any considerations? He has indeed put in significant effort during the Dragon King's Palace Relic incident. Could you perhaps make an exception? Qin Zhan asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had already promised Ren Tianheng assistance and could not refuse him without consequence in future endeavors. This is a trivial matter. With your current authority, transferring a Jin Yiwei Wanhu is entirely feasible, provided you present a valid reason that and one will oppose you that I have already issued the transfer order, appointing Ren Tianheng to the Jin Yiwei headquarters in Shindu, where he will be assigned a light duty. Unfortunately, I cannot arrange a more lucrative position for him in Shindu due to various constraints. What do you think? Jiang Taichu replied. That is of little concern. He has spent enough time in Qinghai Prefecture and should have some savings. Assigning him a light duty to reunite with his family is the least we can do. Whether he can climb higher from there depends on his own capabilities. Qin Zhan stated. His friendship with Run Tianheng was shallow, and assisting him in his transfer was merely transactional. He saw no reason to extend further help. Very well. If there is nothing else, take the time to rest. I will not assign you any tasks in the coming days. While there are many trivial matters within Shindu, significant issues are few, especially considering this is the heart of the Wu dynasty. Which audacious demon dares to stir trouble here? Jiang Taichu concluded. Then I shall take my leave, Qin Zhan said. Yes, go ahead, Jiang Taichu replied. After bidding farewell to Jiang Taichu, Qin Zhan returned to his new annex. Having been promoted to the position of Jin Yi Commandant, he had become a figure of substantial authority within the Jin Yi, although no one who had yet come to pledge allegiance to him. His status as a lone commander commanded respect, especially with the formidable Tian Dao Wang backing him. Thus, his modest courtyard had been replaced with a more upscale annex, complete with a steward and maids. Upon entering his room, he focused his thoughts to open the attributes panel. Host. Qin Zhan Realm. Peak of the 7th layer of the transformation realm techniques. Complete body refinement fist, complete innate primordial skill, complete 9 heavens pure yang skill. Minor mastery of thunder annihilation blade. Entry level of Wanlong Jing. Entry level of divine martial grinding wheel fist. Entry level of inch of earth. Not yet entered 9 deaths unyielding skill energy value. 75. 000 having expended approximately 20,000 energy points. He successfully accessed the super divine enlightenment, utilizing his existing foundation to smoothly initiate the divine martial grinding wheel fist and inch of earth, both of which are top-tier celestial techniques. However, he realized that the 9 deaths unyielding skill could not be initiated in the short term, as each level of proficiency requires 500,000 energy points. The pinnacle of the Diamond Realm, comparable to a 3-flower realm Demon King, is valued at 5 million energy points. That a typical 3-flower realm Demon King is worth at least 5 million energy points. If he could slay one, he could elevate both top-tier celestial techniques to perfection. Unfortunately, this was not feasible. With Qin Zhan's current strength, even if he were to confront such a formidable Demon King, he could not inflict a single scratch upon it. For Qin Zhan, the primary focus remained on swiftly advancing his realm and concurrently refining the Thunder Annihilation Blade to a moderate level. By then, even an initial Furnace Realm expert would fall before him with a single strike. To cultivate the Thunder Annihilation Blade to the moderate level requires comprehension of the complete blade intent. Complete Thunder True Intent, Complete Destruction True Intent, and Complete Void True Intent. Achieving mastery in these 4 truths is no simple task, thus Qin Zhan deemed it prudent to accumulate energy points, spending 15,000 to elevate the proficiency level of this blade technique to moderate. Given his current strength and capabilities, accumulating 15,000 energy points would require some effort, but it was not impossible at the very least. It would be significantly quicker than attempting to cultivate those 4 martial truths to perfection in isolation. For the next half-month, Qin Zhan alternated between the Jin Yi headquarters and the Haoyu residence. Having received the complete transmission of the Wanlong Jing, which included the cultivation insights of Long Genie. However, the Wanlong Jing he transcribed was merely a comprehensive method of cultivation, lacking the depth of a transmission stone or jade slip, as those artifacts contain the essence of the transmission, allowing recipients to witness the full demonstration of the technique. Thus, when Princess Mingyue recorded the entirety of the Wanlong Jing, her own insights would likely take a considerable amount of time to grasp fully. Yet, since Qin Zhan had already gained a preliminary understanding, his instruction greatly accelerated her progress. Moreover, as the Martial Emperor had indicated, the Wanlong Jing complements her primary cultivation of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Having already cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to a moderate level, her training in the Wanlong Jing proceeded at an astonishing pace. From the moment she obtained the complete Wanlong Jing to achieving initial mastery took merely 20 days, a speed that was utterly remarkable and hard to believe. Were it not for the system, Qin Zhan estimated it would take him at least a month to attain entry-level mastery. Was this the power of the Martial Emperor's bloodline? Truly terrifying. Genetic inheritance has its advantages. In the training grounds of the Haoyu residence, Princess Mingyue sat cross-legged on a mat, her blood energy surging within her, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars. Behind her, the ethereal figure of a phoenix flickered, evoking a profound sense of harmony between dragon and phoenix. I did it. Princess Mingyue opened her eyes, her expression radiant with joy. I have begun to channel the true essence of the Wanlong and Phoenix. Once I cultivate the Wanlong Jing to a moderate level, I can merge the true essences of the dragon and phoenix, propelling both techniques to the pinnacle of mastery. At that point, I shall be invincible. Qin Zhan, hearing this, felt a cold sweat break out. Even if he were to cultivate both top-tier celestial techniques to perfection, he would merely reach the divine realm, still far from being unmatched in the world. Thank you, Qin Zhan, for your assistance this time. Princess Mingyue expressed her gratitude. This is what I ought to do. Qin Zhan replied, though inwardly he thought, I did it for my own path of the furnace. Chapter 83. Arrival in the southern frontier. Prepare yourselves. We shall set out for the southern frontier of the Wu dynasty tomorrow, Princess Mingyue declared. Now, all that remains is to acquire the Tao Furnace Sutra. Understood. Qin Zhan nodded vigorously, that I have been awaiting your words. The location for the 100 Sects trial competition is set at the intersection of the southern Jiangbu continent and the eastern Xinjiang continent. It is said that this area harbors an ancient sect relic, rumored to conceal the most powerful furnace cultivation technique, the Tao Furnace Sutra. However, the region at the intersection of the southern Jiangbu and eastern Xinjiang continents is fraught with danger. There lies a lawless zone known as the Realm of Sin, where various races, humans, wraiths, barbarians, demons, spirits, and ghosts, intermingle. The trial scope will include the Realm of Sin, indicating that this trial will undoubtedly be bloody and extraordinary. The existence of the Realm of Sin is due to the extensive area of forbidden law that resides at the intersection of the two continents, where anyone entering will have their cultivation suppressed below the furnace realm. The higher the realm, the more severe the suppression. Perhaps even a 3-flower, 5-chi realm being would find their powers relegated to the innate realm. Thus, this area is off-limits to significant figures who dare not venture there. Only true divines may explore it. Yet even they have vanished from sight, rendering the forbidden domain a place beyond comprehension. All manner of traitors from various sects, bloodthirsty fiends, and those who have committed heinous crimes converge in this area, which is why it has earned the name Realm of Sin. Due to the Realm of Sin's existence, this area has become a buffer zone between the eastern Xinjiang and southern Jiangbu continents. However, in recent years, an increasing number of individuals have emerged from the Realm of Sin, many of whom possess peak transformation realm strength, with numerous sinners breaking through to become Furnace Realm experts as soon as they leave that area. In the realm of the Furnace stage, any adept, regardless of the faction they belong to, is considered a formidable force that if such individuals were to succumb to malevolence, they would be even more fearsome than the demons themselves. And among them, demons indeed exist. These transgressors dare not wreak havoc in the martial dynasty, for the divine general stationed in the southern frontier has already attained the pinnacle of the furnace stage. Moreover, the true form of one of the four kings, Tianmu Wang Huangfulai, resides there. He is a master of the 5-chi stage, one of the unparalleled experts of this age, and the sinners would not dare to act recklessly in his domain. Thus, unable to venture northward, they inevitably sought ways to descend southward. Consequently, the myriad sects, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, located at the border between the southern Jiangbu continent and eastern Xinjiang continent, face calamity. This time, the 100 Sects trial being set in this region is not without the intention of utilizing the talents of the extraordinary from the 100 Sects to eradicate the domain of sin. A strategy that serves the dual purpose of eliminating threats while reaping rewards. The princess's journey was undoubtedly extraordinary, though not ostentatious. The northern palace bestowed numerous valuable items upon her, some intended for the princess herself and others for Qin Zhan. What delighted Qin Zhan the most was a suit of inner armor and a flowing dark gold gown, both top-tier treasures of the earth grade, capable of withstanding attacks from furnace stage experts. Princess Mingyue, on the other hand, donned a set of fitted, lightweight crimson battle armor beneath a dark red robe, the material of which bore a striking resemblance to Qin Zhan's gown that was said to be crafted from the hide of the Earth Bear King of the Diamond Stage. Renowned for its astonishing defensive capabilities, since receiving the transmission of the 3 supreme-grade heavenly techniques, Qin Zhan had successfully broken through to the peak of the 7th layer of the Transcendent Stage, his strength having seen slight improvement. Meanwhile, Princess Mingyue had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Transcendent Stage, poised at any moment to break into the Furnace Stage, awaiting the acquisition of the Great Tao Furnace Scripture to do so. In the eastern Xingshan continent, the martial dynasty stands unrivaled in absolute human force, while other races, though not entirely absent, fail to make a significant impact. However, the southern Jambu continent is markedly different. It is home to a multitude of races, with humans predominantly occupying the northern regions, while the southern parts are primarily inhabited by the barbarian and witch tribes, along with a considerable number of demonic forces. Though these three factions may not rival the human race in strength, they are not easily subdued. Fortunately, we do not need to delve deeply into the southern Jambu continent. Otherwise, dealing with those demonic, witch, and barbarian tribes could prove troublesome. According to the learned scholars in the royal court, the barbarian and witch tribes are considered uncivilized and savage, having once been a branch of the human race in ancient times, akin to humanoids. The barbarians are rugged and immensely powerful, resembling demons, while the witches employ peculiar methods and sorcery that can be both insidious and unexpected. Thus, as we venture into the forbidden law domain, we must exercise caution, lest we fall prey to the witches' curses, which would lead to dire consequences. Princess Mingyue and Qin Zhan traveled aboard a voyage ship for a day and a night, reaching the southern frontier faster than any aircraft could manage. Upon arriving at the southernmost point of the southern frontier, they disembarked and began their journey on foot toward the forbidden law domain. Their path was uneventful and smooth, during which Princess Mingyue took the opportunity to enlighten Qin Zhan about various matters regarding the southern Jambu continent, greatly expanding his horizons. The vastness of the world holds countless wonders. While he had encountered demons and seen untamed beasts, he had yet to meet barbarians, witches, or ghosts, and he found himself filled with eager anticipation. He pondered which race, at equal levels, would yield more energy upon their defeat. "Hey, Qin Zhan, why are you standing there in a daze? Are you even listening to me?" Princess Mingyue pouted, "Oh, I was just curious about the numerous races in the southern Jambu continent. Perhaps we could capture a few for examination." "Have you ever encountered ghosts, princess? Can they even move during the day?" Qin Zhan inquired. I haven't seen them, but I've heard that ghosts are formed from the amalgamation of all the vile and malevolent energies of the human realm. In short, they are exceedingly wicked, and if we encounter them, we must strike them down without hesitation." Princess Mingyue, at a loss for words, shot Qin Zhan an exasperated glance. "Forget those trivial matters for now. We should focus on how to enter the Forbidden Law domain." The Forbidden Law domain is currently besieged by the sects of the southern Jambu continent, who have surrounded the ancient sect relics situated within. If we were to enter from other locations within the Forbidden Law domain, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach the sect's relics, and we would be highly susceptible to encounters with the transgressors of the Sin domain. Thus, we must undergo their stringent scrutiny and follow their designated paths to locate the ancient relics, minimizing unnecessary efforts, Princess Mingyue stated. "This is simple. Our Jinui have their own operatives in the southern Jambu continent who monitor every movement in secrecy. Our highest-ranking operative has even risen to the position of deputy sect master in a mid-sized sect. With the status, acquiring a couple of trial tokens is no issue at all," Qin Zhan replied thoughtfully. This very operative had recently complained to headquarters, stating that after 3 long years of undercover work, if he were not recalled soon, he might become the sect master of the undercover sect himself. Chapter 84. Sieti's undercover life, really? That is splendid news. Princess Mingyue exclaimed with delight that I am quite eager to meet this operative who is on the verge of ascending to the sect master position. His name is Siete. He currently serves as the deputy sect master of the Tiangang sect, which holds significant power in the southern Jambu continent and can be classified as a mid-tier force. According to the martial dynasties ranking system, the Tiangang sect could be considered an upper-tier sect. The sect master is a practitioner at the 7th layer of the furnace stage, and Siete is highly favored by him. Having broken through to the furnace stage 2 years ago, he has been undercover in the southern Jambu continent, providing the martial dynasty with a wealth of crucial intelligence. Given his status and accomplishments, should he be recalled, even if he cannot become the commander of the Jinui, he could easily assume the role of a commanding officer or be reassigned to another department with significant responsibilities. Qin Zhan elaborated, in preparation for their journey to the southern Jambu continent, Qin Zhan had undertaken considerable research, the most vital of which was securing such a seasoned operative from Jiang Taichu. "So how do we contact him?" Princess Mingyue inquired. "Naturally, We in the Jinyui have our own unique means of communication. We shall head to the vicinity of the Tiangang sect, for we have arrived just in time. With the 100 sects trial tournament still some time away, Qin Zhan replied that the Tiangang sect. Siete donned the ceremonial garb of the deputy sect master, with a goat beard, bright eyes, and prominent temples. He bore a square face that exuded an air of integrity. Among the disciples of the Tiangang sect, he was regarded as the youngest deputy sect master, likely to inherit the sect master position in the future. He was a strict enforcer of discipline, causing disciples to avoid him. To children. He was both a loving father and a stern one to his wife. He was a good husband, and to the sect master. He was an excellent son-in-law. Indeed, during his time undercover, he had married the only daughter of the sect master, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had a 90% chance of succeeding to the Tiangang sect's leadership. Today, an unusual number of birds filled the sect, among which was a rare yellow bird known as the homesick bird. This species was not commonly seen in the southern Jambu continent, and its appearance signified the arrival of visitors. Si Chung, Si Ming, we shall pause today's lessons here. Upon your return, ensure you practice diligently, for in a couple of days, I shall test your knowledge, Siete instructed. Yes, father, we take our leave, responded the two boys. Aged around 11 or 12, as they rose to depart. Siete changed into a low-profile outfit, and after confirming he was not being followed, left the Tiangang sect, but he retrieved a communication jade slip hidden in a cave 3 miles away from the sect, which read, Gusong Peak. Gusong Peak lies not far from the Tiangang sect. Siete returned the jade slip to its hiding place, adjusted his attire, and made his way toward Gusong Peak, after 3 long years. It had been 30 years since he infiltrated the Tiangang sect, and finally, visitors had arrived. If they had not come soon, in a few more years, he would have ascended to the position of sect master. As he arrived at Gusong Peak, Siete heard a faint voice resonating from all directions that he trembled slightly and spoke. In the year of the 6th day, may all be auspicious, from behind a large rock. A man and a woman slowly emerged. The man was handsome and tall, with a reclusive aura, while the younger woman, though smaller in stature, exuded a commanding presence. The man trailed half a step behind the woman, signifying her higher status. Siete Ming pays his respects to both of you. Siete clasped his fists in greeting. Siete, there is no need for pretense that I am Qin Zhan, the commanding officer of the Jinyui. I obtained your information from Governor Jiang. You are not called Siete Ming. That is your father's name. Your name is Siete, a moniker bestowed upon you by your father, Siete Ming. The local custom states that if your second toe is longer than your big toe, it signifies parental affection. Your father dismissed this superstition, claiming you were extraordinarily gifted, destined to be unique, hence naming you Siete. Upon reaching adulthood, your father also gave you the courtesy name Mirin, which phonetically aligns with extraordinarily unique. Is there anything more you wish for me to elaborate on? Qin Zhan spoke confidently to Siete. Subordinate Siete pays his respects to Commanding Officer Qin. Although his current standing surpasses that of Qin Zhan, in terms of position, the role of Tianzi's secret investigator is roughly equivalent to that of a deputy commander, thus placing him half a rank below Qin Zhan, that there's no need for excessive formality. Investigator Xie. This is Her Highness, Princess Mingyue. Qin Zhan informed Siete of the princess's identity, that I humbly pay my respects to Her Highness. Siete bowed deeply to Princess Mingyue, his expression brimming with excitement. The purpose of our visit is to participate in the 100 Clans trial in the southern Zhan continent, but we have come without a trial token, and thus require your assistance, Qin Zhan stated directly, articulating his request to Siete. After a moment's contemplation, Siete responded, that poses no issue. Our Tiangang sect possesses 8 trial slots that I will persuade the sect leader to send only 6 of our Transcendence disciples for the trial under the pretext of safeguarding my disciples, allowing the remaining 2 tokens to be bestowed upon Her Highness and Commander Qin. Excellent. Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction, that I have heard that you have been undercover in the Tiangang sect since the age of 18. And it has now been 30 years. Moreover, I understand you have married the sect leader's only daughter. Siete's expression shifted, and he hastily explained, My lord, I assure you, this was not intentional. Qin Zhan waved a hand dismissively. No need for explanations. Given your talents and status, it is all but certain that you will succeed the position of sect leader, that I hereby convey Governor Zhang's secret decree. Investigator Siete has diligently served the Wu dynasty for 30 years as an undercover agent within the sect. rendering him invaluable. From this day forth, he shall be granted his freedom, and his family shall be sent to the southern Zhan continent to reunite with him. Thereafter, he may choose his own path. Qin Zhan presented a roll of black cloth to Siete, whose hands trembled slightly upon seeing it, tears streaming down his cheeks. The governor recognizes you as a devoted son. Your eagerness to return to court is solely for the sake of your family. Henceforth, the governor will dispatch the brothers of the Jinyui to reunite you with your parents. From this moment on, you are no longer associated with the Jinyui. However, you are well aware of the confidentiality regulations of the Jinyui. Should you dare to leak the secrets of the Wu dynasty, you shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. Qin Zhan spoke with measured calmness. Thank you, Governor, for your kindness. Siete, once a member of the Jinyui, declared with utmost sincerity, though I depart from the Jinyui, I shall never refuse any summons in the future. I have committed the gravest error a spy could make. I am guilty. Siete wept profusely with gratitude. Chapter 85. Amen. He has a wife and children, friends and disciples within the Tiangang sect, that he finds himself increasingly assimilated into this environment. And as time passes, it becomes ever more challenging to abandon it. The people and things here have woven themselves into the fabric of his existence, that he has fallen into a profound attachment to all that surrounds him. He has committed the most unforgivable blunder for an undercover agent. Yet he finds himself willingly ensnared. Aware of his wrongdoing, he feels powerless to amend it. He has contemplated confessing everything and betraying the Wu dynasty, but with his parents still within its borders. He dares not entertain such thoughts. Gradually, he grows fearful of the Jinyui issuing a sudden recall. Such a command would thrust him into a dilemma, torn between his wife and children on one side and his parents on the other, an untenable position. He indeed often inquires about the timing of his recall, but in truth, it is merely a test. He does not wish to return, for he cannot bear to part with all that he has here, including his wife and children, while simultaneously being unable to rest easy about his family in the Wu dynasty. Now, with Zhang Taichu's secret decree, he has finally found relief. After fulfilling his mission, Siete let out a long sigh of relief. His steps considerably lighter upon returning home. That am I mistaken? Or does it seem that the usually stern punishment sect leader is smiling at me? A disciple of the Tiangang sect rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Gijianshu has had a change of heart today? Another disciple beside him remarked. Darling, let us prepare a feast today. I'll invite my father-in-law as well. It's been ages since we've had a family reunion meal. Siete declared upon entering his home. What is the occasion for such a feast? Didn't you just go out for a meal a few days ago? A graceful figure busied herself in the kitchen. Just ignore that. Focus on your cooking, that I'll go summon my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Siete replied as he swiftly turned to leave. Half an hour later, a lavish lunch was laid out on the 8 immortals' table. With Siete, his wife, children, and in-laws gathered together, sharing food and laughter, the air filled with joyous mirth. Such days are more than enough for him. What is wrong? It seems that Her Highness the Princess is somewhat distracted. After successfully acquiring the trial tokens, Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao found a county town closest to the trial entrance and settled into a local inn, ordering a selection of regional delicacies that I simply cannot comprehend why that investigator would willingly forsake a life of high rank and wealth for a mundane existence. There are countless sects like the Tiangang sect throughout the mortal realm, and with the Wu dynasty's rise, once the emperor emerges from seclusion, the entirety of the eastern Shinshin continent will inevitably fall under its dominion. At that time, the southern Zhan continent will surely be the first to suffer, and the Tiangang sect's position is quite precarious, being at the northernmost tip of the southern Zhan continent, right south of the Wu dynasty. Should the Wu dynasty march southward, what fate awaits them? Princess Mingyue mused. You consider the vice sect leader of the Tiangang sect an ordinary person? Truly, you are the daughter of the martial emperor. Your logical reasoning is astounding. Qin Zhan thought to himself, secretly astonished, recalling a certain individual from the past who set a modest goal of earning 1 billion, that he wondered how that person fared now. Qin Zhan jokingly remarked, some people prefer a life of leisure, indifferent to fame and fortune. Perhaps Siete is one such individual. And what sort of person are you? Princess Mingyue inquired. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment before responding. A man? Princess Mingyue retorted, what kind of answer is that? Ah, man, I see many individuals here who are martial artists, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Could they also be trial participants entering the forbidden law domain? She lowered her voice, leaning close to Qin Zhan, her breath fragrant like orchids. Qin Zhan felt a gentle warmth envelop him, the unique fragrance of a woman stirring his heart momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Sitting upright. They are not trial participants, yet they are not ordinary folk either. Consider this. We are in the closest county town to the Sin domain within the Forbidden Law region. Those who can establish themselves here cannot be from common backgrounds. Thus, it is understandable for them to possess some martial skills. Furthermore, the calluses on their hands indicate that they are accustomed to hard labor, which aligns with their identities, so there is nothing amiss. Wow, I didn't expect you to observe so closely. Well done, Princess Minghua praised. However, Qin Zhan, could you refrain from calling me Her Highness in public? It draws too much attention, as if you fear others do not know I am the princess of the Wu dynasty. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs. Make way. The third prince of Dali Kingdom approaches. All idle folk, step aside. Before Qin Zhan could respond, he heard the ruckus and couldn't help but smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Princess Minghua. Wu Zhao felt a surge of annoyance. How unfortunate that the timing was so impeccable. If I don't call you Her Highness, what should I call you? Qin Zhan asked. You may simply call me by my name. I am Wu Zhao. Alternatively, you may use my childhood name, Minghua. How does that sound? Wu Zhao suggested. That seems rather inappropriate. Qin Zhan hesitated. That I don't mind. Why are you, a grown man, being so bashful? When have we martial artists ever distinguished ourselves by status or rank? This is a world of martial arts where strength reigns supreme. Given our comparable abilities, we should stand on equal footing. Wu Zhao proclaimed with great spirit. Very well. From now on, I shall call you Minghua. But only when we are alone, that if I were to call you that in public, I would surely be scorned. Qin Zhan promptly replied. That's the spirit. Now, let us drink some rice wine. The rice wine here is quite good. Though it cannot compare to the royal fruit tribute wine, it possesses its own unique flavor. That Wu Zhao raised her cup high, clinking it with Qin Zhan's. That I find it curious, Minghua, that your demeanor is far from that of a typical princess. You resemble a sect heroine instead. Qin Zhan remarked that I grew up in the northern underworld palace of the central continent, that I was brought back to the Wu dynasty at the age of 8. And after a year, I joined the prestigious sect of Phoenix Ridge to study under the current sect leader. It was only after mastering the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra that I descended the mountain. So do not think of me as a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. I have weathered storms, battled against the demon clans, undergone trials in forbidden lands, and fought against the forces of evil. These experiences are part of my journey, Wu Zhao declared with a sense of pride. That I see you have quite the history. You are certainly unlike the noble ladies I have encountered, Qin Zhan acknowledged. So, do you prefer me or them? Wu Zhao questioned, her cheeks flushed with a hint of inebriation. Qin Zhan thought to himself, this could be problematic. This rice wine, though delightful in flavor, has a potent aftereffect, unlike the fruit wines Wu Zhao typically consumes. Chapter 86. Waiter, bring more wine. Naturally, I prefer you. I find the others to be far too pretentious. Qin Zhan replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. You have a keen eye. Come, let us raise another glass. Wu Zhao lifted her cup. Yet before the rice wine could reach her lips, a loud bang echoed, and she promptly collapsed onto the table. Alas, if one cannot handle their liquor, it is best not to drink at all. Such a quick downfall. Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Waiter, Qin Zhan called out. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? The innkeeper's attendant replied. Please prepare 2 superior guest rooms, ideally adjacent to each other, and find a few diligent matrons to assist my sister with her washing and changing. She has become inebriated. Once she awakens, brew her a bowl of sour plum soup, and bring some candied fruits and vegetables as snacks, Qin Zhan instructed. Understood. The attendant responded, that moment. Qin Zhan was oblivious to the pair of eyes lurking outside, observing everything with keen interest. Upon witnessing Qin Zhan's actions, the observer muttered to themselves, that brat shows some restraint. Should he dare to act recklessly, even as a disciple of Jiang Han, his life would be forfeit. If Qin Zhan could see this spy, he would undoubtedly recognize him as none other than the formidable Kuaihua Gonggong, a master of the 5 Qi realms stationed at the Imperial Library. How could Princess Wu Zhao travel without a single attendant? Wu Zhao believed this was merely a journey of training for herself and Qin Zhan, unaware that the emperor had already dispatched a trusted aide to secretly follow and protect them, a typical tactic of the emperor, who publicly appeared indifferent to his children while quietly providing for them. However, the burdens of the imperial library could not be set aside. At this moment, Kuaihua Gonggong had not truly come in person, but rather sent a projection. Nevertheless, even this projection possessed strength comparable to a genuine master of the 5 Qi realm. Few in the southern Zhan continent could match the prowess of this old eunuch's projection. The following morning, Wu Zhao awkwardly gazed at Qin Zhan. "About yesterday that you were quite intoxicated, so I instructed the attendant to find a few matrons to assist you. Then I returned to my room to sleep." "Are you all right?" Before she could say more, Qin Zhan preemptively explained, "I'm fine." Truly, that Wu Zhao replied somewhat sheepishly. Upon waking, she noticed her garments had been disturbed, and unsavory thoughts crept in her mind. Yet, being a woman of royal lineage, she concealed her emotions, refraining from any outburst, and instead summoned Qin Zhan to subtly inquire. Naturally, Qin Zhan was aware of her unease and clarified everything that needed explaining. With only a few days remaining until the trial of the 100 sects commenced, Wu Zhao broke the silence. "Do we need to head there now?" "Not at all. This trial will last a full 3 months, that we have little interest in the rewards of the 100 sects trial. But we must ensure the Tao furnace scripture does not fall into the hands of others. There is no need for us to be the first to enter the forbidden law domain. Those who enter first are merely cannon fodder, paving the way for us." Qin Zhan analyzed that as long as we possess the trial tokens within these 3 months, we can enter whenever we please. The Tao furnace scripture will not appear so soon. We have ample time and need not concern ourselves with unnecessary skirmishes. If it were not for the presence of this princess, Qin Zhan, by nature, would have undoubtedly sought out the forbidden law domain for some fierce combat to harvest energy. But now, with this invaluable companion, he could not afford any mishaps. That is reasonable, but we should not delay too long. We ought to enter sooner rather than later. If others seize the opportunity first, it could spell disaster, especially considering the allure of the Tao furnace scripture surely appeals not just to us, but to the prodigies of the southern Zhan and other continents as well, who may have already entered, Wu Zhao said somewhat impatiently. "Agreed." Qin Zhan replied that in truth, Qin Zhan was left pondering certain matters that he wished to investigate further, such as who had originally leaked the information regarding the Tao furnace scripture within the forbidden law domain. How had they discovered its presence? If they were aware, why had they not taken it for themselves, instead opting to spread the news? Surely, they could not be simply foolish, given that this trial of the 100 sects involved hundreds of martial sects from the southern Zhan continent. The accuracy of this information seemed unquestionable. Otherwise, those sects would have no face left to show. However, the individual who revealed the existence of the Tao furnace scripture must have known its location, yet failed to secure it, indicating that it was not easily obtained, that it might not yet be time for its emergence. Or it could be guarded by intricate formations or formidable beasts, or perhaps it lay in the hands of someone within the forbidden law domain. In any case, acquiring the Tao furnace scripture would not be a simple task. Given these challenges, there was no need for Qin Zhan to rush. As for the ancient sect ruins within the forbidden law domain, to be honest, Qin Zhan held little desire for them. Times have changed, and many techniques have evolved, with many ancient methods no longer suitable for this era of scarce vitality. Furthermore, Qin Zhan already possessed several top-tier celestial techniques and had no wish to follow others' paths. Naturally, he was indifferent to the inheritances within the ruins that as for the princess beside him. As long as she wished, she could easily access numerous top-tier celestial techniques, or even sacred techniques for her cultivation, rendering her uninterested in such trivial inheritances. Both Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao were indeed affluent individuals, entirely dismissive of the vast majority of techniques found in the sect ruins. Their only concern was the one low-tier, celestial technique, the Tao furnace scripture. This illustrates that the level of techniques does not represent everything. Often, what suits oneself is the best. Time swiftly passed, and during their stay at the inn, Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao observed an increasing influx of people. The disciples of various sects were converging in this small town, which led to several altercations, resulting in the deaths of a few disciples. Notably, the third prince of some kingdom met his end at the hands of Qin Zhan. This fellow had spoken disrespectfully to Wu Zhao. Although she was incensed, she ultimately refrained from taking action. However, Qin Zhan, as her loyal protector, could not turn a blind eye. That very night, he stealthily infiltrated the quarters of this third prince of the Dali kingdom, strangling him to death and then hanging his lifeless body from the beams of his room. All the servants he brought along were also slain by Qin Zhan. This incident caused a stir. Yet it did not create significant waves, for the Dali kingdom was not a powerful nation, and their royal family's strength was comparable to that of the Tiangang sect, with the backing of the Wu dynasty. Qin Zhan truly had no fear of them. "It is about time. We should set off." Qin Zhan declared, "I can hardly wait. Staying here day after day is simply too dull." Wu Zhao rubbed her fists together. Ever ready for a glorious battle. Chapter 87. The youngster's relentless pursuit of healing. The entrance to the Forbidden Law domain lay amidst a vast expanse of Gobi Desert, at times eerily silent. So quiet it was suffocating. Occasionally, a whirlwind would lift a column of yellow sand into the air, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of desolation. At other times, fierce winds would howl, sending sand flying, enveloping the sky in a yellow haze. The force seemingly capable of annihilating the entire world, instilling both fear and reverence. Entering the Gobi felt akin to stepping into a primordial wilderness, barren and lifeless. The desolate Gobi was strewn with coarse sand and gravel, each step producing a rustling sound, while lifeless dry gullies sprawled across the landscape. Suddenly, a mysterious gust of wind swept through, wreaking havoc across the Gobi, the yellow sand swirling in a frenzied dance, transforming the sky into a smoky yellow hue. The tumultuous sands chased after the winds, as if intent on overturning the very world itself, gradually engulfing the martial disciples traversing the Gobi towards the trial in the Forbidden Law domain. Tui Wu Zhao, her face veiled by a red scarf, crossed the Gobi and upon removing the scarf, spat out a mouthful of sand-laden saliva. "Mingyue here, have some water to rinse your mouth." Qin Zhan produced 2 water gourds from his storage ring. Storage ring? Is the Heavenly Blade King truly that wealthy? Wu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Her own storage artifact was merely a storage bracelet, far inferior to Qin Zhan's ring. The 3 princes of the Wu dynasty and their princess each possessed a storage ring with a capacity of about 1 cubic meter for daily necessities. The storage bracelet had a usable volume only 1/3 that of the ring that Wu Zhao recalled that her father, the emperor, had a storage ring the size of several rooms, a sacred artifact, unique within the Wu dynasty, which he had unearthed from the ruins of a holy site. She expected Qin Zhan to possess a storage ring as well, having never noticed him with it before. Qin Zhan shook his head. "This was not a gift from my master. Rather, it is a trophy acquired from slaying Yu Jiang, a direct descendant of the Dragon Clan." "Ah, I see. The North Ju-Lu continent is rich in time-space crystals, essential for crafting spatial artifacts. Thus the Demon Clan does indeed possess more spatial items than the human side. However, only someone of notable status in the Dragon Clan could afford a storage ring like that." Wu Zhao mused as she accepted the water gourd from Qin Zhan. After rinsing her mouth, she gently washed her face. "Who goes there?" As the 2 individuals walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance to the Forbidden Law domain. Before them appeared an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an aura of a formidable master at the Furnace Realm. "Junior, He Chi Chiao pays his respects to you. Esteemed Elder Didem, why Junior's sister and I have come here on the orders of our master to undergo trials. Here is our trial token," Qin Zhan stated, his demeanor calm and composed. "Oh, which sect do you belong to?" The elder inquired casually as he took the trial tokens from Qin Zhan and his companion, "That I hail from the 5 Thundershocking Heaven sect, and my master is Yang Yongxin, known by the epithet King of Thunder and Lightning. Might I inquire if you have heard of him?" Qin Zhan replied, "Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of Brother Yang. In that case, you may enter," the elder said, waving his hand to grant them passage. After Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao had departed, the elder murmured to himself, "The King of Thunder and Lightning, Yang Yongxin. Quite a renowned name, yet I have not heard much about him. Could he be a master from a hidden sect?" Upon entering the Forbidden Law domain, Wu Zhao looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight before tugging at Qin Zhan's sleeve and asking, "Is there truly a sect called the 5 Thundershocking Heaven sect? Who is the King of Thunder and Lightning, Yang Yongxin? Is he formidable? How should I know?" As for Yang Yongxin, his mastery over thunder techniques is unparalleled, truly remarkable. However, I suspect that old fellow was completely unaware of the king's renown. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly. Then why did he ask us about our sect? Why pretend to be familiar when he clearly isn't? Wu Zhao questioned, puzzled. The reason he inquired about our sect is simple. If we hesitated in our response, it would indicate guilt that if he pretends to know us, it is merely for show. Consider this. During the trial competition of the 100 sects, the term 100 sects is but a fade. Who knows how many disciples from various martial arts sects have come here to train? With so many sects, how could that old man possibly remember them all? Moreover, there are many hidden sects in the southern Jambu continent, and the names of these sects could very well be improvised. How could he have heard of them, let alone discern the truth in our words? Therefore, as long as one is bold, daring, and maintains composure, there is no need to fear his inquiries, that if we show even a hint of trepidation or answer awkwardly, that old man could very well take action against us. Qin Zhan explained to Wu Zhao. With such a mindset, claiming to have weathered countless battles and not being a sheltered flower, perhaps this is merely her own delusion. Qin Zhan thought to himself that Wu Zhao had indeed participated in numerous sect competitions and training sessions, which was not in question. However, she had never encountered such a scenario. Well done, Qin Zhan. That it seems bringing you along was indeed a wise decision, Wu Zhao said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. So, where do we go next? We should find someone to inquire for information. After all, we are not insiders and know too little. It would be prudent to extract some intelligence from a disciple of a prominent sect to determine our next course of action. Qin Zhan contemplated aloud. Let us do as you suggest, Wu Zhao agreed, taking on a decisive demeanor. The two searched the Forbidden Law domain for quite some time, witnessing groups of trial disciples pass by, yet failing to locate a suitable target. There, the one in green attire with red trim. That is a true disciple of the Lingjian sect, one of the super sects of the southern Jambu continent. The sect leader is a master of the 5 Qi realm, that if there is indeed news of the great Tao furnace scripture within the Forbidden Law domain, their disciples are bound to possess valuable information. Qin Zhan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he zeroed in on an ideal target. The southern Jambu continent is characterized by its fragmented power structure with numerous sects, further complicated by the presence of the barbarian, shaman, ghost, spirit, and demon races which exert pressure on the human factions. Consequently, few super sects exist here. In total, there are only 4 or 5 martial arts sects that can be considered super sects due to having a master of the 5 Qi realm among their ranks, though their foundation pales in comparison to those of the super sects in the central continent. Nevertheless, even if the foundations of these super sects are lacking, they still boast disciples whose cultivation is comparable to that of the leaders or elders of smaller sections. The Lingjian sect's true disciple before them certainly held a position of significance and strength, and should possess ample insider knowledge. Chapter 88. Interruption and inquiry. Brother, may I inquire about something? Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao followed closely behind the true disciple of the Lingjian sect, who was alone. Seizing the opportunity, they approached and intercepted him. Who is your brother? I am a true disciple of the Lingjian sect. Which small sect do you belong to, daring to make such presumptuous connections? Our Lingjian sect is not to be trifled with. The true disciple retorted, that I must interrupt you. Qin Zhan interjected suddenly. The Lingjian sect disciple let out a pained wail, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. May I interrupt again? Qin Zhan asked once more. Of course, spare me, noble sir. The true disciple of the Lingjian sect thought to himself, overwhelmed with despair. You could have just interrupted me without breaking my leg. Is there a misunderstanding in my understanding of interruption? I am Long Liqui, hailing from the hidden sect, the Zhatian gang, that I have learned that the great Tao furnace scripture is about to manifest. Yet I am at a loss regarding the direction to take. I have come to seek your guidance, brother. What can you teach me? Qin Zhan threatened, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would kill if he did not receive the truth. Of course. I shall speak freely, without reservation. The true disciple of the Lingjian sect replied. What is your name? Qin Zhan inquired. That I am Ouyang of the Lingjian sect, the true disciple answered. Ouyang what? Qin Zhan frowned, puzzled by the incomplete response. It's nothing. Ouyang shook his head. Do you dare to play me for a fool? Do you believe I will spare your third leg if you continue this charade? Qin Zhan said menacingly. Ouyang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands in surrender. No, noble sir, please spare me. I truly did not deceive you. My name is Ouyang. Ah, now I understand. Tell me everything you know about this trial and the great Tao furnace scripture that I have already killed 7 or 8 true disciples from major sects and learned some information from their mouths. You might find it necessary to know why they perished. It was because they lied to me. Their information was completely contradictory, which incited my anger. So you must be thorough in your account. If you err, I shall kill you, Qin Zhan said, patting Ouyang's shoulder. Ouyang shivered at the threat. I dare not withhold anything. I will speak truthfully. Within the forbidden law domain, there exists a zone of crime. In recent years, the number of criminals has surged, and this time they dared to target the Chongqing Palace that a criminal emerging from this zone killed a junior disciple of the Chongqing Palace, enraging its master. Consequently, the master of the Chongqing Palace issued a martial arts bounty. Whoever can eliminate the criminal responsible for his beloved disciple's death shall receive a heavenly level technique and a heavenly level weapon. Thus, many transcendent realm roamers, even the leaders or elders of smaller sects, entered the zone of crime within the forbidden law domain, seeking to eliminate the criminal responsible for the death of the Chongqing Palace's disciple. However, in the end, the criminal named Qin Zhan was not found. Instead, a vast ancient sect ruin was discovered. The roamer who discovered the ruins, fleeing from the pursuit of numerous criminals, managed to bring forth a beast-skin scroll from the ruins, which contained information about the whereabouts of the Great Tao Furnace Scripture. Whether it be the Great Tao Furnace Scripture or the ancient sect ruins, both represent immense wealth. However, this news is already leaked, and no one can monopolize such treasure. Moreover, the criminals within the zone of crime are numerous and their strength should not be underestimated. Thus, the master of the Chongqing Palace intends to utilize the power of the martial arts sects of the southern Jianbu continent to completely eradicate the criminals in the zone of crime, thereby relieving his pent-up anger. Subsequently, the various sects will form trial teams to jointly explore the ancient sect ruins, with the distribution of any rewards left to the merit of the individual. Furthermore, to incentivize more transcendent warriors to enter the forbidden law domain and eliminate the criminals, the Chongqing Palace, along with the major sects, has offered generous rewards to those trial participants who manage to kill the most criminals during the competition. Ouyang explained. Who has that beast-skin scroll? Qin Zhan inquired. That it is in the possession of Meng Chongqing, the first-ranked true disciple of the Chongqing Palace. Ouyang replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. The situation was becoming troublesome. The Chongqing Palace is the most powerful force in the southern Jianbu continent. Although this martial arts sect is thinly populated, each member is an extraordinary talent, a super sect with an incredibly deep foundation passed down since ancient times. However, this martial arts sect does not entirely belong to the human race, as they accept disciples from all races as long as they demonstrate exceptional talent. Currently, the master of the Chongqing Palace is a member of the spirit race. And Meng Chongqing, the first-ranked true disciple, is also from the spirit race. This Meng Chongqing is no ordinary individual. He once defeated a formidable foe at the early stages of the Furnace Realm while at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Now, he has already reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Transcendent Realm, making his strength unfathomable. If the beast-skin scroll regarding the Great Tao Furnace Scripture truly lies in his possession, it would be quite a challenge to seize it. Wait, something feels off. You are deceiving me. If the beast-skin scroll is in the hands of the Chongqing Palace, how could the other sects possibly work hard, becoming mere pawns for the Chongqing Palace? It seems you truly fear not death. Qin Zhan spoke coldly. No, I have not finished my words yet. The genuine artifact of the animal skin scroll is indeed in Meng Chongqing's possession. But disciples from other large sects also possess it, albeit in the form of imprints. However, the illustrations upon it remain unchanged. Ouyang remarked, "Do you possess an imprint version?" Qin Zhan inquired, and no need to say. "You must have one." Qin Zhan immediately searched Ouyang's person and ultimately discovered a pristine imprint version of the animal skin scroll within his long combat boots that a bitter taste filled Ouyang's heart. This was something he had secretly imprinted from the animal skin scroll belonging to the senior brother of the Lingjian sect. Fearing that others might find out, he had deliberately distanced himself from the group, intending to keep the treasure for himself. Yet, here he was, unwittingly crafting a garment for another. While there are indeed several versions of the imprint scroll, only the foremost disciples of super large and large sects are permitted to possess them. Though he was a true disciple of the Lingjian sect, He was merely at the tail end of that hierarchy. Thus, this imprint version was certainly not meant for him. Fortunately, he had a good rapport with the senior brother of the Lingjin sect and had borrowed the imprint version under the pretense of wanting to examine it. But he had employed some underhanded tactics to draw the senior brother away, allowing him to secretly create an imprint. Alas, fate plays its hand. What is meant to be must come to pass. And what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Otherwise, even a cooked duck might take flight. How much do you know about the situation in the Sin domain? Qin Zhan continued to inquire. The circumstances in the Sin domain are intricate and complex. The strength of the inmates cannot be underestimated. Even the most formidable among them could rival the first-tier disciples of the various super martial arts sections. Previously, everyone was perplexed as to how a group of rogue cultivators could possess such formidable power, but now that the ruins of the ancient sects have emerged, the truth is clear. Some of these inmates have acquired powerful legacies from antiquity, which makes their strength entirely reasonable. If you wish to contend for the Grand Tao Furnace Sutra, your main adversaries will not only be the disciples of the sect, but also the formidable inmates from the Sin domain. Ouyang stated. Chapter 89, Swift Sword and Inmate, Seeking Initial Subscription. Do you have any hidden information for me? I feel that the information you provided is somewhat at odds with what I have learned. Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. Impossible. Don't kill me. I hail from the Lingjin sect, and the inside knowledge I possess far surpasses that of ordinary rogue cultivators and those from smaller sections. Much of their information is mere hearsay and unreliable. Good sir, you must believe me. Ouyang pleaded. Enough. I've already killed 10 people today. It would be unwise to spill more blood that I shall spare your life. But I hope you do not deceive me. If I discover that you have lied, you had better hope never to cross paths with me again, or else prepare for your demise. Qin Zhan declared fiercely. I swear to the heavens, there is not a single lie in my words, Ouyang asserted emphatically. Initially, one might assume that the true disciples of the Lingjin sect would be formidable, but Qin Zhan had caught a soft-hearted one. After breaking his leg, Ouyang revealed everything he knew. Let us depart. Qin Zhan discerned that the information he had extracted from Ouyang was sufficient, so he left with Wu Zhao. Even a transcendent being would be able to bounce back to life immediately after a leg injury. So seeing Ouyang so compliant, Qin Zhan felt no inclination to silence him permanently. Moreover, both Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao wore human skin masks invented by the Tiangong Institute, so Ouyang had no inkling of their true identities and had never seen their real faces. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Yet how dare they break my legs? I will make them pay. You likely never anticipated this, but I have concealed the most crucial piece of information, the Devil's City. Everyone knows about the Sin domain, but few understand what it truly is. The Sin domain represents several perilous locations of forbidden laws, coalescing into the Sin domain itself, which is further subdivided into 36 major cities and 72 minor cities. Among these, the City of Evil and the Devil's City are the most treacherous. You think yourselves powerful. I hope you manage to survive. After all, for breaking my legs, I will demand your lives. Ouyang limped away, reattaching his severed leg. With his legs severely injured, he was no longer fit for the upcoming trial journey. He needed to retrace his steps and conclude this trial. Moreover, he was genuinely concerned that the two who had just interrogated him might still be alive and that he might encounter them again. Which would spell disaster. One must be cautious, for when one is down on their luck, even a sip of cool water might get stuck in their teeth. After disposing of the human skin masks, Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao revealed their true appearances. Was what he said credible? Wu Zhao inquired. Most of it is credible. 9 out of 10 statements may be true, but it is difficult to ascertain. However, if I were him, I would certainly weave some falsehoods or deliberately withhold certain information that I mentioned earlier. I have information from others, and given the situation, I estimate he wouldn't dare to utter anything wildly inaccurate. If he is truly timid, then what he said should be true, but the information he failed to disclose might be the trap set for us. Qin Zhan pondered aloud. What should we do then? Wu Zhao asked that we shall proceed according to the route depicted on the animal skin scroll. That Lingjin sect disciple, Ouyang, may have knowledge of where the dangers lie, thus leading us into potential pitfalls with the intent to eliminate us covertly. However, he knows nothing of our strengths. Even if he cannot defeat us in the transcendence realm, he can still escape. That no obstacle can truly confine us. following the route illustrated on the animal skin scroll. We shall reach the outskirts of the ancient sect ruins in approximately half a month's time. The Grand Tao Furnace Sutra is located within the ruins of the ancient sect, in a place called Tao Sect. As for the exact location, the scroll does not record it, but we have narrowed it down. With careful searching, we are bound to find it. Holding the imprint version of the animal skin scroll in his hand, Qin Zhan scrutinized the drawn route. Since it was an imprint version, and a secondary one at that, many details were not clearly rendered. Nevertheless, possessing this artifact saved both Qin Zhan and Wu Zhao a significant amount of time. Moreover, the expanse of the ancient sect ruins was vast. Without this map, it might take not just 3 months, but even 3 years to locate the site. Look, there are corpses. Wu Zhao pointed to a spot not far away. The deceased appeared to be around 30 years old, clad in tattered clothing, but he was likely not a sect disciple here for trials, but rather an inmate from the Sin domain. Qin Zhan carefully examined the body of the inmate and remarked, a single sword strike ended his life. With no signs of struggle whatsoever, the assailant demonstrated exceptional martial prowess. This deceased individual was no weakling, having entered the transcendence realm, yet he had no opportunity to resist before being swiftly dispatched. This indicates that the attacker must have struck when the victim was unprepared, or possesses such high cultivation that even a transcendence realm individual would have no chance to retaliate. Which possibility do you think is more likely? Wu Zhao inquired. That I suspect the latter possibility is more probable. Observe, the fatal wound is located at the throat. He was silenced with a single sword strike, a result achievable only through a frontal assault. This indicates that the swordsman possesses immense strength. Even I would find it difficult to withstand such a blow, Qin Zhan said, his expression grave. Even you find it hard to withstand, but you are the first in the martial dynasty's Earth ranking. How could you possibly be unable to withstand such a strike? Wu Zhao said, somewhat astonished. Difficult to withstand does not equate to impossible. One must engage in battle to truly know the outcome. However, I am certain this person is a formidable rival in our quest for the Grand Tao Furnace Sutra, Qin Zhan stated. Furthermore, this individual seems not only to kill, but also to gather sword momentum. Once he accumulates enough power, his swift sword will be unstoppable. A master swordsman, still in the transcendence realm. There is only one individual in all of Nanzhan continent that fits this description. That Wu Zhao's expression turned serious. Who? Qin Zhan asked. The Chongqing Palace, Meng Chongsheng. Wu Zhao replied earnestly. The Chongqing Palace is not counted as a human faction. It could be considered a neutral force. However, the Chongqing Palace possesses a profound heritage, tracing back to ancient times. Some even claim it descends from the primordial era. Every Chongqing Palace master throughout history has ranked among the pinnacle of strength in the contemporary world that I in the past. My father, the emperor, traveled through Nanzhan continent and once clashed with the current master of the Chongqing Palace. What was the outcome? Qin Zhan inquired. That it remains unclear. My father did not elaborate, merely stating, the Chongqing Palace master is quite capable. However, any opponent remembered by my father must possess formidable strength. One must understand that even the 9 great demon kings of the demon race were regarded with respect by my father. When the Dragon Emperor obstructed his northern expedition against the demons, my father merely described him as adequate. Wu Zhao recounted. Quite capable? Adequate. Qin Zhan was taken aback. The martial emperor was truly impressive. Think that figures such as the Dragon Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns of the demon race, and the master of the Chongqing Palace, a significant figure in Nanzhan continent, were merely described as capable and adequate by him. Who then could be deemed a genuine adversary?